begins. Of course, the body of the white-robed old man can also wait for another 100,000 years, but the body of the white-robed old man can't wait, or is unwilling to wait. True God can be regarded as eternal life to a certain extent, at least it can live for a long time. The old man in white robe can't wait, it is not Xuanhuan. The forgotten continent has no spirit, but it is the spirit that the true God absorbs. It is like people need to breathe fresh air. If there is no fresh air, the human body must be extremely uncomfortable. The true God stay in the forgotten continent. This is the situation. And there is no spirit supplement. The true God powerhouse dare not move at will, just consume the spirit. It may take thousands of years to recover. Therefore, for 100,000 years, the true God powerhouse can't move a few times, so how can the powerhouses endure this? And the forgotten continent is too small for the true God, and a true God can span 5 continents with a single thought. It's like an emperor who has become accustomed to a spacious palace, but is suddenly tied up and locked in a small place, and it lasts for tens of thousands of years. How can he bear it? For the true God, the forgotten continent is like a prison. The white-robed old man has endured for more than 100,000 years, and can no longer bear it. Every time he entered the heaven-reaching God realm, the major ancient clans would at least leave behind a true God, and what was left behind 100,000 years ago was the body of the white-robed old man. This time, no matter what, the body of the white-robed old man will not be left. As soon as the main body is gone, maybe the old man is not far away from dissipating. The old man in white robe said so in his heart, but he had no fear. After living for so many years, the old man in white robe has already lived enough. The demigod is only called this, because it is the mind clone of the true God. Although its strength is stronger than that of the sanctuary, the lifespan is not necessarily much higher than that of the sanctuary. It can only be maintained because of the constant replenishment of energy by the true God. Once the connection with the true God is lost, the life essence of the demigod is the same as the great perfection of the sanctuary. This loss of contact does not necessarily mean that the true God has fallen. If the two sides have been separated by a plane, it can be regarded as a loss of contact. Therefore, although no true God has been able to return so far, it still makes the people of the ancients have weak expectations. Maybe the true gods and their clan have already gone to the continent of the gods. Of course, if there is a god stone, the demigod can still last for a long time, but unfortunately, there is no god stone in the forgotten continent. The white-robed old man waved his sleeves, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. The light curtain displayed the situation of the ancient race. The interest in Han Feng and Meng Yaqing made the white-robed old man want to see how far the two of them can go in the next competition. How powerful is the primordial spirit of the white-robed old man? He has already seen that the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan does not have Meng Yaqing's true cultivation. Geniuses all need to grow, and the ancient race at the peak level of the sanctuary is also a good experience for the two of them. Only when they fight against the strong can they know their own shortcomings more clearly, and then improve their cultivation. The white-robed old man knew very well that if he appeared to protect the two of them, then in the peak sanctuary competition, the opponents of the two would definitely be tied, which would not serve the purpose of training the two of them. After the competition, let these two people come to see me. After sending a letter to Clan Chief Zhan, the white-robed old man focused on watching the competition in the light curtain, ignoring the depression of Clan Chief Zhan because of this sentence. Cheer, you have to fight. If you lose, depending on the attitude of the ancestor, this woman is probably out of luck with you. Patriarch Zhan secretly said in his heart. The real disciples of the peak of the sanctuary gathered in the competition venue. Seeing that the most anticipated real disciple competition of the ancient race was about to start, everyone suppressed the shock brought by Han Feng before and turned to focus on the last competition. But at this moment, the Patriarch Zhan said, "Outside boy, are you willing to participate in the competition at the peak level of the sanctuary?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Patriarch Xian interjected, Patriarch Zhan, it seems that no outsider warriors participated in the true disciple competition in the past. The Patriarch Zhan smiled. In the past, it was because outsiders never had the peak of the sanctuary within 1,000 years. Now the situation is naturally different. Isn't Han Feng's purpose here to step on the true disciples of the major ancient clans? Where would he refuse? Among the true disciples, the disciple who had long disliked Han Feng was grinding his fists and preparing to teach Han Feng a lesson. Especially Yan Haoqi and Zhang Fushan sneered. Meng Yaqing also raised her feet and walked towards the playing field. The princess went too? That's the true disciple of the peak of the sanctuary, could it be? No, it's two. What's wrong? An outsider warrior has reached the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary. Is it possible that our princess is worse than him? With each step, Meng Yaqing's aura grew stronger. When she walked into the arena with Han Feng, Meng Yaqing's cultivation had soared to the limit of the 1st level of the sanctuary peak. The crowd was in an uproar. Han Feng smiled sideways, it really surprised me. It's just the 1st layer of the peak of the sanctuary. I didn't hide anything this time. It's far from your 6th layer. Meng Yaqing said with a smile. The two of them bowed their heads slightly, and the other raised their heads slightly, revealing their jade necks like condensed fat. They were all talking with a smile. At that scene, Yan Haoqi's fists tightened, and he wanted to go up and separate the two. It's so annoying. Release the token now. The red-robed old man flicked his sleeves, and golden rays of light burst out. The golden light fell in Han Feng's hands, forming a golden sign with his number written on it. Now, the true disciple contest begins. The red-robed old man shouted loudly, announcing the official start of the true disciple contest. 6th heaven at the peak of the sanctuary, I don't know how far Han Feng can go. Yan Ming exclaimed. Yan Jia gritted her teeth, she never expected that Han Feng's cultivation would soar to such a level, and he snorted coldly, it's just the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, the cultivation is growing so fast, it must be the weakest at the same level. My Yan clan is enough to defeat any of the 3 or 4 peaks of the sanctuary. Ancestor Ziyun sighed, this kid. I really underestimated him that day, and brother Yan Gan's eyes are sharp, I'm far inferior. In the first knockout round, Meng Yaqing played ahead of Han Feng. Meng Yaqing's opponent was an ancient disciple of the same level at the peak of the sanctuary. Compared to Meng Yaqing's fusion of the 5 fires, it was still far behind, but after resisting for a moment, she was defeated by Meng Yaqing. Han Feng's face was strange, the fusion of 5 fires is so powerful, if the fusion of 10 fires is not earth-shattering? After Meng Yaqing, it wasn't long before Xian Qingtian came to power. Xian Qingtian's opponent was only in the early stages of the peak of the sanctuary. Hee. Xian Qingtian smiled strangely at Han Feng and walked off the stage. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Many true disciples saw Xian Qingtian's gaze and couldn't help looking at each other. What did that mean? Could it be provocative? Could it be that Xian Qingtian is also interested in Meng Yaqing? Yan Haoqi's face sank, and he sneered for a long time. It's only recently that I broke through to the 7th level realm, and I dare to compete with this young master. Don't meet me, otherwise. Only Meng Yaqing knew that this Xian Qingtian was from. He never looked at himself from beginning to end. Han Feng, what's going on? Han Feng passed on the Scarlet Secret Realm and the Scarlet Pagoda to Meng Yaqing. After that, Han Feng immediately asked Xiao Peng, "Is this Xian Qing Tian?" Although Xian Qing Tian in the blood-colored secret realm was arrogant, he definitely did not give people a strange and uncomfortable feeling like today. Little Fatty sighed and said, "I've already been affected by the will in the blood core. Looking at it like this, it will be completely crazy within 10 years. The fall of the god of war." Xuanhuan rioted, as if the punch that was about to break the sky smashed a naive disciple of the peak of the sanctuary peak, and his body bones were completely crushed. The companions of this ancient disciple all glared angrily at Xuanfu God. Xuanfu God turned a blind eye, but showed a sneer at Han Feng, as if saying, "This is your end." Han Feng did not have the slightest fear and looked directly at Xuanfu God. The god of war Fu felt that his dignity was challenged, and Han Feng made a contemptuous gesture, "You are not worthy of him." When speaking of her, god of war Fu pointed to Meng Yaqing. Meng Yaqing's expression turned cold, but she was about to say something but was stopped by Han Feng, who did not turn her head back, still looking at Zhanfu Shindao. "The old guy who has lived for 1,000 years is thinking about people who are a few decades old. Ashamed. You." Zhanfu Yu's face twitched, pointing at Han Feng, speechless. As a peak powerhouse in the sanctuary, he has a lifespan of 4,000 years. 1,000 years is equivalent to the early 20s of ordinary people. He is very young, but at this moment, he is called an old monster by Han Feng, and he is furious in his heart. But no amount of rage could hide the fact that Meng Yaqing was under 40. On the surface, it is true that the old cow eats the young grass, especially the young grass has long been owned. Humph. With a cold hum, God Zhanfu stepped down with a dark face. On the high platform, the patriarch of the ancient clan, where the disciple of the ancient clan who was severely injured by God Zhanfu was very relieved. Soon, it was finally Han Feng's turn to appear. Han Feng's luck was not very good, and he met a true disciple of the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary in the first game. For Han Feng, even if it is an ancient genius, it is nothing but the 4th heaven of the peak of the sanctuary, but these ancient geniuses don't think so. It's a pity. In the first match, I met a 4th level opponent of the peak of the sanctuary. I'm afraid I'm going to lose. Yan Haoqi gloated. That's not necessarily. Xianqing Tian showed a strange smile. Yan Haoqi leaned to the side without a trace, away from Xianqing Tian. What has Xianqing Tian encountered in these years? Why has his aura become so weird, and this perverted smile? I'll go, this Xianqing Tian, shouldn't it be a pervert? On the field, Han Feng's opponent was from the ancient Zhufeng clan, and he was dressed in a white robe and looked polite. Disciple. The ancient wind-chasing clan did not rank high among the ancient clan, and they were barely able to enter the middle class, which was regarded as the lower middle class. Zhu Zai's politeness is obviously also a target, and Zhu Zai doesn't take a look at an outsider martial artist. Chasing the blood of the wind, condense. Boom. The wind was overflowing, and a huge storm was formed with Zhu Zai as the center. An earth-shattering eagle roar resounded in all directions, and after the storm passed, a huge purple holy eagle phantom appeared, and the icy gaze focused on Han Feng. Although the cultivation base is not as good as Yan Haoqi and others, as the first true disciple of the Zhufeng ancient clan, the blood of Zhu Zai is actually a top-level saint. Beyond the high-level holy bloodline level, Zhu Zai's cultivation level soared, and soon surpassed the peak of the sanctuary's 6th heaven, between the 6th and 7th heaven. As expected of the Zhufeng ancient clan, as expected of the Zhufeng bloodline, this time his cultivation has surpassed that kid. A group of true disciples showed schadenfreude smiles. Wind by the wind. Zhu Zai roared, and the cry of the holy eagle shook the sky again. With the flapping of the holy eagle's wings, the sky quickly darkened, and the pitch-black hurricane whistled with unparalleled power. For a moment, it is not an exaggeration to say that Zhu Zai's combat power has reached the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary. The holy pupil of the star, open. The power of the star was activated, and the roaring Zhuzai's expression instantly became dazed. The terrifying hurricane instantly became unstable, and the rumbling sound turned into an energy storm that swept away, and the energy that was rolled out impacted. For the rest of the hurricanes, the attack from Zhuzai was weakened by several layers in a blink of an eye. Emperor burning Emperor's finger. A large sea of flames condensed above Han Feng, and the 8th tier burning heaven Emperor's venerable finger condensed a giant flaming finger, which instantly rushed into the hurricane. If it was in its heyday, these hurricanes would probably tear the giant fingers of flame to pieces in the blink of an eye, but the hurricanes that have been weakened now will perish with the giant fingers of flame. The giant finger of flame collided with the hurricane, and an endless whirlwind of flames instantly rolled out. Holy flame armor, congeal. The golden flame circulated, and the mighty and domineering armor was worn on Han Feng's body. The flame torrent slammed on the holy flame armor and was immediately split, turning into two weakened versions of the flame torrent passing through from the left and right sides. But Zhuzai can't. Zhuzai's bloodline has improved his cultivation level, but in his primordial spirit, he has barely risen to the 5th layered realm. With Han Feng's current primordial spirit power, combined with the holy pupil of the star, it is impossible for Zhuzai to easily get out of trouble. When the torrent of flames bombarded Zhuzai's body, Zhuzai was still immersed in hallucinations and did not react. Pfft. Zhuzai suffered heavy damage, and Yuanshan was also surrounded by the holy flame of the star in the space of stars. What? Both the body and the primordial spirit were severely injured at the same time, causing Zhuzai to scream. The next moment, Zhuzai's body was blasted off the stage, and when he fell to the ground, he fainted. The red-robed old man stepped forward to investigate. The injury on his body was the second most serious. He could recover in less than 10 days and a half, but the injury on the primordial spirit was estimated to be difficult to recover in less than half a year. Hey! Zhuzai is so defeated? The expressions of the original indifference true disciples became solemn, especially some true disciples of the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary. If they really want to fight, they may not be much stronger than Zhu Feng. Zhuzai was easily defeated, what about them? Some of the true disciples of the 5-layered ancient clan at the peak of the sanctuary were also shaken in their hearts. Among them, some bloodline mastery level is not high, and the combat power is only slightly better than that of Zhu Feng, but even if the bloodline mastery level is high, the combat power is far greater than that of the wind, but it is not necessarily the case above Yuanshan. They clearly saw that Han Feng was able to defeat Zhu Feng, relying on the powerful primordial spirit's power and the holy eye of the star, which could increase the primordial spirit's power. Only the true disciples of the 6th level ancient clan at the peak of the sanctuary had a relaxed expression. Their primordial spirit might not necessarily be weaker than Han Feng's. After exerting the blood vessel, the primordial spirit would improve to a certain extent, so there is no need to be afraid. Yan Haoqi and Zhang Fuxin were even less concerned. Han Feng stepped off the stage and met Meng Yaqing, and the ancient people who were watching around made low-pitched discussions. It is nothing to be strong in cultivation, but if the combat power is also strong at the same level, then it can no longer be taken lightly. On the high platform, the faces of the patriarchs of the ancient clans were all condensed. The warriors from the outside world were somewhat beyond their imagination, especially the patriarchs of the ancient clan, who were embarrassed. It's no wonder that the ancestors valued this son. Sure enough, the eyesight of the ancestors is not comparable to me, but even so, as long as Chi'er defeats this son, the impression of this son in the ancestors' hearts will inevitably drop greatly. If you ask Meng Yaqing from the district, the ancestor should not refuse. Patriarch Yan thought silently in his heart. The turmoil caused by Han Feng's display of combat power only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Among the true disciples of the ancient tribe, there are still many who can defeat Zhuzai. If it wasn't for Han Feng from the outside world, it was an outsider martial artist, and defeating Zhu Zhe would not cause a disturbance at all. After Han Feng, the first round of knockout rounds came to an end soon, and the True Disciple competition also ushered in the second round of elimination. This time, Meng Yaqing's opponent was no longer at the peak of the sanctuary, but a fourth-level peak at the peak of the sanctuary, who was threefold higher than Meng Yaqing. This opponent is also a female, from the ancient Demon Moon clan. Because they are all women, this Mo Yuasha from the ancient Demon Moon clan has no idea of pity and cherishing Jade, and even because of the jealousy she can't hide in her heart, Mo Yuasha is even more of a killer. The blood of the devil moon. Congeal. A layer of dreamy dim moonlight enveloped Moyusha, and an arc-shaped dim moon mark appeared on Moyusha's forehead. The Demon Moon ancient clan sounds very unusual, but in fact, it ranks in the middle and lower ranks among the major ancient clans in Beizhou continent. The first true disciple of the clan, only the first true disciple among the women of the Demon Moon ancient clan. The bloodline of Moyusha is also a top-level holy product, but it is only a top-level elementary level, and what she has at the moment is only able to play a high-level middle-class level. Therefore, after Moyusha displays the bloodline of the magic moon, her cultivation level is only increased to the sanctuary. The top 5. For this reason, Mo Yuasha also showed her winning face, including the geniuses of the Yan clan, who did not think Meng Yaqing could win. The gap is too big. Meng Yaqing is only the first level of the peak of the sanctuary. If she faces the fifth level of the peak of the sanctuary from the outside world, there may be a few chances of winning, but facing the geniuses of the ancients, such a gap will kill you. You are the princess of the Yan clan, and this princess is also the princess of the Demon Moon. Today, I will let you know what a real princess is. Mo Yuasha proudly floated into the sky, looking down at Meng Yaqing. Suddenly, the dim moon mark on Moyusha's forehead burst out with the brilliance belonging to the moon, but this brilliance was filled with a faint black, and a smell of demonic energy slowly permeated. Knife of the Demon Moon. Moon Guanghua took the magic energy and turned into a moon arc-shaped energy knife, piercing the space and roaring away. This blow is also difficult for ordinary sanctuary peak 6th heaven to take. Meng Yaqing's expression remained unchanged, and the 5 fires quickly condensed. Emperor Flame 5th layer. The 5 fires merged and erupted, like a terrifying storm that shook the world. Although Meng Yaqing has integrated the 5 fires, this does not mean that Meng Yaqing can fully exert the power of the 5 fires. If the power of the 5 fires can be fully exerted, then Meng Yaqing is equivalent to using the top-level high-level bloodline. So far, there are so many ancient geniuses who have top-level high-level bloodline, but they can really exert the top-level high-level bloodline but never had one. Although Qing'er's 5 fires have been merged, the power that can be exerted is only about 30% of the real power, which is enough to resist this blow. But this girl from the ancient Demon Moon clan must not use all her strength, and Qing'er is in danger. Ziyun, the ancestor, frowned secretly. Boom! On the field, the brilliance of the moon and the aftermath of the flames rushed out, like a monstrous wave. However, the participating warriors outside the venue are not weak, and they each used defensive measures to resist the aftermath. Mo Yuasha's face froze. And then she sneered, "There are some means, but unfortunately you think this princess has used all her strength." From the very beginning, Mo Yuasha kept sneering at Meng Yaqing, and the genius of the Yan clan finally couldn't bear it anymore and cursed. "Stinky girls, the game is the game, shut your stinky mouth. Did you eat shit today? Your mouth is so stinky. Princess, beat up the Devil Moon girls so they don't even recognize their mother." Mo Yuasha's sneering face suddenly froze, her face extremely ugly. How could the people of the ancient Demon Moon clan allow their princess to be insulted like this? And they all shouted loudly. Unfortunately, this is the Yan clan space and the base camp of the Yan clan. How could there be so many people from the ancient Demon Moon clan? The cry of the Kwaimoyu ancient clansman was drowned out. The participating members of the ancient Demon Moon clan looked at the cold light in the eyes of the Yen clan players, and each and everyone secretly complained, "This is good, Moyuasha offended the Yen clan players, and if the competition meets the Yen clan genius, then what happens?" On the high platform, the ancient Demon Moon clan's face was flushed, and he could only look at the Yen clan chief embarrassedly, but the Yen clan chief waved his hand, "Hee. The Demon Moon clan chief does not need to do this, it is just a conflict between children's families, and soon it will pass." On the field, Moyuasha also knew that she had offended some geniuses of the Yen clan, so she stopped talking and concentrated on fighting. Layers of moonlight brilliance oscillated out like waves. Magic Moon Phantom Fist. Covering the sky and covering the sun, the moonlight combat fists that filled the entire battlefield burst into Mangyaching, and the fierce Chi machine locked Mangyaching. These moonlight combat fists were like sharp arrows, with incomparably sharp power. This move is impressively a half-step high-grade sanctuary technique. Since Moyuasha was only able to comprehend such a sanctuary technique at the early stage of the peak of the sanctuary, it was worthy of being an ancient genius at that time. The momentum of this punch was huge, and the moonlight brilliance waving from the moonlight battle fist merged, and the entire battle platform seemed to be submerged by the sea of moonlight, with dark moonlight everywhere. Devoured by the sea of moonlight, Mangyaching did not show a trace of panic on her face. Suddenly, Mangyaching raised her palm, and an ice-blue flame appeared in her hand. As soon as the flame came out, the surrounding space froze, and the air became icy fog. The moonlight brilliance that swallowed Mangyaching was also directly frozen into moonlight frost. The ice-blue flames were terrifyingly burning, and they had the same frequency of fluctuations as the 5 fires around Mangyaching. For a while, with Mangyaching as the center, terrifying waves of flame surged out, blocking the moonlight fighting fist in succession. Beyond the flames and waves, Yan Haoqi's face changed greatly, and he blurted out, 6 fire constitution. Princess Moyue. 6 kinds of flames, this is the 6 fire physique. Princess of the Yen clan is actually a 6 fire physique. No wonder the goddess has such a powerful cultivation at such an age. The people of the Yen clan looked at Mangyaching with shock and horror, and then became frenzy. The 5 fire physiques represent the top geniuses. Although they are high in the Yen clan, the 5 fire physiques of the Yen clan have appeared so many over the years that the people of the Yen clan have become numb. But the 6 fire physiques are different. Even if the Yen clan has existed in the Forgotten Continent for so many years, the number of times the 6 fire physiques have appeared is only a handful. The most recent time was the 6 fire saints thousands of years ago, including the current first true disciple Yan Haoqi, who also had 6 fire physiques. 6 fire physique is definitely in the king status among the geniuses in the Yen clan. The Yen clan already has a Yan Haoqi with a 6 fire physique, and now there is another Mangyaching, which makes the people of the Yen clan unhappy. Once the two fully grow up, they will definitely be the first person at the sanctuary level, even if it is to break through to the true god in the future, and it is also the strongest in the same level. At that time, which ancient clan in Beizhou continent will be able to compete with their Yen clan? That is, the strongest ancient clan in Central Continent, I am afraid that it will not be comparable. But there are also some people who have a clear head and know that even if Liu Hua's physique is less than 100 years old, or even less than 50 years old, it is impossible to have such a heaven-defying cultivation. Mangyaching must have secrets they don't know. Clan Chief Yan never expected Mangyaching to have a 6 fire physique. Because of the shock, the astonishment on Clan Chief Yan's face lasted for a long time, making it clear to the other patriarchs of the ancient clan. It's actually a 6 fire physique, Ziyun's old lady is hiding something really deep. No, even a 6 fire physique can't have such a cultivation at such an age, there must be a secret that I don't know, could it be? Thinking of some possibility, Patriarch Yen broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that the demigod ancestor just knew? In the field, Mo Yuesha's pupils shrank. How could Mo Yuesha not understand the 6 fire physiques of the Yen clan? Even if it's the 6 fire physique, I don't believe you can truly fuse the 6 fires. Mo Yuesha gritted her teeth, and the demon moon energy in her body was released like a tsunami. Boom boom boom. Like a monster roaring, the number of moonlight battle fists is increasing, constantly impacting the monstrous fire waves. But at this moment, Meng Yaqing's 5 fires surged out, and at the same time, the ice-blue flames in her hands were thrown out and quickly merged with the 5 fires. 6 fires fusion Emperor Yen 6th heaven. Astonishing energy burst out, and the 6 flames fused together. Even if it was only a preliminary fusion, it was extremely terrifying that it could only exert the power of a real fusion. After all, once the 6 fires are truly fused and exert 100% of their formidable power, it is equivalent to exerting a bloodline that surpasses the holy level. The terrifying flames turned into monstrous waves of fire, one level higher than the other, and one level stronger than the other, swallowing up all the moonlight brilliance with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Impossible. It turned out that the 6 fires really merged. Mo Yuesha made a terrified voice. Immediately, Mo Yuesha's color sternly said, "After all, your cultivation base is your shortcoming, so what about the fusion of the 6 fires? Magic moon domain, congeal." The field of moonlight brilliance suddenly expanded, and when the flames poured into the field of moonlight, it seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. The momentum and coercion have been greatly reduced. 6 fire domains. Meng Yaqing shouted in a low voice. The flame domain and the magic moon domain collided in an instant, like 2 meteorites colliding in an instant. The space shook, and the terrifying breath formed a storm, stirring the space, and rushing frantically around. Whether it is the 6 fire domain or the demon moon domain, they are all special domains, and the speciality of the 6 fire domain is above the demon moon domain. However, one is the first layer and the other is the 4th layer. No matter how special the field of the first layer is, it cannot be comparable to the 4th layer. The 6 fire fields are being squeezed and shrinking, but the magic moon field is constantly expanding, and Mo Yuesha has already revealed the face of victory. Meng Yaqing's expression flashed, her left hand stretched out, and a dazzling white flame shot up into the sky. It was the 7th flame exposed by Meng Yaqing, the flame of light. The bloodline of the demon moon has demonic attributes, and the light power of the flame of light is just right to restrain demonic attributes. What? 7 fire physique. Everyone was deeply shocked. Yan Haoqi's eyes were burning. I must get her. Zhang Fuyu clenched his fists. If you can't marry such a woman, you will definitely destroy her. My God, the princess is actually a 7 fire physique. The 6 fire physique is already king in our Yen clan. What about the 7 fire physique? The 6 fire physique is already a bloodline beyond the level of the holy grade. What about the 7 fire physique? Is it comparable to the legendary divine grade that only exists in the continent of the gods? The eyes of the Yen people looking at Meng Yaqing kept changing, and finally turned into admiration and awe. The shock of the 7 fire physique was too great for them. At this moment, Meng Yaqing's status in the hearts of the Yen clan was infinitely higher, and even Yan Haoqi was vaguely inferior. On the high platform, many patriarchs stood up one after another in shock, and expressions of shock, fear, and horror flashed in their eyes. Patriarch Yen even muttered to himself, sure enough, it really is the physique of the 7 fires that surpasses the physique of the 6 fires. The demigod ancestor just discovered this secret and made me have to protect this girl. With a wry smile, Chihua physique, if the true god ancestor knows, even at this critical moment when the heaven-reaching god realm is about to open, he can't help it. If you want to stumble on this woman in the future, it will be difficult. Be sure to let Chi marry this woman, otherwise my lineage will be in danger. Look at the next test. As long as the outsider boy wins all the way, he will inevitably encounter Chi. If Chi wrong hand kills this boy during the battle, it is possible that the demigod ancestor will punish Chi for a dead man. No, Chi has a six-fire physique. Patriarch Yan's eyes flashed, and a strong killing intent flashed when his eyes swept to Han Feng. Under the stage, Han Feng's body suddenly froze, but at this moment Han Feng couldn't care about it. He looked at Meng Yaqing in the arena in astonishment. The fusion of 7 fires? Has Qing'er reached this point? Meng Yaqing's 7-fire fusion can't even exert 10% of its power. If it can exert 10% of its power, the momentum will definitely shake the sky. 10-fire physique, it's a pity. If it is in the continent of the gods, there are abundant resources to cultivate. The 10-fire physique may directly become a true god at such an age. Han Feng's face froze, and he once again clearly knew how powerful and abnormal Xuanhuan's physique was. He must work hard, or he might be caught up by Yaqing in the future. Ancestor Ziyun was stunned for a while, then smiled bitterly. When did this little girl even initially merge with the 7 fires? Even my old lady doesn't know it. It seems that I still underestimate this girl's talent. Second more. The flame of light merged into the 6 fires, and the torrent of flames caused by the 6 fires suddenly expanded with a punch, greatly increasing its power. At the same time, the field of 6 fires has also become the field of 7 fires. Click. No matter how high Moyusha's demon moon domain level is, there are limits that cannot be tolerated. At this moment, Meng Yaqing's Emperor Yan's 7th layer has exceeded this limit, which is still under the condition of the torrent of flames being suppressed. It is conceivable that once the domain is completely broken, the power of the flame torrent will reach an incredible level. No. I am the princess of the Demon Moon clan, how could I possibly lose? Mo Yuesha roared with a ferocious look on her face. It's just a pity, no matter how powerful the roar is, Mo Yuesha can't restore the result of the broken domain. When the domain shattered, the torrent of flames after the fusion of the 7 fires swept the entire sky, and the power like a flame king surged out. These people of the Yan clan include the true disciples of the peak of the sanctuary, as well as some senior Yan clan leaders in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. These oaths were not for Meng Yaqing's cultivation and strength, but for Qihua. Only Yan Haoqi's 6-fire physique can barely resist. Yan Haoqi's forehead is blue veins. Sooner or later, this woman will belong to this young master. How can this young man be in awe of his own woman? Puff. The domain was shattered, and the flames blasted away Moyusha's moonlight brilliance, bombarding Moyusha's body heavily. Mo Yuesha's body flashed, and a piece of holy armor was actually worn on Mo Yuesha's body. The level of this holy armor was quite high. However, under the constant bombardment of the torrent of flames, the sacred armor finally showed cracks, and Mo Yuesha was completely panicked. If such flames were not protected by the sacred armor, she would definitely be burned into nothingness. I admit defeat, you put away your flames. At this time, Han Feng's eyes suddenly changed, Meng Yaqing's face was pale, and she couldn't stop. Oops, Qing'er is not yet proficient in the fusion of the 7 fires. Han Feng was about to act when the red-robed ancestor who presided over the test had already waved his sleeves. Just when he was about to fall, he fell into a warm embrace. It was Han Feng who saw that something was wrong and immediately stepped forward and embraced Meng Yaqing. Why force yourself if you're not skilled yet? Han Feng blamed softly. I don't want to lose. Meng Yaqing's face turned red with a burst of manly breath. Seeing Meng Yaqing's shy face, Han Feng's cheeks twitched. When yin and yang merged, he was almost drained. At that time, Meng Yaqing was not shy at all. The people of the Yan clan can quit. At this moment, Meng Yaqing is not only a princess in their hearts, but an empress. How could their queen be committed to an outsider? It's just that the queen and the princess are different. After all, the princess is just a joke given to Meng Yaqing by the people of the Yan clan, because Meng Yaqing does have that princess fan. If they like it, they say that Meng Yaqing is the princess. The queen is a status that the people of the Yan clan truly recognize and cannot be shaken. Even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything to obstruct them. They only hoped that their queen would completely abandon the little outsiders after seeing their senior brother Yan. As Han Feng took Meng Yaqing into his arms and jumped off the stage, Mo Yuasha was dragged down by her fellow clan with an embarrassed face. The competition continued, but none of the competitions had the kind of shock that Meng Yaqing and Mo Yuasha brought to everyone when they fought. Seriously, the battle between Meng Yaqing and Mo Yuasha was not that intense, but the exposed 6-fire physique and even 7-fire physique had too much influence. One after another, the god of war Fu came to power, defeating the opponent in seconds. Xianqing Tian came to power and also defeated his opponent in seconds. Yan Haoqi's opponent was from the same clan, so he gave the same clan a face, fought for a few minutes before ending the battle, and gave this junior brother some guidance. Although the defeat was very fast, the true disciple of the Yan clan was not disappointed, but bowed to Yan Haoqi gratefully. Yan Haoqi smiled and glanced at Meng Yaqing involuntarily, hoping that Meng Yaqing could see the beautiful quality of his love for his junior and junior brothers. But then Yan Haoqi's face turned black, because Meng Yaqing's eyes didn't fall on him at all. Damn, this man. If sight could kill people, Han Feng would have died tens of thousands of times by now. Han Feng patted his head and smiled proudly at Yan Haoqi, and Yan Haoqi stepped down with a dark face. Hey, dare to covet my Qinger, I'll be mad at you. Han Feng was upset that Meng Yaqing was coveted by these self-righteous true disciples. In the second knockout match, it was finally Han Feng's turn to play. 6th heaven at the peak of sanctuary. Han Feng's eyes flashed. This time, Han Feng's luck is still not good. The peak of the 6th heaven of the sanctuary is definitely the best among the true disciples. Generally speaking, the peak of the 6th heaven of the sanctuary will appear around the 4th round. Fight. Meng Yaqing introduced the opponent to Han Feng through a voice transmission. This person is named Sha Yongzi, from the ancient Shahu tribe, with the blood of the Shahu, and ranks among the top 6 levels of the sanctuary peak. Han Feng nodded. Meng Yaqing gave a rough introduction. Han Feng almost understood. This ancient Sand Tiger clan was probably on the same level as the Spirit clan. Or even if it's bad, it's only slightly worse. This Sha Yongzi is either similar to Lingon, or even slightly worse than Lingon. At first, I had no resistance against Lingon, but now. Han Feng's fighting spirit was surging. Sha Yongzi felt Han Feng's surging fighting intent, frowned, and said lightly, in the same level, your outside warriors are like ants to me and other ancient tribes, and you can't change the fact with a casual fight. Forget it, it's not easy for you to cultivate until now, so I'll play with you. Hey, this kid is really unlucky. This time the opponent turned out to be Sha Yongzi of the ancient Sand Tiger clan. Sha Yongzi has a record of killing the outside world's sanctuary peak Jizongshan powerhouse, and his strength is close to surpassing the sanctuary peak. Qingtian's first-class 6th-level heaven. Just right, let our queen open her eyes to see what this outsider boy is. All the people of the Yan clan were gloating about misfortune, as if Han Feng was about to be defeated by embarrassment in the next moment. Oh? Have fun? I hope you don't spoil yourself. Han Feng didn't look annoyed, and smiled lightly, but a pair of dark pupils fluctuated with a touch of coldness. The third one. Tiger Domain. Sha Tianzi's expression froze, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and his body froze. The next moment, Sha Tianzi was annoyed. As a first-class ancient disciple of the top ancient clans in Beizhou continent, second only to the Yan clan, Sha Tianzi has a high self-esteem, let alone outsiders. He is worse than the ancient Shahu clan. The ancient disciple of the ancient clan, Sha Tianze never paid much attention to it. But now, he actually had a fear of an outsider martial artist, even if this fear was only for a short moment. Sha Tianze regarded it as a great shame. Sand tiger with claws. Suddenly, Sha Tianze moved, and he jumped out like a giant tiger. His hand swiped in the void, the space made a screeching sound, and countless claws shot out. Every claw strength is like a demon tiger, using all its strength to tear apart its prey. Han Feng's toes were a little on the ground, and he retreated like Qing Yan. At the same time, his figure kept dodging, and several claws passed by. Lotus bursting fist. Shuttled between the claws, Han Feng flicked his finger, but the lotus flame condensed by pure holy yuan fire burst away, and the 7 lotus flowers attacked Sha Tianze in a surrounding shape. Explode! Han Feng shouted in a low voice, between Sha Tianze's dodging. In an instant, the 7 lotus flowers exploded wildly, and the sea of fire raged. The crazy flame is like a man-devouring beast, swallowing Sha Tianze into it. Oops! There was a sea of flames everywhere, and Sha Tianze realized that it was impossible for him to dodge easily. Sandstorm Golden Pagoda. The yellow sand gushes out frantically with Sha Tianze as the center, forming a golden sand tower that wraps Sha Tianze in it. Even though it's just a yellow sand tower formed by the yellow sand, its defensive power is extraordinary. As a genius of the ancient clan, Sha Tianze's primordial spirit, saint body strength, and saint primordial concentration are the same as Han Feng's. Taken together, Sha Tianze's strength is not weak in the 6th heaven level, and he has displayed the Sandstorm Golden Pagoda, and its defensive ability is enough to defend against any attack under the late Sanctuary Peak powerhouse. The sea of fire devoured the yellow sand tower in an instant, making a rumbling sound, burning the yellow sand to black. Without Sha Tianze, the claws of the tiger claws that were torn out by the demon tiger gradually weakened, and Han Feng's palm Xingyuan condensed and patted them one after another, resisting all these claws. But at this moment, Sha Tianze burst out of the sand, and the momentum around him became even stronger. At this moment, Sha Tianze was different from the beginning. First of all, the nails of both hands were elongated and sharp, and the 2 palms swelled in a circle, revealing hair as hard as steel, which was like tiger claws like giant tigers. Sha Tianze's hair was originally waist length, but now these hairs have been stretched to several meters, and they are standing like steel needles, which looks very strange. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air in the space. Looking closely, a tiger tail about 2 meters long appeared behind Sha Tianze. The tiger tail was sandy yellow, and it looked like it was cast from yellow sand. Sha Tianze let out a roar, opened his mouth, revealing ferocious fangs, and the original pitch-black pupils turned into tiger eyes at this moment, staring at Han Feng with wide-open eyes. Have you already exerted the power of the blood vessels? Han Feng put away the somewhat careless attitude before, and solemnly came down. The forced Sha Tianze used his blood. This kid is really easy. Hey, what's the matter? Sha Tianze may not be stronger than Zhu Zai after he casts hemorrhage without using blood vessels. Such a result is reasonable, but with Sha Tianze using hemorrhage vessels, it's impossible for a kid to gain the upper hand. Although all the true disciples were surprised that Sha Tianze was at a disadvantage without using his bloodline, they were only surprised. The ancient geniuses are stronger than the outsiders. Not only are they far superior to outsiders in training, but their own bloodlines are stronger than those of outsiders. Sha Tianze's Shahu bloodline has fully reached the top-level holy level. Although it has not reached the high level, it is also a middle-level level. The bloodline power that can be exerted now has almost reached the limit of high-level holy products, and even exceeded it a little. Originally, it was only a cultivation base that was close to the peak in the late 6th stage, but now it has skyrocketed to the early stage of the 8th stage. Sand Tiger Field. A layer of sand yellow domain expanded rapidly, covering all the venues in the blink of an eye. Being in the sand yellow domain, Han Feng felt the suppression from the domain. Although the sand tiger domain is a special domain, Sha Tianzi's body cultivation is only in the late 6th stage, so this domain is equivalent to the normal domain between the 6th and 7th levels. Even if Sha Tianzi's cultivation has skyrocketed, and even the realm has also slightly improved, it is only comparable to the ordinary peak 7th heaven realm. But Sha Tianzi believes that this field is enough to deal with Han Feng. Han Feng's cultivation was suppressed to around the early and middle stages of the 6th heaven. Hey, this kid is finished, and being suppressed by the sand tiger domain, the gap between the two sides will only get bigger and bigger. That's right, if Sha Tianzi still wants to play, this kid can linger for a while. If Sha Tianzi doesn't want to play anymore, this kid. In the sand tiger field, the sand tigers condensed and formed, roaring to the sky, and then they rushed towards Han Feng with a ferocious aura. Xuanhuan domain, congeal. Silver-white flame swept out of Han Feng's body. Aurora Xuanhuan was already a high-grade and high-level strange fire. In terms of speciality, it was even higher than the sand tiger domain. What's more, Aurora Xuanhuan has the effect of swallowing the realm. The silver-white flame field surged rapidly in the sand-yellow field, and many sand tigers slammed into the flame field, uttering a groan and turning into ashes. What? The face of Sha Tianzi, who was still smiling, suddenly froze, showing an unbelievable look. The opponent's domain is also a special domain, so special that the cultivation base is only the limit of the 6th heaven, but the domain is enough to match the peak 7th heaven. Field comparable. It's all equivalent to the peak 7th heaven domain, but I took the lead and covered you first. How easy is it to escape? Sha Tianzi was very angry, only to feel that his face was lost again and again. It was hot of. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, and all the domain suppression in the sand tiger domain came with a bang. Han Feng smiled slightly, and with a flick of his finger, the flames of the silver flame domain spurted out, like opening a mouth, swallowing all the domain suppression. This? Sha Tianzi was stunned. There is such a strange realm, even the power of the realm and the suppression of the realm can be swallowed? In the blink of an eye, Han Feng's Xuanhuan domain had swelled to its limit, colliding with the barrier of the sand tiger domain. The two fields are actually half a pound. Xuanhuan has the effect of devouring. With the current power of Aurora Xuanhuan, only the realm of the small perfection realm cannot swallow it. The sand tiger domain did not shatter with a smashing sound, but a huge hole melted weirdly, and the Xuanhuan domain followed this tone and sprang out, and finally expanded again, wrapping the sand tiger domain inside. No matter how Sha Tianzi drives the field, the Shahe field is like white snow that has been poured with hot water, gradually melting, and finally disappearing. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. How, but, canned Sha Tianzi, whose eyes widened, his tone unbelievable. Not only Sha Tianzi, but also many true disciples around him couldn't believe it. At the same level, outsiders are definitely not the opponents of ancient geniuses, but now, an outsider has actually suppressed Sha Tianzi in the field. How can this not surprise many true disciples? This time, the true disciples are truly facing Han Feng squarely. Among the true disciples, Sha Tianzi is enough to rank in the top 10. Even if Han Feng loses in the end, just relying on the domain to suppress Sha Tianzi, these top 10 true disciples should not be careless, otherwise it will be easy capsized in the gutter. Of course, this top 10 does not count the 3 gods of war Fu. Being in the Xuanhuan domain, the domain suppression from the Xuanhuan domain fell on Zhan Fu Xin. This is the first time that Han Feng has used his domain to suppress others. In the past, Han Feng has always fought better than himself. Suppress. Sha Tianzi was originally comparable to the cultivation base in the early stage of the 8th layer. At this moment, although he was not suppressed by the great 7th layer realm, he was indeed no longer the 8th layer. It was between the 7th and 8th layers. Sha Tianzi's face was gloomy. Even if the domain suppresses me, as long as the combat power is strong enough, it can tear your domain apart. Tiger soars and slashes. In front of Sha Tianzi, the yellow sand condensed like a sandstorm and turned into a yellow giant sword. The yellow giant sword hummed, and there was a faint sound of the roar of a demon tiger. The next moment, the giant sword had already slashed towards the barrier of Xuanhuan domain. The power of this sword has already reached the level of high-grade sanctuary. Boom! The giant sword slammed into the domain barrier fiercely, and the silver flames of the domain barrier surged wildly. The entire Xuanhuan domain trembled violently at this moment. Han Feng frowned slightly. It seems that such a field alone cannot trap this Sha Tianzi for a long time, and the field will definitely be broken after a few more times. In that case, heavenly immortal body, congeal. Boom boom boom. The bright white light rose into the sky. Han Feng stepped on the fairy cloud, and the fairy pattern on his forehead appeared, shining like a golden fairy. The celestial body has reached the peak level, which is no worse than the high-level bloodline. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation base has skyrocketed like a golden mountain. However, in his own domain, Han Feng's cultivation level has to be increased slightly, which also exceeds the 7th level, but has not reached the 8th level. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation is no worse than Sha Tianzi. With the sharp increase in cultivation, the stability of the Xuanhuan domain has greatly increased, and the domain that was originally trembling has gradually stabilized. Seeing this, Sha Tianzi's face became more and more solemn. Now Sha Tianzi finally realized that Han Feng was different from the external warriors in his impression. If he was not serious, he would probably lose the competition. Immediately, the holy essence surged in Sha Tianzi's body, no longer thinking about breaking through the field, but a real battle with Han Feng. If you can defeat Han Feng in the field of Han Feng, that is the real victory. What did this kid do? He obviously doesn't have the power of the bloodline. How could the increase be so amazing? The ancient disciples were dumbfounded. They were quite sure that they did not feel the power of the bloodline, but Han Feng's cultivation base sword, which was no weaker than the existence of the high-level bloodline of the high-level holy grade, which made the ancient disciples not surprised. A sanctuary peak 6th level limit true disciple, with good eyesight gasped, "I'm afraid this is the holy domain's unique knowledge that this kid has learned." On the high platform, many patriarchs were naturally shocked, and many patriarchs were a little panicked. The ancients looked down on the outside world, naturally because the outside world with strong bloodlines was too rare, but in the ancients there were as many as the hair of a cow. But now, an outsider martial artist has reached a level no lower than that of a high-level bloodline because of the unique skills of the sanctuary. Does this mean that? Seeing this, Patriarch Yen snorted coldly, "What are you panicking? This brat must have comprehended this kind of secret knowledge. How can it be spread widely in the outside world? Even if it is spread, the fit is not high. It will definitely not be able to reach the performance of this brat." Level. After Patriarch Yen said this, many patriarchs reacted and breathed a sigh of relief. In the Xuanhuan domain, Sha Tianzi's hair like steel needles instantly turned into steel needles all over the sky, densely stabbing Han Feng, and at the same time, the tiger's tail also slammed wildly. The heavenly immortal thousand dragon palm. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Thousands of flood dragons roared out one after another, rushing towards the steel needles in an instant. Sand tiger seal. Breaking the heavenly fist. Sandstorm is all over the sky. Lotus smashing fist. Sand roll space. Emperor burning heaven's finger. In the shocked gazes of the true disciples, Han Feng and Sha Tianzi were fighting hard. It was clear that Sha Tianzi had done his best, but Han Feng was like a sponge. He thought he had reached the limit, but he was able to squeeze out more. Lots of water. The sand roll space is already an extremely high level in the top-grade sanctuary's secret knowledge. The sandstorm rolls out, as if the space will be annihilated. But it was such a powerful move, but a giant flame finger rushed into the sandstorm, and the flames overflowed from the sandstorm, swallowing the sandstorm abruptly. Hoo-hoo. After performing several powerful unique skills, Sha Tianzi's face has gradually turned pale, and he is even more out of breath. On the other hand, Han Feng, the fifth layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, has reached the late-stage high-level limit, and the recovery ability is not weaker than the peak Jizanshan limit, and even surpasses it by a lot. This kind of recovery ability is placed on the 6th level cultivation base, which is enough to allow Han Feng to support the battle for a longer time. Compared with Sha Tianzi, Han Feng just breathed a little tighter. Sha Tianzi took a deep look at Han Feng. Being able to force me to such a point, you are the first outsider warrior, I hope you can resist the next move. Reaching out and swiping in the void, a giant knife appeared in Sha Tianzi's hand, and a suffocating aura shook out. That strong fluctuation is impressively a top-grade holy weapon. Shaha dazzling slash. In an instant, the huge sword Qi shone down on the sky like a brilliant light, and the Zhongyan domain shattered at this moment. At this moment, Sha Tianzi's combat power has already surpassed the peak level of sanctuary. The holy eye of the stars, open. The holy pupil of the star on Han Feng's forehead used an illusion to affect Sha Tianzi. Sha Tianzi's figure froze, and the brilliant knife light cut through the space, and still attacked Han Feng straight. Just such a meal, let Han Feng shoot a golden light, and this meal also let the knife light dissipate a trace of power invisibly. The golden light burst out, and when it was close to the knife light, it instantly turned into a huge golden brick, like a giant mountain topping Mount Tai. High-grade and high-grade holy artifact. The true disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Top-grade holy artifact is extremely precious in the ancients. Although high-grade holy artifact is not as good as top-grade holy artifact, it is not something that anyone can own, especially high-grade and high-grade, let alone what true disciples want. A mere outsider martial artist actually has a high-grade holy weapon that most of the true disciples cannot possess, which shocked the true disciples and made them extremely jealous. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, slash. How can this kid, Hida, have such a holy weapon? Many true disciples roared in their hearts. Even Sha Tianzi was surprised for a while. Boom! The giant brick like a giant mountain collided with the sword light fiercely, and the sword energy overflowed in an instant, and the golden light scattered. Circles of energy aftermath spread like ripples, and the valley shook. Sha Tianzi's Sand Tiger Dazzling Slash is a top-grade high-grade holy domain secret technique, combined with a high-grade holy sword in his hand. Its power is incredible. The Shantian sacred brick is purely a holy weapon, so after a long stalemate, the Shantian sacred brick was finally repelled by the sword light, turning into a golden light and flying towards Han Feng. The knife light continued to attack Han Feng, but it was nearly 3 times smaller than the most prosperous period. With a wave of Han Feng's sleeve robe, 9 flaming lotuses appeared in front of him, and each flaming lotus bloomed with a strange silver color. Just as Sha Tianzi was about to sneer, it was not that he had not used this trick before, and he could still resist his attack, but soon Sha Tianzi felt something was wrong. The previous flame lotus was not such a color at all. But at this moment, the 9 flaming lotuses flew towards the knife light in unison, exuding the power of flames that would destroy the sky and destroy the earth. It is also the 5th highest realm of the lotus smashing fist. It is condensed with the fire of its own holy essence and condensed by the aurora Zhongyan, and its power is incomparable. The flaming lotus flower condensed with the fire of its own holy essence, although the power is high in the top-grade Holy Domain secret arts, it is still slightly worse than the top. However, the power of the flaming lotus condensed with Aurora Tsangyan has surpassed the top-grade and high-grade sanctuary secret arts, and it is only slightly inferior to the Holy Flame Han Tian fist that integrates Aurora Tsangyan. 9 flaming lotus flowers surrounded the knife light and exploded. The flame instantly drowned the knife light. If the knife light was still in its heyday, it might be possible to cut a passage from the sea of fire, but the knife light at this moment can only be completely swallowed by the flame. Boom! The sea of fire rolled, and many silver flames swept out. Oops! Sha Tianzi quickly retreated, but he didn't dodge in time, and was hit by a silver flame. Puff! Sha Tianzi was already consuming a huge amount of energy. After being hit by such a blow, he vomited blood and flew out. Before he landed, the blood of Sha Hu had been withdrawn into his body. Seeing this, the ancestor of the red robe immediately decided the winner. Taking a dignified look at Han Feng, the red-robed old man realized that he probably underestimated this martial artist from the outside world. Hooked his lips. Interesting, let the old man see how far you can go. Han Feng jumped off the stage, and Meng Yaqing smiled at Han Feng, but she couldn't hide the surprise on Meng Yaqing's face. Obviously, even Meng Yaqing had always been full of confidence in Han Feng, but she never thought that Han Feng would be so powerful. The combat power that surpasses the peak of the sanctuary can also be ranked among the ancients. It will definitely not be cannon fodder, and it is unmatched in the outside world. Even if it is a hidden force from the outside world, there will not be too many such masters. The three of Yan Jia were completely dumbfounded. Thinking back to the first time they met, Han Feng's cultivation realm was not as good as theirs, but his combat power was extraordinary. But now, the cultivation base has pulled them far away, and their combat power has thrown them away. Even Han Fengwei's tail can't be seen. Zhang Fuyu was stunned for a while, then smiled bitterly. Xian's ancestor was lost. Qing'er has 10 fire physiques and was overtaken by this child. What the heck is this? Looks like the old lady has no reason to stop these two. Han Feng's cultivation and combat power made ancestor Ziyun decide to push the two of them no matter what. On the high platform, the patriarch of the ancient Shahe clan originally looked ugly when he saw that Sha Tianzi frequently fell into the downwind, but now he has returned to normal. Although the ancients are arrogant and look down on the outsiders, they also respect the strong. Han Feng's performance has shown that he has enough strength to defeat Sha Tianzi, so Sha Tianzi's loss is not a shame for the ancient Shahu tribe. Not to mention, is this really the limit of outsiders? The patriarch of the ancient Shahe clan squinted slightly, and then smiled casually. Even if he didn't reach the limit, he would have his true disciples to verify his heart. Clan Chief Yan clenched his fists tightly. With a battle strength beyond the peak, this son is actually so strong. Cheer. No, with Cheer's strength, she will not lose, but Cheer's combat power is. Among the true disciples. The disciples of the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary no longer dared to ignore Han Feng, and it could even be said that they treated Han Feng as an enemy. Even Sha Tianzi lost, and they were not much stronger than Sha Tianzi. What's more, they are not sure whether Han Feng has used all his strength. This time, God Zhanfu and Yan Haoqi finally began to look at Han Feng with a positive eye. With such combat power, even if they did not use their bloodline, it would be difficult to defeat them. You are qualified to let me take action seriously. Yan Haoqi secretly said in his heart. Sha Tianzi lost, this kid. It's no wonder that the princess has a crush on this child, he is indeed better than us. We underestimate the outside world warriors. Are the outside world warriors so strong now? Humph. What is it to win Sha Tianzi? Could it be that the three of them won the battle against Fu Shen? Han Feng's performance has indeed won the respect of most of the true disciples. Those who were still suspicious of Meng Yaqing's vision before are also praised at this moment. But in the end, there are still a small number of people who are not very broad-minded, falling into envy, jealousy, and hatred and unable to extricate themselves. Han Feng's second appearance caused another shock, this time far from being comparable to before. However, the game still has to continue, and the third round of knockout will officially start soon. This time, Meng Yaqing encountered a master of the 6th level heaven at the peak of the sanctuary. To Meng Yaqing's surprise, this master directly conceded defeat. You must know that although Meng Yaqing can fuse the 7 fires, she can't even exert 10% of her power. Her cultivation is only a first layer, and there is absolutely no possibility of defeating the geniuses of the 6th layer ancient clan. Then Han Feng understood that this 6th level sanctuary peak was a genius of the Yan clan. Facing the awe of Meng Yaqing, who possessed the physique of the 7 fires, he was unwilling to fight against Meng Yaqing. Han Feng sighed, I still underestimate the importance these Yan clans place on their physique. If these people knew that Yaqing had a 10-fire physique, I don't know what kind of face they would look like. Is it because the 10-fire physique is exposed, Yan Haoqi is too inferior to dare to pursue it? The third round of knockout came to an end soon, and Han Feng's opponent this time was Wu Hongshan, and he also conceded defeat. In the fourth round, Meng Yaqing met the peak of the other ancient clans, Wu Hongshan, and finally lost. Han Feng met an ancient genius who was slightly weaker than Sha Tianzi, and won after a battle. After rounds of knockout rounds, soon only the last 4 remained in the true disciple ancient race. The 4 were Zhan Fuxin, Xianqing Tian, Yan Haoqi, and Han Feng. According to the number card, the next will be Zhan Fuxin against Xianqing Tian, Yan Haoqi against Han Feng. No matter which battle it was, everyone was very excited. The third one. The first to play were Zhan Fuxin and Xianqing Tian. On the high platform, Patriarch Zhan didn't take Xianqing Tian to heart. In terms of the time to break through to the 7th heaven, God Zhan Fu was much earlier than Xianqing Tian, only Patriarch Xian looked strange. Patriarch Xian knows that the recent increase in Xianqing Tian's cultivation and combat power is a bit strange, and the final result is really hard to say. On the battle platform, God Zhan Fu stared at Xianqing Tian, and chuckled abruptly, although other people rated you as the true 3 giants alongside me, in my eyes, it's not like that. Okay, nonsense. Don't talk about it, take action, and let me see what progress you have made these days. The actions of God Zhan Fu obviously did not take Xianqing Tian into consideration. After all, it was too short for Xianqing Tian to break through to the 7th layer of heaven, and it took at least 100 years for the god of war to break through to the 7th layer of heaven. Before Xianqing Tian had broken through to the 7th heaven, the true disciples only had 2 giants, namely Zhanfu God and Yan Haoqi. After Xianqing Tian had broken through to the 7th heaven, the true disciples became 3 giants. However, Xianqing Tian broke through to the 7th heaven in the last few years. In such a short period of time, it is very likely that God Zhanfu may not even have a stable realm. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of Zhanfu God, the true disciples are divided into 4 grades. The first level was him and Yan Haoqi, the second level was Xianqing Tian, the third level was that of Sha Tianzi, and the fourth level was below Sha Tianzi. There is a big gap between each grade, and the god of war Fu is even confident that Xianqing Tian can be completely solved within more than 10 moves. Xianqing Tian sneered, extremely arrogant. The dark pupils are like ink, no one can find the blood red flashing in the depths of Xianqing Tian's pupils. Saint Thunder Sky Flash. With a loud shout, the violent thunder serpentinely shot out, shooting at the god of war Fu at an extremely strange angle. The shield of the god of war. Zhan Fuxin raised his hand and condensed an energy shield in front of him. This shield can be said to be the most basic ability of the Xuanhuan bloodline. Almost every member of the Xuanhuan family can comprehend this basic unique skill, such as Zhang Fuyu at the time. It has been mastered before breaking through the sanctuary. These basic sanctuary secrets are improved with the improvement of the cultivation base, but they are not considered powerful at the same level. The god of war Fu is now close to the peak of the late 7th stage of the sanctuary, and the shield of the god of war has long since been elevated to the realm of high-grade and high-grade sanctuary, which is used to resist high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary such as Saint Thunder Sky Flash. Not difficult. Crackling. Sure enough, the violent thunder and lightning bombarded the shield of the god of war one after another, but it only made the shield of the god of war shine for a while, and the shield of the god of war did not retreat in the slightest. Tianlei cut off the gun. Xian Qingtian's expression didn't change, and he didn't even think that a sanctuary like Sacred Thunder Sky Flash would be able to defeat the god of war Fu, but god of war Fu was not that weak. Zhang Fushan's face became a little dignified. God of war spinning fist. Layer after layer of whirlpools emerged, and golden combat fists with fierce power suddenly burst out from the whirlpool. Boom! The lightning spear instantly hit the golden battle fist, and the lightning and golden light swept out, stirring up a whirlwind of lightning and golden color. Click! The golden battle fist made a crisp sound, and the thunderbolt shot cracked a crack at the position of the golden battle fist, and then more and more cracks spread out around this point. Boom! The golden-colored battle fist collapsed and turned into a golden-colored mass of energy that surged out. The thunder gun was unafraid, cut a bloody path, passed directly through the golden-colored energy mass, and shot straight at the god of war Fu. Zhang Fushan's face condensed. Good boy, I underestimate you, then I will be a little more serious. The blood of the god of war. Congeal. God of war roars. The condensed body of the god of war roared up to the sky, sending out a roar that shook the sky. The sound waves rolled in, and the space shook, as if the sky was about to collapse with this roar. Demonstrating the bloodline of the god of war, the cultivation of god of war Fu jumped directly to the limit of the sanctuary peak Jizongshan, which was slightly exceeded. This roar, the combat power has surpassed the level of the peak of the sanctuary, and the outside world ordinary sanctuary peak 9th level martial artist is affected by this roar. I am afraid that the 7 orifices will bleed. It's a pity that the god of war Fu is facing Xian Qingtian, who has the same powerful bloodline. The purple-yellow thunder shone, and Xian Qingtian's own cultivation level rolled out of the thunderstorm and rose into the sky. What? Zhang Fushan's pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. Isn't this Xian Qingtian just promoted to the 7th heaven a few years ago? How could it suddenly be promoted to the 7th heaven limit level? Could it be? Could it be that this Xian Qingtian has been hiding his strength? Yes, it must be so. Fushan Zhang's face was hideous, and he didn't want to believe that Xian Qingtian would not only stabilize his realm in a short period of time, but also soar to the limit of the 7th heaven. Not only the god of war Fu, but the rest of the true disciples did not believe it. Most of them believed that Xian Qingtian had always hidden his strength and did not reveal it. On the high platform, Clan Chief Zhang's face was very ugly. Originally, his son was on the stage, and he even thought that his son was about to show his strength and defeat Xian Qingtian. Who would have thought that Xian Qingtian's strength was so strong? Patriarch Xian, you are hiding so deeply. Clan Chief Zhang said with a faint smile. A mysterious smile flashed across Patriarch Xian's face, but he had a wry smile in his heart. Even he didn't understand why Xian Qingtian's strength had improved so much in just a few short years. Only one thing was certain, that was the former Xian Qingtian did not hide his strength. Under the battlefield, Han Feng listened to the discussions of the surrounding true disciples and sighed secretly. Only he understood why Xian Qingtian had improved so much. This is that Xian Qingtian only stayed on the 4th floor, and he was defeated by me and did not enter the 5th floor, otherwise Xianqing Tian would get the blood core of the 5th floor blood beast. I am afraid it is not only the limit of the 7th layer, the 8th layer, and even the blood core. 9 heavens is also possible. On the battlefield, God Zhan Fu sneered again and again, have you been hiding your strength and preparing to be a blockbuster? It seems that you are taking me as a stepping stone. Today I will let you know how wrong your behavior is. At this time, Xianqing Tian had already exerted the body of Xianlei, and his cultivation had surpassed the peak realm of the sanctuary, which was even better than that of the god of war Fu. Fu Shenjian's face was ugly, not only his cultivation, but even the control of his bloodline. This Xianqing Tian was also above him. God of War furious fingers. The body of the god of war raised his finger, and the golden light of the sky burst out, turning into a giant golden finger, breaking through the layers of space and falling down. Xianlei holy slash. Boom boom boom. A burst of energy storms oscillated out, and the ground on the battle platform cracked open with a crack like a spider web. Xianqing Tian stepped firmly on the ground with his feet firmly on the ground, and he was deeply immersed in the ground. The Saint Yuan poured out from the body of God Zhan Fu, and the golden fingers continued to increase their power like the top of Mount Tai. Thunder Dragon's Wrath. Xianqing Tian also seemed to realize that Xianlei's sacred slash might not be the opponent of the god of war Fu. The purple gold thunder dragon roared out, and in a blink of an eye, he wrapped the golden giant finger, like it is a ferocious giant snake that rolls humans into a circle, and the body is constantly exerting pressure. The golden fingers quickly couldn't bear the pressure and turned into golden stars that dissipated between the sky and the earth. Thunder Dragon roared, and when his body moved in the air, he rushed towards the god of war Fu. Thunder and lightning represent destruction and destruction. Before the thunder and lightning approached, God Zhan Fu felt his body numb for a while. Damn, this move was originally intended to deal with Yan Hao Qi, but I didn't expect. The god of war Fu took a deep breath and found a slender golden holy sword in his hand. God of war slashes the ground. The golden sword light burst out of the space, and the dazzling golden excitement couldn't open their eyes. But even if they couldn't open their eyes, they could feel the terrifying power contained in this slash. The God of War's ground slash can be said to be a half-step top-grade sanctuary's secret knowledge level. With the help of the golden holy sword's increase, the power of this slash is no less than the ordinary top-grade sanctuary's secret knowledge. The cultivation of the god of war Fu is vaguely beyond the peak level of the sanctuary. With this cut, the combat power has been infinitely close to the small perfection of the sanctuary. Ordinary sanctuary peak Jizongshan is enough to kill dozens of them in seconds. If it weren't for the gap between the sanctuary's small perfection realm and the sanctuary peak's peak, it was not comparable to the difference between every normal day. I'm afraid that the attack power of the god of war had already reached the sanctuary's small perfection realm. As soon as this cut was made, everyone looked at Xianqing Tian. If Xianqing Tian didn't have the same trump card, he was afraid that he would lose this time. However, he saw a strange smile on the corner of Xianqing Tian's mouth, and the next moment, a terrifying blood surged into the sky. The blood-colored energy enveloped Xianqing Tian, and the original purple-gold Xianlei battle armor seemed to be contaminated with blood at this moment, and turned into a thick blood-colored battle armor. The dark pupils radiated blood-colored light, and Xianqing Tian at the moment was like Shura who came out of the sea of blood. Gorfine's will. Xianqing Tian murmured 4 words in a low voice, the corners of his mouth widened and he let out a crazy laugh. As soon as the bloody aura came out, the true disciples around the battlefield let out a groan, and all kinds of hallucinations appeared. These hallucinations are all bloody and terrifying, and the eyes looking at Xianqing Tian can't help showing horror. The blood-colored barrier stubbornly resisted the golden sword light, and no matter how the golden sword light hit, it could not break through the blood-colored barrier. How is that possible? God Zhan Fu exclaimed in horror. Han Feng's expression also changed greatly. This. What the hell is this? How did Xian Qingtian's cultivation level rise to such a terrifying level? Out, Xian Qingtian soared to the realm of small perfection in the sanctuary. No matter how strong the attack of God Xuanfu is, it is only infinitely close to the sanctuary small perfection, and there is still an insurmountable gap between it and the real small perfection. Therefore, even if Xian Qingtian's aura was only equivalent to the lowest realm in the early stage of the first stage of the small perfection, it was enough to easily resist the golden sword glow. Hearing Xian Qingtian's frantic laughter from time to time, Han Feng shuddered a little. If he also refined the blood core, would he be like this now? Although it looks a lot stronger, it doesn't look like a normal person, no matter how you look at it. How can normal people make such eerie, body-chilling laughter? Yan Haoqi stepped back and was shocked by the blood-colored aura. This Zhuang Qingshan. What kind of adventure is there? Actually. At this moment, Yan Haoqi's face became completely solemn. He thought that among the true disciples, only God Xuanfu was worthy of his all-out efforts, but now it seems. Clan Chief Zhan's face, it is extremely ugly. If his son loses, he can only compete for third and fourth. When did his god of war family fall to such a point? Which one is not the first or the second, and even the first occupies the majority? Although Xian Qingtian was a little surprised by the combat power Xian Qingtian showed at this moment, it was more of a constant unease in his heart. On the battlefield, Xian Qingtian suddenly stretched out his hand, the blood-colored energy turned into a blood-colored big hand, and directly grasped the golden sword glow in one hand under the shocked gaze of the god of war. Xian Qingtian's blood-colored pupils showed a cold smile, and the blood-colored big hand slammed hard, only to hear a bang, and the golden sword light shattered. The shattering of the sword beam erupted with unparalleled power, and even the blood-colored hand was almost destroyed, but the blood-colored hand was replenished afterward, and the blood-colored hand was recondensed, and a palm shot towards Xuanfu God. Guardian of the God of War. Xuanfu God's face changed wildly, but the power of the blood-colored big hand was still far beyond the imagination of God of War. The big bloody hand slapped on the body of God Xuanfu, and God Xuanfu felt as if he had been hit hard, and he vomited blood and flew upside down. God Fu. The patriarch Zhan stood up in anger, his body suddenly flew away, and he was about to shoot at Xian Qingtian with one palm. Seeing this, the Xian patriarch was very annoyed, and he showed his body to intercept the Zhan patriarch. Zhan, do you still want to take action against the juniors? Many ancient patriarchs looked at the Zhan patriarch with strange eyes. It is full of uncertainty, and it is extremely normal to be injured. Not a few of their ancient disciples are injured. But who would take revenge on a junior like Patriarch Zhan? This surnamed Zhan is too narrow-minded. Only then did Patriarch Zhan realize what he had done, and his face was dark. At the time of Zhan Tianqing before, he was only worried about Zhan Tianqing's grandfather, so he would take action. The worst thing to say is to put on a pretense and show it to Zhan Tianqing's grandfather, so that the grandfather who will be punished by Zhan Tianqing will find an excuse to trouble him in the future. And this time it was truly involuntary. God Xuanfu was the son of the clan chief Zhan, who had high hopes. Seeing that God Xuanfu suffered heavy losses, how could the clan chief Zhan hold back? Taking a deep breath, the patriarch Zhan bowed his hands to the patriarch Xian. It's because Zhan was agitated for a while, and I asked the patriarch Xian not to care. Although the patriarch Xian was dissatisfied, he understood that, after all, the disciple is the disciple, and the son is the son. His son was severely injured, and he might be angry and shot at the moment. The red-robed ancestor waved his sleeves, and it was Xian Qingtian who announced this victory. The true disciples around the battlefield were silent for a while. Before that, they never thought that this would be the case. End of this chapter. These true disciples regard Xian Qingtian as the third giant, and they also regard Xianqing Tian as a powerhouse of the same level as Yanhaoqi and Zhanfu God. But these true disciples knew in their hearts that Xianqing Tian's breakthrough time was still short, and it was very likely that he would not be the opponent of Yanhaoqi and Zhanfu Shen. Regarding the battle between Xianqing Tian and Zhanfu God, most of the true disciples thought that if Zhanfu God used all his strength, Xianqing Tian would most likely lose. In other words, most of the true disciples did not think that Xianqing Tian would win. Only a small number of true disciples thought that a miracle might happen, and it was not that such a thing had never happened in previous competitions, but even so, they believed that Xianqing Tian would definitely pay a heavy price. But the final result? Xianqing Tian's cultivation level soared to the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, and he directly slapped the god of war. They never thought that Xianqing Tian would be so powerful that the gap between the god of war and Xianqing Tian would be so big. It's amazing, this Xianqing Tian is really hidden. Yeah, it's been a low-key until now, but it's a blockbuster, but it's a pity that the god of war Fu has become a stepping stone. I thought the first meeting would be in the birth between Yanhaoqi and Zhanfu God, now it seems that the first is Xianqing Tian, the second should be Yanhaoqi, and the third is probably born between Han Feng and Zhanfu God. The third is impossible to be the god of war Fu. I didn't see that god of war Fu was slapped with a slap. It is estimated that the third and fourth competition will not even be able to play. Xianqing Tian's slap is so awesome? God Zhanfu hasn't woken up until now. The outsider is really lucky, if not, he wouldn't even be able to get in the top 3. What happened to the bloody armor? And Xianqing Tian is now, the body of Xianlei is not like this. It is estimated that Xianqing Tian got some fortuitous encounter. A group of true disciples were discussing, and they even brought the topic to Han Feng and Yanhaoqi, and some were right. Xianqing Tian was curious about the adventure. Xianqing Tian stepped off the stage, the Gorfiends will slowly retracted, and he glanced at the unconscious Zhanfu God without a trace, and Xianqing Tian's mouth showed a strange smile. When God Zhanfu wakes up again, he will be my blood slave. It's just that compared to God Zhanfu, I want to turn that silver fire saint into my blood slave. With a flash of eyes, Xianqing Tian closed it. Eyes, no one around dared to approach, the previous bloody aura gave them too much impression. It's my turn to play. Han Feng moved slightly. Meng Yaqing grabbed Han Feng's hand, do your best, don't force it. Hey, do you have no confidence in me? Han Feng winked at Meng Yaqing. If you don't hide your trump card, you are naturally not Yanhaoqi's opponent. If you have a trump card, I will trust you. Meng Yaqing smiled slightly. Then just wait for me to win. This sentence was obviously telling Meng Yaqing that he was not at his full strength when fighting Sha Tianze. On the battle stage, Yanhaoqi had a solemn face and sneered, I will do my best, I hope you can hold on for a while. The fate of the god of war made Yanhaoqi extremely vigilant. In order not to fall into the same situation, Yanhaoqi decided to start with all his strength. 5 flames of different colors appeared around Yanhaoqi's body, and then quickly merged together. The terrifying temperature swept out, like falling into a sea of fire. Red cliff flame slash. The flames roared, and there seemed to be a giant flaming knife condensed and formed in the sea of fire. At the moment of forming, the flames surged to both sides, making a huge space for the giant knife. The Yan people do not have blood, what they have is only physical constitution. Therefore, it is impossible for the Yan clan to increase their cultivation during the battle, but when they fuse different holy fires and then integrate them into the sanctuary will burst out with extremely powerful power, and this power burst out. The damage caused is no worse than having a bloodline to cast a bloodline. Chi Bai Flame Slash is only considered a top-grade and high-grade sanctuary, but after integrating into the 5 fires, it is no worse than the best-grade sanctuary, and it is not even the lowest-grade best-grade sanctuary. The same sanctuary's unique skills, the power in the hands of different people is naturally different. If it was the sanctuary Xiaocheng who performed the best sacred art, the momentum would definitely be earth-shattering and sky-shattering. However, if it is only the peak of the sanctuary, it will not have such a big momentum. It's just that compared to the true disciples at the peak of the sanctuary, such power is still incredibly powerful. Heavenly immortal body, condense. Holy flame battle body, condense. Lotus bursting fist. The 9 flaming lotuses turned into a torrent of silver flames and swept away. Boom! The torrent of silver flames and the torrent of 5 fires collided, like 2,000-foot ocean waves colliding, and the sea of fire violently churned, like a man-devouring monster. In the violently churning sea of flames, the flaming giant knife slashed down, as if to cut a passage leading to Han Feng, and then slashed towards Han Feng. The sea of silver flames surged, resisting the huge flames, and every time a road was split, more silver flames were added. Humph! Yan Haoqi snorted coldly, his hand slammed into a seal, and the fusion of the 5 fires increased again. In an instant, the 5 fire torrents had the upper hand, and the continuously permeating fire waves had overwhelming power, constantly oppressing the silver fire waves. The 5 fire waves are getting higher and higher, but the silver fire waves are gradually weakening. If this is all your strength, then you are sure to lose. Yan Haoqi looked confident. I didn't expect this kid from the outside world to hide his trump card, and his cultivation level has increased a little bit just now, but that's not Yan Haoqi's opponent. Do you have all your cards? I remained suspicious. The true disciples exchanged opinions when they saw the battle scene. Fusion, Holy Flame Fighting Fist. Fusion, Holy Flame Battle Body. Han Feng took a deep breath, and the silver flame armor emerged, majestic and majestic. The silver flame giant fist was like a meteor, instantly, and the flame giant knife collision. Boom! As if the sun-like light of the sun suddenly lit up in the dark night, the terrifying roar and dazzling light caused the surrounding true disciples to close their eyes subconsciously, which was deafening. The cultivation base is slightly weaker, and the ears have already overflowed with blood. The weaker one fell to the ground with blood spurting. The silver sea of fire spread its teeth and danced its claws, instantly annihilating the torrent of 5 fires, and even more forcefully slammed towards Yan Haoqi. The holy flame battle body is combined with the aurora Tsangyan, plus the celestial body. Just the cultivation base Han Feng is not lower than the limit of the holy domain peak Zhizhongshan. Demonstrating the holy flame banging the sky fused with the aurora Tsangyan, the power of this sea of fire far exceeds the peak level of the sanctuary. Yan Haoqi's back spread the flame wings condensed by the 5 fires, and quickly lifted into the air. Facing the sea of fire, Yan Haoqi's eyes flashed, and he did not know when a long spear appeared in his hand, the third one. This is obviously a fire attribute holy spear, and looking at its fluctuations, it is obviously the top-grade holy artifact, and it is only one step away from the best holy artifact. Although it is a fire attribute, the whole body of the holy spear is pitch black as ink, and only the spear's barrel is embellished with runes in the shape of purple flames. The holy spear in Yan Haoqi's hand slammed out, and purple flames swept out, in the shape of a spinning top, spinning and rushing into the sea of fire. Because of the rotation of the flame, it stirred up the storm, immersed in the sea of flames, and traveled. With the blessing of the holy spear, Yan Haoqi's strength greatly increased. In this regard, Han Feng is not surprised. Even the god of war Fu has a powerful holy weapon, how could Yan Haoqi not have it? Seeing that the swirling flame shot by the opponent's holy spear was about to break through the sea of fire, Han Feng pointed at a point in the void, and the energy like a fairy energy condensed wildly around the finger. The heavenly immortal snake and dragon fingers. The dazzling white light ascended to the sky, and a giant snake with a whole body crystal clear like jade appeared. The heavenly immortal snake and dragon finger, as a half-step top-ranked sanctuary, and with Han Feng's cultivation at the moment, his combat power is also extremely close to the small perfection of the sanctuary. It's just that it is also very close to the sanctuary small perfection, and many true disciples can still see it clearly. This move is slightly weaker than the strongest blow of the god of war Fu. Huh? Yan Haoqi's expression was slightly condensed, and there was a deep surprise in his eyes. He had already used the holy weapon, and the opponent could still regain the upper hand. This kind of combat power is too terrifying. Only outside warriors. This kid. Really want to force my strongest move out? Yan Haoqi gritted his teeth in his heart. It was hard to imagine that an outsider martial artist would come out with such a difficult character. What made Yan Haoqi even more aggrieved was that the opponent's own cultivation base was only a 6th level heaven, which was a full level lower than the limit of other 7th level heavens. Moreover, this heavy sky is still the gap between the middle of the peak of the sanctuary and the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary. Such a gap can be fought to such a degree. Does this mean that if the two sides are at the same level, he has no chance of winning? Even if I reveal the last card, I must win this battle. Soon, Yan Haoqi made up his mind. The holy spear shook violently, and Yan Haoqi said in a cold voice, "This is the well-known firefighting spear of my Yan clan, which once made great achievements for my ancestors of the Yan clan, but now you can defeat this holy spear." Your pleasure. Brilliant meteor flame. The demon falling flame spear was slammed into the air by Yan Haoqi, and Yan Haoqi's hand slammed into a seal. The speed was extremely fast. Even with Han Feng's current primordial spirit power, he couldn't see it clearly. The next moment, the long spear was spinning in the void. Because the speed was too fast, it made a rubbing noise with the air, and the space around the demon falling flame spear was slightly stagnant and distorted. This is the Yan clan space. If it is outside, the demon falling flame spear is afraid that a casual blow will be enough to temporarily shatter the space. Purple flames spewed out, more like purple flame magma. These purple flames cover the sky and the sun, falling like meteors, and each meteor purple flame magma carries extremely terrifying power, enough to instantly kill any ordinary sanctuary peak 7th level warrior. So many purple meteor flames and magma fell like a torrential rain, and it was even more terrifying. Even some people from the Yan clan who were watching from the peak of the sanctuary Zhuzangshan felt their scalps tingle. Han Feng took a deep breath, took a step forward, and a roar at Songyan instantly merged into the body of the fairy. If Han Feng's cultivation base was only vaguely beyond the peak level of the sanctuary, then now his cultivation base is far beyond that. The crystal-like jade snake in the sky is also visible to the naked eye at the moment when Han Feng's cultivation base soars. Increase. This time, Han Feng's combat power is no worse than Zhang Fushan's strongest explosion. In the sky, the whole body of the giant snake is rolled up in a circle. The white light burst out, forming a huge white light curtain. All the attacks were bombarded on the light curtain, and the light curtain made a deafening roar, but it was difficult to resist. The giant snakes were connected end to end, and suddenly the giant snake raised its head and swallowed many flaming meteors when it opened its mouth. It's just that this time the giant snake obviously couldn't devour all the flame meteors, and every time it swallowed some, the giant snake's expression became weaker. When all the flame meteors were blocked, the giant snake also reached its limit, and its body completely collapsed, turning into white starlight and disappearing into space. The true disciples were horrified. They didn't expect Han Feng, an outsider warrior, to fight so hard with Yan Haoqi, but because of this, they watched with great interest. In the battle between the two sides, the roles that have the upper hand are constantly changing. Now, they have been deeply immersed in the battle between Han Feng and Yan Haoqi. No one can definitively say which of the two will win. Now it seems that the two of them are half a pound, but who knows if Han Feng has a stronger trump card, and so does Yan Haoqi. The three of Yan Jia were extremely shocked, and Han Feng's record refreshed their understanding of Han Feng again and again. In particular, Yan Jia has a complicated expression. Now, Yan Jia can't say what Han Feng is not worthy of Mengyaching. In just 20 years, Mengyaching has been promoted from a mere half-sage to the current peak of the Holy Realm, the first layer, which is already the pinnacle of metamorphosis. In the same 20 years, Han Feng has soared from a mere half-sage to the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, and the comprehensive combat power is incomparably close to the small perfection of the sanctuary, which is enough to compete with the first true disciple of the Yan clan without falling into downwind. What a heaven-defying thing this is. Compared with Han Feng and Mengyaching, Yan Haoqi has only had such strength in nearly 1,000 years, and he can't keep up. If you want to find someone who matches Mengyaching in the Forgotten Continent, Han Feng is really the only one. Ancestor Ziyun sighed. Unfortunately, such a heaven-defying improvement, it would be great if it had a strong bloodline, it would definitely go a step further. On the high platform, the smile on Clan Chief Yan's face gradually stiffened, and his fists clenched tightly. How is it possible? How can this kid be so powerful? Could it be Chi? No, Chi must not lose. With the demigod ancestor's importance to this kid, maybe he would really agree with this kid and that little girl. When the two of them join forces, their strength will definitely be terrifying. If this little girl says she wants to be the patriarch, who can stop it? Even though he thought so, Clan Chief Yan had no idea in his heart. As Clan Chief Yan's son, Clan Chief Yan knew clearly that Yan Haoqi had really reached his limit at this moment. On the battle stage, Yan Haoqi's face was ashen, and his provocation against Han Feng before the competition seemed to be a joke at this moment. The opponent's combat power is so strong, it is no wonder that he dared not to take him seriously from the beginning. As the son of the Yan clan's patriarch and the first true disciple of the Yan clan, Yan Haoqi's self-esteem has reached an extreme level, and he will never allow himself to lose to a mere outsider martial artist. Yan Haoqi's face was grim. Even I can't master this move. If you can resist this move, I will admit defeat. 6 Fires Fusion, Lai Huang Meteor Flame. The violent 6 fires began to merge, and the aura of destroying the sky and the earth permeated, but this aura had a very unstable feeling, as if it would erupt uncontrollably at any time. Obviously, Mengyaching's 6 fire fusion is a complete fusion, but the power it exerts is only 10%. And Yan Haoqi's 6 fire fusion, not completely integrated. First update. Qinqing. Originally, Yan Haoqi never intended to use this move, even in the face of the god of war. The fusion of the 6 fires is unstable, and if you are not careful, you may suffer a backlash, and you will hurt yourself first before hurting the enemy. It's just that Yan Haoqi can't take care of it anymore. The sky can be said to be a sea of rage, but this sea is completely condensed by flames. The terrifying aura caused some of the sanctuary small perfectionists to change their expression slightly. This blow can be said to be completely comparable to the sanctuary small perfection. This was because Yan Haoqi's 6 fires were not fully integrated, not to mention the fact that half of their power was not used up, and even because they were worried about being backlashed, their power was invisibly reduced a lot. Otherwise, the fusion of the 6 fires of 10% power, coupled with the moving demon falling flame spear, and brilliant meteor flame, this blow is not comparable to the small perfection of the sanctuary, but truly reaches the realm of the small perfection of the sanctuary. Just like Xianqing Tian in the previous battle. The 6 fires merged, and before the holy spear launched an attack, Han Feng felt an incomparable force coming. Han Feng's face is solemn, and such a powerful attack is no longer able to be taken casually. A light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Now, only that trick is exposed. Even if you expose yourself early and expose yourself late, you'll have to expose yourself, and since I realized and practiced this trick, I have never used it. Now I'm going to use this, Yan Haoqi, to test it out. Thinking of this, Han Feng raised his palm, and the originally unremarkable palm suddenly fluctuated with a terrifying aura at the moment when Han Feng really lifted it, and the space above Han Feng's palm was completely distorted. The vibrating power of one layer after another swayed, and the surrounding true disciples turned pale and quickly retreated. Under the influence of such a vibrational force, they were shocked to discover that their hearts were also vibrating, and the frequency of the vibrations was getting faster and faster. Fortunately, they retreated fast, otherwise the hearts beat to the extreme, wouldn't they explode? No matter how powerful the sanctuary is, without the heart, it is destined to be unable to survive, and it is not a spiritual body. It is said that the spiritual body does not have a heart, and even if it is a spiritual body, it is impossible to say that it will be collapsed by the shocking spiritual body. With the shock of the shocking force, Han Feng's whole body also burst into an amazing breath. This breath is still skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, it is not weaker than Yanhaoqi, and even exceeds it. At this time, the Holy Spear's attack finally launched, and the purple flame of the meteor fell violently like a torrential rain, and the scene in the sky was like the end of the world. But at this moment, Han Feng's low voice resounded through the space: shock. Heaven. Chen. Star. Palm. Drinking out word by word, more than 200 or nearly 300 vibrational powers poured out like endless waves. Zentianchan Xingzhang is a top-grade, inferior sanctuary secret technique that Han Feng has realized by himself. When it exerts 100% of its power, it can burst out 999 vibrations in an instant. 999 layers of vibrational power erupted at the same time, and the momentum can be said to be stormy waves, shaking the sky. Even if only a part of the power can be exerted now, the attack caused is extremely incredible. This is. Yanhaoqi's pupils shrank, and at the moment when Han Feng displayed his star-shattering palm, Yanhaoqi only felt that the surrounding sky had changed. The stars shone brightly. However, at this moment, a star exploded, rushing wildly around with endless destructive power, and then affecting the surrounding stars to explode, until finally more and more. The vast starry sky, which was originally extremely beautiful, was like falling into hell in the blink of an eye. The destruction of many stars made the vast starry sky like a monster that devoured people. That kind of apocalyptic scene made Yanhaoqi's whole body freeze with blood, and he was horrified. In the blink of an eye, the destruction of the stars was approaching, and the stars around Yanhaoqi also began to become unstable. A wave of violent aura was approaching, and Yanhaoqi could smell a threat to his life. No. Yanhaoqi was terrified, and his body quickly retreated, but no matter where he retreated, the collapse of the stars was getting faster and faster, gradually catching up with Yanhaoqi, and finally swallowing Yanhaoqi. In the eyes of outsiders, it was the shocking force that engulfed the meteor flame like a tsunami, and finally Yanhaoqi. If Yanhaoqi was only comparable to the sanctuary small perfection before, then Han Feng was truly comparable to the small perfection, no worse than the previous Xuanhuan. Puff. A series of vibrations slammed on Yanhaoqi's body one after another. Yanhaoqi became a blood man in the blink of an eye. Past. Golem. All the true disciples widened their eyes and stared at the scene in front of them, full of shock. And the surrounding ancient audience even gasped, this martial artist from the outside world actually won. This was something that no one could have imagined in advance. Yanhaoqi, the first true disciple of the dignified Yan clan, the three true giants of the true lineage, and the seventh-level cultivator at the peak of the sanctuary, finally lost to an outside martial artist. Just thinking of Han Feng's super strength, all the true disciples were a little relieved. It was not that Yanhaoqi was not strong, but that the other party was too strong. God, what's going on today? I thought the first and second were born between Xuanfu God and Yanhaoqi, but both of them lost. Yeah, this time the battle is really unexpected. We think the stronger loses, and we think the weaker wins. One or two, they are both pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. It's no wonder that my goddess would like this son is indeed worthy of a goddess. I really don't know who will win the first place. Whether it's Xianqing Tian or this Han Feng, they all have a combat power that is truly comparable to the sanctuary small perfection. It should be Xianqing Tian. This Han Feng's combat power is the strongest, but Xianqing Tian's entire cultivation base has reached the small perfection of the sanctuary. If he uses the unique skills of the sanctuary, his combat power will only be stronger. That's not certain. Can you guarantee that Han Feng will use all his strength? Looking at these battles of Han Feng, which one is not only showing a strength that is slightly better than his opponent? The red-robed old man gave Han Feng a deep look, obviously surprised that Han Feng was able to come this far. There is only one last battle left, outsider boy, do you want to rest? The red-robed old man said to Han Feng. Han Feng thought about it and nodded. If it was just Xianqing Tian a few years ago, Han Feng would continue to fight without hesitation, but now Xianqing Tian should not be underestimated. Han Feng stepped off the stage, and the true disciples all gave way, looking at Han Feng with awe. Even those who were not convinced and felt jealous before, seeing Han Feng's strong combat power and feeling the huge gap with Han Feng, did not dare to say any words that satirize Han Feng. This is the change brought about by great strength. Second more. With 9 flames and different fires, Han Feng soon recovered almost. The red-robed old man looked surprised. So fast? Forget it, since you think you've recovered, let's fight. With a flick of his sleeves, the red-robed old man flew to the other side of the sky, making room for Han Feng and Xianqing Tian to fight. Whether it was the audience or the true disciple, their eyes fell on the two of them, their eyes piercing. On the battlefield, Xianqing Tian chuckled lightly, this should be our third battle. Not bad. Han Feng nodded. The first time was outside the Scarlet Pagoda, the second time was at the level leading to the 5th floor from the 4th floor of the Scarlet Pagoda, and the third time was now. The surrounding true disciples were in an uproar. It turns out that Xianqing Tian and Han Feng had already fought. Is this the third time? Xianqing Tian looked strange. I didn't show my full strength back then, this time I won't let you take advantage of it like the last time. Today I will let you know that there is a huge gap between me now and me a few years ago. Everyone was shocked again, listening to Xianqing Tian's meaning. Xianqing Tian did not have the upper hand in the first 2 battles. Even if Xianqing Tian didn't use all his strength at that time, it was enough to show that Han Feng's combat power was extraordinary. Han Feng smiled lightly, come on. Saint Thunder Sky Flash. Breaking the Heavenly Fist. Tianlei cut off the gun. Lotus Smashing Fist. Xianlei Holy Slash. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. Thunder Dragon's Wrath. Fusion Holy Flame Strikes the Sky. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng and Xianqing Tian had already fought fiercely, and the powerful sanctuary skills continued to be displayed, and various energy aftermaths oscillated out. It was just the warm-up before the real battle, which made everyone's heart surging. The warm-up is over, show your real strength. Xianqing Tian snorted coldly. The body of Xianlei was instantly displayed, and at the same time, the will of the blood demon came. Boom! The blood-colored aura shot out, and Han Feng seemed to see the blood-colored hell. It's just that Han Feng's blood-drinking 9-dragon knife is also full of blood, and Han Feng's resistance is far stronger than others. His pupils shrank suddenly, but Han Feng quickly recovered. Fusion Holy Flame Battle Body. Fusion Celestial Body. Zentianchan Star Palm. Xianqing Tian, like Yan Haoqi, also felt that he was in the vast starry sky. However, Xianqing Tian smiled slyly, and slapped it with a palm, each palm carrying a thick, bloody aura. The blood-red palm print swept away, and I don't know how many stars collapsed. If you only have this level of strength, then this is the end. Xianqing Tian stood with his hands tied and said lightly. How could this be the only means? Han Feng smiled slightly, and a roar at Song Yan poured out from his dantian. Fusion, Heavenly Immortal Snake Dragon Finger. The Heavenly Immortal Snake and Dragon Finger is only a half-step top-grade sanctuary secret, but combined with the Aurora Tsangyan, its power is roughly equivalent to 4 or 5 points of the best and lower-grade sanctuary. If Han Feng completely mastered Zentianchan Star Palm, even if Aurora Tsangyan was promoted to the top-grade Holy Fire level in the future, the power of Tianxian Snake and Dragon Finger integrated into Aurora Tsangyan could not surpass Zentianchan Star Palm. However, now Han Feng has only 2 points of control over Zentianchan Xingzhang. This is because Zentianchan Xingzhang is Han Feng's own understanding, so the cultivation difficulty is relatively low. 4, let alone 2 points, half points are impossible to master. The crystal-clear and jade-like giant snake reappeared, but silver-white terrifying flames burned all over its body. As soon as the fire snake appeared, its huge body rushed towards Xianqing Tian. Xianqing Tian's blood-colored handprints were shot in succession, constantly bombarding the body of the giant snake, and the sky was churning with fire and blood. From time to time, there will be thunderstorms. A golden light burst out, attacking Xuanqingshan straight. It was Shantian Holy Brick. While Xianqing Tian was busy fighting the giant snake, Han Feng threw out the Shantian Holy Brick for a sneak attack. Xianqing Tian's complexion changed, and his left sleeve robe waved, and the blood-colored piece slammed into the golden light. With a bang, the space vibrated, and the golden light shone brightly. Xianqing Tian was shocked and retreated again and again, and the giant snake took the opportunity to enter, and it was about to swallow Xianqing Tian into his belly. Emperor Xianlei's blade slash. Xianqing Tian had to display the unique sanctuary skills, and the Qing Tian blade, which was as high as half a step of the best sanctuary skills, slashed down as if he was in the hands of the blood god. The same level of peculiar knowledge, the power exerted in the hands of different people is also different. As far as the unique skills are concerned, Xianlei Emperor's blade slash is obviously not comparable to the heavenly immortal snake and dragon fingers fused with Aurora Tsangyan, but Xianqing Tian's cultivation after the skyrocketing at this moment is a small perfection in the sanctuary. The giant blade fell like a broken bamboo, slashing from head to tail, forcibly splitting the silver flame giant snake in half. The giant blade consumed a part of its power, but it slashed towards Han Feng unabated. Han Feng opened Xianming Tianlang wings behind him, and with a flick of the wings, he flew into the sky. Xianming Heavenly Wolf Wing has been promoted to the top-grade sanctuary level, and Han Feng's speed far exceeds the sanctuary peak level. Boom! The giant blade fell on the battle platform, and the battle platform was split into 2 halves in an instant. As soon as the red-robed old man pointed out, the power of the enchantment of the great perfection of the sanctuary was activated to control the aftermath of the battle between the two within a range, otherwise the true disciples around would be swept away like the aftermath. Those with high cultivation bases are fine, those with shallow cultivation bases are afraid that they will fall immediately. True disciples are the future of the major ancient clans, and the loss of one will make the ancient clan feel distressed. I've avoided it this time, what about the next time? Xianlei Emperor blade slash. Another giant blade attacked. Han Feng Xuanming's heavenly wolf wings flapped violently, really dodging in the air like a heavenly wolf. Even if Xianqing Tian's cultivation level skyrocketed to the small perfection of the sanctuary, the holy essence in his body was not infinite, and it was immediately changed to a blood-colored handprint. The blood-colored handprints came out like phantoms, densely packed, like shooting stars. The large number of blood-colored handprints made Han Feng have to keep dodging, but Xianqing Tian almost judged the law of Han Feng's dodging every time based on this. With a cold smile, the bloody handprint was shot again. Han Feng had just dodged away, and Xianqing Tian laughed. It's the time to wait. Xianlei Emperor Blade slash. This blow, Han Feng has no way to hide, surrounded by bloody handprints to escape this move, but also can't escape the bloody handprints. That being the case, Han Feng took out the palm of his hand, and the majestic Aurora Tsang Yen spewed out. Fusion Zentianchan Star Palm. Even Dopa Xintian Fist can be integrated with Aurora Tsang Yen, as the upgraded version of Dopa Xintian Fist, why not? The stars trembled, and silver flames erupted. The two major attacks collided, and the amazing energy turned into a sea of fire and tsunami, rushing around. Third more. Fortunately, the red-robed old man had already blocked the surrounding space, where the two were fighting. The sea of fire and tsunami spurted above the enchantment, and was knocked back again. Lightning strikes the barrier, but it cannot penetrate it no matter what. The silver flame armor made a chirping sound, and it was under the strong pressure of the aftermath of the energy. From time to time, there would be lightning strikes on the holy flame armor. Click. Click. The aftermath of the energy was too violent, and the holy flame armor was already unbearable, full of cracks, as if it would collapse completely in the next moment. The blood-colored armor on Xianqingtian's body is obviously better than Han Feng's. Although it has cracked many cracks, it is much better than the state of the holy flame armor that is about to collapse at any time. Taking a deep breath, Xianqing Tian stood proudly in the void. I really didn't expect you to fight me to such an extent, but do you think this is my limit? Suddenly, Xianqing Tian raised his palm and opened it, and a group of cyan lightning flashed out. Sometimes it turned into a thunder sword, and sometimes it turned into a thunder beast, but no matter what it turned into, a heart-pounding violent force rushed out. It is the same holy thunder as the holy fire. This is the cyan magnetic primordial lightning that has been in my body since I was born. As early as a few years ago, I was on the verge of breaking through to the level of the supreme holy lightning. Therefore, I did not display cyan magnetic primordial lightning in the battle a few years ago. The purpose is to prevent the Qingxi Yuan Lei from being promoted to failure accidentally. And the Qingxi Yuan Lei, which is in the promotion state, is not something that can be controlled at will. If it is not careful, it will be backlashed. But it's different now. Qingxi Yuan Lei has been successfully promoted, and I can fully control it. Xianlei Emperor Blade slash. Xianqingtian's palm slammed down, and the power of Xianlei turned into a purple-yellow giant blade and slammed down. At the same time, Qingxi Yuan Lei has been integrated into Xianlei Emperor Blade slash, and the original purple-yellow color has changed into 3 colors of purple, yellow, and cyan, and a more terrifying aura is shot out. All the true disciples looked at all this in shock. Their cultivation skyrocketed to the small perfection in the sanctuary, and they had the top-grade holy thunder like Qingxi Yuan Lei, and even the half-step top-grade holy domain secret skills like Xianlei Emperor Blade slash, even in the holy domain. In the early stage of Yu Xiaoqing's first-layer realm, Xianqing Tian is definitely not weak. Xianqing Tian is actually so powerful that no true disciple has ever been able to do this in previous ancient race competitions. Yan Haoqi had already woken up, and when he saw this scene, he had a bitter expression on his face. It was a pity that he hadn't taken Xianqing Tian to heart before. Seeing Xianqing Tian's current combat power, it was not impossible to kill him in seconds. On the high platform, the Xian patriarch looked excited. Is it time for their Xianlei ancient clan to become the number 1 in the ancient clan competition? At this moment, except for a small number of people, no one thinks that Han Feng can make a comeback. A warrior whose cultivation base is only the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, or a warrior from the outside world, does not have a strong bloodline power. In the face of this situation, could he still be unable to resist? However, Han Feng, who was not optimistic about everyone, slowly opened his hand at this moment, and a wave of energy fluctuation slowly waved out. This fluctuation was weak at the beginning, but it quickly became strong, rushing out like a hurricane. Han Feng slammed his palms into claws, raised high in a tearing motion. Blood-eyed wolf claws. The entire void, at this moment, opened a huge bloody eye that seemed to be slow, but extremely fast. In the bloody eyes, a bloody wolf claw quickly stretched out and grabbed the giant blade fiercely. The blood-eyed wolf claw itself has already reached the top-grade middle-level sanctuary secret knowledge level. It stands to reason that people of this level of the sanctuary are not able to perform this kind of sanctuary, but the ancestors of the Wolf Valley passed all the information about their understanding and mastery of the blood-eyed wolf claws to Han Feng. It was only because Han Feng was able to display this level of sanctuary secret skills with the cultivation of the sanctuary peak. Today, Han Feng's mastery of blood-eyed wolf claws cannot be said to be completely beyond the top-grade low-grade sanctuary, but it is equivalent to the top-grade low-middle-high sanctuary skills. It even has the ultimate power of top-notch, low-level sanctuary secrets. Han Feng is a little fortunate. Fortunately, the opponent's Xianlei Emperor's Blade Slash is only a half-step top-grade sanctuary, and Qingxi Yuanlei is still at the level that has just been promoted, and is at the top of the top grade and inferior. Any of these two aspects has increased, and today he is afraid that there is really nothing he can do. The blood-colored wolf claw slammed into the giant blade. The destruction and cutting power of the giant blade seemed to split the blood-colored wolf claws into two, but the blood-colored wolf claws also firmly grasped the giant blade in their hands. The claw was about to tear the giant blade apart completely. Boom! There was a deafening, astonishing sound from the sky, and the red-robed ancestor set up the enchantment space, as if it were about to burst. The terrifying aftermath swept out, as if to destroy everything that happened, and the body of the true disciple outside the enchantment was chilled for a while. But, it's terrible, it's really terrible. Are these two still human? What shocked these true disciples the most was Han Feng, a martial artist from the outside world. Xianqing Tian has already shown such a powerful combat power, but this martial artist from the outside world is still able to compete. Where is the limit of this kid? High in the sky, the blood-colored wolf claws made a clicking sound, and suddenly a sharp edge carried the power of thunder to cut the entire wolf claws, and instantly slashed above the bloody eyes of the void. Boom! The bloody eyes suddenly stagnated, and then they were torn apart. Han Feng's face was pale, and he vomited blood. Xianqing Tian didn't feel well either. That sharp edge was already the last blow of Xianlei Emperor's Blade Slash, and after that sharp edge broke out, Xianlei Emperor's Blade Slash also lost its last strength. Although the Scarlet Wolf Claw was split in half, this did not mean that the Scarlet Wolf Claw lost its attack power. The blood-colored wolf claws that were split in half turned into two fierce horses, and continued to blast towards Xianqing Tian, in the middle of the blood-colored armor. A shattering sound sounded, and the blood-colored armor on Xianqing Tian's body completely collapsed. Without the bloody armor, Xianqing Tian gradually returned to his original state, and his cultivation fell straight down. Xianqing Tian's face was ugly, and the blood demon's will reached its limit so quickly. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and his injury was slightly heavier than Xianqing Tian's. Who would have thought that Xianqing Tian's peculiar way of improving his cultivation at the last moment seemed to be the time? As a result, Xianqing Tian's strength was greatly reduced. Zentianchan Star Palm. Han Feng did not hesitate, and shot out a palm containing nearly 300 vibrations. If Xianqing Tian was still in the state of Gorfine's will, as long as he waved the blood-colored handprint, it would be enough to resist, but at this moment, Xianqing Tian obviously couldn't do it. Xianlei Emperor Blade Slash. The giant blade is cut out, but the power is far from being comparable to before. Soon, this slash was submerged in the explosion of the stars, and the stars kept collapsing, swallowing, and drowning them in Xianqing Tian's terrified look. Puff! Xianqing Tian vomited blood and flew out, the red-robed ancestor immediately undid the barrier, and Xianqing Tian fell heavily outside the battle platform. The winner, Han Feng. The ancestor of the red robe said lightly, the winner of this competition, but the whole valley was silent, as if he had not escaped from such a shock. Xianqing Tian, actually lost. Their ancient disciples, lost. They lost to an outside martial artist, who was the first true disciple, but was eventually replaced by an outside martial artist. What a humiliation this is. However, thinking of Han Feng's terrifying strength, all the true disciples fell silent. This is still the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, if it takes time to break through to the 7th level. How about reaching the 8th or 9th heaven? How terrifying the combat power would be at that time. Hey, although this Han Feng is an external martial artist, his strength is enough to be respected by us. That's right. Besides, this kid is someone who is valued by the goddess. Sooner or later, he will be a man of the goddess, so he's not an outsider. After the silence, there was more and more intense applause. In the end, Han Feng finally conquered these people with his own strength. On the high platform, the Xian patriarch was a little pity, but he was satisfied. The Xianlei ancient clan has also declined a bit over the years. Most of the time, it's good to be able to keep the 3rd place. In a small number of times, even the 3rd place may be lost. Now not only has he won the 2nd place, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that Xianqing Tian's strength is not below Han Feng's. Otherwise, it remains to be seen who the final champion belongs to. Just looking at Xianqing Tian with a gloomy expression outside the platform, the patriarch Xian was a little worried. Although Xianqing Tian was arrogant in the past, he was still quite a normal person. Patriarch Xian always felt that something bad had happened to Xianqing Tian, but he couldn't ask. Patriarch Yan was also very unhappy in his heart. This outsider is so powerful, the demigod ancestor must value it very much, how could he still stumble? With a stiff face, Clan Chief Yan said with a smile, "Boy, the true disciple has always been the first to make a request that is not too outrageous to the organizer. If you have any request, you can make it on the spot." Han Feng was stunned. He didn't expect the 1st place to have such a benefit. The ancestor Ziyun didn't say it at the beginning. When he thought about it, Han Feng was relieved. At the beginning, the original intention of the ancestor of Ziyun was to let Han Feng participate in the competition within the age of 100, and get a decent result. He didn't even think about letting Han Feng participate in the true disciple competition and win the 1st place. Naturally, it is impossible. Tell Han Feng this kind of thing. In the eyes of the ancestor Ziyun at the time, how could Han Feng reach such a height in just 20 years? Han Feng straightened his face and cupped his hands. The younger generation and Qing'er have already been in love with each other, and the patriarch is also invited to complete it. A group of true disciples have long guessed that Han Feng might make such a request, so there is no surprise. On the contrary, the ancient Diaosi tribe who regarded Meng Yaqing as a goddess in the audience were a little dissatisfied, but they did not dare to refute it. Patriarch Yan turned and asked Ancestor Xiang Ziyun, "This girl Yaqing is your disciple, you?" Ancestor Ziyun said lightly, "This son is so talented. It is worthy of Qing'er, what is not allowed by the old lady." Seeing that the ancestor of Ziyun had agreed, and Meng Yaqing leaned on Han Feng with an intimate face, the Yan patriarch could only get, "This patriarch agrees." But at this moment, a white-robed old man appeared in the sky, and no one noticed how the white-robed old man appeared. It seems that there is no leakage of breath, just like ordinary people, but the more you feel, the more you can discover the unfathomable nature of the white-robed old man. Patriarch Yan's eyelids twitched, and the ancestor actually appeared in person. It seemed that the ancestor valued the two of them more than he imagined. See Patriarch Shixiang. Chief Yan led the crowd to salute quickly. Ancestor Shixiang? Could it be the true god ancestor named Yan Shixiang? the opening of the heavenly god realm is imminent. How could the ancestor of the true god appear? I think it should be the ancestor of the ancestor of the ancestor Xixiang. This ancestor of Xixiang is a group left behind 100,000 years ago. It can be said to be one of the oldest true god powerhouses today. The ancestor of Xixiang came here. Everyone's eyes flashed a little doubt, but they didn't dare to look up at the white-robed old man. It's not just cultivation, but the words demigod and true god alone make these people dare not do any disrespectful and offensive behavior. It was also the first time for Han Feng to see such a strong man. Although his heart was shaking, his face was calm and saluted with Meng Yaqing. The white-robed old man ignored Clan Chief Yan and the others, and just put his eyes on Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. For a long time, the valley was silent, and a heavy atmosphere made many people sweat. Suddenly, the white-robed old man laughed loudly. Okay, I didn't expect this ancestor to find two future true gods today. Two little guys, come with me. The old man in white robe flicked his sleeve robe, and the sleeve robe suddenly grew. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone raised their heads with shock on their faces. The ancestor of Xixiang suddenly appeared for Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. In particular, the evaluation of the future true god shocked everyone. Sanctuary and true god are two completely different levels. The gap between ordinary sanctuary, great sanctuary, sanctuary peak, sanctuary small perfection, and sanctuary great perfection is already huge, not to mention the gap between sanctuary and true god. Even an astonishing and brilliant generation like Yan Haoqi would not dare to say that he would definitely become a true god. The ancients have existed for so many years, and there are many geniuses like Yan Haoqi, but only a few can become true gods. Before many true gods became true gods, their aptitude might not be as good as a genius like Yan Haoqi. For geniuses like Yan Haoqi, it can only be said that they will be able to easily be promoted to the great perfection of the sanctuary in the future. If they want to be promoted from the great perfection of the sanctuary to the true god, it depends on all aspects, not just blood. Unless the bloodline can reach the legendary divine level. Patriarch Zhang's cheeks twitched, and his previous guess came true. With the protection of the ancestor of Xixiang, that old guy can't do it even if he wants to take revenge. That old man didn't take his patriarch seriously because of his profound cultivation, and now he has been severely beaten in the face. Zhang the patriarch gloated in his heart. This was probably the only thing that made the patriarch Zhang happy today. Second more. The ancient race came to an end, and the patriarchs of the major ancient clans left with their respective disciples, but the matter about Han Feng and Meng Yaqing continued for a long time, and it didn't take long for it to spread to all the ancient disciples of Beizhou continent. In China, even some major forces in the outside world have heard of it. In a flaming cave in the Yan clan, ancestor Xixiang, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing sat cross-legged face to face. Seeing Han Feng and Meng Yaqing's restraint, Xixiang's ancestor smiled and said, "You two don't need to be so nervous. I asked you to come here, and I just wanted to see the two future true gods." Han Feng hurriedly said, "Senior looks at the junior too highly. The level of the true god is something that the junior can expect too much." Ancestor Xixiang smiled and said, "Boy, have you really never thought of becoming a true god in the future?" Han Feng's face stiffened and he smiled shyly. Meng Yaqing quickly cleared the siege. "Ancestor, it is difficult for the sanctuary to break through the true god. Those of you who have experienced it must know better. We absolutely dare not take the words the future true god. Old ancestor Xixiang snorted, "The two little guys are too modest. My ancestors can still see wrong? One of the sanctuary peak is less than 40. And one of them is comparable to Sanctuary Xiaocheng. You can't who can break through to the true god?" Both of them were shocked, and then they were relieved. With the eyesight of the demigod ancestor, it is not uncommon to be able to see through their approximate ages. The reason why the two were humble was that they were afraid of offending the ancestor of the true God. Think about which true God ancestor was not able to break through because of all the difficulties, but they arrogantly said that the true God was extremely easy for them. Isn't this hatred? But if the ancestor said it, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, the two of them relaxed a lot. Ancestor Xixiang stared at Han Feng and said, "Boy, did you use any secret techniques before? I think your vitality doesn't match your bone age. It is also fortunate that the peak of the sanctuary has a lifespan of 4,000 years, so it seems that you have nothing." Meng Yaqing's heart tightened, and she immediately stared at Han Feng, who had never told her such a thing. Han Feng gave a wry smile and told about his affairs in the central continent. Of course, he didn't say anything about the Xuanhuan Tower and how he had feuded with the first true disciple of the spiritual race. Ancestor Xixiang is not a good gossip person, so he did not ask carefully. 1,000 years of lost vitality, as long as you can break through to the small perfection of the sanctuary, or even the great perfection, the loss of 1,000 years is nothing. Especially when you are promoted to a true God, 1,000 years of loss is nothing. It's just that the loss of vitality will have some impact on your future cultivation and breakthroughs. Anyway, the ancestors will help you today. The ancestor of Xixiang suddenly pointed at Han Feng's forehead. Han Feng was horrified. He wanted to move, but found that his body was imprisoned. Meng Yaqing's face changed greatly. Even if she was a demigod ancestor, she would not back down if she wanted to be detrimental to Han Feng. But Meng Yaqing was surprised to find that the finger on Han Feng's forehead was full of life. Fluctuates out. The ancestor of Xixiang was sending life to Han Feng. If there is no true God body, Xixiang ancestors probably have no vitality, but in the case that the true God ancestors have not left, the vitality of Xixiang ancestors is as endless as true God's. Losing thousands of years is nothing at all. With the methods of the ancestors of Xixiang, Han Feng recovered in the blink of an eye. For a time, the bottleneck of breaking through to the seventh heaven was about to move. This is the change brought about by the full force of life. Think about it, the same as the breakthrough of the sky, the breakthrough in the 20s and the breakthrough in the 70s or 80s, which one is more likely to succeed? Naturally the former. Meng Yaqing's face softened when she saw Han Feng's recovery, and then her face turned cold. Spiritual race. The words were gnashing of teeth. Han Feng said helplessly, "This is just the behavior of the spirit clan, but it has nothing to do with the spirit clan. Don't target the entire spirit clan." Humph. Meng Yaqing only had the doctor snort as an answer. Ancestor Xixiang laughed and said, "When did that happen? With your little boyfriend's current strength, would you still be afraid of Lingon?" That Lingon's strength was the same as Sha Tianzi when he was in its prime. Agreed, it's just a little better to hold on to death. And according to your little boyfriend, that Lingon himself has used a secret technique, and he can't recover in a short time. It is expected that it is even worse than Sha Tianzi. Now that the two meet again, your little boyfriend is enough to kill him in seconds. You can just leave the matter of revenge to your little boyfriend, and you don't have to intervene. Meng Yaqing's face was flushed with embarrassment at the words "your little boyfriend" by the ancestor Xixiang. If it wasn't for the ancestor Xixiang to be a demigod, I'm afraid that Meng Yaqing would throw a lot of eyes on the ancestor Xixiang. Ancestor Xixiang finished laughing, as if he had thought of something, and when he waved his hand, several pieces of purple like fire crystals floated out of the molten lava next to him. Heart of purple melting. Meng Yaqing's face was startled. The ancestor of Xixiang smiled and said, "Yes, it is the heart of purple melting. Originally, this molten slurry is just ordinary molten slurry. Maybe it is not ordinary, but it is extremely ordinary for my ancestor, a demigod. It's just that the ancestors have been practicing here for so many years, and the power that often spreads has caused a qualitative change in the melt. Over the years, the bottom of the melt has produced a purple melting heart, or it can be called a purple melting fire crystal. The heart of purple melting is useless to the demigods and the great perfection of the sanctuary, but it is different for the peak of the sanctuary and the small perfection of the sanctuary. It's just that all the purple melting hearts in my lava have been handed over to the patriarch to improve the cultivation of the peak of the sanctuary and the small perfection of the sanctuary. There are only a few left. Now to the two of you, I hope it will be useful to you. Han Feng swallowed and spit. Just listening to the introduction, Han Feng understood how precious this is, and it has indescribable benefits to his cultivation. It is not impossible for the domained peak Jizongshan. However, Han Feng endured it, looked away from the heart of Zirong with difficulty, and bowed his hands to the ancestor of Shixiang. Senior, you won't be rewarded without merit. You have already sent the younger generation 1,000 years of vitality. The younger generation cannot again. Old ancestor Shixiang sighed. Old ancestor, I do this, naturally, I want something from you. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing looked at each other. The dignified demigod ancestor, whose body was even more of a true god, still wanted something from them. Seeing this, Patriarch Shixiang waved to the two of them. Sit down with peace of mind, Patriarch, I'll tell you about it. After that, the news about the heaven-reaching divine realm passed from the mouth of the ancestor Shixiang to the ears of the two. The third one. The sanctuary 8th layer in the sky. Knowing the ins and outs of Tongtian divine realm, Han Feng's eyes flashed. Is it possible to find the entrance to the world of the gods through the heavenly god realm? If you can't go to the world of gods, what's the use of becoming a true god? It's just a sad reminder to stay in one place and not dare to move at will. Old ancestor Shixiang said faintly, although many people have small expectations in their hearts, I know that old ancestor, 99% of the true gods who entered the heaven-reaching divine realm have perished. If they really find the entrance, why hasn't anyone returned for so many years? Han Feng comforted, the world of the gods is different from the forgotten continent. Maybe that passage can only be entered but not returned? Ancestor Shixiang smiled bitterly. This is the faint hope that remains in the hearts of every true god powerhouse, and only this possibility can make them patiently wait for the opening of the heavens and gods again and again. Otherwise, the true god powerhouse knows to enter the gods. The world is hopeless, and under the long-term bondage, it may go crazy, and a crazy true god will bring unspeakable disasters to the forgotten continent. Especially when the crazy true gods are fighting each other, the forgotten continent will surely usher in the end. In the end, not only the forgotten continent, but also all the people in the forgotten continent, including the ancient warriors, will perish with the destruction of the forgotten continent. Speaking of this, the ancestor Shixiang gave Han Feng and Meng Yaqing a deep look. You two reached the peak of the sanctuary in less than 40 years old, such a fast speed ancestor I live. I have never seen it for so many years. Perhaps you also know from various aspects that the forgotten continent has no spirit at present, so the true gods are trapped in the first rank of the true god of a calamity, not to mention the middle rank of the true god of a calamity. No one has ever achieved it. Unless there are special means, most of the true gods are in the stage of just being promoted, and they cannot advance an inch for a long time. Without aura, your chances of reaching the middle level of a true god of a catastrophe are very slim, but after all, you two are unprecedented beings who can reach the peak of the sanctuary before you reach 40. I don't know the secret. Maybe this kind of secret can help you to successfully advance to the middle level or even the high level of the true god of a calamity without your arrogance. What is the specific situation in Tongshanshan realm? My body has never entered, so I don't know my ancestor. But the stronger the strength, the greater the possibility of finding the entrance to the world of the gods. From ancient times to the present, I don't think so. Which true god is greater than you hope? Today, the ancestors, I will help you, and I also hope that one day, if you really find the entrance and go to the world of the gods, you can come back to the forgotten continent and lead more powerful people from the forgotten continent to the world of the gods. Of course, if there are really any restrictions that can't be returned, I didn't say anything. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing looked at each other, and immediately said solemnly, "Senior, rest assured, we are all warriors from the Forgotten Continent. If we really find the entrance and can return at any time, we also hope that more warriors from the Forgotten Continent can ascend to the gods' world. The reason why these ancient tribes in the Forgotten Continent are always fighting infighting is not because there is no hope of soaring." Han Feng thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The vitality of the 1,000 years is really nothing to the ancestor of Shixiang at this moment, but once the ancestor of Shixiang left, the vitality of this 1,000 years will be very important to Shixiang. The influence of the ancestors is very great. As soon as the main body leaves, the vitality in the ancestors of Shixiang will flow away at a violent speed. After all, the demigods are only more divine and divine-level power than the sanctuary powerhouses. Although the combat power is stronger than the sanctuary powerhouses, much more, but the lifespan is not much different. Why have you lived so long? But it is relying on the true body of God. Without the body of the true God, the sequelae of living for tens of thousands of years or even more than 100,000 years ago will begin to affect the body of the demigod. Some demigods whose bodies are well maintained may be able to live for 2,000 or 3,000 years. In 100 years, it may be lost. This 1,000 years of vitality means that once the ancestor of Shixiang is no longer related to the body, the time of his fall will be much earlier. Ancestor Shixiang saw what Han Feng was thinking, and said with a smile, "You don't need to show such a look. As a demigod, as a clone of a true god, I am destined to have no improvement in my cultivation. For more than 100,000 years, I have never seen the hope of improving my cultivation base. I have long been tired of this kind of life. If it wasn't that suicide would be too cowardly and would damage my reputation, I really wanted to commit suicide immediately after the body left. Something like this I really have had enough. Giving life to you can be considered to achieve my purpose from the other side." Han Feng felt sad and couldn't find the way to the world of gods. What happened to these true gods and demigods? He didn't want to be reduced to such a miserable level. He must find the way to the world of the gods. Han Feng's eyes flashed a firm color. Meng Yaqing sighed faintly. If only the Forgotten Continent could be 10 times or 100 times larger when it shattered, then it should be enough to accommodate the true God powerhouse, and the true God powerhouse will not fall to such a point. He, since it's a if, then it's fake. We always have to face the reality, right? Shixiang's ancestor shook his head and laughed. Okay, this is the end of the gossip. These purple melted hearts leave the melt I cultivated, and the energy contained in them will continue to dissipate. You too quickly absorb and cultivate. Han Feng, you first recover from your physical injuries. Absorb later. Yes. Han Feng looked respectful. By the way, when I took you away before, I already sent a voice transmission to the little guy in the God of War family. He should have warned some people in the God of War family, don't worry about the great consummation of the sanctuary. It's just that I stopped the ancestors. You have obtained the great perfection of the sanctuary, but you can't hold your face to block the peak of the sanctuary or even the small perfection, so once you leave the Yen clan, it is still a little dangerous. The most important thing is that I don't want to stop the ancestors. With your talents, you always need some stepping stones to help you reach a higher level. Ancestor Shixiang showed a solemn expression. Han Feng clasped his fists. The junior thanks the senior for his help. As for those peaks and even the minor consummation, the junior will take care of it. Han Feng knew that some of the people the ancestor was referring to should be in the lineage of Zhang Tianqing's grandfather. Afterwards, Han Feng began to recover from his injury, and Meng Yaqing directly began to practice. The ancient gods of war, the layers of mountains are shrouded in thick fog. Through the thick fog, the scattered pavilions are faintly visible. From a distance, they seem to rise into the sky, floating in the sky. In a majestic 7-story pavilion, a terrifying aura burst forth. Bastard, how dare you abolish the punishment of heaven? This ancestor is going to smash his corpse into 10,000 pieces. An old man in a green robe roared gloomily. The power of. This old man in green robe is the grandfather of Zhan Tianqing, a super strong man who is not far from the realm of true gods, and the first person under the demigods of the ancient god of war race. But at this moment, a majestic and irresistible Xuanhuan rushed into the green-robed old man's Xuanhuan. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. The sanctuary, the eighth world. Zhan Wuwei, you can't shoot this kid. This voice carried a supreme aura, making the face of the green-robed old man, who had been extremely angry, suddenly turn pale. You are. The green-robed old man's face flashed with disbelief. Humph, the ancestor has been in seclusion for so many years, can't he even recognize the voice of the ancestor? The voice snorted coldly. Zhan Wuwei was hit hard, his body was unstable, and a trace of blood slid down the corner of Zhan Wuwei's mouth. Zhan. Ancestor Zhan Xie. Zhan Wuwei shuddered. Just like the status of the ancestor Shi Xiang in the Yan clan, the ancestor Zhan Xie is also the group of true god powerhouses left behind by the ancient god of war 100,000 years ago. Zhan Wuwei has lived for more than 10,000 years, and he has only met the ancestor Zhan Xie once. Zhan Wuwei never thought that at this time, Zhan Xie's ancestor was not ready to enter the heaven-reaching divine realm, but came to stop him from seeking revenge. Zhan Wuwei, if you dare to do it yourself, you are the enemy of our true god. Zhan Xie's cold voice came out, but it made Zhan Wuwei sweat. What is the origin of that kid, actually? Can't the revenge of heaven be punished? Zhan Wuwei roared in his heart. As a true god, Zhan Xie's vision is naturally different from that of sanctuary. Like ancestor Shi Xiang, knowing that Han Feng is less than 40 years old is already the 6th level of sanctuary peak, and his combat power is comparable to sanctuary small perfection. Zhan Xie's first thought is that this kid is very likely to break through the true god of catastrophe in the future. In the middle level, the possibility of finding the entrance to the world of the gods is greater than them. Therefore, Zhan Xie naturally does not want such a genius to fall, at least not to offend him. Maybe in the future, the other party will see that everyone is a warrior of the forgotten continent, and the powerhouses of their ancient god of war clan can follow him and lead this continent. But seeing Zhan Wuwei's sad face, Zhan Xie couldn't help frowning. In any case, Zhan Wuwei is also the sanctuary of the ancient god of war, and it is only one step away from the true god. If it is really so tough, Zhan Wuwei will endure it, and both sides will not look good after Zhan Wuwei breaks through the true god. When it comes to true gods, it is difficult to go further without aura. Even though Zhan Xie has broken through tens of thousands of years and 100,000 years earlier than many true gods, the gap between the two sides is really not that big. Forget it, although that kid may reach the unprecedented middle level of a true god of a catastrophe, it is only possible and not certain. Not letting Zhan Wuwei take the shot himself has been considered a face for Shi Xiang. Besides, there is no hardship. If he can successfully break through to the realm of the true god, if he perishes in the pursuit, it can only be said that this kid is destined to not become the life of the true god. Forget that Yan Shi Xiang can't say anything. Thinking of this, Zhan Xie said lightly, although you can't do it yourself, you can order it at will under the great perfection of the sanctuary. Zhan Wuwei, who was originally saddened, was overjoyed. Really? Humph, the ancestors will still lie to you. Thanks a lot. Ancestor. Zhan Wuwei bowed to thank him. That kid is only the peak of the sanctuary, even if the combat power is comparable to that of the sanctuary Xiaocheng. But if the sanctuary Xiaocheng takes the shot personally, then the boy can still escape? There was a ferocious look on Zhan Wuwei's face. Xianlei ancient clan. The mountains here are rolling, and there are thunder mountains shrouded in thunder everywhere. A mountain of thunder was suspended above the thunder cloud, and the thunder shook. In a majestic hall on the peak of Leishan Mountain, Xianqing Tian knelt on his knees with a humble and pious face. In front of Xianqing Tian, the blood energy condensed and turned into a blood-colored head. The blood slave sees His Royal Highness the King of God. Xianqing Tian lowered his head. His tone was trembling, with indescribable excitement. Xianqing Tian could never have imagined that he would have such a fortune. The blood slave of His Royal Highness the King, even if it is a blood slave, his status is much nobler than that of the true God of the sanctuary. If he can follow His Royal Highness to lead this continent, his achievements in the future will not only be a demigod true God, but it is not impossible to surpass a true God. The blood-colored head let out a strange laugh, and immediately said, "Can you take that kid down?" Xianqing Tian looked guilty. It's the blood slave who didn't do things well and lost. The bloody head's face condensed. I lost? Could it be that the kid also absorbed the blood core? But this king has no sense? Xianqing Tian's face was even more ashamed. The other party did not absorb the blood core, but the strength has improved too much compared to a few years ago. The blood around the blood-colored head was a little violent. Obviously, the blood-colored head was not in a calm mood. The sanctuary was nothing to the blood-colored head. There are a lot of precious insights that help the sanctuary break through to the true God. But the problem is that this is not the world of gods. The cultivation speed of the sanctuary is extremely slow, and the appearance of Han Feng has broken the cognition of the bloody head. Forget it, there may be some secrets on that kid, until this king leaves this place. The bloody head sneered. His Royal Highness is about to get out of trouble? Xianqing Tian was surprised. It's coming soon, not yet. This king has given you a task to complete the unification of the ancient tribes of the Beizhou continent within a few decades. The blood-colored head stared at Xianqing Tian and said slowly. This? Xianqing Tian hesitated. The blood slave is only the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary. Even with the help of the blood demon will of His Royal Highness the King of God within a few decades, it is absolutely impossible to achieve the great consummation of the sanctuary, even a demigod. I can't deal with it, let alone a true god. How to complete this task? The bloody head smiled coldly. This king naturally knows this truth, you can just wait. In a few years, this king will absorb the blood of those true gods, which will be enough to condense the seeds of the blood guards. At that time, this king will put the seeds of the blood guards in your hands. As long as you continuously deliver blood essence to the blood guard seeds, creating a blood guard with demigod strength will not be a problem at all, and a certain number of demigod blood guards can temporarily summon this king. Even if this king the current strength is less than 1/10,000,000th of the heyday, but it is more than enough to kill a true god. Yes. Xianqing Tian's mood surged when he heard the blood guard seeds. The blood-colored head promised, when the ancient clan is unified, you can massacre the warriors of the Beizhou continent, and transfer their blood essence to this king. When the blood essence accumulates to a certain level, this king can shorten the time to get out of trouble. Time. Well done. If this king returns to the world of gods, he will definitely take you with him. Xianqing Tian swallowed a mouthful of spit, his eyes were burning, and immediately said, leave everything to the blood slave. Yan clan. Years passed by in a flash. A few years ago, it only took Han Feng a few days to fully recover from his injuries, and then he began to absorb the purple melting heart. With the ancestors of Xixiang watching, Han Feng naturally couldn't transfer the Zirong heart to the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower and hand it over to Xiaopeng for refining, so he could only absorb it slowly by himself. Can't be turned into source liquid. Han Feng's speed of absorbing and refining the purple melting heart is not much faster than other warriors. In the past few years, Han Feng's cultivation level has soared, from the peak of the sanctuary peak 6th layer to the mid-level realm of the 8th layer of the peak of the sanctuary. It has fully improved the 1st layer, and the gap between this layer is even more the gap between the midterm and the late stage. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / domain. Feeling the surging power in his body, Han Feng is completely sure to defeat the original Xianqing Tian in seconds, even in the heyday of Xianqing Tian. Looking at Meng Yaqing, Han Feng was stunned to find that Meng Yaqing had improved even more than him, from the previous peak of the sanctuary peak first layer to the limit of the fourth layer of the peak of the sanctuary, which was only one step away from the fifth layer. At present, the heart of Zirong has almost been absorbed by the two, and what Meng Yaqing uses to break through is the fire attribute of heaven and earth. As a direct disciple of the ancestor of Ziyun, Meng Yaqing obviously has a lot of good things in her storage. It is estimated that it will not be long before Meng Yaqing will be able to successfully advance to the fifth level of the peak of the holy domain. Han Feng retracted his gaze and took out the high-grade fire attribute holy fruit that he had obtained in the heavenly Wolf Valley. Swallowing the lower abdomen, the hot breath burst out, filling the meridians of the whole body. If it is the peak of the sixth heaven, this holy fruit is enough for Han Feng to break through to the seventh heaven. Even if it is the peak of the seventh heaven, this holy fruit has a possibility of 7 or 8 points for Han Feng to successfully advance to the eighth heaven. If it is the peak of the eighth layer, there is also a chance of 4 or 5 points to successfully advance to the ninth heaven. However, Han Feng's current cultivation is only in the middle stage of the eighth heaven. When his cultivation reaches the limit of the eighth heaven, he has insufficient stamina and weak succession. He always feels that he is so weak that he can break through and sprint harder, but in the end it is endless. In the end, Han Feng's cultivation base is still at the limit of the eighth heaven at the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng guessed in his heart that even if he devotes himself to seclusion without any adventure, he can break through in decades or hundreds of years at most. This kind of speed is already extremely fast for the breakthrough of the last realm of the peak of the sanctuary. After all, Jizongshan is the last realm of the peak of the sanctuary. To reach this realm, all the remaining preparations are to impact the small perfection of the sanctuary. Consummation is already 2 realms that are completely different from the peak of the sanctuary. Very good, both of you have improved a lot in your cultivation. Even if you have the heart of purple melting, it is surprising that you can reach such a level. You must know that with the same number, other people may not be as improved as you. So much. The ancestor Shixiang sighed, and then said, I have nothing to help you here, ancestor, you still need to walk on your own, leave. Boy, since you asked to marry our girl Yaqing, you must be nice to Yaqing in the future. You must not make this girl sad, otherwise our Yan clan will not spare you easily. Han Feng nodded solemnly, relax my ancestor, I won't make Yaqing sad. He gave Meng Yaqing a gentle look, and both of them could see the affection in each other's eyes. Ancestor Shixiang has never married a woman in his life. He can be described as a lonely old man. Seeing this scene, it is inevitable that he will be a little annoying, and he immediately waved his hand impatiently for the two to leave. When the Yan clan exited, Han Feng was surprised to see the ancestor of Ziyun. Senior, you. Han Feng looked stunned. Ancestor Ziyun said angrily, I kidnapped my apprentice, don't you allow me to see where my apprentice lives in the future? Han Feng flattered, where is it? It is a blessing for my senior to come to my great Jin kingdom. Han Feng was right. A sanctuary, great perfection powerhouse, coming to a rank 1 empire is enough to make a rank 1 empire. The top and bottom were extremely excited, not to mention the fact that they descended on the Dajin kingdom, a mere middle-grade empire. Ancestor Ziyun snorted softly. After all, she was a little jealous that Han Feng had kidnapped Yuqing. Meng Yaqing and the ancestor Ziyun have lived for 20 years, and they have almost understood the temper of the ancestor Ziyun, and immediately followed the hare. Ancestor Ziyun's face became solemn. I'm leaving with you this time to see where Qing'er will live in the future, and secondly to protect you. According to reliable sources, Zhang Wuwei has dispatched Sanctuary Xiaocheng. The strong are preparing to ambush you on the road. You don't have the ability to deal with them for the time being. Leave everything to me. When you return to the Great Jin Kingdom, unless I am sure that the two of you can protect yourself even in the face of the sanctuary's small perfection, you cannot leave the Great Jin Kingdom for half a step. Both Meng Yaqing and Han Feng frowned. What's the difference between being imprisoned? It's just that the ancestors of Ziyun have good intentions after all, and the two have no objection. And with their current strength, it's okay to face a sanctuary small perfection, but they're really helpless in the face of several. Flying out of Yanqing, Han Feng suddenly said, Senior, can you turn a corner on the way to a place? Where? Magic Flame Territory. Han Feng's eyes flashed brightly. Whether he can break through to the Juzongshan and accumulate the cultivation base to the limit of Juzongshan may depend on the magic flame and fire crystal. Especially the magic flame crystal dropped by the death of the magic flame king, Han Feng is bound to get it. Today, he is not Han Feng who could only keep running away from the demon flame king. Magic flame domain? I've heard of that kind of place, just mere magic flame and fire crystals. How much can it help improve strength? Ziyun's ancestor looked disapproving. Han Feng smiled bitterly, answering a doubt in his heart. When he was in the demon flame domain, Han Feng wondered why no ancient disciples came to the demon flame domain to hunt the demon flame beast to grab the demon flame crystal. Forget the ancient tribes of the god of war ancient clan. After all, they are not fire attributes, but the Yan clan are fire attributes. Seeing the attitude of ancestor Ziyun now, Han Feng has come to understand that this genius of the Yan clan is only afraid of being arrogant. The magic flame crystals in the magic flame domain are placed in the eyes. Some eyes are limited to the inside of the ancients and look down on the outside. I am afraid that they have never even heard of the demon flame domain. Although the ancestor Ziyun didn't think that the magic flame crystal was capable, he still agreed, and the group of three flew to the direction of the magic flame domain. Huh? On the way, Han Feng sensed several hidden powerful auras ahead. Ancestor Ziyun snorted coldly. These auras scattered and fled in all directions, and the three flew straight past without a trace of stopping. Damn, how is it the old lady Ziyun? Ancestor Ziyun is the great perfection of the sanctuary, and our mere little perfection is not the opponent of the great perfection. This old woman just snorted and let us suffer heavy losses. Let's retreat. Yes, retreat. Even if Zhang Wuwei knows the truth, he will not criticize us too much. The big deal is that we will ambush in the empire where that kid is in the future. I don't believe that this kid will always be under the wings of ancestor Ziyun in the future. Down. Several powerful breaths discussed with each other, and they decided to return to the ancient god of war to discuss future decisions. Anyway, they have no guts to confront the ancestors of Ziyun. Demon Flame Domain, looking at the familiar barrier like a water curtain, Han Feng whispered, Magic Flame Domain, I'm back again. Ancestor Ziyun found that she could not pass through the barrier even with the strength of the great perfection of her sanctuary, and her face finally became serious. The third one. 20,000 words will break out tomorrow, with a total of 8 shifts, each with 2,500 words. The update plan in Chasing Waves is like this, starting at 6 o'clock in 2 bursts, and then uploading 1 chapter every hour until the 8 chapters and 20,000 words are uploaded at 12 o'clock. Again. Seeing that the ancestor of Ziyun was about to force his way through, Han Feng hurriedly stopped him, Senior, it's absolutely impossible. There have been strong people in the sanctuary who forcibly entered and suffered heavy losses. Has the great perfection of the sanctuary been severely damaged here? Ancestor Ziyun withdrew his hand. Yes, this demon flame domain does not allow the entry of powerhouses above the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng explained. Okay, then you and Yaqing can go in, my wife, I'll wait outside, but don't let my wife wait too long. Ancestor Ziyun pouted in disgust. Wait, there's no danger in it. Just as Han Feng and Meng Yaqing were about to enter, the Ancestor Ziyun suddenly said. Senior, don't worry, the strongest among them is the Demon Flame King. It's just the newly promoted Sanctuary Small Perfection. Now it is estimated that the realm is stable, and it is very likely that it is not stable yet. The junior's current strength is enough to deal with it. Ancestor Ziyun thought of Han Feng's strength in the True Disciple competition, nodded and stopped talking. At this moment, Han Feng can even say that he can't wait to fight the Demon Flame King. At the peak of the Sanctuary's 6th level limit, his combat power was already comparable to that of the Sanctuary's Small Perfection, and now that his cultivation base has skyrocketed to the 8th level limit of the peak of the Sanctuary, what extent will his combat power reach? Of course, Han Feng also knew that the Sanctuary Small Perfection had only the 3rd level, so the gap between each level was huge, and even the early, middle, late, and peak levels of each level had a relatively large gap. It is impossible to increase the level after level of the Sanctuary Small Perfection realm soaring, so Han Feng did not expect that his combat power would immediately be comparable to the Sanctuary Small Perfection level 2. Holding Meng Yaqing's hand through the Demon Flame domain, the two flew to the Demon Flame Mountain one after another. It's such a rich fire energy. Although it can't compare to the Yan clan space, it's not bad. Meng Yaqing took a deep breath and said softly. Han Feng smiled and hugged Meng Yaqing. Your current strength is the 5th level of the peak of the sanctuary. As long as you hunt enough elite-level demon flames, you will soon be able to advance to the 6th level. If you hunt enough commander-level magic flames beast, the improvement will be even more. It's just that there are a lot of magic flame beasts under the magic flame mountain. If they are surrounded, they are very likely to fall, so you must follow me closely. Meng Yaqing rolled her eyes. I know, besides, I'm not weak. With my 7 fire fusion, it is not impossible to kill the commander-level demonic beast equivalent to the 7th heaven of the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng smiled and said, I didn't underestimate you, I naturally have confidence in you one-on-one, but it's one-to-many, and that's two different things. I was surrounded by me before, if I didn't get away with it, maybe I'm now I'll never see you again. Hearing this, Meng Yaqing came down solemnly. When they entered the 1st floor of the Demon Flame Mountain, neither of them looked at these ordinary demon flame beasts. The demon flame crystals dropped by the death of these ordinary demon flame beasts were of no use to them. However, ordinary demon flame beasts have low intelligence, and seeing Han Feng and the two always want to roar and attack them. Death. A finger pointed out, and it shot out endless energy, shooting like a machine gun, and the ordinary flame beast let out bursts of grief and fell to the ground. Meng Yaqing waved her hand casually, and all kinds of flames bombarded out like meteors, flying all the way, and raging flames ignited on the ground. Some magic flame crystals fell, and Han Feng's sleeve robes rolled up these magic flame crystals. Although these magic fire crystals are useless to them. But no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. Since it has fallen, it will be cheaper if you don't put it away. Soon, the two rushed to the 2nd floor, and then rushed to the 3rd floor. You again? Damn, how dare you come? There are many elite flame beasts on the 3rd floor, and many of them have seen Han Feng before. Now, seeing Han Feng's reoffending, a group of elite flame beasts are angry. Tianmeng. Han Feng smiled coldly, Dopa Zhentian fist punched out, smashing into the void. The power of vibration swayed out, and the entire body collapsed, with a scream of the elite-level demon beasts that were affected. With Han Feng's current strength, even if he doesn't use his bloodline, It is enough to easily hunt down elite-level demonic beasts, even the top elite-level demonic beasts that are equivalent to the cultivation of human warriors in the 6th-level peak of the sanctuary. Although the number of elite-level flame beasts on the 3rd floor is large, they are not comparable to the 4th floor in terms of quality. Most of the elite flame beasts on the 4th floor are equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of the peak of the human sanctuary, while the elite flame beasts on the 3rd floor are only equivalent to the 4th or 5th level of the peak of the human sanctuary. Soon, Han Feng and the two slaughtered the elite-level flame beasts on the 4th floor, and then entered the 4th floor. The death of a large number of elite-level flame beasts finally attracted the attention of the 4th-level commander-level flame beasts. He Feng Xiao. As the sea of flames rolled, a commander-level demonic flame beast roared, but when the commander-level demonic flame beast saw that the offender was Han Feng, his face was horrified, and he turned to flee. Ordinary flame beasts have low intelligence, but elite flame beasts have not weak intelligence, but the instincts of flame beasts still prevail, so even if Han Feng is strong, they will launch attacks regardless. But commander-level monsters are different. Their intelligence is completely comparable to that of humans, and they have human emotions: surprise, excitement, joy, fear, and so on. What Han Feng brings to these commander-level demon flame beasts is fear. Damn, why is this evil star here again? Even the king has no choice but to get this evil star. Wouldn't it be courting death for me to attack? Where to escape? Emperor Burning Heaven's finger. The giant flame finger descended from the sky, and fell on the commander-level demon flame beast from a long distance. After hearing a loud noise, the commander-level monster flame beast was swallowed up by the flame finger, and it didn't even have time to scream. It vanished. Seeing this scene, the commander-level demon flame beasts flying towards here from a distance shrank their pupils and fled in panic. 7 Fire Fusion Emperor Yin 7th Heaven. Mangyaching shot, the flame of gold, flame of wood, flame of water, flame of fire, flame of earth, flame of ice, flame of thunder fused together, and the flames that destroyed the sky and the earth sprayed out, like a torrent, and the torrent at the end of the eruption, it became wider and wider, and the entire space seemed to be submerged by torrents. These escaped commander-level monsters are all equivalent to the 7th-level human warriors of the peak of the sanctuary. If they unite and fight hard, although they will be eliminated, they will not be so vulnerable. It is a pity that the existence of Han Feng has destroyed their fighting spirit. In the end, they were completely powerless in the face of Mangyaching's attack and were completely killed. Great! Han Feng gave Mangyaching a thumbs up. Mangyaching smiled back. Seeing that, the two were about to rush into the 5th floor, but at this moment, a voice containing supreme anger rolled in like a monstrous wave. Humans! You are here to slaughter this prince and the people again. The voice was furious. Sun Han's killing intent surged towards Han Feng, and it was the Demon Flame King who discovered Han Feng's behavior of hunting down the Demon Flame Beast. Soon, the space flames burned and converged, eventually forming the figure of the Demon Flame King. The Demon Flame King stared at Han Feng, and the anger in his heart continued to erupt like a volcano. It's just a retreat to stabilize the realm, but he didn't pay attention to the underground world of Moyan Mountain. His people were slaughtered so much. Han Feng's blood. Han Feng stared at the Demon Flame King. Have you finally come out? You chased me so embarrassingly last time, but not this time. The Demon Flame King sneered. It's only been a few years since the last time, arrogant human beings. Even if your human cultivation speed is far faster than that of my Demon Flame Beast family, do you think you can surpass this king in just a few years? This time, this king will not give you any more time to escape. This king will definitely go all out to keep you here, so that you can't survive or die. Suddenly, the Demon Flame King took action, and the terrifying flames turned into hundreds of training-like energies and surged violently. Yaching, back up quickly, so as not to spread you in. Han Feng quickly instructed. The Xianming Tianlang wings spread out behind him, and he kept dodging while flying towards the energy flame. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Today, 20,000 words broke out in the 8th shift. In addition, thanks to 8960211154 for the big reward. Amazed face, / Flame King. Meng Yaqing is not a reckless woman, and she is also aware of the gap between herself and the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. She immediately retreated, and the flames around her body seemed to spread out spiritually, swallowing the elite-level demon flame beasts who were rushing forward. And Han Feng has passed through the heavy flames at this moment, and he punched the demon flame king with a punch, which is the Do Pazhentian fist. The 6th stage of Do Pazhentianquan was activated, and the power of the 99th stage of vibration oscillated out. In the face of Han Feng's punch, the demon flame king just smiled contemptuously, grabbed his palm in the void, and a huge flame palm appeared out of nowhere, smashing all the vibrational power away, as if a huge palm rushed into the heavy waves, turning the waves upside down. Han Feng's face was slightly condensed, and the serious sanctuary small perfection realm was really powerful, especially the sanctuary small perfection whose realm gradually stabilized, so easily broke his attack. Fusion, celestial body. Fusion, holy flame battle body. An immortal body made Han Feng's cultivation beyond the peak of the sanctuary, and the combination of the Aurora Tsangyan after the Aurora Tsangyan made Han Feng's cultivation soar, far exceeding the peak of the sanctuary. After that, the 8th peak level of the Holy Flame Battle Body integrated into Aurora Tsangyan has made Han Feng's current cultivation level truly comparable to the early stage of the first level of Sanctuary Small Perfection. In other words, at this moment, Han Feng is no weaker than the Demon Flame King in terms of cultivation. Immortal energy is cold, mysterious golden runes flashed on Han Feng's forehead. Han Feng stepped on the white fairy cloud, standing proudly in the void. The whole body looks so holy and tall, abrupt, and the golden armor emerges. Han Feng is as majestic as the golden god of war stepping on the fairy clouds. Aurora Tsangyan merged into it, and the fairy cloud turned into a silver fire cloud, full of explosive power, and Han Feng, who was set off by the silver flame armor, became taller and more majestic. How is it possible, just a few years, you? Monarch Moyan looked shocked and angry. He never thought that Han Feng actually reached such a cultivation level in just a few years. Although it was only achieved by the so-called special means of human beings, it should not be underestimated. Roar. The Demon Flame King realized that Han Feng was really no longer the pinnacle of the little sanctuary he didn't take into account a few years ago, and immediately turned into the body of the Demon Flame Beast with a roar. Originally, the realm in the early stage of the first stage of the small perfection was more stable, and the cultivation base also increased slightly, barely improving from the early stage to the middle stage. The bloodline of the Demon Flame Beast family is not strong, far inferior to the top saints, and even among the high-level saints. Such bloodlines, even if the body is displayed, the cultivation base will not increase much. In fact, in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, the role of the holy bloodline is getting weaker and weaker, especially in the great perfection of the sanctuary. Don't think about increasing your cultivation too much. That's why Han Feng dared to tell Shixiong's ancestor that he was not afraid of the small perfectionists of the ancient god of war. Magic Flame Death Kill. Zentianchan Star Palm. Boom. The flames burst and the stars shattered. The offensive of the two was really earth-shattering and powerful. There is enchantment suppression in the Yen clan space, and the spread caused by Han Feng's use of this move is not so terrifying, but this is in the Demon Flame domain. It is absolutely incomparable to the suppression in the Yen clan space. Thus, the violent vibration force oscillated out, carrying astonishing flame power, turning the underground world of Demon Flame Mountain upside down. At this moment, the Moyan mountain made a rumbling sound. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred in the Moyan domain, and many mountain buildings began to collapse at this moment. Countless powerhouses flew into the sky and looked at this scene in astonishment. God, what happened to Moyan Mountain? With such a shock, I'm afraid that a quarter of the territory of Moyan Mountain will be destroyed in a short time. Could it be that those demon flame beasts did this? Damn, why are these beasts always 1 fire, 2, 4, 8, dozens, hundreds. More and more firelights broke through the demon flame mountain and bombarded out from the ground. The next moment, the demon flame mountain collapsed under the shocking gaze of many warriors, and the terrifying energy rose into the sky and went straight to the sky. The whole scene is like the end of the world. In particular, the aftermath of the coercion that oscillated with the surging energy made them even more breathless. Such an aura could only be created by the Demon Flame King. Some smart people have already guessed that it is very likely that a strong man comparable to the Demon Flame King is fighting against the Demon Flame King. The battle at the moment is obviously caused by the battle. Thinking of this, these people looked at each other, unable to hide the horror in their eyes. The Demon Flame King is a super powerhouse in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Which foreign powerhouse is so sturdy? A group of warriors did not think it was created by the warriors of the Demon Flame domain. The warriors of the Demon Flame domain were the strongest in the sanctuary peak 7th heaven. If the Demon Flame King was angry, a slap would be enough to kill a warrior of this level. Many warriors stared at the surrounding area of Moyan Mountain, and under the surging waiting of everyone, 2 figures suddenly came out. One of the figures is huge and surrounded by flames. It is the image of the Demon Flame King's body, which makes many warriors gasp again, and even the body of the Demon Flame King is forced out. This person is very powerful. And when everyone's eyes were focused on the silhouette shot by the second burst, many warriors were stunned, their eyes showing doubts. This person was very familiar. Soon, many people reacted, and the doubts in their pupils immediately turned into inconceivable. God, isn't this the young man who was chased and killed by King Moyan several years ago? This kid is here again. Nonsense, didn't I see that he forced the Demon Flame King to such a degree? If I had such strength, I would definitely come back to avenge the revenge that I was hunted down a few years ago. It's terrifying. It was just a few years ago that this kid was still in a state of embarrassment when he was chased and killed. If it weren't for all kinds of unexpected and unprepared methods, I would have been killed by the Demon Flame King long ago, and now. Haha, the Demon Flame King is finally finished. Judging by the strength of this lord, even if he loses today, he can easily leave. The Demon Flame King cannot leave the Demon Flame territory. After only a few years have passed, this lord will surely leave. It can easily kill the demonic flame beast. Lai Yuanzong, sect master, and Lai Qianxing were silent at this scene of looking at the sky. They knew when Han Feng successfully escaped from King Moyan, they underestimated Han Feng, but now they found that they thought they were high enough to see each other, but in fact they underestimated him. In just a few short years, the strength has increased to such a point. What about the future? Perhaps the true god in the legend did not have any difficulty with this. In the void, Han Feng and Moyan King fought again and again, the space vibrated and distorted, and the terrible energy aftermath continued to spread. No warrior dared to get close to the two of them. The space storm caused by the battle between the two is afraid that if they are accidentally involved, they will be torn and shattered. Han Fengxing has a higher level in Zhenqian Chengxing's hang, but Demon Flame King is better than being able to use his powerful tricks perfectly. Human boy, the two of us are only half a caddy, and neither of us can defeat the other. According to this king, why don't we stop each other? The more shocked the King Moyan, the more he wanted to retreat. Han Feng smiled coldly. Isn't it about revenge? The monarch, sir, gave up so soon? Han Feng emphasized the word, sir, full of sarcasm. King Moyan gritted his teeth, but King Moyan was really scared, and said with a stiff face, those people deserve what they deserve, and this king will definitely tell the people in the future not to offend your excellency. Han Feng slowly shook his head. I didn't expect that for your own life, you even abandoned your own people, but unfortunately I came this time for the magic fire crystal in your body. So sorry, I will kill you today. The king of demon flames smiled angrily. Okay, I didn't expect this king to give in, but your excellency is still so entangled. If you want this king's demon flame crystal, you are worthy of it? Go to hell. The death of the magic flame is really slaughter. Second more. Demon flame death, true blazing killing, is a sanctuary secret learned by the demon flame king recently. It is a sacred sanctuary that has been further transformed and improved on demon flame death killing. If it can fully exert its power, demon flame, the power of death's true blazing will far surpass the magic flame death killing. However, because it has just been comprehended, there are still many areas that need to be improved, and the demon flame king is not too skilled, so he cannot exert 100% of the power at all. So, at this moment, the grip breath that the demon flame king shoots out is far better than before. The flames bombarded out like a tornado, with a monstrous momentum, attacking Han Feng, and the ferocious beast would completely devour Han Feng. Many warriors exclaimed. Han Feng smiled faintly, and the giant blood-colored eyes in the void reappeared behind him. With the improvement of his cultivation, Han Feng's control over the blood-eyed wolf claw is getting deeper and deeper. If it is said that during the True Disciple contest, the blood-eyed wolf claws that Han Feng can display is roughly equivalent to 100% of the best low-grade middle and high-level sanctuary skills, and 70% to 80% of the best low-grade top sanctuary skills, then now the power that can be exerted has vaguely surpassed the inferior level of the best. The blood-eyed wolf claw itself is only a top-notch middle-class sanctuary. In other words, Han Feng is getting closer and closer to the perfect control of the blood-eyed wolf claw. The bloody wolf claws roared out and rushed into the flame tornado under the shocked eyes of everyone. In an instant, the flame tornado was forcibly torn into several torrents of flames by the bloody wolf claws, almost passing through Han Feng. At the same time, the bloody wolf claws were already approaching the demon flame king. No! The demon flame king let out an unwilling roar, and turned to flee to the ground. Can you escape? Han Feng sneered. The next moment, the blood-colored wolf claws were already firmly grasped on the body of the demon flame king. Rao is the huge body of the demon flame king, and he was also severely injured by this claw. His chest was almost caught, and his left arm was broken. Hoo-ho! The demon flame king let out a painful roar. More fear in my heart. The demon flame king was not killed with a single blow. After all, he was a dignified and upright sanctuary small perfectionist, and he had not fallen so easily. He quickly fled to the underground, and now only the 6th floor underground can give the demon flame king a sense of security. Emperor Flame 7th layer. But at this moment, a torrent of flames burst out from the ground. What? The demon flame king was shocked and hurriedly took action to resist. If it was in its heyday, this flame torrent would be nothing to the demon flame king. No matter how powerful Meng Yaqing's Emperor Yin 7th layer was, and how powerful the fusion of the 7 fires was, it was a fact that Meng Yaqing's own cultivation was only the 5th layer of sanctuary peak. But at this moment, the demon flame king was severely injured, and he lost his fighting spirit and only wanted to escape, even though he was resisted by the torrent of flames for a moment. This moment is enough for Han Feng. A bloody wolf claw roared out of the empty bloody eyes again. This time, the demon flame king could no longer resist, and his body was torn apart and collapsed. Demon flame king fall. The human warriors in the demon flame domain stared blankly at what happened at the height of the demon flame mountain, as if some had not recovered, and then burst out with an excited roar. The human beings in the demon flame domain are too severely oppressed by the demon flame beast. One after another, fiery eyes fell on Han Feng, which was the respect and worship of the strong. In the void, a fire crystal exuding a fiery breath fell in Han Feng's hands, which was the magic fire crystal that fell from the body of the demon flame king. As soon as the magic flame and fire crystal started, Han Feng felt that his body was about to move. What a pure fire energy! Han Feng exclaimed. Meng Yaqing flew over. Congratulations, your strength will be greatly increased. Meng Yaqing knew that Han Feng's main purpose was the magic flame crystal in the body of the magic flame king, and the rest were secondary. Han Feng put away the magic fire crystal, looked in a certain direction, and muttered, "Let's go, it's time for us to go home." Mentioning the Great Jin Kingdom, Meng Yaqing was also a little lost. Yeah, it's time to go home. For a while, Meng Yaqing looked a little sad. From Han Feng's mouth, Meng Yaqing already knew that her first master Lin Shunqing had fallen. Han Feng sighed and hugged Meng Yaqing. The Lord of the Jin Kingdom has built a hero's tomb for Senior Lin and Senior Lei. Let's go to worship together at that time. Yeah. Meng Yaqing nodded lightly. The next moment, the two of them turned into two afterimages and disappeared in front of everyone. Great Jin Kingdom, Han family. In the hall, Han Yu, Han Tiancheng and other senior members of the Han family stood silently to one side, and many people in luxurious costumes on the other side bowed and laughed at a man dressed as a prince. If Han Feng was here, it was the Lord of the Dashing Empire who recognized that he was constantly bowing his hands and smiling. The King of Dajin and others were all behind the King of Dashing, with a sullen expression on their faces. Since Han Feng broke through the sanctuary, the status of the Great Jin Kingdom has been rising day by day, especially since Han Feng broke through the peak of the sanctuary. The surrounding countries did not dare to be disrespectful to the Great Jin Kingdom, and they all surrendered. Even the Dashing Empire has attached great importance to the Dajin Kingdom. As the Lord of the Great Jin Kingdom, it has been a long time since he was so aggrieved. But who said that this prince came from the dignified first-rank empire, the hegemonic empire, and the bully empire, which is enough to rank in the forefront of the first-rank empire? It is said that there are not only strong people in the late peak of the sanctuary in the empire, but also many. Even the strongest of the Xiongba Empire, the national teacher of the Xiongba Empire, has stepped into the sanctuary small perfection with half a foot, and is considered a half-step sanctuary small perfection master. Once the national teacher and the strongest man of the Xiongba Empire successfully broke through, the Xiongba Empire would be the worthy overlord of the Beizhou Continent Empire. Such a prince of an empire cannot be provoked at will, not to mention the prince, not to mention the younger brother of the imperial master who is also next to the prince. His cultivation level is as high as the peak of the sanctuary. Was killed. Then why hasn't Han Feng come back? How long does the prince have to wait? Xuanhuan, the prince of the Xiongba Empire, shouted with a sullen face. The matter of the true disciple contest has already been spread, and almost all the top forces in Beizhou Continent know the vague situation of the true disciple contest. After all, in the original competition, there were still very few warriors from the outside world in the audience. These warriors are not low in cultivation, but their age is not suitable for participating in the competition, so they can only be used as spectators. The reason why I only got vague news was because the number of viewers from outside martial artists was too small, and these martial artists were concerned about the face of the ancients, so what was spread out was an approximation. Rao is so, an outside martial artist won the first place in the ancient tribe's true disciple competition, which is enough to shock the major forces in the Beizhou Continent. Han Feng's background is innocent. Although it is not easy to find it, it is not that difficult. After investigation, the Xiongba Empire finally determined that the true disciple first came from the small country of Jin, which shocked the strong men of the Xiongba Empire. Could the small country of Jin really cultivate such strong men? Regardless of whether it is true or false, the Xiongba Empire finally sent the Prince Xuanhuan to invite Han Feng to join the Xiongba Empire and invite Han Feng to become the elder of the Xiongba Empire. King Dashing said cautiously, "Elder Han Feng has not returned yet. Maybe he is too far away to receive the news. Please wait for a few more days, for the prince." The Dashing King and Han Feng are naturally connected to each other, but this is also a distance limit. Beyond this limit is useless. Wait. You all know that this prince waits. Can this prince's time be wasted? Xuanhuan looked displeased. As the prince of the empire, when others waited for him, when did he? I have waited for others, and this time I have waited for so long without even seeing a single person. His Royal Highness, we are here to invite that Han Feng to join our empire. Such an attitude is too. Behind Xuanhuan, an old man frowned and persuaded Xuanhuan. 1344 Earth. This old man, with a childlike appearance, named Xiong Shijin, was the younger brother of the national master of the Xiongba Empire. He was only 100 years younger than the national master, and now his cultivation base is close to the limit of the peak of the sanctuary. Like the national teacher, Xiong Sikkim also has the potential to be promoted to the small perfection of the sanctuary, and has a noble position in the hegemony empire. If it is not the mother of the prince, she is a close disciple of a real small perfection in the sanctuary. Status will never be so polite to the prince. After all, the prince is the prince, not the emperor. Before ascending the throne, he is not qualified to let the strong like Xiong Shijin follow. Xuanhuan was stagnant for a while, remembering his father's order. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and suppressed it. Elder Jin, that kid is really that powerful? The first in the ancient tribe's true disciple competition, which one has not practiced for thousands of years, this Han Feng, according to the news we got, is clearly not over 100 years old. After a long while, Xuanhuan couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Xiong Sikkim. This, the old man doesn't know. According to those people, and based on our investigations over the years, there is no doubt that it should be the Han Feng of this great Jin kingdom. But even if we make a mistake, the Han Feng of this great Jin kingdom is only with that Han Feng has the same name, but it is true that Han Feng from the great Jin kingdom was promoted to the peak of the sanctuary within 100 years of age. Even if he can't compare to that true disciple, Dobby number 1, he is definitely a peerless genius. Worth it. Xuanhuan categorically said, it must be the same name. Those ancient geniuses have practiced for thousands of years, and at the peak level of the sanctuary, they have the combat power of the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Jin state. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's fear of Jin state was greatly reduced. The jealousy that Han Feng of the great Jin kingdom could be promoted to the peak of the sanctuary within 100 years of age, and the dissatisfaction with waiting for these days, Xuanhuan all vented on the lord of the dashing empire and others. Behind him, Xiong Shijin shook his head. How could someone like the lord of the country have such a narrow-minded son? Let's not talk about the same name. He was promoted to the peak of the sanctuary within 100 years of age, and in all likelihood, he will be promoted to the sanctuary small perfection in the future. If such a person does not make a good impression now, it will be too late in the future. If you offend the other party, sooner or later, you will be retaliated. Just thinking of the sanctuary, Xuanhuan behind the mother-in-law Xuanhuan, Xiongxijin had to shut his mouth. Another few days passed, and Xuanhuan became more and more impatient, and said directly to the Han family, pick a woman for this prince to come over and purify the fire for this prince. Everyone in the Han family knew the hidden meaning, their faces changed, and their hearts filled with anger towards Xuanhuan. Don't you want to? Then the prince will do it himself. Xuanhuan couldn't be without women every day in the Xiongba Empire, and now he has endured for nearly half a month, and finally endured to the limit. The power of Yuanshan poured out, and the powerhouses of the dashing empire could not stop it if they wanted to. Not to mention Xuanhuan's identity, even the cultivation of Xuanhuan's own great sanctuary Jizongshan is not something they can compete with. Soon, a smile appeared on the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth, and he disappeared into the hall with a movement. When he reappeared, he had already grabbed a woman in his hand. Rower! Han Tianli stood up suddenly, looking terrified. The woman who was caught was Han Feng's cousin, Han Ro. Xuanhuan clicked his tongue and said, "The entire Han family, this woman is the only one who has attracted the attention of this prince. Bastard, let me go." Han Ro struggled angrily. Seeing this scene, Han Tiancheng was a little fortunate in his anger. Fortunately, Yuan Jia returned to the Lei family for something, or else. With this festival asterisk of Prince Xuanhuan, even a married woman, as long as she is beautiful, will not let it go. Stop. At this time, Han Tianli couldn't care about Prince Xuanhuan's noble status. They were about to save their daughter, and everyone in the Han family was surging. Yi Zhu and Bai Cai have been guarding in the dark, and now they suddenly take action when they see this scene. Little sanctuary, dare to be presumptuous in front of this prince. With a cold snort, Yi Zhu and Bai Cai felt like they were hit hard, vomited blood and flew out. With Prince Xuanhuan as the center, an irresistible coercion swept out. Outside the hall, the guards of the Han family were oppressed and lay on the ground unable to move. Damn, if something happens to Han Feng's relatives, I, the lord of the country, will probably do it. The lord of the Jin dynasty was about to start, but the unparalleled pressure immediately fell on the warriors on the side of the great Jin kingdom. Body. As the status of the kingdom of Great Jin increased, many foreign sanctuaries joined the kingdom of Great Jin to become the elders of protecting the country. But in the face of Xuanhuan, the great sanctuary, these elders are really vulnerable, and even Yi Zhu and Bai Cai are stronger than these elders. The king of Dashing looked gloomy and uncertain, and he chose back and forth between Han Feng and Yiping Empire in his heart, and finally took a deep breath and his expression became firm. Oh? Lord Dashing, can you, a fourth-rank empire, also defy this prince? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lord Dashing coldly. Xiong Xijin's eyes also fell on the king of Dashing, who fell into an ice cellar. Although Xiong Xijin was dissatisfied with the behavior of Prince Xuanhuan, he did not take the behavior of the prince too seriously. It was a blessing for the daughter of a family in the fifth-grade empire to become the prince's concubine. If she could give birth to a child in the future, half female, and if the qualifications are not bad, the status will be higher. It's better than staying in a small fifth-grade empire. King Dashing said sternly, "This woman is Elder Han's cousin. If the prince insists on this, Elder Han will definitely not join the hegemonic empire." Humph, just because of a woman, how dare Han Feng fight against this prince and the Xiongba Empire? Prince Xuanhuan sneered, but he still didn't take Han Feng seriously. Even male, Sikkim. One is the prince of the first-rank empire, and the mother is the direct disciple of the powerhouse in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, and the other is the younger brother of the national teacher. Even the powers of some of the sanctuary peak powerhouses in the second-rank empire often curry favor with their first-rank empire, and send women from the clan to the prince as concubines. There are so many things, Xuanhuan and Xiong Sikkim have become accustomed to it. But at this moment, a cold voice rushed into Xuanhuan's primordial spirit. Xuanhuan's face turned pale, his body was slammed into the air, and he fell through the hall with a bang. Who is it? Xiong Xijin roared in anger. The power of his primordial spirit poured out like a wave, but no one found it. Immediately, Xiong Xijin's expression sank, knowing that the other party is unfathomable, and it is very likely that he is in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Thinking of this, Xiong Xijin was dripping with cold sweat. This little Han family. How could there be such a strong backing? The next moment, 3 figures appeared in the hall, and it was Han Feng and the 3 of them. With the ancestor of Ziyun, the power of the primordial spirit of Jizongshan, the peak of the sanctuary in Shijing district, wanted to find out that the three of them were just a dream. "Senior, I don't know you," Xiong Shijing said cautiously. Aren't you waiting for Han? Now that Han has appeared, you can't recognize him," Han Feng said with a sneer. "What? You are Han Feng?" Xiong Shijing's face changed greatly. This is not good. This kid is obviously supported by the small perfection of the sanctuary, and they are completely equal to their dominant empire. In this way, their previous behavior was to slap each other's face. Han Feng. Wind. Elder Han. Grown-ups. Han Feng's appearance made everyone overjoyed. "Bastard, you dare to hurt this prince. You are courting death." Prince Xuanhuan's angry voice sounded. How could he have been treated like this when he grew up so big? Tianmeng. Now that Han Feng is comparable to the existence of the small perfection in the sanctuary, how can he put a mere first-rank empire in his eyes, let alone a mere prince? With a slap in the air, Prince Xianggiro's body twitched and flew out, and he was still twitching when he fell to the ground. The blood-red marks on his cheeks were extremely deep, as if blood was about to ooze out. Obviously, Han Feng didn't keep his hands much even if he didn't use all his strength. Novel source, 0 Point Academy. Everyone took a deep breath. King Dashing and others felt as if they were dreaming. This is the prince of the tyrannical empire. It is said that there is a strong backer from the small perfection of the sanctuary behind him. Is Han Feng really not afraid of the revenge of the hegemonic empire? For a while, many people shivered when they looked at Han Feng's calm face. "You are too soft-hearted." Ancestor Ziyun glanced at Han Feng and said lightly. Everyone was speechless, and they all slapped the face of the first-rank imperial prince like that. And are they soft-hearted? Do you have to slap the opponent's head flying? Xiong Shijing's face was stiff. If it was just Han Feng, he would have punished this kid long ago, but there is a strong backer behind this kid, and Xiong Shijing did not dare to act rashly. Xiong Shijing was not sure which realm of the small perfection ancestor Ziyun was in. If it was only the first level, he would not care too much. The backer behind the Prince Xuanhuan was the realm of the second level of the small perfection. But the feeling that the ancestor Ziyun brought to Xiong Shijing was completely unfathomable, and the primordial spirit felt that he had entered the abyss, and the horrified Xiong Shijing quickly took back his primordial spirit. Although the small perfection realm is strong, he is also the peak of the holy realm in the 9th layer. If he is just entering the small perfection realm for the first time, it will not give him such a feeling. This, Mr. Han Feng, this old man is just representing my dominating empire to invite you to become the elder protector of my dominating empire. Your actions are too heavy. Xiong Shijing twitched the corners of his mouth and said dryly. That's the sincerity of the invitation of the Xiongbai Empire? Use force on Han's cousin? And don't take Han's family seriously? If Han hadn't arrived in time. Han Feng's eyes shot cold light. Xiongxijin was at a loss for words. If Han Feng had no backer, Xiongxijin would not feel that he was wrong at all, but when Han Feng had a backer, Xiongxijin felt that he was wrong. To put it bluntly, whether there is a mistake depends on the status of both parties. Only when the status is equal, Han Feng is qualified to let Xiong Shijing reflect on himself. Otherwise, in this world, the strong are respected, the strong think it is right, and the weak can only afford it. Han Feng waved his hand. Your Excellency, let's leave the great Jin kingdom, and just ignore the behavior of your Excellency Prince. Han will not join the Xiongbai Empire and become the protector of the Xiongbai Empire. Xiong Shijing's expression sank. You really don't think about it? As long as you become the elder of protecting the country, the old man can guarantee that what you do to the prince today will be tolerated by the lord of the country. But if you refuse, the lord of the country will surely I won't let it go, and I won't allow my prince to be bullied by outsiders. Are you threatening Han? Han Feng narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth drew an indifferent arc. Xiong Xijin's body suddenly froze, as if he felt an unprecedented crisis. This feeling came and went quickly, so Xiong Xikkim did not take it too seriously. Xiong Xijin glanced at the ancestor Ziyun vigilantly, and then said to Han Feng, Prince Xuanhuan's mother-in-law is the direct disciple of the Master of the Magic Palace, the Master of the Magic Palace, and the Master of the Magic Palace is up to the second level of the sanctuary. Chong Tian values the prince's mother and concubine very much. Your Excellency treats the prince like this. If the prince complains to the senior of the Earth Magic Palace, not only your own will suffer, but even those related to you will be implicated. Saying that, Xiong Xijin looked at everyone in the hall with meaning. Everyone looked nervous. The peak of the sanctuary is already unattainable for them, and the small perfection realm is even more legendary. Thinking that it is very likely to provoke revenge from such a strong man. The hearts of the people were all chilled. At this time, the ancestor of Ziyun chuckled lightly. It turned out to be the boy Zhang from the Magic Palace. Speaking of which, I have seen all the 4 little girls in the Magic Palace before. It is the Palace Master of the Holy Magic Palace. The seat is also somewhat familiar to him, but this is because the flood washed the Dragon King Temple. Xiong Xijin's expression changed greatly, and he looked at the ancestor of Ziyun with uncertainty. The Magic Palace is divided into 5 palaces, namely the Holy Magic Palace, the Heaven Magic Palace, the Earth Magic Palace, the Xian Magic Palace, and the Yellow Magic Palace. The Palace Masters of the Magic Palace, the Xuanhuan Palace, and the Yellow Magic Palace are all in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, and if they do not reach this realm, they are not qualified to become the Palace Masters of the 4th Palace. Once a new Palace Lord is born, the old Palace Lord will retire to the Holy Magic Palace to become an elder, and the Palace Lord of the Holy Magic Palace must be in the great perfection realm of the Holy Land. The Sacred Magic Palace is the ruler of the 4 palaces, including the Sky Magic Palace, and the 4th Palace of the Sky Magic Palace presides over all the affairs of the Magic Palace. The Palace Master of the 4th Palace has a noble status in the Magic Palace. Except for the elders and the Palace Master of the Holy Magic Palace, no one dares to call the Palace Master of the 4th Palace a boy or a girl. The old lady in front of her actually called Di Huan Gong Gong in a dignified way and advocated that Wu Yong was Zhang Xiaozi. With such confidence, it is enough to show that the old lady in front of her is more senior than Wu Yong, who is advocated by the Earth Magic Palace. If that's the case, that's all, it's just that the seniority is high, and it doesn't matter. After all, the world is respected by the strong, but it is different to be able to have some friendship with the Palace Master of the Holy Illusion Palace. Damn, what's the origin of this old lady? What is her cultivation? Small perfection triple heaven? Or? Xiong Xijin didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he thought about it any longer, he might collapse to the ground. Ancestor Ziyun smiled with satisfaction. As an ancestor of the great perfection of the Yan clan sanctuary, how could he be threatened casually? Seeing Xiong Xijin's terrifying face, Han Feng said lightly, since even the seniors said that the water rushed to the Dragon King Temple, I will not take action, and leave with your prince. Xiong Xijin sighed endlessly. Who could laugh at the small Han family of Jin Kingdom, who would have such a strong backer? Just when Xiong Xijin was about to help Prince Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes, and the cold light flickered. Bastard, how dare you slap this prince, go to hell. He stretched out his hand and squeezed it violently, and a jade pendant was shattered. Boom! In an instant, the sky became gloomy, and a terrible breath condensed in the sky. A figure emitting a stalwart aura condensed in the air. Mind clone? Han Feng pulled out a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Want to defeat him with a sanctuary small perfections mind clone? Dream. The mind clone roared, his eyes fixed on Han Feng, and an aura that made everyone present felt hopeless pressed Han Feng. Xiong Shijin made a move. The prince actually brought the jade pendant of the mind, which was given by Senior Zhang. Just so, let me see what this Han Feng is capable of. It would be better if the old lady could force it. It's really powerful. I'll take the prince to escape in time. But if this old lady is pretending, then... A ferocious flash flashed on Xiong Shijin's face. Humph. With a cold hum, the breath centered on Han Feng rose into the sky like a storm, like a cloud surge. Heavenly immortal body, congeal. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Zentianchan star palm. A sanctuary Xiaoqing's mind clone. The combat power is just beyond the peak of the sanctuary, but it is still a long way from the real Xiaoqing, and Han Feng does not use all his strength. Rao is so, the burst of momentum has forced the mind clone to repel, and at the same time, Zentianchan Xingzhang rolled the mind clone into it like a meat grinder, stirring it to pieces. What? Not only Prince Xuanhuan, but also Xiongxijin was deeply shocked. Xiong Sikkim thought about all kinds of possibilities, but did not expect such a result. The unfathomable coercion swept through the sky, and Xiong Sikkim was almost out of breath. Sanctuary small perfection. At this moment, Xiong Shijin is extremely certain that even if the opponent's cultivation base is not the sanctuary small perfection, the real combat power has been achieved. My God, what kind of monster is this? Please report that it is less than 100 years old. And many more. Xiong Shijin raised his head abruptly. The first place in the ancient clan True Disciple competition is also called Han Feng. Are you really? It's Han. Han Feng smiled coldly, and the endless energy rolled out and shot at the prince. Not good. Xiong Shijin hurriedly stood in front of Prince Xuanhuan, and blood spurted out immediately. Prince Xuanhuan, already frightened, stayed in place. 5th. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Perfection in the sanctuary. Han Feng didn't stop, because Xiong Shijin blocked Prince Xuanhuan. Before, he just slapped Prince Xuanhuan in the face of the Xiongba Empire, but Han Feng didn't want to kill the Xuanhuan crown prince to attract the revenge of the Xiongba Empire. Although Han Feng is not afraid, unless he personally kills the hegemonic empire, he will definitely worry about his home every time he goes out to practice in the future. In case the Xiongba Empire attacked his family while he was out for training, he would not have time to return to rescue him. As for destroying the hegemonic empire, this idea is somewhat unreliable. In terms of strength, Han Feng does have this qualification, but a martial artist who has just become famous suddenly wiped out the imperial family of the first-rank empire. How does this make the rest of the first-rank empire think? If it's not good, then there will be public anger and these first-rank empires will unite. The third-rank empires are basically not simple, especially the first-rank empires, which have the support of some hidden forces behind them, such as the Magic Palace, the supporter of the Xiongba Empire. If it is not a last resort, Han Feng does not want to cause the hostility of these first-rank empires. This is also the reason why Han Feng just slapped Prince Xuanhuan and did not attack. If it is only the prince of the second and third rank empire, it is very likely that he has already fallen into the hands of Han Feng at this moment. But Prince Xuanhuan's ignorance made Han Feng annoyed. Puff. Prince Xuanhuan was hit by Han Feng again, his internal organs were displaced, and he fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood continuously. Xiong Shijin endured the pain in his body, and Xingyuan burst out. Han Feng didn't care at all. With a wave of his sleeve robe, Xiong Shijin flew out as if he was hit hard. If it is the peak of the holy domain of the ancients, Han Feng really has to take it seriously, but it is just the peak of the holy domain of the outside world. It is really not a dish for Han Feng. Many of the Han family's powerhouses, the Lord of the Great Jin Kingdom, the guardian elders of the Great Jin Kingdom, and the Lord of the Great Qing Kingdom all opened their mouths and couldn't close them, and their faces were sluggish. This is the sanctuary peak Jizongshan powerhouse, and the strongest player on the bright side of Beizhou continent is at this level. But such a strong man is so vulnerable in front of Han Feng. I'm not dreaming, isn't it just that Elder Han has just been promoted to the peak of the sanctuary? Middle. When Prince Xiongxijin and Prince Xuanhuan were almost tortured, Han Feng stopped and only heard Han Feng coldly say, "For the sake of the empire, I will spare you both of your lives today, and go back and tell your lord, Han is not afraid of dominating the empire. If you want to take revenge, then come, Han will accompany you at any time." Xiongxijin endured the pain in his body, humiliated and thanked Han Feng for not being a killer, and left with Prince Xuanhuan on his back. Xiongxijin knew that if the other party was not concerned about the attitude of other first-rank empires, and if he was not concerned about the magic palace behind him, the fate of him and Prince Xuanhuan today would most likely be death. Thinking that their task was not completed, and that they had offended Han Feng, who was the first in the true disciple competition, Xiongxijin sighed. This time back to the empire, even if the prince had a strong background, he would inevitably be left out by the king for a while. The hall is quiet. Rao is the king of Dashing, who has a good relationship with Han Feng, and now he does not dare to go forward. When I first met Han Feng was only a cultivation base in the great sanctuary, but now he has reached a level where he doesn't even care about the 9 heavens of the sanctuary. It's like knowing someone who was a Diaosi a month ago, but drove a BMW a month later, which makes people feel too unfamiliar. In the end, it was Yi Zhu and Bai Cai who came forward to apologize. "Sir, we didn't protect the Han family well. Please convict adults." Han Feng waved his hand. "The other party is not an existence that you can compete with. It's none of your business. If you want to atone for your sins, you can practice hard in the future. I think you two are not far from the realm of the great sanctuary. Yes, I will wish you two to break through directly to the great sanctuary." Yi Zhu and Bai Cai were overjoyed, and the rest were envious. It's a pity that they have different identities from Yi Zhu and Bai Cai, but they dare not ask Han Feng to help them break through. With the topic, the hall soon became warm. The uncles of the Han family looked relieved, and Han Rou also came to thank him. Han Tiancheng flapped Han Feng's wings. "If your mother is still in the Han family, she must be very happy." After Han Feng answered one by one, he began to introduce the identity of the ancestors of Ziyun and Mengyaqing to everyone. Knowing that the ancestor of Ziyun was the great perfection of the sanctuary, everyone was shocked, and many even knelt down directly. Ancestor Ziyun hurriedly waved a few strengths to prevent everyone from kneeling. "The old lady is here as the elder of Han Feng boy now, not as a holy place great perfection. Get up quickly." Finally, Han Feng introduced Mengyaqing, and everyone finally understood why Ancestor Ziyun said he came as an elder. Everyone's faces were complicated. The original guardian disciple now not only has a strong cultivation base, but also has a more powerful master, and has left the younger generation of the great Jin kingdom far behind. In Dajin, only Mengyaqing and Han Feng are a good match for each other. The return of Han Feng made Saint Zhongqing and the Han family lively. Afterwards, more and more people visited the Han family in the entire Jin kingdom. During this period, Lei Yuanjia also returned from the Lei family to the Han family, pulling Mengyaqing with him. Hands are very affectionate. Soon the mother and daughter were chatting hotly, and Han Feng was thrown aside. Han Feng shrugged and didn't care, just taking advantage of this time to retreat and practice in order to break through to a higher level. During the period of Han Feng retreat, dominate the empire. In the splendid, majestic and domineering palace, the majestic and powerful lord wearing a dragon robe has a solemn expression. Elder Jin, is Han Feng sure that the true disciple is the first Han Feng? Xiong Shijin said bitterly, the old man is sure that the boy's strength has reached the sanctuary small perfection, and the old man guarantees that this is not the true strength of the boy. With such combat power, it is not impossible to win the first place in the ancient race's true disciple competition. The Lord of Xiongba looked embarrassed. Such a genius against the sky. The prince not only failed to recruit successfully, but offended the other party instead? Xiong Xijin nodded and said guiltily, it's all because the old man didn't persuade him in time. Master National Teacher, you look. The Lord of the Hegemony looked at the black-robed old man, standing beside him. The national teacher cupped his hands and said, the country's lord, this son's cultivation base is strong and his combat power is amazing. On the bright side of Beizhou continent, I am afraid that no one is this son's opponent. As for the peak of the sanctuary, Han Feng also has a backing. All in all, this son, we can't continue to fight against each other in the afternoon. The Lord of the Hegemony nodded, I think so too. Come on. A series of compensations were sent to the great Jin kingdom like flowing water. At the same time, Prince Xuanhuan, who dominated the empire, was also sent to the magic palace. When he was taught and when he was allowed to return. Although he didn't say anything about the order to abolish the prince, in fact, as long as the Prince Xuanhuan has not returned for hundreds of thousands of years, it makes no difference whether he is abolished or not. People who don't know why really think that the Lord of Xiongba gave up Prince Xuanhuan, but those who are close to the Lord know that this is actually a kind of protection for Prince Xuanhuan. Prince Xuanhuan has done a terrible job this time. Continuing to stay in the Xiongba Empire will only continue to weaken his reputation, and he will continue to be attacked by other princes. As long as you lead this quagmire, no one will talk about it for a long time. The most important thing is that, for hundreds of years and thousands of years, it is enough for the Lord to see what kind of achievements Han Feng can achieve. If it's just a little old, it may not be good, and the Lord of the Hegemony will definitely get back the face he lost today, and if Han Feng really grows to the hegemon level strength of the Beizhou continent, then Prince Xuanhuan can stay in the magic palace. Prince Guang was killed by Han Feng when he tried to take revenge. Great Jin Kingdom, Han family. Han Feng clenched the magic flame crystals with both hands, absorbing the energy in the magic flame crystals. Pieces of high-grade magic flame crystals were absorbed by Han Feng, and Han Feng's cultivation began to rise. I don't know when, Han Feng's momentum suddenly rose, and his cultivation base broke through to the early stage of Jizongshan, the peak of the sanctuary. 6 more and 15,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. There are 2 more, do not sleep without coding. Perfection in the sanctuary. The peak of the initial stage of the 9 heavens, the limit of the early stages of the 9 heavens, the middle stage of the 9 heavens. In the hunt of the Demon Flame Mountain in the Demon Flame domain, Han Feng obtained enough high-level Demon Flame crystals, which was enough to ensure Han Feng's cultivation all the way. I don't know how long, a magic fire crystal in Han Feng's hand shattered, Han Feng opened his eyes, and there was a faint flame. At this time, Han Feng's cultivation base has been raised to the limit of the sanctuary peak Jizongshan. But there are still a lot of magic flame crystals in Han Feng's hands. Han Feng did the math. Although there are quite a few of these magic flame crystals, it may be a little too hard to use them to hit the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Since there is not much certainty, then simply upgrade the others. Han Feng started the Holy Flame Battle Body. The Holy Flame Battle Body had already reached the peak of the 8th level, and it was only half a step away from the 9th level. Now with the high-level magic fire crystals, the Holy Flame Battle Body is very easy. The breakthrough was completed, reaching the 9th realm. Afterwards, the Saint Flame Armor, Saint Flame Raging Heaven Fist, and Saint Flame Rising Heaven Seal were also promoted to the 9 heavens, and they also reached the peak of the 9 heavens. The peak of Jizongshan means that the levels of the 4 major martial arts are considered to be out of the category of high-grade sanctuary secrets, and they are between high-grade and top-grade sanctuary secrets. The magic flame crystals consumed 7 to 88, and suddenly, another magic flame crystal appeared in Han Feng's hand, but this magic flame crystal was obviously larger than other magic flame crystals, and contained a larger and purer fire energy. This magic flame crystal was dropped by killing the magic flame king. Staring at this magic flame crystal, Han Feng fell into contemplation. If it is used to make a breakthrough in cultivation, it is expected that it should be enough for me to break through to the small perfection of the Holy Land, but the 9 flames and different fire art cannot be improved. If it is used to improve the 9 flames and different fire art first, then the cultivation will not be able to advance to the sanctuary small perfection. Han Feng was caught in a dilemma. First use it to improve the 9 flames and different fire art. Xuanhuan's voice suddenly sounded, and then explained, it will take decades for the sacred fruit of the planting space to mature, but if you break through to the small perfection of the sanctuary, decades later, even if these holy fruits are turned into source liquid, it will not have much effect on your cultivation. On the contrary, if the 9 flames and different fire art are first upgraded, and the source liquid of the refined holy stone is transported to the planting space, the time for the holy fruit to ripen will be greatly shortened. Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of this? Improve your cultivation first, and the 9 flames and different fires will probably take decades to improve, which is a waste of time. If there are adventures in the past few decades that lead to the improvement of the 9 flames and different fires, then the mature fruit will be wasted. However, if the 9 flames and different fire techniques are improved first, it will make a big difference. The shortening of the ripening time of the holy fruit means that the cultivation base can continue to break through. Compared with the two, the latter improvement can not only shorten the time but also avoid waste. Thinking of this, Han Feng decided to absorb the magic flame and fire crystal to improve the 9 flames and different flames first. Time has passed, and it has been several years since Han Feng retreated. The further back the practice is, the more time it takes to improve each step, even if it is swallowed by heaven and earth spirits. In a few years, Han Feng's cultivation level has been raised from the 8th heaven to the limit of the 9th heaven, and the 4 major martial arts such as the Holy Flame War Body have also reached the peak of the 9th heaven. Right now, Han Feng's 9 flames and different fires are about to break through. Boom! The silver flames became more prosperous and swept out. Han Feng opened his eyes suddenly, opened his mouth and sucked in, and the gushing silver flames were immediately absorbed into Han Feng's body. Fortunately, it was recovered quickly, otherwise the Han mansion would have been burned by the flames. Han Feng said happily. Feeling the surging flames in his body, Han Feng couldn't help showing a smile on his face. The breakthrough to the peak in the late 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art means that the power of Aurora Tsungyan has been promoted from the high-grade holy fire to the best-grade low-grade. Today, the domain of the sanctuary small perfection first layer powerhouse can no longer suppress Han Feng. Only the special small perfection first layer domain and the small perfection first layer and above can pose a threat to Han Feng. The accumulation of the Demon Flame King over the years is extremely profound. After the breakthrough of the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng clearly felt that there was still some energy left in the Demon Flame Crystal. Between the continuous improvement of the 9 flames and different fire art and the improvement of the 4 major martial arts, Han Feng chose the latter. Obviously, the improvement of the 9 flames and different fire art has not improved much, and it does not help much to improve the comprehensive combat power, but if the Holy Flame battle body can break through to the 10th level, it will be completely different. At that time, when the 10th layer Holy Flame battle body integrates with Aurora Tsungyan, it will greatly improve the overall strength and the cultivation base will soar. Break! I don't know how many days later, Han Feng touched the thin layer of the Holy Flame War Body's 9th layer, breaking through the 10th layer. Han Feng roared, and the remaining power of the magic fire crystal roared and roared away, breaking through fiercely. That bottleneck. The Holy Flame Battle Body broke through to the 10th level, and Han Feng felt that there was an even more terrifying power in his body. Han Feng didn't open his eyes, and slowly stabilized the 10th initial stage of the Holy Flame Battle Body. Han Feng didn't open his eyes until the realm was completely stabilized. Immediately, Han Feng threw a lot of top-quality holy stones into the Juyan Tianhua Tower for Xiaopeng to refine, and Aurora Tsongyan's level was raised, and Xiaopeng's ability was enough to easily refine these top-quality holy stones. Han Feng does not have too many top-quality holy stones, but not too few. These are accumulated over the years. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 years have passed. In the past 10 years, Han Feng is no longer a total retreat. After all, his cultivation base has reached a limit, and it is difficult to break through without external force. In addition to the cultivation base, martial arts have basically reached a limit. The absolute knowledge of the high-grade sanctuary has long been nothing to Han Feng, and Zentianchan Xingzhang has also completely controlled Han Feng. Only the blood-eyed wolf claw seems to be one level worse. Han Feng knows that this is the limitation of the cultivation base. As long as the cultivation base breaks through to the small perfection of the sanctuary, this last level will be pierced smoothly. The Xinming Heavenly Wolf Wing has never been improved because it does not have the blood of the Heavenly Wolf. The Holy Pupil of the Star can now exert the power comparable to the top-grade and high-grade sanctuary. After 10 years of comprehension of the celestial body, Han Feng has a clearer look from the next stage, but if he wants to break through, he still lacks some enthusiasm. For 10 years, Han Feng accompanied Meng Yaqing once he left the customs, and the relationship between the two became closer. At the same time, Meng Yaqing became more and more popular in the Han family. Now the two are only one wedding away. Today, 10 years later, the holy fruit of the planting space has finally matured. The top-quality holy stone source liquid has increased the speed by 5 or 6 times, 6 or 7 times. Now, it's time to sprint into the sanctuary small perfection realm. The holy fruits were refined into source liquid by Xiaopeng, and finally absorbed by Han Feng. The fiery fire energy circulated throughout Han Feng's body, and the air around Han Feng's body seemed to be burned. At this moment, the sky of the Great Jin Kingdom was covered with red clouds, like a sea of fire covering the sky and the sun. A huge aura enveloped the Great Jin Kingdom, making people terrified. Especially in the sky above the holy city, there will be fire snakes dancing in the air from time to time. The terrifying aura that the fire snake emits makes the warriors in the holy city terrified. They are afraid that a fiery snake will fall, and the holy city will surely fall. Destroyed. Just when everyone was terrified, the ancestor Ziyun stood up and blocked the powerful aura emanating from the flames in the sky. It was at this time that the news that Han Feng was about to break through and be promoted to sanctuary small perfection came out, and the entire Jin kingdom was shaken. It has only been so many years, Han Feng has broken through the sanctuary again and again, and now it is about to become a legend in the legend, which makes the whole Jin kingdom worship Han Feng even more, and many young warriors regard Han Feng as the aim to practice hard. In today's great Jin kingdom, there are more and more young geniuses, and sanctuary powerhouses are beginning to appear. Lin Huixian, the royal family of the great Jin kingdom, looked up at the direction of Sheng Shangcheng without saying a word, and sighed softly for a long time. I can only look up to him for the rest of my life. The Xian family Xian Shentong also sighed. The two talents have just crossed the Tianlei to achieve the sanctuary. If it was a glorious achievement a few decades ago, but now, under the background of Han Feng's upcoming promotion to the sanctuary small perfection, it is bleak. The vision in the sky lasted for nearly half a year, and today, half a year later, the fire clouds in the sky like a sea of fire gradually dissipated, and a majesty like a king looking down from the sky, centered on the holy city, swept the entire Jin dynasty. 7th. Thanks to the 1573-271-2185 brother for the reward. Oh, ___, oh. Golden Pagoda. The news of Han Feng's promotion to sanctuary small perfection spread like wings to the surrounding countries. The countries that had already surrendered even more dared not to have any wrongdoing. Although the current Great Jin Kingdom is very weak, Han Feng alone is enough to protect the Great Jin Kingdom for 8,000 years. For 8,000 years, God knows how far the Great Jin state has grown. With the protection of a strong man like Han Feng, the growth rate of the Great Jin state will definitely exceed that of any sixth-rank empire. And the surrounding countries all know that Han Feng is still very young, and he has a lot of time to attack the great perfection of the sanctuary. Once he succeeds, the time to protect the Great Jin Kingdom will be extended to 16,000 years. How many empires have not been established for such a long time? If Han Feng further achieves the true God, then sooner or later the Great Jin Kingdom will develop into a behemoth that is no weaker than the ancients. The news of Han Feng's promotion to sanctuary small perfection quickly spread to the Xiongba Empire. Xiong Sikkim and the national teacher were silent. The lord of the hegemony country shook his head and sighed. This son has a backer behind him, and now the cultivation base has become a general trend, and it is no longer something that the hegemonic empire can provoke. Given time, even the palace master of the Holy Magic Palace in the Magic Palace is afraid. Pass on my order to directly elevate the Great Jin Kingdom to the fourth great empire. Han Feng's cultivation is high and deep, but after all, the Jin Kingdom has a shallow background, and it is already in Han Feng's face that he can be promoted to the fourth-rank empire. If there is no Han Feng, with the current background of the Great Jin Kingdom, it is at most a 7th-8th rank empire. The Korean family of the Great Jin Kingdom. Han Feng stabilized the initial stage of the sanctuary small perfection first layer. When the realm was completely stabilized, Han Feng's face suddenly changed, and he came to the animal breeding space. Have you finally broken through? Now I have one more helper. Han Feng smiled. After so many years, Zhu Tianyunk has successfully broken through to the realm of small perfection. Although it is only the early stage of the first layer, the bloodline of Zhu Tianyunk has exceeded the sacred bloodline, and it is barely able to compete with the bloodline of the divine product. Therefore, Zhu Tianyunk's actual combat power can roughly compete with the powerhouses who have just entered the three heavens of small perfection. This is still the case when Zhu Tianyunk is not able to fully grasp its own bloodline. In the later stage, the bloodline of Zhu Tianyunk became more dominant. If it is a top-level holy product, it would be good to be able to compete with the first-time second-level heaven at this moment. As for the Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Thunder Leopard, their cultivation has also risen to the peak of the 7th heaven of the sanctuary, and their bloodlines have been evolved to the present level. On the contrary, Aoyan Swallowing Heavenly Wolf Lano caught up later and reached the peak of the sanctuary. Xiaoyan and Xiaolei's bloodlines are too low after all, and they have only evolved to high-grade holy grades. Unfortunately, the number of top-grade holy stones is not much. Otherwise, it is better to evolve the bloodlines of these two guys once again, and not only the bloodlines will increase by then. To the top holy product, the cultivation base may also be successfully promoted to the small perfection of the holy domain. Lanao and Skylark have deep bloodlines. The top-quality holy stone will not improve the bloodlines of the two beasts much, but the improvement in cultivation brought by the evolution of bloodlines is enough for the two beasts to go further. Next, we must find a way to obtain a large number of top-quality holy stones. Han Feng continued to retreat until he fully mastered the blood pupil and wolf claws. After spending a few days with Mainyaching, Han Feng found the ancestor of Ziyun. have you decided? Yes, the younger generation has reached a limit in all aspects. If it is just boring cultivation, it will be difficult to progress for hundreds of years. Only go out. Han Feng looked sincere. Ancestor Ziyun pondered for a moment and said, now that your cultivation has broken through to the sanctuary small perfection, the old lady can't continue to stop you from going out to practice, that will harm you. Any true god has been killed all the way, and no true god has ever broken through with excessive protection. Tell me what plans you have now, maybe the old lady can give you a suggestion. Han Feng thought for a while and said, the junior now has three main aspects to improve. On the one hand, it is the celestial physique. If the celestial physique can comprehend and break through to the level equivalent to the ultimate sanctuary, the comprehensive strength of the junior will be greatly improved. Secondly, I want to find some heavenly wolf essence and blood to improve the junior's Xianming heavenly wolf wing. The Xianming heavenly wolf wing can reach the highest level of sacred knowledge. It can also be ranked in the forefront in the small perfection of the domain. The third is the younger generation's holy pupil of the star. Of course, there are others such as the holy flame battle physique. If it can be improved, the younger generation also needs to improve. But the best fire attribute holy fruit is extremely precious and rare, so the junior did not expect to be able to have it on the holy flame battle physique in a short period of time. A big breakthrough. In the past 10 years, the ancestors of Ziyun also pointed out a lot of Han Feng, so the sanctuary masters mastered by Han Feng, the ancestors of Ziyun also understood fairly well. Ancestor Ziyun thought for a moment and said, the heavenly immortal body you have come to realize is indeed a great sacred art. Its effect is not weaker than that of the high-level holy bloodline. Once it breaks through, it is equivalent to the top-level holy level bloodline. Compared with the fixed bloodline, your celestial body has a broader prospect. I recommend you to go to the Magic Palace. There is a magic golden pagoda in the Magic Palace. There are 9 floors in the Magic Golden Pagoda. Each time you pass through one floor, you can get the light of understanding given by the Magic Golden Pagoda. The more, through the light of understanding, one can comprehend the sanctuary secrets or others. Each person can only get it once at the same level, that is to say, each person can only get the light of understanding bestowed 9 times at most. Although I don't know how many floors you can get to, it's not bad if you think about it, you can try it. Magic Golden Pagoda. Han Feng's face condensed, and then he smiled bitterly. He only offended the palace master of the Magic Palace more than 10 years ago, but now he needs to go to the Magic Palace. Seeing Han Feng's tangled face, Ancestor Ziyun smiled and said, don't worry, the palace master in the Magic Palace used to be a named disciple whom my old wife accepted at will, although it was only taught for a short time. The other party is now a member of the Magic Palace, but after all, he will remember the kindness of my old lady's teaching. I'm passing on the message now that with the help of that little girl, even if the boy from the Earth Magic Palace blocks it, it will be enough to deal with it. Besides, it's the old guy from the Holy Magic Palace, and the old lady also has some friendship with him. The boy from the Earth Magic Palace is really looking for trouble, and he will be the one who will be unlucky in the end. What's more, if your cultivation base has been upgraded to the first level of small perfection, will you still be afraid of him? The last sentence, Ancestor Ziyun said, was very meaningful. Then the Ancestor Ziyun said again, the blood essence that your Xianming heavenly wolf wing needs is more important than the level of cultivation. To say that there are many powerful wolf beasts in the North Continent, but the bloodline is not. It's not very advanced, and if you want to upgrade Xianming Tianlang Wing to the highest level, you can only go to Yaozhou. The location of Yaozhou is special, but in the Magic Palace, there is a teleportation array that directly transmits to Yaozhou. Han Feng blinked. After all, he still needs to go to the Magic Palace. Ancestor Ziyun smiled at the corner of his mouth at this moment. Finally, your holy pupil of the star, the old lady knows that there is a race in Yaozhou called the purple-eyed spirit monster, and every purple-eyed spirit monster will leave their purple pupils after it dies. If you can get these purple pupils, the holy pupil of the star will surely be improved soon. Han Feng was speechless. Yes, no matter what, he will go to the magic palace in the end. A few days later, Han Feng learned the location of the magic palace from the ancestors of Ziyun, and immediately left the great Jin kingdom. Halfway along the way, Han Feng suddenly stagnates and stops in the void. Han Feng's eyes were cold. Come out, it's hard for you to ambush outside Dajin for so long. 8 more and 20,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Seeing that the cabbage has arrived so late, I ask you brothers to do your best. It has not been in the top 10 of the flower list for several months. Our goal this month is to be in the top 10. In order to stabilize the top 10, there will be more updates of cabbage in the second half of the month. The next outbreak is scheduled for next Sunday, which is the 24th. Then on the last day of August, there will also be an outbreak of 20,000 words. Long before he left the great Jin kingdom, the ancestor Ziyun had said that there was a high possibility that there would be an ambush from the sanctuary small perfectionist of the ancient god of war. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation base has also reached the small perfection of the sanctuary, and the power of the primordial spirit is not weak. He immediately discovered the strangeness of this space under careful attention. Humph, as expected of the outsider warrior who took the first place in the ancient clan's true disciple competition, he actually discovered our existence. With a cold snort, several ancient warriors in black robes appeared one after another. One of them stared coldly at Han Feng, while the rest immediately sealed the world with their hands. Han Feng allowed these people to block the space. If he had no confidence, how could he directly confront the powerhouses of these ancient gods of war? Not to mention that his current cultivation base has greatly increased his strength. It is said that Zhu Tianyunk makes Han Feng feel that he is more than self-preserving. You are calm. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the black-robed man headed. Han Feng chuckled. If the senior is the great perfection of the sanctuary, the junior is afraid that he will run away immediately. The black-robed man's face sank. Isn't this a clear statement that they are incompetent in these sanctuary small perfections? Looking for death. Rumbling, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in the hands of the black-robed man like a torrent, and the next moment it slashed towards Han Feng like a sharp sword. In the blocked space, the momentum of this blow was extremely huge, and the momentum of the stormy wave swept out like a tsunami. As the leader, this black-robed man has already reached the early stage of the Holy Land small perfection second layer. Such a realm belongs to the elite level among the high-level combat power of the ancient god of war. The black-robed man is very confident in his own move, a mere sanctuary peak. It is absolutely impossible to survive the attack of this move. But at this moment, golden flames swept out, followed by silver flames. Fusion, the 10th level of the Holy Flame Battle Body. Fusion, Celestial Body. Zentianchan Star Palm. Originally, Han Feng's cultivation base was only at the early stage of the first stage of the small perfection, but after displaying the 10th stage of the Holy Flame Battle Body, his cultivation base immediately soared to the later stage limit, approaching the peak. On the same day, after the immortal body was integrated into the Aurora Tsangyan, Han Feng's cultivation level officially exceeded the scope of the first level of the small perfection, and it was between the first level of the small perfection and the second level of heaven. With the skyrocketing cultivation base, Han Feng's combat power has truly reached the realm of the second level of small perfection. The power of the 999th vibration surged out violently, like a monstrous wave, shaking the world. The blocked space was affected by such vibrations and was shaky. Sanctuary Small Perfection. You have been promoted to Sanctuary Small Perfection. The black-robed man was horrified. At the same time when the black-robed man was horrified, the attack, which contained the power of 999 shocks, devoured the black-robed man's attack like a tsunami, and then slammed into the black-robed man unabated. Damn it! The black-robed man's expression changed suddenly, he quickly retreated, and the blood of the god of war gushed out in an instant. At this moment, the man in black robe dared not underestimate Han Feng any longer. The body of the god of war was punched out, and the shadow of the punched fist formed a golden torrent. Boom! A roar that shook the world broke out in the blocked space, and the aftermath of energy slapped the barrier continuously, almost causing the barrier to collapse. This kid, you must not let him escape. I have already offended this kid, and looking at the progress of this kid's cultivation, it won't take long for him to reach a higher level. If this kid seeks revenge from me, I'll be in all likelihood. Jiuhui will fall. The murderous intention in the black robe's heart was even stronger. Boy, this seat admits that you are now qualified to let this seat use all your strength, but this seat is not just one person here. There is only one fate for you today, that is death. As soon as the voice fell, the many small perfection powerhouses of the ancient god of war behind him took a slight step forward. The momentum erupted. The aura emanating from the many small perfectionists gathered together, like an ancient dragon awakening, roaring furiously. In the face of such oppression, Han Feng threw his sleeves and robes, Zhu Tianyunk made a loud chirping sound, and the flames rolled out. From the flames, Zhu Tianyunk opened its huge wings that were burning with flames, and soared into the sky, diametrically opposed to the imposing aura like an ancient dragon. You have a helper, so I don't have a helper? Han Feng smiled easily. The man in the black robe sneered again and again, a beast with a small perfection and a heavy heaven, it's ridiculous. A random person from this seat is enough to kill this beast. As if to prove that what he said was correct, the black-robed man immediately dispatched a mid-stage Xiaoyuanqing first-layer powerhouse beside him to kill Zhu Tianyunk. At this time, the black-robed man found that there was a hint of sarcasm in Han Feng's eyes, and suddenly, a very bad premonition rose in the black-robed man's heart. Boom! A large piece of flame flew towards the middle stage of the first layer of heaven, swallowing it up in the blink of an eye. This ancient warrior of the god of war in the middle stage of the small perfection first layer of heaven was turned to ashes by the flames without even saying a word. The black-robed man's pupils shrank. How is that possible? At the sanctuary small perfection, only a very few top-level saints, and those who are relatively high-level among the top-level saints, can fight by a relatively large scale. It is not so easy for most sanctuary small perfection to leapfrog. And now, a magical beast in the early stage of the first stage has killed the existence of the middle stage of the first stage of the small perfection with a random spit of flame. What is the concept? The combat power of this monster is at least the second level. Skylark, accept this leader, the others will be handed over to you. Han Feng gave the order. Hey, boss, don't worry, with me. These people will never disturb your battle, boss. After saying that, Zhu Tianyunk's wings waved, and the next moment, the monstrous flames shot out. Hypo and the rest of the ancient god of war members scattered and fled. Han Feng moved and stopped in front of the man in black robe. He smiled lightly, "Senior, now we are truly one-on-one." The man in black robe said with a ferocious expression, "One-on-one. Do you really think this seat will lose to you?" God of War shattered air kill. The space was broken, and the powerful attack squeezed the surrounding air, and the power came fiercely. With this move, it has also reached the level of the ultimate sanctuary. Han Feng's face condensed, and he took a deep breath, Shuatong Tian Wolf Claw. Void blood eyes condensed. This is the first time that Han Feng has displayed the blood-eyed wolf claws, with 10% of the power. The 100% powerful blood-eyed wolf claws are undoubtedly very terrifying, and the power of the top-notch middle-level sanctuary has made Han Feng's combat power soar to an extremely high level. Broken! Han Feng shouted loudly, the blood-colored wolf claws were like broken bamboo, and the black-robed man's body was bombarded fiercely in the black-robed man's terrified look. The entire body of the black-robed man was torn apart in an instant. At the same time, the monstrous flames of Zhu Tianyang also devoured the rest of the ancient warriors of the god of war. The blocked space gradually shattered. Han Feng looked at his hands, speechless. Although he knew that his cultivation would increase greatly after breaking through to the sanctuary small perfection, but Han Feng did not expect that he would be so powerful. A powerhouse of a small perfection 2-level heaven of an ancient clan who has accumulated years was actually killed by one of his strongest moves. The first one is complete. There is no update today. Please forgive me for being so late. Yesterday was too late. Today, I have been out of energy all day and can't recover. In addition, there may be fewer updates today, only 2 updates. Cabbage needs to be restored. From tomorrow to the next Saturday, the daily update of cabbage will be kept at the level of 3 or 4. Next Sunday, cabbage will explode with another 20,000 words. 1,350, goodbye acquaintances, 2 more. Hey, are you surprised by the improvement in your own strength? Xuanhuan said proudly. Indeed. Han Feng nodded. Han Feng's original goal was only to be invincible in the first layer, and he didn't even think about being able to compete or even kill the second layer. There are only 3 levels of perfection in the realm of small perfection, and each level has a huge gap. This gap is not only in combat power, but also in breakthrough. The small perfection realm has 8,000 years of lifespan, but even so, there are still many people who are trapped in the first layer or the second layer, and have not reached the highest state of the small perfection after exhausting their whole life. Because of this, Han Feng was surprised by his own strength. No matter how many small perfect powerhouses spent thousands of years or even more time, they could not break through to the second layer of heaven. And he, who had just been promoted to little perfection, already had the super powerful combat power to kill second layer heaven. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng stabilized his mood. Lark, come back. Taking away the storages left by the ancient warriors of the god of war, Han Feng flew to the direction of the magic palace while investigating these storages. There are indeed a lot of good things in these storage containers, but none of them are useful to the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, except for the top-quality holy stone. Thinking about it, if there really are heaven and earth spirits that can greatly improve the cultivation of the sanctuary small perfection, where will these powerhouses stay until now? They must be taken by themselves first. Put away some of the heaven and earth spirits that are useful under the small perfection of the sanctuary. These are the resources for the Han family to grow up in the future. As for the best holy stone, Han Feng used it himself first. The magic palace is located in the eastern part of Beizhou continent, hidden within a huge phantom enchantment. Outside the barrier, there are more than a dozen middle-rank empires. Although the magic palace is a hidden force, it does not often come into contact with the outside world, but these middle-grade empires close to the magic palace will always find something after such a long time. Therefore, every year outside the phantom enchantment of the magic palace, many warriors will come. When these warriors enter the phantom enchantment, they will all be affected by the phantom enchantment and fall into an illusion. In the eyes of these warriors, they may have been gone for 10 days and a half months, but in fact they are most likely just spinning in place. Then go back the same way. However, there are also some warriors who are valued by the elders of the outer gate of the magic palace who guard the welcome barrier because of their qualifications, opportunities, etc., and then enter the magic palace to practice, and from then on, they climb to the sky. It's just that there are only a few people like this, and it's hard to find one in hundreds of years. It's not that simple to want to enter the eyes of the elders of the outer door of the magic palace. The main source of the disciples of the magic palace is the descendants of the elders of the disciples of the magic palace itself, or the elders of the magic palace brought them back when they went out. These are the news that Ziyun's ancestor told Han Feng about the magic palace. At this moment, another group of young warriors was welcomed outside the phantom barrier of the magic palace. One by one, the young warriors walked confidently into the welcome barrier, but in the end they came back disappointed. Damn, the young master is the top talent among the best. This mysterious force is really blind, and even the young master can't see it. A young man wearing a gorgeous robe jumped and scolded. The person next to him was shocked. Shu, I heard that there is a big power here. You should be careful to be taught by the powerhouse of that big power. The young man sneered, it's hard to see anyone passing through the big bullshit force in 100 years, let alone someone coming out. Maybe those who pass through the illusion will eventually fall into it. Some people rolled their eyes. In the end, it wasn't because they didn't pass, and who said how powerful this mysterious force was when they didn't enter before. I heard that the Wang family of the Dawn Empire suddenly appeared not long ago, an ancestor who was more than 2,000 years ago, and his cultivation reached the peak of the sanctuary. After leaving some good things, he disappeared. Yes, I have also heard about this. It is said that this ancestor of the peak of the sanctuary seems to be from the mysterious force in this enchantment. The young man heard the whispered conversations of these people, and said coldly, what kind of person is the peak of the sanctuary? How can such a strong person sit in the mysterious force? None of the young people passed, and the frustration was only temporary. After all, one person who could pass the illusion test and finally be recruited by that mysterious force would appear on average every 100 years. Just as the young people were about to leave, a figure suddenly fell. Huh? Someone else is coming to try it. Flying down from the sky, at least the cultivation level of the sky, but the sky does not have such a speed, nor can it fly so high. This person must be a strong man in the sanctuary. I really didn't expect that this person is so young and strong in the sanctuary. People are more popular than dead people. This person is only young on the outside. Who knows how old he is on the inside? Maybe he is an old man of 700 or 800 years old. Just a joke, how can such an old man have a face? Which force will accept an old man's disciple? This adult is so young, I am afraid that he is not too old in the sanctuary. The arrival of Han Feng has attracted many people to discuss. The young man said indignantly, the mysterious forces in the enchantment are all a group of people who have made a name for themselves. This guy will definitely not pass. This is purely jealous. But what happened next caught everyone's eye. Seeing that this person didn't enter the barrier, he took out a jade pendant and crushed it, and then stood there still. What is this doing? Zhang Er, a group of young warriors, was puzzled. The next moment, a group of young warriors widened their eyes. For the first time, they saw a warrior flying out of the barrier. The rumor that there is a mysterious force inside is not false. The film of the phantom enchantment surged, and two figures flew quickly. Junior Wang Hao seized the senior, and came to meet the senior at the order of the palace master. The two figures came down to Han Feng and bowed respectfully. When Ancestor Ziyu notified the palace master of Xuanhuan Palace, he naturally sent the news that Han Feng was already a small perfection in the sanctuary. At this moment, the palace master of Xuanhuan Palace used his two direct disciples to receive Han Feng, which was enough for Han Feng. Wind face. Han Feng waved lightly, thank you too, please lead the way. Yes. Wang Hao and Yufiki stood on both sides of Han Feng, and then the three of them fell into the surging barrier together, passed through the barrier, and the phantom barrier returned to its original state. Only a group of young warriors were left stunned. What was the origin of that person, and was actually sent by the mysterious force to receive him? Second more. It's so difficult to code 2 chapters today. When my mind is blank, I really don't know what to write. It's really squeezed out bit by bit. For a time, many young warriors were jealous, and their faces were full of injustice. Even if that person is likely to be a strong sanctuary, there is no need for that. Humph, this mysterious force is treated so solemnly in a mere sanctuary. It seems that this mysterious force is nothing more than that. The young man sneered again. This young man is the direct son of a prince of the middle-rank empire. There are many ordinary sanctuaries in the palace, and there are also masters of the great sanctuary level. Although the status of ordinary sanctuaries in the palace is noble, it is not worthy of being welcomed by the palace, unless it is a big sanctuary. Seeing that the mysterious forces specially sent people to pick them up, the young man looked disdainful. But at this moment, a young warrior exclaimed, "Isn't the one who claimed to be Wang Hao just now, the ancestor of the Wang family who appeared in the Wang family of the dawning empire not long ago?" Wait. I also remembered when you said that. It seems that the Wang family even painted a portrait of the ancestor of the Wang family, and they really believed in the man who claimed to be Wang Hao. Could it be? Everyone looked at each other, and they all showed cold sweat and fear in an instant. God, if the one who claimed to be Wang Hao was really the ancestor of the Wang family, then he would definitely be the pinnacle of the sanctuary, and if he could stand with Wang Hao, then it must be the pinnacle of the sanctuary in Fiki. The peak of the sanctuary is definitely a legend for them, and it belongs to the existence above. But this is the case, the two peaks of the sanctuary still need to respect the handsome man. Doesn't it mean that this man is likely to be? The 5 words sanctuary small perfection appeared in the minds of everyone. After being shocked, they were afraid that they would be deeply annoyed. How could they be so lacking in eyesight? It might be a step up to the sky. The disdain on the young man's face disappeared completely, and there was only happiness. If the other party is really a sanctuary Xiaocheng, it is impossible not to hear his murmurs. If the other party is not big-hearted, let alone him, the entire palace and empire may suffer. At this moment, the young man is grateful to Han Feng. Han Feng didn't know the horror of the group of little guys after he left, and he wouldn't care if he knew it. For the sanctuary, Han Feng is very young, and now Han Feng is only 50 years old, but those young warriors are only in their teens and 20s. Han Feng said that those young warriors are all not too much for the little guy. The whispered complaints of a group of little guys are nothing to worry about. Under the leadership of Wang Hao and Yufiki, Han Feng soon came to the Magic Palace. The Magic Palace is located between the mountains. Looking closely, it should be the creator of the Magic Palace who blasted off the largest mountain in the mountains and built the Magic Palace on the exposed space. Surrounded by mountains and white clouds, it is like a fairyland. The Magic Palace is in the white clouds, and the magnificent palace is looming. Approaching the palace, I could vaguely hear the voices of the young disciples of the Magic Palace practicing martial arts. "Sir, this is..." Wang Hao on the side, as a commentator, began to introduce the general situation of the Magic Palace to Han Feng. Then, Han Feng saw the towering golden 9-story tower in the center of the Magic Palace. Don't look at the mere 9 floors, but each floor is hundreds of meters high, and the 9th floor is nearly 3 kilometers. Such a huge building stands proudly in the center of the Magic Palace, full of domineering, looking up at the golden tower. I felt a pressure hit. Wang Hao and Yu Haoqi were also full of contentment when they introduced the Magic Pagoda. Even the ancients might not have such treasures. "Sir, the palace lord is already waiting in the Xuanhuan palace, please go ahead." After introducing the magical palace, Wang Hao led Han Feng to meet the palace master of the Xuanhuan palace. Han Feng nodded and was about to follow, but his body froze suddenly. Just now, the power of Yuanshan accidentally glanced at it and found 2 acquaintances. Immediately, Han Feng moved and flew in a certain direction. "Sir." Both Wang Hao and Yufiki were taken aback and hurriedly followed. Even if this lord was in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, if he roamed around in the Magic Palace, he would be punished by the Magic Palace powerhouse. After that, it is more likely to involve them in the fantasy palace. In the magic palace square, the two were facing each other in the void, and one of them suddenly attacked the other young man with a calm face. This young Han Feng is very familiar, it is Lei Yuru. In the Great Jin Kingdom, Han Feng naturally knew that Lin Huixian and Xian Shentong had been promoted to the sanctuary and returned from the Baidu Academy. At that time, Han Feng was curious about how far Lei Yurui had reached. In the Qingyun ranking competition of the Great Jin Kingdom, Lei Yuru was naturally inferior to Lin Huixian and Xian Shentong, but that was because Lei Yuru was too late to catch up with the two. But at Baidu Academy, Lei Yurui had already left them far behind. Han Feng always thought that something had happened to Lei Yuzhen, or he had gone to other places to practice. He never expected that Lei Yuzhen would become a disciple of the Magic Palace. Facing the opponent's move, Lei Yuru's face was dull, and when the opponent came within 50 meters of Lei Yuru suddenly made his move. The violent thunder turned into a ferocious thunder beast in the void, slammed into the opponent fiercely, and the breath of the great sanctuary erupted. Puff! Lei Yuzhen's opponent vomited blood again and flew out. Hey, this guy Lei Yuru has won again. This guy is so perverted, he obviously doesn't have the power of blood, but he was able to easily defeat a powerhouse of the same level when he was just promoted to the Great Sanctuary, and now he has defeated Mu Shixing, who is in the second layer of the Great Sanctuary. It depends on the situation. Use all your strength, the real combat power is only afraid. Among the core disciples, the number one person has risen again. In the future, this Lei Yuyu will also be able to compete for the top 10 core disciples. It is not a simple role to be able to rank in the top 10 among the core disciples of the Magic Palace. In the Magic Palace, only the cultivation base reaches the Great Sanctuary to become the core disciple. At present, there are 30 or 40 people who have reached the peak of the Great Sanctuary 9 Heavens. In order to get the top 10, the combat power must be extremely strong in the same level. Many core disciples of the Magic Palace have not entered the top 10 before they were promoted to true disciples. The top 10? That would also require him to survive until that time, but I heard that Mu Shixing climbed up to Xuanhuan. You should know that Xuanhuan is a direct disciple of the master of the Earth Magic Palace. Qin Ji's son, senior sister Qin Ji, can also be ranked in the top 10 in the personal delivery, and it is hoped that the sanctuary will be small in the future. Xuanhuan has such a background, and he is considered a tyrant in our Magic Palace. I heard that this son has offended someone. Only a small perfectionist was sent back to our Magic Palace by senior sister Qin Ji, and he has already been suffocated. Once Mu Shixing makes a complaint, Xuanhuan, who has fire in his heart, may vent his anger on Lei Yuru. When the time comes, will this Lei Yuru be any better? One of them snorted coldly, gloating over the misfortune. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. What? This Mu Shixing has actually caught up with Xuanhuan? When did it happen? Why didn't I know? Hey, if it's true, I'm afraid this Lei Yuru is about to die. Recently, I don't know how many people have accidentally offended Xuanhuan and were tortured by him. It's a pity that the Palace Master of Earth Magic Palace is protecting him, and there are also some direct disciples who are close to senior sister Qin Ji standing behind Xuanhuan, and no matter how unfamiliar you are, there is nothing you can do about this Xuanhuan. The original expression of admiration turned into sympathy when he knew that Lei Yuru would probably provoke Xuanhuan. But at this moment, Xuanhuan was surrounded by a group of people, pushing the crowd to come here. The disciple who was forcibly pushed aside dared not speak out. Xuanhuan asked the valet behind him to help Mu Shixing up, and then his cold eyes fell on Lei Yuru. Boy, Mu Shixing belongs to the prince, do you dare to fight the prince? Lei Yuru's face became solemn. Lei Yuru was also aware of Xuanhuan's arrogant behavior in the Magic Palace recently. Lei Yurui did not expect that Mu Shixing, who challenged him, would join Xuanhuan and become Xuanhuan's dogleg. 1. But Lei Yuru is not someone who will be afraid because of this. The battle between the junior brother and the senior brother Mu is fair, and it is also the first challenge for senior brother Mu. Now being defeated is just in accordance with the normal process. Could it be that senior brother Xuanhuan should punish the junior brother for this? Lei Yuju's calm behavior ushered in many core disciples looked in admiration, but for Xuanhuan, it was his dignity that was being challenged. A sneer flashed on the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. Prince Ben doesn't care about any challenge or not, Prince Ben only knows that my people were beaten by you. Today, either you kneel down and apologize, or you will be abolished by this prince, you choose. Everyone took a deep breath and had a deeper understanding of Xuanhuan's arrogance and domineering. The status of the core disciples in the magic palace is not low. The palace master of the Holy Magic Palace even ordered that the battle between the core disciples should not cause the brothers and sisters who are also core disciples to suffer too much damage. This Xuanhuan will abolish Lei as soon as he opens his mouth. Yu's cultivation base is basically to treat the orders under the palace master of the Holy Magic Palace as nothing, even if there is the support of the palace master of the Earth Magic Palace. This is too arrogant. Of course, Lei Yu could also choose the first one, but he was clearly the winner, and he was the one who was provoked by senior brother Mu. In the end, he had to kneel to senior brother Mu, and he lost all face here. More importantly, this is very likely to form a shadow in Lei Yuru's heart. Once the shadow is formed, it will also be very harmful to future cultivation. Maybe the cultivation will stop at the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. To break through. Xuanhuan is trying to hinder Lei Yuru's future from the other side. This is still because Lei Yurue just provoked his followers, and he was treated like this when he provoked Xuanhuan indirectly. What if he provoked Xuanhuan directly? Everyone shuddered, looking at Xuanhuan like a wild beast. Xuanhuan raised his head, but he really enjoyed this kind of gaze. Since he was slapped a few times by that damned Han Feng, where can he still enjoy such a gaze in the Xiongba Empire? It's basically a blank eye. Mu Shixing's originally defeated and embarrassed face also became complacent at this time, showing off his power like a villain. Mu Shixing also spread his legs on his own initiative, and said contemptuously at Lei Yuru, "Come on, as long as you get under my crotch, this matter will end here." A trace of disgust flashed in the eyes of many core disciples and inner disciples. What they hate the most is Mu Shixing's behavior. If you are strong, they won't say much, but Mu Shixing doesn't rely on his own strength, but on Xuanhuan. Lei Yuru couldn't calm down anymore, his eyes darkened, full of anger. Mu Shixing laughed proudly, "If you don't want to drill, then wait for the cultivation base to be abolished." But at this moment, Lei Yurua's expression changed, as if he had heard some great news. And then Lei Yurue slowly walked towards Mu Shixing as if he had made a decision. Mu Shixing thought that Lei Yurue had accepted his fate, and his eyes were full of contempt. The surrounding disciples sighed for a while. Xuanhuan has too many backers behind him, and even people like Lei Yuru have to surrender. Even if there is no backer, Xuanhuan itself is a genuine great sanctuary Juzangshan, and Lei Yuru is still not an opponent. These disciples did not know that Lei Yuru, the newly promoted great sanctuary, was not yet 100 years old. What? When the disciples sighed, a shrill scream resounded through the square, and everyone was startled by the shout, and their faces became strange when they looked at them. Originally, Lei Yuru, who they thought would accept his fate, kicked Mu Shixing's crotch with one foot. Seeing Mu Shixing rolling over the injured part, everyone couldn't help but gloated and sympathized. They heard it vaguely before. What a broken voice, this Mu Shixing will not be able to use it in that place in the future. Xuanhuan was furious, boy looking for death. It seems that after leaving the Xiongba Empire, Prince Xiong still hasn't learned his lesson. A mocking voice sounded, and the familiar voice made Xuanhuan's preparations to take action suddenly stiffened. and he looked in a certain direction with a look of horror. Many disciples were also shocked. I don't know when, a handsome man appeared beside Lei Yuru, who looked extremely young. But they didn't underestimate the man because of his youth, not to mention that they didn't even see how the man appeared, just saying that the two behind the man were enough to make them respectful. Wang Hao and Yu Fiki, although not in the forefront of the direct disciples, are quite famous. Even Wang Hao and Yu Fiki are only looking at the young man. How could this young man be weak? At least they are experts in the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary, otherwise, Wang Hao and Yu Fiki, who have cultivated as high as the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary, will not be so respectful. Lei Yuru looked at Han Feng with a complicated expression. The reason why he didn't directly kick Mu Shishing in the face of Xuanhuan had something to do with Han Feng's voice transmission. Seeing Wang Hao and Yu Fiki behind Han Feng at this moment, Lei Yuru didn't know that Han Feng had reached a point where he could look up. As time went by, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. How is it you? How did you appear here? Xuanhuan looked incredulous and insane. In recent years, the word Han Feng has been a nightmare for Xuanhuan, which makes Xuanhuan both hate and fear. Especially from the letter from the father, knowing that Han Feng is already a small perfection in the sanctuary, Xuanhuan's fear is even deeper. Xuanhuan never thought that he had already hidden the magic palace, and Han Feng still did not let him go, and even chased after him. Second more. Thanks for the reward from the big brothers of Xingxing Peak 2, amazed face, / Han Feng laughed, and looking at Xuanhuan's expression, Han Feng could probably guess what Xuanhuan was thinking. Don't worry, I came to the magic palace for other things, not for you. Han Feng said amusedly. Xuanhuan's face gradually softened, but it was still ugly, staring at Han Feng in addition to fear and hatred. This? The disciples of the magic palace all around looked confused. Who the hell did this sudden appearance make the arrogant and domineering Xuanhuan show such a fearful look, and even many people with good eyesight could see in Xuanhuan's eyes? Hidden deep fear. Some clever disciples looked at Xuanhuan, looked at Han Feng, and remembered what Han Feng said before. It seems that after leaving the Xiongba Empire, Prince Xiong still hasn't learned his lesson. This sentence can't help but understand. Now, look at Han Feng again with awe. Being able to force Xuanhuan to escape to the magic palace, even senior sister Qin Ji can't take revenge. The origin must be unusual, or his combat power is higher than Qin Ji. Those who can become a sanctuary or a great sanctuary are not weak, and they all reacted quickly one after another, and those who did not respond to ask others to ask and understand. Senior brother Xuanhuan, no matter how powerful this kid is, how could he be able to turn the sky over in the magic palace? This is the magic palace, our base camp, not that kid can go wild at will. A dog-legged man whispered in Xuanhuan's ear road. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Yes, this is the magic palace, and it is his base camp. With the support of the palace master of Earth Magic Palace, why should you be afraid of Han Feng? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan showed a sinister smile. Boy, it's true that there is a way to heaven and you don't go, and there is no way to hell, you come here. Now that you have come to the magic palace, it's time to avenge this prince's revenge. Said that Xuanhuan also knew that there was a big gap between himself and Han Feng, so he immediately sent a voice transmission to the brothers and sisters of the Mother of the Earth Magic Palace. After the voice transmission, Xuanhuan said confidently, Han Feng, if you are begging for mercy now, the prince will still spare your life, otherwise. Hey, when this prince and a few senior brothers arrive, you will be finished, especially senior brother Xian Dongrong, who has been promoted to sanctuary small perfection. As long as Master Zhang's term is full, senior brother Xian Dongrong will be the new palace master of Earth Magic Palace. It may be senior brother Xian Dongrong's opponent. Seeing Xuanhuan's confident look, Han Feng looked indifferent. As expected, I haven't learned enough lessons. It seems that I don't have enough fans. Han Feng raised his palm. Xuanhuan seemed to see the terrible end of being slapped and was about to push out the dog's legs beside him. Clap clap clap. With a few slaps in the air, he directly slapped Xuanhuan's dog's legs into the air. He vomited blood again and again, and most of his teeth were lost, which was extremely miserable. Damn, this kid is so tough in the magic palace. Xuanhuan stepped back, shocked and angry. Several dog legs were fanned away, and finally it was Xuanhuan's turn. Under the shocked gazes of the disciples of the magic palace, Xuanhuan's end was no worse than that of a few scumbags. Han Feng didn't kill him at all. This is the magic palace. He still wants to enter the magical golden pagoda to practice, and even use the magic palace's transcontinental teleportation array to teleport directly to the demon domain. Killing Xuanhuan and others, these two are no longer possible, even with the help of the palace master of the Xuanhuan palace. God, did this lord really make a move? To be able to make Xuanhuan jealous, this lord must not be easy. But no matter how difficult it is, this is the base camp of the magic palace, and there are many people behind Xuanhuan. The disciples of the magic palace whispered. Behind Han Feng, Lei Yuru hesitated. Wang Hao and Yufiki both had bitter faces, but they knew that Han Feng was a small perfection in the sanctuary, so they did not want to stop Han Feng and offend Han Feng. However, the magic palace claimed that the palace master was equally terrifying, and the two were caught in a dilemma. But at this moment, a terrifying aura from the peak of the sanctuary, Jizangshan, descended like a giant beast, and the square shook. Its senior brother Kujian, who ranks in the top 10 among the direct disciples. The backer behind Xuanhuan came so quickly. Some disciples who were jealous of Xuanhuan cursed in their hearts. Kujian's face is ordinary, but his eyes are extremely cold, exuding a chilling coldness. Now this gaze contains anger, and the coldness is even deeper. As far as the eyes can see, the disciples of the magic palace are all cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Even the temperature of the entire square seemed to plummet at this moment. Who injured Xuanhuan? Kujian's tone was cold, and finally fell on Wang Hao and Yufiki, and said coldly, "You two talk." Wang Hao and Yufiki's expressions changed slightly. They were also among the elite among the direct disciples, but compared with Kujian, the top 10 direct disciples, they were far from each other. Senior brother, Kujian, it's him, this kid. Xuanhuan endured the pain of falling face and teeth, pointed at Han Feng and shouted loudly, spitting out blood in his mouth. Kujian's icy eyes instantly fell on Han Feng. "Who is your excellency? You are so presumptuous in my magic palace." Han Feng saw that he was someone outside the magic palace, so Kujian asked directly. Before waiting for Han Feng to reply, Kujian said again, "Forget it, I don't care where you come from. Since you hurt Xuanhuan, I will abolish your cultivation base to make up for it." Tianmeng. Han Feng slapped him impatiently, looking at it frantically and getting annoyed. This palm waved, flat and indifferent, without a trace of surprise. Kujian also showed disdain, but after a while, Kujian's complexion changed. The wave of this palm was still flat, but Kujian could smell an extremely dangerous feeling. Oops, this kid is not easy. Ankle dragon blood, congeal. Ankylosing dragon roars. Realizing that Han Feng was not easy, Kujian subconsciously used the strongest combat power, and the bloodline and half-step top-grade sanctuary secret skills were violently used, and the combat power was infinitely close to the sanctuary of small perfection. But break! Han Feng shouted lowly, but the flat palm slap wave suddenly joined at this moment, like a meteor hitting the world, like a meteor falling into the world, passing through the roaring wave like a broken bamboo, and slapped hard on Kujian's body. Puff puff. Kujian's face changed wildly. In an instant it was pale, and blood spurted out to form a blood mist, which made the disciples of the magic palace tremble with fear. Like a tattered rag, Kujian fell from the void, and the bones, meridians, and organs in the body were all infiltrated into the body by the fluctuation of this palm and were severely injured. Han Feng withdrew his palm lightly, as if he had done a trivial thing. As Han Feng's cultivation base broke through to the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, the palm of his hand was infinitely powerful. The third one. Thank you for the great reward. Oh, intersection. Oh, sure enough, there will be huge gains after the outbreak. Kujian's injuries were actually more serious than those of Xuanhuan and others. For Han Feng, the strength of Xuanhuan and others is too weak and vulnerable, as fragile as babies. Therefore, Han Feng had to control his strength when he shot, for fear of killing a few people and completely tearing the face of the magic palace. But in the face of a character like Kujian, Han Feng was much bolder when he took action. With this boldness, Kujian's internal organs were almost smashed to pieces. If the injuries suffered by Xuanhuan and others can be cured in 10 days and a half, Kujian will need at least 6 months. What? Defeating Kujian with one blow is still such a light palm. Isn't this adult's cultivation real? Sanctuary small perfection. This adult strength is definitely the sanctuary small perfection. It's no wonder that senior brother Wang Hao and senior brother Yufiki are so respectful, so it is. Xuanhuan is so arrogant outside, even a small perfectionist dares to offend, no wonder he can only escape back to the magic palace. Isn't the senior Xiao Yuanqing specially here to seek revenge from Xuanhuan? Having said this, many disciples looked at each other and smiled, feeling very refreshed. They have been unhappy with Xuanhuan for a long time. Xuanhuan wants to find his way back, unless the palace master of the Earth Magic Palace and senior brother Xian Dongrong come out in person, or today's humiliation can only be endured. A disciple concluded. After all, the magic palace can't compare to the ancients. The Zhao Chenjuan is already a high combat power. It is extremely rare in the magic palace. The disciples of the sect do not know if there is a second one. Kujian was about to fall to the ground, a figure flashed like an afterimage and caught Kujian in a blink of an eye. Senior brother Xian Dongrong. Seeing this figure, the faces of the disciples of the magic palace changed slightly, but Xuanhuan was overjoyed. He didn't believe that no matter how powerful Han Feng was, could he surpass Xian Dongrong? You must know that Xian Dongrong has been a small perfection in the sanctuary for a long time. The realm in the early stage of the small perfection first layer is completely stable, and there are even signs of breaking through to the middle stage of the initial stage. Han Feng squinted his eyes, and even the sanctuary Xiaoyuan appeared. It seems that Xuanhuan's attention in the magic palace is still more than his imagination. Lei Yuru knew even more about Xian Dongrong's name and immediately said, Han Feng, can you handle this guy? If not, hide in the Xuanhuan palace. Both Wang Hao and Yufiki belonged to the fantasy palace, and Lei Yuyu naturally guessed that Han Feng's backing in the magic palace was most likely the palace master of the magic palace. It's okay, I also want to see what the magic palace's sanctuary Xiaoqing can do. Han Feng replied indifferently. Even the sanctuary Xiaoqing of the ancient god of war clan was killed by him, not to mention the sanctuary Xiaoqing of the magic palace. It is true that the sanctuary Xiaoqing he killed was not considered a top genius in the ancient god of war clan when he was young, and he was first-rate in perseverance. But the top geniuses of the magic palace are only first class in the ancient god of war clan. Your Excellency is so courageous, even the people of my illusory palace dare to be so ruthless. I don't care whether you were invited by the palace master of the Phantom Palace to hurt the people of my Phantom Palace. I won't teach you a lesson today. I have to make outsiders think that my Earth Imaginary Palace is easy to mess with. Xian Dongrong is a man with a very masculine appearance, and his face at this moment adds a touch of charm. Spinning flame explosion fist. The terrifying flame swept out and formed a continuous swirling flame. These flames swirled together and slammed into Han Feng like a comet. Knowing that Han Feng is also a small perfection in the sanctuary, Xian Dongrong is the ultimate sanctuary when he makes a move. As a martial artist who had just been promoted to the sanctuary small perfection for less than 200 years, Xian Dongrong was definitely a genius among geniuses if he could comprehend and master a top-grade and inferior sanctuary technique. Most of the people who can be promoted to the sanctuary small perfection are not stupid. When they are young, they are almost always at the top of the genius. But even so, when they are promoted to the sanctuary small perfection, there are many who can't keep up with their cultivation in understanding the unique skills, or need to. It took a lot of time to comprehend a unique sanctuary technique that was compatible with one's own cultivation. This time may be 500 or 600 years, or it may be more than 1,000 years. The higher the cultivation level, the more warriors will be eliminated. Many warriors were side by side when they were young, but as the cultivation level increased, they eventually opened up the gap between each other. The stronger is stronger, the weak is weaker. Zentianchan Star Palm. Thousands of stars were shattered, and the force of 999 vibrations erupted like a storm. In terms of cultivation, Han Feng is not weaker than Xian Dongrong in the slightest. In terms of the sanctuary, the rank of Zentianchan Xingzhang is definitely higher than Xianyan Explosion Fist, and Han Feng can exert perfect power, but Xian Dongrong can't do that. Xian Dongrong's flaming blast punched into the shocking storm, and was drowned and shredded by a heavy shock of force before he resisted it for a long time. What? Xian Dongrong was taken aback. The ultimate sanctuary technique that he had realized was so easily broken? Seeing that the vibrational force like a tidal sea continued to pour in, Xian Dongrong roared abruptly, "Blood of Yenying, congeal." A loud eagle roar resounded in all directions, and raging flames poured out of Xian Dongrong's body, turning into a fire eagle that covered the sky and the sun. 1,000 eagles burn the sky. Countless flames of fire eagles shot out from the sky, like cannonballs, shooting endlessly towards Han Feng. Fire eagles filled the sky, and the square seemed to be enveloped in flames. 1,000 Eagles Burning Heaven is a unique sanctuary learned by Xian Dongrong based on his own bloodline. The level is not necessarily higher than Xianyan Explosion Fist, but 1,000 Eagles Burning Heaven Xian Dongrong is able to exert 100% of his power. With the increase of bloodline to the cultivation base, this blow is almost equivalent to the combat power of the mid to late stage of the ordinary small perfection first layer. Xian Dongrong was full of confidence in this blow. Countless fire eagles collided with the power of vibration, the space made a rumbling vibration, and endless flames sprinkled from the sky. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Zentianchan Star Palm. Thousands of stars were wrapped in silver flames, and the power of vibration carried Aurora Tsangyan to launch a fierce offensive. Impossible. Xian Dongrong's face was shocked. He had used his strongest move, and the result was, "Damn, who the hell did this Xuanhuan provoke, such a person, unless the palace lord shot, otherwise." Boom. The flames and vibrational force slammed heavily on Xian Dongrong. Xian Dongrong vomited blood and flew upside down. He fell to the ground in embarrassment, and even hit a big pit on the ground. Flames shot out from the big pit. Wang Hao and Yufiki looked at Han Feng with a dull look, swallowed subconsciously. This lord seems to be more powerful than they thought. Wang Hao and Yufiki were both so sluggish, not to mention the other disciples of the magic palace. Seeing Han Feng standing in the void like a golden flame war god, all the disciples of the magic palace showed awe. Xian Dongrong can be said to be the successor of the palace master of the Earth Magic Palace. He is almost sure to be the next palace master of the Earth Magic Palace. But such a character was so easily defeated in the hands of Han Feng, which shocked the disciples of the Magic Palace inexplicably. As for the Prince Xuanhuan, he was dumbfounded again. "Didn't you just get promoted? How can there be such a terrifying combat power? Seeing Han Feng's gaze looking over, Xuanhuan's face was pale, his body trembled, and suddenly, a smell of urine came out, and Prince Xuanhuan was actually scared to pee. A touch of contempt flashed across the faces of the disciples of the magic palace. This Xuanhuan looked arrogant and domineering, but in fact he was just relying on the backing behind him. The cultivation base is as high as the great sanctuary Juzongshan, the Xinqing can't keep up at all, and the future achievements are bound to be limited. The strong backing of Xuanhuan can make Xuanhuan rise to the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary by relying on rich resources. Is it possible that Xuanhuan can easily be promoted to the 9 heavens of the peak of the sanctuary? Can Xuanhuan be promoted to sanctuary small perfection? Han Feng's mouth twitched. He originally wanted to punish Xuanhuan, but after seeing Xuanhuan urinating his pants, he lost his thoughts. Turning his head boringly, Han Feng said, You, do you want to go to the Xuanhuan palace with me? Lei Yuru smiled. I am a disciple of the Xuanhuan palace, of course I am going to the Xuanhuan palace. But you want to meet the palace master, so I will not follow. The palace master of the sanctuary small perfection realm, Lei Yuzhen, knowing that he has no identity to meet. Wang Hao and Yufiki were very satisfied with Lei Yuru's knowledge, and gave Lei Yuru an admiring look. Han Feng didn't ask for it either. He showed up, before, to protect Lei Yuzhen. Now that Lei Yuzhen is no longer in danger, he naturally has to rush to meet the palace master of Xuanhuan Palace, and apologize and explain by the way. In any case, being late means being late, and it is also true that a disciple of the Magic Palace has been seriously injured, especially since this disciple is the future palace master of the Earth Magic Palace. After the 3 of them left, Wang Hao and Yu Haoqi looked at each other, and both could see the meaning in each other's eyes. In the future, among the core disciples, I was afraid that they would have to take care of that kid named Lei Yuyu. The central hall of the Xuanhuan Palace stands majestically there. Looking from a distance, I feel a powerful oppression. My disciple Wang Hao, Yufiki, sees the master. Outside the main hall, Wang Hao and Yufiki bowed and saluted. A faint voice came from the hall, You all retreat. Yes. After the 2 retreated, Han Feng slowly walked into the hall. The hall is relatively empty, and there is only a futon in the innermost part. On the futon sits a woman in palace dress about 30 years old. The woman in palace dress held a book in her hand and read it with relish. A smile flashed from time to time on her delicate face, and she didn't know what content in the book made the woman in palace dress smile. After Han Feng approached, he first cupped his hands and said, Junior Han Feng, see senior. The woman in the palace dress took back the book, her eyes fell on Han Feng, and she smiled faintly, You are also a small perfection in the sanctuary, and we can meet with each other. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Yan. Han Feng hesitated for a moment, then agreed. As the woman in the palace dress said. Both are sanctuary small perfection, although the status is still high and low, it is not as different as sanctuary peak and small perfection. Sister Yan. Han Feng said respectfully. Palace Master Yan showed a slight smile, and immediately said, How is Teacher Ziyun now? Han Feng knew that Palace Master Yan was asking about the ancestor of Ziyun, and replied, Senior Ziyun is very good, and her body is very good. That's good, it's been a long time since I was taught by Teacher Ziyun, but I think it was just yesterday. Palace Master Yan sighed, and Han Feng remained silent. After a long while, Han Feng was a little embarrassed to tell Palace Master Yan what happened on the square. Little brother caused trouble to Sister Yan. Han Feng apologized. In the Magic Palace, in addition to the Holy Magic Palace, the other 4 palace masters of the Heaven Magic Palace, the Earth Magic Palace, the Xian Magic Palace, and the Yellow Magic Palace are at odds with each other. With Xi and Dongrong, the next Palace Lord of Earth Magic Palace, the Palace Master of Earth Magic Palace will never give up. It is very likely that the Earth Fantasy Palace will find trouble with the Xian Fantasy Palace. When Palace Master Yan heard the words, he smiled. What's the big deal? If you're looking for trouble, you're looking for trouble. Even without you, our four palaces will often have conflicts with each other. On the contrary, this time, you have made the Earth Magic Palace lose face. It's very interesting for Ben Gong to think about it. Don't worry, if the Palace Master of the Magic Palace comes to trouble you, my own palace will resist it for you. Knowing that the Palace Master Yan doesn't mind, Han Feng is relieved. As for the Palace Master of the Magic Palace, Han Feng is sure that even if he loses, he is more than self-preserving. After all, although the Palace Master of the Earth Magic Palace has reached the peak of the second level of small perfection, after all, it has not yet broken through to the third level. At this time, Palace Master Yan said again, look at the news from Teacher Ziyun. Do you want to enter the magical golden pagoda? Seeing Han Feng nodding, Palace Master Yan said, the magical golden pagoda is the center of my magic palace. The most important treasure, even this palace, cannot directly allow you to use it. Please forgive me for this. Han Feng nodded slightly. Before he came, he knew from the ancestors of Ziyun that only the direct disciples of the magic palace were qualified to enter the magic golden pagoda, not to mention the outsiders. Even the inner disciples of the magic palace itself were not qualified. As for the core disciples, although they are qualified to enter, they are not random, but need to contribute points. There is a huge difference between free and direct disciples. Palace Master Yan said, I have already reported this matter to the Grand Palace Master. There will be a meeting of the fifth palace soon. Whether you can enter the magical golden pagoda depends on the decision of the meeting of the fifth palace. It's the teleportation array that leads to Yaozhou Ben Gong can make the decision for you to use it, but you have to pay the price yourself. Han Feng smiled bitterly. This time, a large number of holy stones are gone. Seeing Han Feng's face, Palace Master Yan pursed his lips and smiled. Forget it, for Teacher Ziyun's sake, this palace will pay half for you, and the rest really can only depend on you. Han Feng said gratefully, thank you Sister Yan, the remaining half of the younger brother will pay for himself. Han Feng knows that being able to take out half is not a drop in the bucket for Palace Master Yan. Okay, you can rest in the side hall of this palace. This palace has selected a few maids to serve you, and wait for the results of the meeting. Then the younger brother will retire. Han Feng bowed his hands to the master of Yan Palace and left the main hall. Second more. Underworld Palace. The master of the Earth Magic Palace sat at the top of the hall, listening to Xuanhuan's complaint. His face was gloomy. Okay, very good. Even the people in this seat dare to hurt. This is not taking this seat in the slightest. Zhang Gongzhu's tone was cold. Xuanhuan was secretly happy when he heard it, and the palace master of the magic palace made a move, and it was not easy to capture that Han Feng. But even so, Xuanhuan did not follow Palace Master Zhang to capture Han Feng, but decided to stay in the magic palace and wait for the result. The shadow that Han Feng left for Xuanhuan is too serious. Xuanhuan doesn't even have the courage to look at Han Feng now, and even as long as Han Feng's half-smiling face emerges in his heart, Xuanhuan shivers. Palace Master Zhang naturally caught a glimpse of this scene, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. But whoever called this kid the son of Qin Ji, Palace Master Zhang valued Qin Ji very much, so he had to endure it. Qin Ji, that girl, can be described as a hero among women. I really didn't expect to give birth to such a useless son. Palace Master Zhang secretly pouted. This Xuanhuan's cultivation base is all built up by medicinal pills and resources. But at this moment, Palace Master Zhang received a message from the Grand Palace Master of the Holy Illusion Palace. After reading the information, Palace Master Zhang showed a sneer. If you hurt the person in this seat, you still want to enter the magic golden tower? Dreaming. Holy Ghost Palace. The Lord of the Grand Palace, the Lord of the Palace of Yen, the Lord of the Palace of Zhang, and the other two palace chairmen sat on the ground, sitting on the futon. The four people of Palace Master Yen were slightly farther away from the Grand Palace Master to show their respect to the Grand Palace Master. One after another, more than a dozen figures gathered in the hall. These are the old palace lords who have retired from the position of the fourth palace lord, and now they are the elders of the Holy Illusion Palace. These elders are usually in retreat and practice. Now, except for some deep-level ones, no matter how bad they are, they basically gather together. It's here. The Grand Palace Master saw that everyone had arrived and looked around. Although the aura of the great perfection of the sanctuary was not revealed, it still brought great oppression to everyone. Even Palace Master Zhang, who was usually arrogant, would not dare to be there at this moment. In front of the great Palace Master, he made a mistake. Even if the Lord of the Palace is a woman. After taking his eyes back, the Grand Palace Master slowly said, "Since you have all arrived, you must know what this palace called you to come for? The magic golden pagoda is the most important treasure of our magic palace, and it is also our magic palace. The symbol of it is an extremely precious treasure. Unless there is any accident, it is rarely used by outsiders, and it is usually used by our own people in the magic palace. Now there are outside martial artists who want to enter the magical golden pagoda. Do you think you can agree?" "You mustn't agree." Palace Master Zhang jumped out and refused, and then said, "Many of the guys from the ancient clan know the peculiarities of our magical golden pagoda, but all of those ancient clans are high-minded and low-handed, so they don't look down on our magical golden pagoda. But although these ancients are arrogant, they are not stupid. If the outsiders enter the magical golden pagoda and get great benefits and finally spread it out, the magical golden pagoda in our magic palace will not be able to keep it." One of the elders nodded in agreement. "Palace Master, what Palace Master Zhang said is right. As far as I know, there are already some weaker ancient clans that are eyeing our magic urn, and we can't let the magic of the urn. The specific effect is spread out." This elder was the previous Palace Master of Earth Magic Palace, and was the master of Palace Master Zhang. Now his cultivation has broken through to the third heaven of small perfection, and he is one of the more powerful elders of the Holy Magic Palace. This elder is also Zhang Gong's confidence to advocate madness. The words of Palace Master Zhang and his master attracted the agreement of many elders. From their eyes, Palace Master Yen saw disapproval. With a chuckle, Palace Master Yen spoke up, "Everyone, you are taking things too seriously. As a member of the Magic Palace, I have to say that Ben Gong is also aware of the special effect of the magic golden pagoda, but that effect is not there either. To the point of devastation. First of all, there is only one reward for each floor of the Magic Palace. In other words, a person can only get a maximum of 9 rewards in the magic golden pagoda. Such a limited number of rewards may not necessarily be regarded by some strong people. It's true that the clan is arrogant, but their eyesight is definitely not bad, especially the powerhouses of the true god level. If the magic urn is really an extremely valuable treasure, how can those true gods not seize it? Secondly, according to the strength of the challenger, the magic pagoda has different cultivation bases for the guard puppets on each floor. But one thing is the same. The higher the level, the stronger the guard puppet's cultivation base is. Unless you have an extremely strong combat power, it is impossible to break through the 9th floor. Take our magic palace as an example. The record is only the 6th floor, and there is only one. Most of the challengers are the 4th and 5th floors. There are more records on the 3rd floor. How high will the strength skyrocket if you only clear the 3rd and 4th floors? All of you have challenged the magical golden pagoda, so you should know how much you can improve. Take Palace Master Zhang as an example. You passed the 5th floor at the beginning. May I ask Palace Master Zhang, have you now realized the top-grade sanctuary? Comprehension? Have you come out of the super-grade sanctuary? Palace Master Zhang was speechless when asked by Palace Master Yen, and his face was ashen. The rest of the elders hesitated for a while and then relieved one by one. Yes, they have all challenged the magic pagoda, and many of them have not been able to pass the 4th floor. Their cultivation is getting stronger and stronger, but when they pass the level, the guard puppet is getting stronger and stronger. Only the rewards of the first 3 layers will deepen the understanding of the sacred knowledge, but if you want to directly upgrade the level, it is still a short distance away. Only when you reach the 4th, 5th, and 5th or 6th floors will there be more rewards. Xian Dongrong had only reached the 5th floor before he realized the top grade and inferior sanctuary skills in such a short period of time. It is said that you can get amazing rewards only by breaking into the 7th floor or above. So far, no one has been able to break into that level. Many elders laughed one after another. How far can one outside martial artist go? 3 or 4 layers, 4 or 5 layers is the limit. Even if such a reward is spread out, it will not arouse the amazement of the ancient people who are in great perfection and even demigods and true gods. It can only be said that it is not bad. But such a good treasure, the ancients are not without. Seeing everyone's faces, the Grand Palace Lord nodded secretly. As a symbol of the magic palace, the magical golden pagoda enjoys the worship of the previous disciples of the magical palace. Over time, the magical golden pagoda has been mythicalized, and the rewards have also been passed down as divine. Only those who have really experienced it will know that although the rewards of the magic golden pagoda are good, they have not reached the level of the sky. Palace Master Zhang's master, Elder D asked with a sullen face, "You have some truth in what you said, but some ancient clans already coveted the magical golden pagoda. If we let that kid enter the magical golden pagoda, then those ancient clans would also require them to be geniuses. What should I do when I enter the magical golden pagoda? Do you have to agree? But if you refuse, you will offend those ancient tribes. Those ancient clans are slightly weaker among the ancient clans, but they are still behemoths to our magic palace." The 3rd one. This chapter is recoded. Although I have memorized most of it, it is still a lot different from the original chapter. Generally, the state of the first code is the best, and I don't know which chapter is better than the original chapter. I just can't figure it out. Why did the good 3rd chapter disappear? And I was so angry that I couldn't type in the code for half an hour. Elder D's questioning made many elders' faces congeal. Yes, a small number of ancient tribes have already begun to covet their magical golden pagoda. Setting such a precedent is just an excuse for those ancient tribes. Even outside warriors can enter the magical golden pagoda. Wouldn't it mean to reject those ancient clans, to look down on them? But if he agrees, then he will usher in waves of ancient geniuses. Palace Master Yen smiled slightly. Elder D is wrong. Not only should we not refuse, but we should agree. What? Many elders looked at Palace Master Yen like a fool. Could it be that their heads were broken? How could there be such an idea? Even the previous Palace Master of Xuanhuan Palace was puzzled at the moment. On the contrary, the Grand Palace Master may have guessed something and laughed without saying a word. Palace Master Yen explained, "Why do the ancients covet the magical golden pagoda in our magical palace? It is because we have hidden the magical pagoda too much, which has led to the mystification of the magical pagoda. There is no time for reverie. The more they think about it, the more magical the magic urn tower is. Only by spreading out the real role of the magic urn tower and letting them truly understand the role of the magic urn tower can they avoid danger. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When the magic pagoda is different from the magic they thought, the strong contrast between the front and the back will make them subconsciously think that the magic pagoda is nothing but the same. At that time, the magic pagoda is safe. There is a saying that it is better to be blocked than to be sparse. The more blocked you are, the more people think about it, and the more they want to know the specific effect of the magic urn. But after sparse, but not so much curiosity. Palace Master Yan's words seemed to have opened a door for many elders, and each one's eyes lit up. Elder D sighed, now there is no way out. Palace Master Zhang's face was dark. The Grand Palace Lord glanced at Palace Lord Yan with admiration. As the Grand Palace Lord knew better than everyone that the magical golden pagoda was not so defiant, but it still had a great reputation outside. For a long time, the Grand Palace Master wanted to solve this trouble, but suffered from no chance. But now the arrival of Han Feng has just given the Grand Palace Master this opportunity. Otherwise, the Grand Palace Master would not be so inclined towards Palace Master Yan so easily. Of course, what Xuanhuan has done these days is also the reason why the Lord of the Palace is biased towards the Korean style. As the Master of the Palace, although he handed everything over to the Master of the Fourth Palace, this does not mean that the Master of the Palace does not know everything about the Magic Palace. What Xuanhuan did a few days ago had already touched the bottom line of the Grand Palace Master. The core disciples and even the disciples above the core disciples can fight with each other, but they cannot be ruthless. This is the order given by the Grand Palace Master herself. But in the end, this Xuanhuan didn't take this order seriously, and even wanted to directly abolish the opponent's cultivation, which was even more serious than a ruthless attack. If it wasn't for the protection of the Palace Master of the Earth Magic Palace, if it wasn't for the fact that the Palace Master Zhang was about to enter the Holy Magic Palace to become an elder, and if the Grand Palace Master didn't want Palace Master Zhang's face to be too ugly, the Grand Palace Master would have taken action to punish Xuanhuan long ago. The Grand Palace Master happened to use Yuanshan to see the incident in the square before. Not only did he not feel angry about what Han Feng did, but he felt relieved. After all, she is the master of the palace, and it is not easy to care about the younger generation. Han Feng's shot will be different. From the news from the ancestors of Ziyun, the master of the palace knew that Han Feng was much younger than Xuanhuan. In fact, if it wasn't for the information from the ancestors of Ziyun, the master of the palace would not pay attention to Han Feng, and found that the plaza thing. Soon, it was finally decided that Han Feng could enter the magical golden pagoda, but only this chance. How far he can break through this time depends on Han Feng's own ability. Palace Master Zhang could not bear it any longer. Letting a guy who slapped his face into the magical golden tower made Palace Master Zhang uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Immediately, Palace Master Zhang told the incident about the square, which, of course, concealed what Xuanhuan had done, and then said in a cold tone, "Master Palace, this kid is so arrogant, he doesn't take our magic palace in his eyes at all. If we didn't punish that kid, we already gave that kid a lot of face, how could we let him enter the magical golden pagoda without any punishment? This matter spreads out, what face is there in our magic palace? What? And such things. This kid is so arrogant. It seems that the previous resolution needs to be carefully considered." The expressions of the elders changed, revealing their dissatisfaction with Han Feng. Seeing this, Palace Master Zhang showed a faint smile. But at this moment, the big Palace Master said coldly, "Palace Zhang, the truth of the matter in the square is very clear to this palace. Don't cover up certain things, and push everything on that kid. If it wasn't that Xuanhuan, the son of Qin Ji, wanted to abolish the cultivation of the core disciples, how could Han Feng take action? Speaking of which, Han Feng is not only innocent, but has merit, otherwise another future direct disciple will fall into the hands of that waste. It's that guy Xuanhuan again. It turns out that this is the truth of the matter. In this way, that kid's behavior is indeed not wild. No matter how hard it hurts Xi and Dongrong, we can't spare that kid lightly." Some elders expressed their understanding, and some stubborn people still thought that Han Feng's behavior was contempt for the magic palace, and demanded a certain degree of punishment. Palace Master Zhang never imagined that the Grand Palace Master knew the whole story, and it seemed that he had seen it with his own eyes. He couldn't help his face stiffen, and he was secretly annoyed that Xuanhuan had caused him trouble. It's just that it wasn't seen by the Grand Palace Master, but it was even seen by the Grand Palace Master. Palace Master Zhang thinks that he understands why the Great Palace Master keeps favoring Palace Master Yan today. It must be that the behavior of that kid Xuanhuan touched the bottom line of the Great Palace Master. Palace Master Zhang is also aware of the stipulation made by the Grand Palace Master. Although Palace Master Zhang disagrees, as long as the Grand Palace Master is still in the position of the Holy Illusion Palace for a day, he cannot openly object to such regulations. Although his face was ugly, Palace Master Zhang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that some elders were still united with him. When the Grand Palace Master saw a group of elders making a noise, he couldn't help rubbing his head in annoyance, and shouted, "Stop making noise!" With a loud shout, everyone fell silent. Palace Master Zhang gritted his teeth and said, "Grand Palace Master, so be it, as long as that kid can insist on 3 moves under this seat will allow that kid to enter the magical golden pagoda, but if that kid doesn't persevere." When Palace Master Zhang said this, those who had united the front with Palace Master Zhang before nodded and thought this method was very good. The Grand Palace Master took a deep look, with a mysterious look on his face, and then slowly said, "If that's the case, then make an appointment." It was so neat and tidy, but it made Palace Master Zhang a little suspicious. Originally, Palace Master Zhang planned to negotiate a price, at least for a trick. A martial artist who has just entered the first stage of the small perfection, even if his combat power is amazing, how can he compare to the peak powerhouse of the second stage of the dignified second stage of the small perfection? Even if it was a single move, Palace Master Zhang was sure to severely injure Han Feng and lose his strength to fight again. The master of the palace said with a schadenfreude smile, "Since the matter is over, this palace can finally give an explanation to the ancestor of Ziyun. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Back to top. Z. Ancestor Ziyun? Could it be?" All the elders were shocked when they heard the words of the Grand Palace Master. The Grand Palace Master nodded. "Yes, it is the ancestor of the Yan family, Ziyun, who taught Palace Master Yan at the beginning. Then Han Feng and Ziyun ancestors." An elder said with a stiff face. "Old ancestor Ziyun is the great perfection of the sanctuary, and his combat power is even higher than that of the Grand Palace Master. If the boy named Han Feng has any close relationship with old ancestor Ziyun, they will make things difficult for Han Feng to say that they offend Ziyun ancestor Yun. Offending the sanctuary small perfection is nothing, but offending the sanctuary great perfection, or the sanctuary great perfection who came from such a powerful force as the Yan clan, that would be incredible." Palace Master Zhang's originally slightly happy face froze completely, and his eyes were full of confusion and disbelief. At this moment, Palace Master Zhang finally understood why the Grand Palace Master was so easy to let go. This was simply another trick for him. Suddenly, an elder seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't wait to speak. "Han Feng? This name is very familiar. It seems that the first one in the ancient clan true disciple competition held by the Yan clan more than 10 years ago was called Han Feng, and it is also an external martial artist. It's also Han Feng, and it's also an outsider martial artist, so it's impossible to have such a coincidence, unless it's—" Palace Master Yan said with a smile, "Yes, it is Han Feng who won the first place in the ancient race. His girlfriend is the direct disciple of the ancestor Ziyun." Palace Master Zhang's face was so stiff that it couldn't be stiffer, and he was completely caught in a dilemma. Behind Han Feng is ancestor Ziyun. If he is too ruthless, ancestor Ziyun will definitely cause trouble, but if he takes lightly, his prestige will definitely be affected. Moreover, with the dreaded existence of ancestor Ziyun, Palace Master Zhang would never dare to go too far, even if he were to make a ruthless attack. But in this way, if Han Feng grows up and takes revenge in the future, he will be in a bad situation. Such a young sanctuary, small perfection, God knows what level it will reach in the future, maybe it will become a true god. The crowd cast a sympathetic gaze. Palace Master Zhang was a little confused about this matter. No matter what decision is made, it will have a certain impact on Palace Master Zhang. At this moment, Palace Master Zhang placed great importance on his own disciple Qin Ji, and could not help but hate Xuanhuan. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan, how could he have fallen into such a situation? Fantasy Palace. Sister Yan, but there is a result? When Han Feng was called, he had already guessed what the 5-palace meeting might have decided. Palace Master Yan said slowly, yes, after discussion, our magic palace can allow you to enter the magic pagoda, but you only have one chance, that is to say, if you don't go far in the magic pagoda this time, in the future it is impossible to have a second chance. So this time, you can go as far as you can in the magical golden pagoda, and try to reach the 5th or 6th floor, so that you can have enough light of understanding to improve your sanctuary. Absolutism. Is it only once? The younger brother will do his best. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he said firmly. At this time, Palace Master Yan said again, before entering the magical golden pagoda, you have to take the 3 moves of the Palace Master. Teacher Ziyan said that you cannot be treated as an ordinary genius of small perfection, so this palace did not have it at that time. Reject, you might take it? Han Feng said to himself, as long as it's not the 3 heavens of small perfection, the younger brother is still able to block the 3 moves. In the face of the powerhouses such as the peak of the 2nd level of the small perfection, although Han Feng has no certainty of victory, he can still do it if he only resists 3 moves. Okay, since you are so confident, let's go now. Palace Master Yan rolled up the Korean wind and flew to the magical golden pagoda. The magical golden pagoda has gathered many disciples of the magic palace. Every time a challenger enters the magic pagoda, it will attract the attention of the disciples of the magic palace, not to mention that this time the challenger is from the outside world. Even some stubborn magic palace disciples are a little dissatisfied and puzzled about this, but they don't dare to say anything. Only the strong in this world have the right to make decisions. The challenger who came this time is the sanctuary Xiaocheng, who agreed with the palace master, the grand palace master, and many elders. These are at least the 1st-level cultivation base of Xiaocheng, not a group of small magic palace disciples. Questioned. In the crowd, Lei Yuru and some good friends were also among them. Yu, how many floors can your friend get to? At least the 6th floor. Lei Yuru replied lightly. The 6th floor, this is too exaggerated. Lei Yuru sneered, then Xian Dongrong was defeated by my friend in seconds, and he also broke into the 5th floor. Even Xian Dongrong broke into the 5th floor. Is it very difficult for my friend to break into the 6th floor? That's right. The Magic Palace disciple thought about the square and smiled. Lei Yu ignored his companions, but stared at Han Feng, who was following the palace master of the Magic Palace, and said in his heart, 6th floor. I'm afraid it can at least reach the 7th floor. This time, the senior management of the Magic Palace must be shocked. In the crowd, there were naturally also direct disciples like Wang Hao and Yufiki. Since the two received Han Feng, many direct disciples gathered around Wang Hao and Yufiki to inquire about Han Feng, and the two laughed bitterly. The direct disciples who belonged to the Earth Magic Palace looked at them with cold eyes and kept snorting coldly, but no one paid any attention to them. Seeing this, these direct disciples of the Underworld Palace had their faces ashen, but who told their next palace master Xian Dongrong to be defeated so easily, they had no confidence in what they wanted to say. Xuanhuan looked excited among the disciples of Earth Magic Palace. 3 moves, those were Palace Master Zhang's 3 moves, how could that kid be able to resist? Xuanhuan let out a laugh, as if he saw the ending of Han Feng's cultivation base being abolished by Palace Master Zhang's 3 moves. When this kid is abolished, I can take revenge. Xuanhuan thought triumphantly. In the void, with the arrival of Palace Master Yan, the three Palace Masters, including the Grand Palace Master and the Elders, and Palace Master Zhang opened their eyes one after another, and their eyes swept towards Han Feng. Rao is that Han Feng has now been promoted to Sanctuary Small Perfection, and he can't help but feel cold when he is swept by so many powerful primordial spirits. The Grand Palace Master smiled and said, "The main lord is here, Palace Master Zhang, and I will leave it to you next." Han Feng first saluted the younger generation to the lord of the palace, and then saluted others, but this salute was a salutation of the same generation. Although it showed a trace of respect, it was not comparable to the salute to the lord of the palace. Everyone has nothing to say about this, and they are not angry. The Grand Palace Master is a great perfectionist, and Han Feng is only a small perfection. Whether it is in terms of cultivation or seniority, compared with the Grand Palace Master, there are two levels. But they and Han Feng are both small perfections, so they are naturally counted as the same level. And since they knew that Han Feng was extremely young and had the support of ancestor Ziyun, they dared not have any opinion on Han Feng. Zhang Gongzhu's face was dark, and he stepped out. "Boy, take the 3 moves of this seat, and you can enter the magic golden pagoda." The corners of Han Feng's mouth curved slightly. "Then please be merciful to the seniors." Palace Master Yan and others retreated, and the Grand Palace Master directly set up a great perfection barrier around Han Feng and Palace Master Zhang. With such a barrier, as long as the attack power of the two did not reach the level of the great perfection, it was absolutely impossible to break this barrier. Palace Master Zhang and Han Feng are facing each other from a distance, only to hear Palace Master Zhang coldly say, "Boy, it's no wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have a background, but don't think that this seat can let you go." That said, but in fact, Palace Master Zhang has decided to stay a little bit stronger. There is no unresolved hatred between him and Han Feng. As long as he secretly backs down a few steps, he does not believe that the other party will really be careful in the future to seek revenge. It's just that Palace Master Zhang would never say the thought of giving in secretly, so he was arrogant verbally. The unicorn screams with thunder. With a long whistle, with Palace Master Zhang as the center, the thunder burst out and turned into a purple unicorn. After these purple unicorns congealed, they turned into nothingness, but in fact, there were terrifying fluctuations rushing away in the Korean wind. Han Feng frowned slightly. This move looked powerful, but that was because Zhang Gong's major was as high as the second-level peak. In fact, this Kirin Thundering Thunder was only a top-grade, inferior sanctuary. But even so, Han Feng did not dare to be careless. Fusion Holy Flame Battle Body. Fusion Celestial Body. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed, surpassing that of the first level of small perfection. This kind of terrifying improvement made all the elders stunned. It is no wonder that this kid was able to win the first place in the True Disciple competition. With such an improvement, few of the true disciples of the ancient clan were able to compete. However, the disciples of the Magic Palace did not feel this way. They were just a group of ordinary sanctuaries, great sanctuaries, and peak sanctuaries, and they couldn't see through Han Feng's cultivation. The feeling that Han Feng brought them was unfathomable in the first place, and now it is only even more unfathomable. As for what kind of gap this is, they can't sense it at all. Zentianchan Star Palm. The power of the 999th shocks was launched like a wave, and the momentum was so high that all the disciples of the Magic Palace looked terrified. With this kind of momentum, as long as they get a little bit of it, they will definitely be killed, no doubt. However, such momentum was hindered in the process of attacking Palace Master Zhang, as if it was hindered by something invisible. Boom! The terrifying roar sounded, Han Feng's face turned pale, and he retreated wildly. As expected of a peak powerhouse in the second-level world of small perfection, the gap is too big. Then, Aurora Tsangyan, congeal. The silver flame quickly merged into the palm of Zentianchan Xingxing, and the silver flame carried the power of vibration, which was as earth-shattering as the waves of flames. Huh? Palace Master Yan, and the elders all changed their expressions. This Han Feng's cultivation base was obviously in the early stage of the first stage of the small perfection, but after the skyrocketing, it surpassed the first stage, which was enough to surprise them, and now Han Feng, however, displayed a powerful technique comparable to the top-grade middle-level sanctuary technique, which shocked everyone even more. It is comparable to the explosion of the power of the ultimate sanctuary, which makes Han Feng able to withstand the attack of Palace Master Zhang. This is not because Han Feng's attack has reached the level of Palace Master Zhang, but that Palace Master Zhang's attack had passed through a previous attack. Weakening, this time will naturally die with Han Feng's attack. On the surface, the two look alike. But in fact, it was Palace Master Zhang who had the upper hand, and it was obvious that Palace Master Zhang did not do his best. Several Palace Masters and Elders looked at each other and smiled. It seems that this Palace Master is very scrupulous after all, and dare not make heavy hand. That's fine, otherwise it really annoys the ancestors of Ziyun, and their magic palace will stand it in the future. And geniuses like Han Feng, instead of being evil, it is better to make friends while the other party has not yet grown up. With the love of the magic urn, once the other party fully grows up in the future, when their magic palace is in trouble, maybe they will get some shelter from each other. Second move. Zhang Gongzhu shouted angrily. It was still Kirin Thundering Thunder, but its momentum was a little bigger than before. Obviously, Palace Master Zhang had not displayed the full power of Kirin Thundering Thunder before. The Holy Eye of the Stars, open. The power of illusion exploded. However, Palace Master Zhang was only slightly affected, and immediately defeated the power of illusion that acted on him. If the holy pupil of the star reaches the level of a 9-pointed star, maybe Han Feng's current power of the primordial spirit may affect Palace Master Zhang, but not now. But even if there is only a slight impact, the impact may be less than 1/100th of a second, but it is enough for Han Feng to make other attacks. Resisting the pain of being backlashed by the power of the primordial spirit, Han Feng rolled up his sleeve robe, and a golden light pressed against the top of a mountain like a mountain, pressing down on Palace Master Zhang with a majestic might. High-grade holy artifact? Palace Master Zhang exclaimed in a low voice. The magic palace is no different than the ancients. The highest grade holy artifact is extremely rare in the magic palace, and the high-grade holy artifact is also extremely precious, not to mention Xiantian holy bricks. The top-grade top. It's just a high-grade holy artifact. Palace Master Zhang smiled disdainfully. Although high-grade holy artifact is precious, how could it affect a master like him? Raising his palm slightly, Palace Master Zhang was so abruptly blocking the Xiantian sacred brick as a giant mountain. But at this moment, Palace Master Zhang felt a slight sense of crisis rising. The next moment, a silver dagger appeared in a flash, hitting Palace Master Zhang's waist as fast as lightning. What kind of holy artifact is this? Even I didn't notice it. Palace Master Zhang's expression changed slightly. The dagger that attacked Palace Master Zhang was a high-quality medium-grade holy weapon, the black-silver stabbing dagger. The Xianing stabbing dagger is only high-quality and medium, but its main function is to conceal and sneak attack. With Han Feng's current strength, he can barely make the Xianing stabbing dagger approach Palace Master Zhang silently. If it is the peak of the sanctuary who displays this black-silver stabbing dagger, I am afraid that it will be discovered at the beginning. However, high-grade medium is high-grade medium after all, and its power is limited. Palace Master Zhang did not react and let the Xianing stabbing dagger wipe out a bloodstain, but then it was bounced off by the energy that erupted from the main body of Zhang Gong, and the shining thorn was thrown away. The dagger of the dagger has cracked. The blow of the second-level peak of the sanctuary small perfection directly caused the high-grade and middle-grade holy artifact to be on the verge of shattering. First there is the holy eye of the star, then the holy brick of Shantian, and then the constant influence of the shining dagger. Even if the influence of each is very small, they can be combined to make the Kirin thunder displayed by Palace Master Zhang. The momentum is huge, but the power is not corresponding to the level of the momentum. The third one. After the outbreak, I felt unwell, and I also felt annoyed when typing. Fortunately, I finally recovered in the past few days, and the fourth watch tomorrow. Fusion Zentianchan Star Palm. The power of the unicorn thundering hell, displayed by Palace Master Zhang, was weakened, and Han Feng was able to withstand this move by Palace Master Zhang. Puff. The violent aftermath attacked like a monstrous beast, and the holy flame armor on Han Feng shattered a lot with a click. The 9th level of the holy flame armor alone is not enough to help Han Feng resist the blow of the peak powerhouse of the second level of the small perfection. The third trick. Palace Master Zhang was a little annoyed by Han Feng's unexpected attacks. Although Palace Master Zhang planned to keep his hands at first, to save face for both parties, Palace Master Zhang never expected that he would be injured. Even if it was just a small wound, it was a great shame. The dignified Little Perfection second-level Peak Master, the dignified Magic Palace's D-Magic Palace Palace Master, was injured by a mere junior after practicing for thousands of years. Palace Master Zhang was full of anger. Kirin Guiyuan Finger. Subconsciously, Palace Master Zhang used a sanctuary that is even more powerful than Kirin Thundering Thunder, the Kirin Guiyuan Finger. Behind Palace Master Zhang, the unicorn, which was completely transformed from thunder, let out a roar that shook the sky and earth, and the sky shook as if it was about to shatter. The thunder condensed on the fingers of Palace Master Zhang's right hand, and turned into a giant finger of thunder. A terrible aura swept out like a storm. As a powerhouse of the second level of small perfection, only by displaying the best middle-grade sanctuary skills can he be regarded as a real second-level heaven of small perfection, and they are relatively powerful beings in the same level. And the Kirin Guiyuan Finger is the ultimate sanctuary of the top-grade middle class. Even if it is not considered the top among the best-grade middle class, it is enough to make Palace Master Zhang's combat power soar to the point that far exceeds the second level of the small perfection, and it is infinitely close. Small perfection triple heaven. The faces of many elders in the Magic Palace were condensed, and even the tricks like Kirin Guiyuan Finger were used. Can that kid survive? Palace Master Yan was nervous. At this time, Palace Master Yan was not sure if Han Feng could survive. No matter how much he praised Han Feng in the news from Ancestor Ziyun, Palace Master Yan had never seen it with his own eyes. At this moment, Palace Master Yan regretted not discussing it at the 5th Palace meeting and making a decision. Among the crowd, Xuanhuan's eyes flashed with excitement, and the disciples of the Earth Magic Palace all sneered. Wang Hao and Yufiki looked at each other, and both could see the worry in each other's eyes. Han Feng stared at the thundering giant fingers that came fast, took a deep breath, and the blood-shattering eyes behind him condensed. Blood-eyed wolf claw. With a stern shout, Han Feng displayed his most powerful trick so far, reaching the blood-eyed wolf claw of the top-notch, middle-grade sanctuary. Extremely high-quality middle-level sanctuary skills. It's still at the top level. Palace Master Zhang roared in disbelief. Boom! The blood-colored wolf claws slammed on the giant thunder finger, and the endless thunder and blood-colored airflow surged out, and the space almost collapsed. LOL. The giant thunder finger full of destructive power spun rapidly, the unicorn phantom roared, and the power increased again. Palace Master Zhang said indifferently, Being able to display this kind of sanctuary skills at the early stage of the first stage of the first stage of the first stage of the small perfection, I have to admit that your junior is the best genius I have ever seen. It's just a pity. The huge gap in cultivation is not so easy to overcome. If the sanctuary skills of this seat do not reach the highest grade, or if your cultivation reaches the second level, today's results may change. And now, your result is destined to be hit hard by this seat. At the beginning, Palace Master Zhang really thought about giving in, but the scratches on his body made Palace Master Zhang dazed with anger for a while, and he burst out with even more powerful tricks. It's just that the tricks have been used, and it is not so easy to accept it. In addition, Palace Master Zhang's personality is inherently arrogant, and the fear of Ziyun's ancestor is about to be thrown into the sky. At that time, there was only one thought in the mind of Palace Master Zhang, and that was to injure the boy who had embarrassed him and regain the lost face. That's not necessarily true. Facing the situation where the blood-colored wolf claws could be collapsed at any time by the thunder giant fingers full of destructive power, Han Feng's pale face showed a strange color. Zhang Gongzhu has practiced for thousands of years and has extremely rich experience. When he saw Han Feng's face, he realized that something was wrong. This kid definitely has a backer. But without waiting for Palace Master Zhang to react, Han Feng's backhand has been blasted out. The golden giant brick, which was originally blocked by Palace Master Zhang in the void, suddenly swelled up, and its size suddenly increased 3 or 4 times. Faced with this momentum, Palace Master Rao Shizhong also felt insignificant for a while. Oops! Palace Master Zhang quickly came to his senses, and when he saw the golden giant brick pressing towards him, he immediately slapped it with a palm. Damn, it's obviously a high-grade holy artifact. Why did it suddenly become a top-grade holy artifact? Palace Master Zhang was shocked and angry, and his heart was full of puzzlement. Han Feng smiled slightly. Aurora Tsungyan has been promoted to the level of the best holy fire, and with Xiaopeng's ability, he can completely repair the 3-day holy brick again. Now, the 3-day holy brick has been restored to the level of the best holy artifact. Perhaps it is not appropriate to use the Shantian holy brick to call the 3-day holy brick, but it should be the 9-day holy brick. As early as the beginning, Han Feng understood that Palace Master Zhang was not so easy to deal with, so he suppressed the 9 heavens holy bricks to the top-grade holy artifact level for the sake of now. The 9 heavens sacred brick exudes an aura of self-respect, and presses towards Palace Master Zhang with a domineering roar. At the same time, the golden light of the 9 heavens sacred brick shines, and the golden torrent slams towards Palace Master Zhang. Not good. One hand used the Kirin Guiyuan finger, and the other empty hand was somewhat unstoppable. As a last resort, Palace Master Zhang had to withdraw his right hand, and slapped his hands in the void, and the terrifying Saint Yuan turned into astonishing energy fluctuations. Boom! The Jiutian sacred brick collided fiercely with the waves swung by Palace Master Zhang, and an astonishing sound and surging energy aftermath erupted. Without Palace Master Zhang's follow-up Saint Yuan supplement, the power of the Kirin Guiyuan finger was greatly reduced, and the bloody wolf claws that were at a disadvantage suddenly opened and grabbed, with a more terrifying tearing power. With a faint scream, the giant thunder finger finally disappeared, and the bloody wolf claws seemed to have exhausted the last trace of strength, and also turned into nothingness. Palace Master Zhang looked gloomy. The 3 moves had already passed, the Grand Palace Master and others were watching, and a group of Magic Palace disciples were watching. The Grand Palace Master chuckled, Han Feng, the 3 moves have passed, you can now enter the magical golden pagoda. Thank you Qianbei, Han Feng bowed and saluted, and then stepped into the magical golden pagoda, leaving only many elders and disciples outside discussing. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Thanks to the 2 big brothers, Xingfeng and South of Kaiyun 0413, for their reward and support. Amazed face, / Having said that, the past 2 days have been a bit unfortunate. Yesterday, the 3rd chapter disappeared inexplicably. Today, all the chapters that have been coded have disappeared, and the writing assistant has disappeared without a trace. After redownloading, the previously written chapters cannot be found. In the future, I will no longer believe that the upgrade software of shit will speed up the computer. Several times it is the problem of the upgrade. Outside the magical golden pagoda, Xuanhuan's face was pale. Impossible, this is impossible, how can this kid survive 3 moves? Xuanhuan's heart is full of panic. Han Feng does not get rid of it. How can he return to the Xiongba Empire? Even if he is a prince, what's the use? If you can't return to the hegemonic empire, sooner or later, a new emperor will be enthroned. What kind of prince will he be at that time? The faces of the many disciples of the Earth Magic Palace were stunned, and the rest of the disciples who were not pleasing to the eyes of the Earth Magic Palace disciples showed schadenfreude smiles. Wang Hao and Yufiki breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other. Both of them could see each other's shock. To be able to survive the 3 moves of Palace Master Zhang at the beginning of the small perfection realm is not unchangeable. The 1st floor of the magic pagoda. Han Feng just appeared, and a puppet similar to Han Feng appeared in front of Han Feng. Is this the gatekeeper puppet? Han Feng looked strange. Anyone who encounters a puppet that is almost identical to himself must have a strange mood for a moment. The gatekeeper puppet moved suddenly, approaching like a sharp sword. Although the guard puppet looks similar to Han Feng, the attack method is completely different. When the Guanshou puppet was about to approach Han Feng, the Guanshou puppet suddenly raised its palm, a lacquered black hole split open in the center of the palm, and the next moment, a flame like a volcanic eruption spewed out of the dark hole. With a wave of Han Feng's palm, his energy exploded. Boom! The 2 groups of energy slammed together, and an invisible wave spread around. Only the 1st stage of the 1st layer? Han Feng's face flashed a hint of surprise. It seems that the strength of this guard puppet is not very strong. Is it because it's only the 1st floor? Han Feng nodded. It should be like this. That being the case. Zentianchan Star Palm. The power of the 919th level shocks erupted, like a terrifying wave that drowned the gatekeeper puppet in an instant, and the gatekeeper puppet completely collapsed at the moment of being submerged. The 1st layer of space was high in the sky, and a white light fell, and vaguely, a strange energy fluctuation waved out. Feeling this fluctuation, Han Feng's body was shocked, and his head seemed to be washed. Is this the light of comprehension? Han Feng's eyes lit up, and when he beckoned, the white light was sucked into his palm by Han Feng. Immediately, Han Feng sat cross-legged, absorbing the light of comprehension. However, after more than 10 days, Han Feng woke up regretfully. This light of comprehension seems to be a bit exaggerated. Although it can indeed speed up my comprehension, just a light of comprehension can only make me have a deeper understanding of the celestial body. Cognition, a deeper understanding of the path to take after the breakthrough, that's all. If you want to break through the celestial body, it is not something that a group of light of comprehension can do. However, this is only the 1st level. Presumably, the light of comprehension will increase in each level after that. Maybe when you reach a higher level, the celestial body will be able to advance smoothly. Once the celestial physique is promoted, it will not be weaker than the ultimate sanctuary secret art, and it can greatly improve my cultivation, especially after integrating into the Aurora Tsangyan. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't wait to enter the 2nd floor of the magical golden pagoda. The 2nd floor of the magic urn. This time, Han Feng's opponents are 5 guard puppets, and the strength of each guard puppet has reached the mid-level realm of small perfection. Han Feng didn't take such a realm into his eyes, and he displayed the 10th level of the Holy Flame battle body. With one move, Han Feng completely defeated the 5 guarding puppets. Han Feng thought that there would be 5 groups of light of comprehension, but it turned out that there were only 2 groups. Forget it, just 2 groups, it's better than nothing. Han Feng sat down comfortably and began to absorb the light of understanding. A month later, Han Feng completely absorbed the light of comprehension from the 2 groups, but the celestial physique still hasn't advanced, but he has a deeper understanding of the road to be taken after the celestial physique. On the 3rd floor, there were 10 guard puppets, and all of them had the strength of the late stage of the 1st layer. Han Feng's face turned ashen, not because of these 10 puppets, even if there were a lot of them, their strength was only in the late stage of the 1st layer, and such strength could not pose a threat to Han Feng. What Han Feng is worried about is that the 4th floor is not the early stage of 52nd level heavens. In that case, unless the celestial body is promoted, he is afraid that he will stop at the 4th floor or the 5th floor and will not be able to continue to challenge. While Han Feng was worried, 10 guarding puppets took action. What surprised Han Feng was that this time, the guarding puppets spewed out not just flames, but all kinds of attributes. Thunder, ice, water, fire, etc. In the face of 10 puppets in the late stage of the 1st stage of the small perfection, Han Feng did not dare to be careless, and Aurora Xuanhuan instantly merged into the holy flame battle body. Zentianchan Star Palm. The tsunami-like shock force collided with various attribute energy attacks, and an endless airflow swept out. Destroy! Han Feng shouted loudly, and the 10 puppets burst completely after holding on for a long time. The light of comprehension of the 4 groups descended from the sky, and Han Feng sat cross-legged and began to practice. Outside, everyone looked at the light shining on each floor of the magic golden pagoda and knew that Han Feng had passed the 3rd floor of the magic golden pagoda and was about to reach the 4th floor. Everyone was shocked that Han Feng was able to clear the customs so quickly, but they were relieved when they thought of Han Feng's previous battle with Palace Master Zhang. The Grand Palace Master asked curiously, "I don't know how many floors this kid can get to?" Palace Master Yen chuckled, "This Han Feng easily defeated Xian Dongrong. Even Xian Dongrong was able to break into the 5th floor. I'm afraid this kid can break into the 6th floor, but I don't know how long it will take." Palace Master Zhang on the side snorted coldly, "Dongrong just barely entered the 5th floor, and was defeated by the embarrassment not long after entering the 5th floor. No matter how powerful this kid is, he only persisted on the 5th floor for a long time. That's all, I want to pass the 5th floor to reach the 6th floor, dream." Palace Master Yen glanced at Palace Master Zhang and said, "Then let's wait and see." Magical Golden Pagoda, Han Feng finally came to the 4th floor. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the gatekeeper puppet had reached the early stage of the 2nd heaven, but there was only one. Heavenly Immortal Body, Congeal. Aurora Xuanhuan, Fusion. Zentianchan Star Palm. In the face of the guard puppets whose combat power has reached the early stage of the 2nd layer, Han Feng is not so easy to deal with, but he still manages to pass through smoothly. In the final analysis, puppets are puppets after all, their cultivation base is in the early stage of the 2nd stage, and their combat power is also in the early stage of the 2nd stage. Therefore, this puppet is not as threatening as the ancient God of War clan in the early days of the 2nd layer. Even the 2-layer early stage of the ancient God of War was defeated by Han Feng, not to mention this puppet with the ordinary 2-layer early stage combat power. Immortal. The light of comprehension descended from the 4th floor is 8 groups. After absorbing the light of comprehension from these 8 groups, Han Feng had a feeling that the celestial body was about to advance. Even if there is only one group, the celestial body will be able to advance. What happens to the stingy magic golden tower? What if you give it more? Han Feng sighed, this feeling of being able to advance immediately, but not having it is really too bad. Standing up, Han Feng came to the 5th floor of the magical golden pagoda full of fighting spirit. The number of puppets on the 5th floor is the same as that on the 2nd floor, 5. Seeing this, Han Feng was a little enlightened, and he almost understood the law of the number and combat power of each layer of guard puppets. Facing the 5 puppets in the middle of the second layer, Han Feng fell into a hard fight. If there is only one, Han Feng is sure to defeat it relatively easily. As I said before, the middle stage puppet of the second layer is equivalent to an ordinary small perfect second layer warrior. What is ordinary is what level of cultivation, what level of combat power, and no ability to fight beyond the level. For example, the cultivation base is the early stage of the first stage, and the combat power is the early stage of the first stage. It is impossible to surpass the early stage of the first stage. Once it is surpassed, it is not unusual. Ordinary combat power is just an indicator for every warrior to measure himself. In fact, it is almost uncommon for Han Feng to encounter so many opponents. Bloodlines, martial skills, weapons, etc. are all enough to allow a warrior to exert a combat power that exceeds his own cultivation. However, as the strength becomes higher and higher, the role of the bloodline gradually decreases, and the field skills become more and more difficult. More and more warriors who were not ordinary before will be reduced to ordinary, and they can maintain their strength even with higher and higher strength. Over-level battles are all extraordinary geniuses. For example, if you have the bloodline of the primary saint, you are not an ordinary warrior when you are in the ordinary sacred area, but you are ordinary in the great sacred area, unless you have comprehended a good sacred art or have a relatively powerful sacred artifact. In the same way, in the sanctuary small perfection, only the top-level holy bloodline can maintain the level-up battle. And when it comes to the great perfection of the sanctuary, the bloodline of the holy grade is useless. At this realm, few people can fight beyond the level. Of course, mastering advanced martial arts is an exception. Therefore, in the face of the 5 mid-level 2-layer puppets, Han Feng was still able to withstand it. If it were replaced by 5 bloodline warriors with top-level saint-level bloodlines or top-level middle-level Chengdu bloodline warriors, Han Feng would definitely lose, and there was no chance of winning. Facing the 5 mid-level 2-level puppets, Han Feng displayed the blood-eyed wolf claws, and the 9 heavens holy brick also attacked at any time. 1. 2. Han Feng adopts the fighting method of wandering, and solves one by one first, but this is the case. Han Feng himself has also been hit by the guard puppet many times, and he is in a state of embarrassment. Especially the consumption of Xuanhuan is even more terrible. Only the last 3 left, work harder. Blood-eyed wolf claws. 9 heaven holy bricks. Han Feng fought hard, the 9 heavens holy brick smashed a puppet, and the blood-eye wolf claw smashed a puppet, leaving only the last one. If Han Feng still maintains the state of his heyday, it would not be difficult to kill the last guard puppet, but Han Feng is not only injured a lot at this moment, but even Xuanhuan is also consumed a lot. Then Xian Dongrong is obviously not very strong, but it is really strange that he can break into the 5th floor. Knowing the horror of the 5th floor, Han Feng always felt that Xian Dongrong was able to break into the 5th floor. The goddess of luck took care of Xian Dongrong. How could Han Feng know that Xian Dongrong was fully prepared before entering? The elixir that restores Xuanhuan, the holy armor that resists attacks, and the explanation of Palace Master Zhang, Xian Dongrong also knows a lot about the magic golden pagoda. All kinds of things made Xian Dongrong barely pass the 4th floor. Easily defeated. Destroy. As the last puppet was destroyed by Han Feng, the light of comprehension in the 16th Regiment fell from the sky. Outside, Palace Master Yan let out a smug laugh. Palace Zhang, then Han Feng has passed the 5th floor. Zhang Gongzhu looked gloomy. The rest of the elders were all surprised. The magic golden pagoda has been in their magic palace for so many years, and the record is the 6th floor. No one has ever crossed the 6th floor to reach the 7th floor or above. Most of them failed to reach the 4th or 5th floor, and many even only reached the third floor. This Korean style is almost equal to the record now. The elders are like this, and the disciples of the magic palace around the magic golden pagoda are even more shocked. The fifth floor of the magic palace. As the first group of light of comprehension was absorbed by Han Feng's body was shocked, and golden lines flashed on his forehead involuntarily, and it became more and more bright. The golden veins did not make the Han style look a little unmainstream. On the contrary, the golden veins added a lot of charm to the Han style. Han Feng's whole body was shrouded in dazzling pale golden light, and a huge phantom appeared behind him. With Han Feng as the center, a whirlwind suddenly rolled up, and endless brilliance poured down and fell on Han Feng. Han Feng's breath continued to soar, until it reached a peak, before it slowly stopped. At this moment, Han Feng's celestial physique was finally promoted successfully. After the promotion, Han Feng called it the true immortal physique. Han Feng didn't stop cultivating, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and another light of comprehension was absorbed. The true immortal body has been initially promoted, and it has not yet completely stabilized, and it still needs to continue to comprehend. The light of comprehension, one after another, was absorbed by Han Feng, and the true immortal body became more and more stable, and finally reached the realm of Xiaocheng. Be considered weak. The true immortal physique was successfully promoted, and Han Feng began to understand the sanctuary skills that belonged to the true immortal physique. With the heavenly immortal physique first, it was easy to master the sanctuary of the true immortal physique. The heavenly immortal one finger was transformed by Han Feng into the true immortal silent finger, and its rank is not weak in the best and inferior sanctuary. Heavenly immortal thousand dragon palm was improved by Han Feng into true immortal thousand dragon palm. As for the heavenly immortal snake and dragon finger, it was because the light of comprehension was not enough, and he was still at the half-step top-grade sanctuary level, and he had not been promoted. In general, Han Feng's comprehensive strength has achieved a considerable improvement. Although the level of the true immortal silent finger is not as good as that of Zentianchan Xingzhang and Shuatong Tian Langkla, its development potential is far beyond that of Zentianchan Xingzhang. After all, to improve Zentianchan Xingzhang, not only need to comprehend, but also need more vibration mysteries to learn from. It is extremely difficult to improve, or it can be said that Han Feng has given up on upgrading Zentianchan Xingzhang. But in any case, Zentianchan Xingzhang also has the possibility to improve in the future, but the blood-eyed wolf claw is inherited, and it is not completely his own holy domain. In other words, there is no way for Han Feng to improve if he wants to improve, unless he transforms the blood-eyed wolf claw and turns it into his own unique sanctuary. The third one. Magic Pagoda. It's time to go to the 6th floor. If I'm not mistaken, there should be 10 guard puppets on the 6th floor, and all of them are in the late stage of the 2nd stage of the small perfection. Entering the 6th floor of the magic golden pagoda, 10 powerful breaths spewed out. Han Feng's face remained unchanged, the rays of light from the holy flame battle body and the true immortal body circulated around, and the aurora Tsang Yen swept out. If it was the celestial physique before the breakthrough of the true immortal physique, Han Feng's cultivation level would only slightly exceed the first level heaven level after the skyrocketing, and it would be between the small perfection first level heaven and the second level heaven. But now, Han Feng's cultivation base has truly reached the second level after the skyrocketing. There are only 3 levels of heaven in the small perfection realm, so the gap between each level is huge, far from the gap between the 9 levels of ordinary sanctuary, great sanctuary, and peak sanctuary. Even the gaps between the 3rd and 4th, 6th, and 7th levels of the 9 heavens may not necessarily be as large as the small perfection 3 heavens. However, even so, Han Feng still skyrocketed to the 2nd level, which shows that after the celestial body was upgraded to the true immortal body, Han Feng's strength increased too much. Staring at the 10 opponents, Han Feng grinned, "Let me see how far I have reached now." A puppet came as fast as lightning, and a terrifying aura surged into the sky. Fusion Zentianchan Star Palm. Han Feng roared loudly and slapped his palm fiercely. Boom! The terrifying aura flew out wildly. Han Feng was slammed back and forth by the impact of the giant force, and he managed to stabilize his body after turning dozens of somersaults in the sky. You can vaguely see some parts of the other puppet's body twisted up. With just one move, the two seemed to be on the same level. If it was before, Han Feng would never have been able to easily compete with the puppet in the later stage of the second stage of Xuanhuan. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng concealed the joy in his heart, and his face became more solemn. There is more than one opponent. Outside, everyone watched the light of the magic golden pagoda flickering constantly, and knew that this was Han Feng fighting fiercely with the guard puppets on the 6th floor of the magic golden pagoda. From the beginning to now, almost half a day has passed. Rao was the master of the palace who was calm at first, but his expression changed a little at this moment. The 6th floor guard puppet surpasses its own cultivation base, and the Grand Palace Master who has entered the 6th floor knows better than anyone. At the beginning, she only resisted for an hour and was wasted and blasted out, and that hour was mainly escaping, supplemented by counterattack, otherwise she would be blasted out faster. The gatekeeper puppets on the 6th floor are second in strength, and what makes people more embarrassed is the number. Originally, the cultivation base surpassed many challengers, but it turned out to be a full 10. At the beginning, the Grand Palace Master always wondered how anyone could possibly break through the 6th floor. It's just that the Grand Palace Master saw that Han Feng resisted for half a day today, but he was not sure. Everything exists for its own reason. The magical golden pagoda has 9 floors, and the last 3 floors are obviously impossible to be decorations. Palace Master Zhang stubbornly said, "This kid can't say that there is some extremely fast sanctuary secret art, so he can dodge until now, but no matter how long he dodges like this, he will not be able to pass the 6th floor, and he will be bombarded in a short time. Come out." However, as soon as these words came out, no one paid any attention to Palace Master Zhang, and the eyes of all the elders and the Palace Master were focused on the 6th floor of the magical golden pagoda. At this moment, they paid more attention to the magic golden pagoda than to Palace Master Zhang, and they didn't even notice what Palace Master Zhang said. After the discussion was boring, Palace Master Zhang pouted and stared at the magical golden pagoda with gloomy eyes again. On the 6th floor of the magical golden pagoda, Han Feng was dodging everywhere out of breath. While dodging, Han Feng used Zentianchan Star Palm or Blood-Eye Wolf Claw to counterattack the puppet from time to time, or attacked the puppet with Jiutian Holy Brick. Puppets have no wisdom, so sneak attack magic weapons like Jiutian Sacred Brick can be used repeatedly. If you were an intelligent creature as your opponent, if you had suffered the loss of the 9 Heavens Holy Brick once, you would definitely be prohibited from defending. The difficulty of succeeding in the second sneak attack was more than 10 times more difficult than the first. Only the last 3 are left, come on. The number of puppets is reduced, but another advantage of puppets is that they can maintain physical strength. As long as the parts are not damaged, the puppets can always maintain the combat power in their heydays. On the other hand, Han Feng is not good. Now Han Feng, whose state has been greatly reduced, seems to be quite difficult to deal with the 3 puppets. This is still Han Feng's practice of 9 flames and different fires, and the 9 flames and different fires have also broken through to the peak of the 5th floor, and the recovery speed is extremely amazing, otherwise it would be impossible to change to other people at this moment. We must delay, and slowly restore physical strength and Xingyuan. Thinking of this, Han Feng began to delay the battle. Another half a day later, Han Feng had been fighting for a full day on the 6th floor. In the end, only 1 puppet remained. Blood-eyed wolf claws. The blood-colored wolf claws sprang out from the shocking blood eyes, grabbed the puppet's body in the last sentence, and crushed it into pieces. Hoo-hoo. Han Feng immediately fell to the ground, gasping for breath, ignoring the light of comprehension that fell from the sky. I almost failed. After a long while, Han Feng almost recovered and spit out such a sentence. Sitting cross-legged, Han Feng consciously ran the 9 flames and different fire art, and the injuries on his body gradually recovered. It was not until the injury in the body was almost recovered that Han Feng opened his eyes. The light of comprehension of the 32 regiments. I hope that the light of understanding of the 32 regiments can greatly improve my strength, otherwise the 7th floor of the magic golden pagoda, I'm afraid I can't get through. The magic palace only gives me this chance, and I must seize this opportunity to reach the highest level. Outside, as the light on the 6th floor of the magical golden pagoda stabilized, the entire space froze for a moment, and one after another incredible gaze fell on the magical golden pagoda. For so long in the magic pagoda, the challenger broke into the 6th floor the most, and persisted on the 6th floor for 4 hours. And now, not only did some people persist until the day, but they also passed the 6th floor. This is simply. It makes the disciples of the magic palace go crazy, because the people who passed through the 6th floor were not the people of their magic palace. Actually broke into the 7th floor. In the crowd, Xuanhuan's eyes were dull, and the last thing he wanted to see happened. The emperor of the Xiongba Empire was getting farther and farther away from him. For the first time, Xuanhuan had regrets. If he had been humbler in the Dajin kingdom, would the result be very different from what he is now? Would he still be able to continue to be his prince in a stable manner? 4th more complete. Ask for flowers. Thanks to the pure state-owned enterprise master for the big reward. Pagoda. It's a pity, no matter how much you regret, things have already happened, but there is no regret medicine in the world. Xuanhuan could only watch Han Feng step into the 7th floor with a blank expression. On the side of the disciples of the Earth Magic Palace, everyone was silent. As disciples of the Magic Palace, they know better than anyone what each floor of the magical golden pagoda represents. Generally speaking, those who can break into the 4th floor in the magical golden pagoda basically have the hope of being promoted to the sanctuary small perfection and becoming the lord of the 4th palace. And being able to break into the 5th floor, the hope is even greater. Every time you break into the magic golden tower, there may be several of the same generation breaking into the 4th floor. Therefore, even if they have the potential to become palace masters, they still have to fight each other. Sometime. But the 5th floor is the same. In the 1st palace, there are very few people of the same generation who can break into the 5th floor, basically only one, and when there are more, it is 2. Therefore, breaking into the 5th floor is almost one of the next magic palace masters. And if you break into the 6th floor, you have the hope of being promoted to the great perfection of the Holy Land. All the palace masters of the Holy Illusory Palace have been cultivated to the great perfection. In the Magic Palace, the 4 palaces are in charge of ordinary things. The reason why the Holy Magic Palace doesn't care about anything is because the Holy Magic Palace is the core of the Magic Palace and the representative of the Magic Palace. The Holy Magic Palace does not accept disciples, only elders. However, even the palace master of the Holy Illusionary Palace only broke into the 6th floor, so what about the 7th floor? Many disciples of the Magic Palace looked at the 6th floor with different eyes. That was the worship of the strong. In the sky, Palace Master Zhang opened his mouth slightly, completely dumbfounded. His eyes were fixed on the 6th floor of the magic golden pagoda, and he wiped his eyes fiercely. As a result, the light on the 6th floor was indeed lit up for a long time. That kid did pass through the 6th floor. What he saw was fundamental, not a hallucination. How can that be? That kid, can break into the 7th floor. With the combat power he just showed, it is absolutely impossible. The Grand Palace Master took a deep breath. It seems that this guy has improved a lot of strength through the light of comprehension on the first 5 floors. A strong interest flashed in the eyes of Palace Master Yen. The rewards of the 6th floor should be more than the previous 5 floors. I wonder how this kid will improve by passing the 6th floor rewards. Palace Master Zhang gritted his teeth. Even if there is a light of understanding, it is impossible to improve more in a short period of time. This kid can at most reach the 7th floor. Palace Master Yen subconsciously wanted to refute, but immediately swallowed what he wanted to say. The 7th floor is not the 6th floor. Palace Master Yen has also passed through the magical Golden Pagoda. Naturally, she has also figured out some of the laws of the magical Golden Pagoda. If she guessed correctly, the puppet on the 7th floor will be the 3rd level of Xiao Yuankan. Strength in the early days. Small perfection 3rd layer heaven. Even if the puppet has no wisdom, it is still a bit weak compared to the initial stage of the small perfection 3rd layer heaven, but it is not comparable to the small perfection 2nd layer. It can be said that none of Palace Master Zhang's previous 3 moves reached the level of the 3 heavens of small perfection. This Han Feng was extremely reluctant to deal with Palace Master Zhang's 3 moves. Could he be the opponent of the guard puppet? I hope this Han Feng can comprehend, otherwise the 7th floor will only be afraid. Palace Master Yen sighed in his heart. The 7th floor of the Magic Pagoda. Han Feng absorbed the light of comprehension. Have to say, the light of comprehension of the 32 regiments made Han Feng feel very happy, and the heavenly immortal snake and dragon fingers were successfully promoted, and the grade almost reached the level of the best middle-class sanctuary. After the heavenly immortal snake dragon finger was promoted, Han Feng called it the true immortal flood dragon finger. Today, there are 5 top-quality sacred garments that Han Feng can perform, namely, the star-shattering star palm, the blood-eyed wolf claw, the true immortal silent finger, the true immortal Wanlong palm, and the true immortal flood dragon finger. Among them, the highest level is naturally the blood-eyed wolf claw, but after the true immortal Jiaolong finger is integrated into the Aurora Tsangyan, its power is directly chasing the blood-eyed wolf claw. If the formidable power of Aurora Tsangyan is increased to the best medium, then after integrating with Aurora Tsangyan, the power of the true immortal flood dragon finger will surpass that of the blood-eyed wolf claw. Han Feng was very embarrassed that the heavenly immortal snake and dragon finger was promoted to the true immortal flood dragon finger. Thinking back to the beginning, such a level of sanctuary absolute knowledge was an unattainable existence to me. It was too advanced. Even with the experience inheritance of the senior in the Sky Wolf Valley, it could only play a small role due to the limitation of cultivation. Part of the power. However, now, he can not only exert his strength with the highest degree of fit, but also possess the best sanctuary secret knowledge that he has realized. In just over 20 years, an earth-shaking change has taken place. Han Feng continued to absorb the light of comprehension and comprehend the unique skills of the sanctuary that he could master. The holy flame combat body must be assisted by fire attribute energy, so even with the light of understanding, the holy flame combat body cannot advance. The holy eye of the star can be advanced through comprehension, but after all, the holy eye of the star is inherited, and it is a special kind of sanctuary, so Han Feng is also very slow to practice. After raising the comprehension of the holy pupil of the star to the 9-star level, Han Feng gave up the promotion of the holy pupil of the star. To raise the holy pupil of the star to the highest level by the light of comprehension alone, the light of comprehension needed is too much, and the gain is not worth the loss. The light of comprehension is not consumed like this. Who knows if the 7th floor can break through? Unconsciously, the light of comprehension was absorbed by Han Feng, and the true immortal body stepped from the realm of Xiaoqing to the realm of Desheng without knowing it, and its power was no weaker than that of the best middle-class sanctuary. The true immortal silent finger and the true immortal 10,000 dragon palm have also been upgraded to the top-grade medium. As for the true immortal flood dragon finger, the level has jumped to the top-grade level. Han Feng laughed loudly, and his voice rolled out. Now his strongest move has become the true immortal Jialong finger after the fusion of Aurora Tsangyan, and his overall strength has risen sharply again. Now facing the guard puppet on the 7th floor, Han Feng finally has some confidence. No matter what, the celestial physique can be upgraded to the true immortal physique, and there are so many powerful top-grade middle-level sacred secrets. Even if I can't pass the 7th floor, I have earned it. With a clenched fist, Han Feng gathered up his strength and stepped into the 7th floor. The 7th floor of the Magic Pagoda. Han Feng's opponent is really a puppet who has reached the initial stage of the small perfection, triple heaven. The gatekeeper puppet took action as soon as Han Feng appeared, and it was neat and tidy, which was different from the puppets on the first 6 floors. Boom! Han Feng obviously didn't expect that the guard puppet didn't give him a little time this time, and he suddenly shot when he just appeared. Unprepared, Han Feng had to cross his hands to block the punch of the guard puppet. The huge force directly knocked Han Feng into the air, causing Han Feng's arms to ache. What a powerful force! Han Feng froze in his heart. The holy flame battle body and the true immortal body were instantly displayed and merged into the Aurora Tsangyan. Boom! The powerful aura surged out like waves, and Han Feng's cultivation level soared to the 2nd level of small perfection in an instant, and was close to the later stage. True immortal quiet finger. An immortal finger containing the power of annihilation emerged, and it broke away with terrifying power. At this moment, Han Feng's combat power has already reached the peak of the 2nd heaven. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Thanks to the 2 big rewards of 1521, 567, 4481 and South of Colorful Clouds 0413, oh, __, oh. Boom. The gatekeeper puppet punched the true immortal quiet finger. The true immortal quiet finger just stagnated in the air, and then there seemed to be a force gushing out from the inside, and the surface of the true immortal quiet finger cracked countless cracks. With a loud crash, the power of the collapse turned into ripples that continued to oscillate around. The gatekeeper puppet also retreated again and again by the shock of the shock. However, the combat power of the gatekeeper puppet had reached the early stage of the 3 heavens of small perfection after all, and this blow did not cause any damage to the gatekeeper puppet. The gatekeeper puppet kicked in the void, and the body that kept retreating stopped just like that, and then the gatekeeper puppet kicked again in the void. With the rupture of the space, the gatekeeper puppet shot towards the Korean wind like a cannonball. Come. Fusion, true immortal quiet finger. Incorporating the Aurora Tsangyan, the power of the true immortal silent finger greatly increased, and the silver suddenly burned the surrounding space, as if it was about to burst the surrounding space. The gatekeeper puppet was still punched out with one punch, and the power of this punch was vaguely stronger than the previous one. Han Feng's face did not change. Now that he knew that this puppet's combat power had reached the initial stage of the small perfection triple heaven, Han Feng knew that it was not that simple for him to win. Fusion, true immortal 10,000 dragon palm. Han Feng waved his palms one after another, and the extremely fast speed formed after images. The next moment, Han Feng's palms waved and roared out like a real dragon. 10,000 true dragons gathered in the void. The scene was extremely impressive, and the momentum was astonishing. It's just that puppets are puppets after all, they have no human emotions, and they won't be afraid because of the gathering of dragons. Boom boom boom. Wanlong slammed down, and with unparalleled power, slammed on the body of the gatekeeper puppet one after another. It's not that the guard puppet can't hide, it's just because there is a true immortal quiet finger in front of him. Wanlong's attack caused the guard puppet to be in a hurry. However, the gatekeeper puppet is indeed astoundingly powerful, and he quickly blasted a path with his fists. Han Feng smiled slightly, and the 9 heavens sacred brick smashed down, and once again smashed the guard puppet into the dragon group. This real dragon seemed violent, but in essence, it was still the palm of Han Feng's wave. With the continuous bombardment, a lot of palm prints inevitably appeared on the body of the guard puppet, which dented the puppet's body. It's now. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The previous action of the guard puppet was extremely fast. Han Feng was not sure that he would hit a single blow. However, the true immortal Wanlong Palm was a large-scale attack, completely killing the guard puppet. All the places where they can dodge are blocked, and the space where the guard puppets can move is constantly compressed. Now, the gatekeeper puppet has finally been compressed with only a tiny bit of space to move around. True immortal flood dragon finger. Aurora Xuanhuan, fusion. The silver flame dragon seems to come from the sky. With the appearance of the flame dragon, the sky changes color. A majestic breath and temperature surged out, and the next moment, the slender and huge flame dragon blasted away. Boom! The earth-shattering sound resounded throughout the 7th floor of the magical golden pagoda, and the guard puppet was swallowed by the flame dragon. At the same time, the 7th floor of the magic pagoda was bright, which meant that Han Feng had passed the 7th floor of the magic pagoda. Outside, everyone's eyes are condensed, and their breathing is stagnant. Someone actually passed the 7th floor. How is this possible? A group of magic disciples couldn't believe that if they passed the 7th floor, even if they failed, they could at least stay on the 8th floor for a while. Being able to break into the 6th floor means that there is hope to achieve the great perfection of the sanctuary in the future. What about the 8th floor? Would not it be? And is the 8th floor really the limit? Will it be? A terrible guess appeared in the hearts of many disciples of the magic palace. Thinking of this terrifying guess, the faces of the disciples turned red and their breathing was short of breath, which was excited. The magic golden pagoda has always been the glory in the hearts of the disciples of the magic palace, but unfortunately, no one has ever been able to climb the 6th floor and go up, and now, they are likely to witness a miracle that has passed through the 9th floor. What makes them even more excited is that they are very likely to witness a future true God. In the future, when they are old, they may be able to say to their descendants, "Have you heard of the great name of the true God so-and-so? Think about what I was like back then." And for a long time, the magic golden pagoda can only reach the 6th floor, which has been deeply imprinted in their minds, but now someone has broken this fixed cognition, which has made many disciples blazing, and their goals have begun to have earth-shaking change. Regardless of whether they can achieve it or not, at least they will work hard for this goal. Two people with similar strength, one goal is only the 3rd floor, and if the other is the 4th, 5th, or 6th floor, then the result of breaking out is likely to be very different. This is the change brought about by belief. In the sky, while Palace Master Zhang's face was ashen, there was also some fear. At this moment, Palace Master Zhang was a little annoyed. Why didn't he control his emotions during the 3 moves before? Well, now, he has provoked such a pervert. Thinking of the initiator of everything, Xuanhuan, Palace Master Zhang gritted his teeth with hatred. Because of his anger, even Qin Ji, a highly valued direct disciple, Palace Master Zhang was a little dissatisfied. If Qin Ji knew that her son had brought so much trouble to the master, she didn't know what kind of expression she would show. As for the Grand Palace Master and the many elders, where did they have so much time to pay attention to Palace Master Zhang? All their attention was on the magical golden pagoda. They want to know how far Han Feng can break through, and when Han Feng comes out, to what extent his combat power will soar. After all, no one has ever broken into such a level. The 7th floor of the magical golden pagoda, this time the light of comprehension that fell from the sky reached 64 groups. Through the battle with the 7th floor guard puppet, Han Feng discovered his own shortcomings. Because of the gap in cultivation, the speed of the guard puppet is much stronger than that of Han Feng, which is also the reason why Han Feng was blown away before he could react. Fortunately, there is a large-scale attack like the true immortal 10,000 dragon palm to limit the guard puppet, otherwise it will not be so simple to win. Han Feng held his chin and thought, when there were a lot of puppets in the past, I always couldn't escape the attacks of the puppets. Maybe I should put more effort into my footwork. Thinking of this, Han Feng began to comprehend the unique skills of the sanctuary of footwork. With sufficient light of comprehension, Han Feng is not worried that he will not be able to comprehend it. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed, and Han Feng has been comprehending the unique skills of the sanctuary in the 7th floor magic golden pagoda. Suddenly, Han Feng opened his eyes, but he didn't see how Han Feng moved. He appeared everywhere in the sky like a teleportation, very fast. Then several figures condensed on the ground, and Han Feng's figure reappeared. Oh, I finally figured it out, it's called True Immortal Treading Steps, and now True Immortal Treading Steps has also reached the top-grade middle-level Sanctuary Peculiar Skill level, so it shouldn't be too difficult to react. Han Feng said with satisfaction. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / pagoda. Han Feng knew that his cultivation was too far from that of the small perfection triple heaven, and his speed alone was far inferior to those of the gatekeepers of the small perfection triple heaven. If it is a good thing, there is a wide range of tricks such as True Immortal 10,000 Dragon Palm, which is enough to limit the guard puppet. Of course, the premise of all this is that True Immortal 10,000 Dragon Palm is powerful enough. However, in terms of power, Han Feng is obviously very confident. It's just that if the number of guard puppets is too large, it will not be easy to use, and Han Feng estimates that there are only 5 guard puppets on the 8th floor. Realize powerful footwork to increase dodgeability. This is how True Immortal Treading Steps came into being. The light of comprehension of the 64 regiments is already quite a lot. After comprehending the True Immortal Treading the Steps, there is still a lot of light of comprehension. Continuing to absorb the light of understanding, time is fleeting. After all the light of comprehension has been absorbed by Han Feng, the true immortal body has reached the peak of the Desheng realm, and it is not weaker than the top-grade, middle-grade sanctuary. Because of the improvement of the true immortal body, other sanctuary secret skills have also improved very quickly. The true immortal silence finger, the true immortal Wanlong palm, and the true immortal step are also promoted to the top-grade middle sanctuary extreme skills, and the true immortal dragon finger is a step further in the top-grade sanctuary secret knowledge, but there is still a certain distance from the top of the best-grade top. Strictly speaking, it is regarded as a high-grade top-grade. In addition to the improvement of the sanctuary, Han Feng also made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It is true that this is the magic golden pagoda. There is no reward for improving cultivation in the magic golden pagoda, but don't forget Han Feng and the Juyan Tianhua pagoda. The divine stone fragments obtained at the beginning, but a lot of spirits were refined into source liquid by Xiaopeng. Originally, these source liquids were used by Han Feng to break through the higher levels of the sanctuary peak. As a result, Han Feng never thought that in the Yan clan, there was the purple melting heart given by the ancestors of Shixiang, and then the magic flame crystal of the magic flame domain. Without the need for divine qi source liquid to reach the limit of the holy realm peak Jizangshan, and finally, with the help of the mature fire attribute holy fruit in the planting space, it broke through to the small perfection of the holy realm in one fell swoop. This divine energy source liquid is useless. Now in this magical golden tower, Han Feng simply absorbed the magical liquid. The amount of the magical stock solution is enough to raise several heavens at the peak level of the sanctuary, but it can be placed in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Rao is so, Han Feng's comprehensive strength is also a big improvement. The 8th floor of the Magic Pagoda. The 5 guard puppets surrounded Han Feng from 5 directions at the moment Han Feng appeared, whistling. The 5 puppets, each of which has reached the middle stage of the 3rd heaven, is extremely fast. Even with Han Feng's current eyesight, he can't fully discover the movement trajectory of the guard puppets. True immortal step. Han Feng immediately performed his footwork, and the whole body seemed to merge into the sky, and appeared on the other side of the sky in flashes. The attack of the 5 puppets did not hit Han Feng at all. Boom! The fists of the 5 puppets slammed into the air, causing a burst of air and a rumbling sound. Han Feng was taken aback. If such a fist hits his heart, he will lose a layer of skin if he doesn't die. Fusion Holy Flame Battle Body. Fusion True Immortal Body. Han Feng did not hesitate to let his cultivation level skyrocket. What? Han Feng let out a painful cry. This time, the cultivation base has skyrocketed a lot. The powerful strength after the skyrocketing makes Han Feng feel that his body has reached a limit. It seems that as long as the cultivation base skyrockets more, the body will collapse directly. Today, Han Feng's cultivation base is infinitely close, and it can even be said to be comparable to the initial stage of the 3 heavens of small perfection. Han Feng's face was hideous, he couldn't help roaring, and the flames shot out. The 5 guard puppets, regardless of whether Han Feng is suffering or not, the order to stay in the puppets is to obstruct all warriors who want to reach a higher level. Boom boom boom. The 5 puppets stepped in the void exploded, and the puppets rushed straight forward, with power reaching the sky. Suddenly, the abdomens of the 5 puppets opened, and the puppets actually took out various weapons from their abdomens. From the perspective of fluctuations, this is just an ordinary weapon, and there is no fluctuation that belongs to the holy artifact. However, the weapons used by the puppets of the midterm strength of the 3 heavens of small perfection would be really that simple. Han Feng didn't even want to think about the true immortal quiet finger blasting out, and the terrifying flame finger stirred the puppet into it like a vortex of flames. But with a burst of energy riot, the 5 puppets tore the flame fingers apart with their own weapons, without damage. Seeing this, Han Feng was even more sure of the extraordinary weapons in the hands of the 5 puppets. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng continued to shuttle in the void with the true immortal stepping steps. How fast any 5 puppets were, they were all 1 step behind. Especially when Han Feng integrated Aurora Tsangyan into true immortal stepping, Han Feng's speed was even faster, and he could only leave large flames in the void. When the puppet hit Han Feng, the weapon in his hand also can only knock out some flames. Fusion True Immortal 10,000 Dragon Palm. Fusion True Immortal Flood Dragon Finger. 10,000 palms shot out, like 10,000 real dragons roaring, and the huge attack directly trapped the 2 guard puppets in a very small space. Then the huge flame dragon roared away, swallowing the 2 guard puppets in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, the remaining 3 puppets had already attacked, and Han Feng immediately performed true immortal treading steps and quickly dodged away again. Just a few big moves in succession, Han Feng's Xuanhuan is inevitably a little bit beyond his means, and when he dodged for the 4th time, Han Feng didn't have time to dodge. The purple gold long stick in the hand of one of the puppets smashed like a giant's finger. Not good. Han Feng Xuanhuan rushed out and bombarded frantically on the purple gold long stick. The purple gold long stick was only slightly stagnant, and then smashed onto Han Feng's body unabated. Click! The holy flame armor shattered in an instant, and Han Feng vomited blood and flew out. Before his body fell on the ground, Han Feng struggled to perform true immortal treading steps. Just as Han Feng just disappeared, the other 2 puppets attacked through the location where Han Feng was before. On the other side of the sky, Han Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he was afraid after a while, if he didn't dodge in time, the consequences would be Fortunately, I have realized the unique footwork in the sacred domain like true immortal treading steps, otherwise. The 9 flames and different fires are running fast, and the Saint Yuan in Han Feng's body is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Staring at the guard puppet, Han Feng murmured, "There are only 3 left, one-on-one, my combat power has surpassed any of them. As long as I don't get hit by them, sooner or later I will kill these 3. The puppets are defeated one by one. The third one. 9th floor. Outside, everyone watched the light flickering on the 8th floor, even more nervous than Han Feng. Palace Master Zhang kept shouting in his heart, "Don't pass. Don't pass." Immediately, Palace Master Zhang's expression froze, as if struck by lightning. The light of the 8th floor, eternally lit up, which means that the 8th floor has passed. I have passed the 8th floor. This kid has reached the 9th floor, but I don't know if I can pass the 9th floor. Palace Master Yan muttered to himself. Numerous elders looked at each other in dismay, took a deep breath, and their faces could not be concealed in any way. Before this, they could never have imagined that a martial artist from the outside world like Han Feng could reach such a level. Such a perverted genius, the future achievements are limitless. Although the other party can't pose a threat to their magic palace, it will not be long before the other party will be in existence beyond their magic palace. Such a genius will only be unlucky if he has a bad relationship. Only when he is good can he get the greatest benefit from the magic palace. Involuntarily, many elders looked at Palace Master Zhang with sympathy. They are also small perfectionists. They knew very well that at the beginning, Palace Master Zhang wanted to be merciful. This can be seen from the first move of Palace Master Zhang. In the eyes of these elders, if the second and third moves are the same, then the grievance between Han Feng and Palace Master Zhang can be said to be over. After all, there is really no deep hatred between Palace Master Zhang and Han Feng, and everything is rooted in Xuanhuan. A mere Xuanhuan, or a great sanctuary piled up by medicinal pills and various resources, is far inferior to making friends with Han Feng in the eyes of the elders of the Magic Palace. In order to make friends with Han Feng, it is completely worth abandoning a Xuanhuan. It's just a pity that in the fight, Palace Master Zhang started to kill himself, because he suffered a little injury. As a result, the grievances between the two sides were immediately different. The 8th floor of the magic urn. Han Feng struggled to defeat the last 3 guard puppets, forcing himself to a limit in all aspects. Han Feng has a feeling that through this battle, he has a new understanding of the unique skills of each sacred domain. Once he understands through the light of understanding, he will definitely be able to achieve breakthroughs and promotions in a very short period of time. The light of comprehension on the 8th floor is 128 regiments. Seeing so many lights of comprehension, Han Feng is extremely happy, and his true immortal body will be greatly improved. And it is. Through a difficult battle, Han Feng has a deeper understanding of his own unique skills, a deeper mastery, and a smoother display. At this moment, absorbing the light of comprehension, the true immortal physique progressed smoothly to the peak realm of true immortal physique, which is comparable to the top-grade sanctuary. The true immortal body has made a breakthrough, and the true immortal annihilation finger, the true immortal Wanlong palm, the true immortal stepping step and the true immortal dragon finger have also begun to be promoted. Unconsciously, the light of comprehension is consumed faster and faster, and the level of the true immortal body is getting higher and higher, until it reaches a limit that cannot be improved. True immortal quiet finger, true immortal Wanlong palm, true immortal stepping steps have been promoted to the top of the top-grade sanctuary skills, and they have reached the top of the best-grade sanctuary skills. True immortal quiet refers to condensing destructive power into one finger to explode. True immortal Wanlong palm is a large-scale attack, and can also trap the enemy within a certain range. True immortal stepping it is footwork, which can greatly enhance Han Feng's dodging ability within a certain range. Therefore, there is a difference between the true immortal step and the Xianming Tianlanji. Let's not say that the temporary level of the Xianming Tianlanji is still low. The focus is also different from that of a true immortal. On the dodge ability within a certain range. The Xianming Heavenly Wolf Wing is definitely not as good as the real immortal step, but in terms of long-distance flying speed, the real immortal step is not as good as the Xianming Heavenly Wolf Wing. So even if he realizes the footwork of the true immortal stepping, Han Feng still needs to go to Yaozhou to find a way to get the wolf clan's blood with a high concentration of blood, so as to improve the Xianming Tianlanji. As for the last true immortal flood dragon finger, the grade has already surpassed the top grade level, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a half-step super grade. Looking at the remaining light of comprehension, it was enough to comprehend a unique sacred art, but Han Feng hesitated for a while, but decided to use it to comprehend the true immortal body. If the true immortal body can break through to a higher level, then. However, Han Feng underestimated the difficulty of the promotion of the true immortal physique, until all the remaining light of comprehension was exhausted, and the true immortal physique was not further improved, and even the general idea after the true immortal physique was at a loss. It's too difficult. It's far from easy to advance to a higher level with the true immortal body. Maybe it's because my primordial spirit and cultivation level are too low. Even if there is a light of comprehension, I can comprehend something that is comparable to the superlevel level. The sanctuary is still a bit reluctant. If my cultivation reaches the second level or even the third level of small perfection, it may be a lot easier. Han Feng sighed. But to be content, Han Feng quickly put away his disappointed look. To be able to comprehend the true immortal body to the limit, to upgrade the unique skills of the major sanctuaries to the top level and half-step super level, is a leap in itself. After all, Han Feng's current cultivation level is only in the middle stage of the first level of perfection. The 9th floor of the magical golden pagoda, which is the last floor of the magical golden pagoda, Han Feng is extremely cautious. If there is no mistake, the magic golden pagoda on the 9th floor is likely to be 10 guarding puppets, and the strength of each guarding puppet should be in the late stage of the small perfection. But something's wrong. Just as Han Feng appeared, a gatekeeper puppet closest to Han Feng attacked Han Feng. Han Feng immediately used true immortal stepping steps to dodge away, but was shocked to find that the gatekeeper puppet the attack launched is still at the mid-level of the small perfection triple heaven. When things go wrong, there must be demons. Han Feng is not happy because of this, but is more cautious. Sure enough, a terrifying breath rose from the surface of the puppet that attacked Han Feng, and the speed and strength suddenly soared several layers. From the mouth of the puppet, there was a faint intermittent voice, "Tornado kill." The whole body of the gatekeeper spun quickly, and a storm was rolled up. The storm was like an angry dragon, and the entire space was darkened at this moment, like the end of the world. How can this puppet still use the sanctuary skills? Han Feng was horrified. The previous gatekeeper puppets either relied on physical attacks, and even energy attribute attacks were stored in the puppet's body in advance. Otherwise Han Feng would not have dragged down those gatekeeper puppets. And this puppet is completely different. Han Feng could see clearly just now that this puppet's body has absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, plus what is stored in its body. It has actually displayed no less than the best sanctuary skills. A powerful trick. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. The network was disconnected in the afternoon, and it has only been restored until now, so the update time is a bit late. Recently, disconnection from the internet has become commonplace. It is estimated that the cat is dying. The cabbage is going to look at it again in a few days. The 9th floor. What does it mean that a puppet can display such a powerful sanctuary? It means that although this puppet is only the cultivation level of the middle stage of the small perfection, the combat power is higher. As for how high it can be, it depends on how strong the Holy Domain secret skills that the puppet exerts. The sanctuary skills displayed by this puppet are not so profound among the top grades, but they are enough to make this puppet's attack comparable to the late stage of the small perfection third stage. It seems that the remaining 9 puppets should be like this. Han Feng's eyes showed a hint of shock. Puppets are puppets after all, and they have no life. It is not easy for a puppet to be able to display the unique skills of the sanctuary. First of all, the material for making a puppet must be special, otherwise it is impossible for a puppet to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The most important thing is that to seal a sacred secret in the puppet, it also needs a unique method. The puppet is not a human being, and cannot understand the principles of heaven and earth. There is no special method to seal the sanctuary in the puppet, and the procedure for displaying the peculiar skill has been said earlier, so it is impossible for the puppet to display the powerful sanctuary peculiarity. Fusion, Holy Flame Battle Body. Fusion, True Immortal Body. Han Feng once again felt the limit, feeling that his body was almost broken. The true immortal body is further improved, and Han Feng's cultivation base has been raised to a more terrifying level. The cultivation base has skyrocketed to such an extent that Han Feng felt that the puppets on the 9th floor were nothing more than that. Han Feng knew that this was the psychological expansion caused by the skyrocketing cultivation base, and he had to suppress this feeling and deal with the puppets carefully. True Immortal Quiet Finger. All the energy of destruction converged on the fingers of the right hand, and then suddenly burst out with a small point. The attacks of the fingers along the way became more and more massive, and it didn't take long to cover the sky. Boom! The 2 major attacks collided, and the aura of destroying the sky swept out. The surrounding space that was stirred almost collapsed, and the puppet on the opposite side was bombarded by a powerful attack and flew out. At the same time, 2 puppets appeared behind Han Feng, ready to attack at any time. One of the puppet fists slammed into the void, and behind it seemed to be condensed by the phantom of the unparalleled god of war, and the aura of the world swept out wildly. This shocking punch carried supreme power, and even Han Feng felt panting. This oppression comes not only from the power of this punch, but also from the momentum of this punch. This punch is also only considered to be an ordinary level in the highest grade sanctuary, but Han Feng is very sure that the person who created the sanctuary is by no means an ordinary powerhouse. There is also a huge phantom behind the other, but it is different from the phantom that appeared behind the previous puppet. The phantom behind the previous puppet is more like an emperor who rules the world. Now the phantom behind this puppet, it is like the devil in the devil world, exuding the domineering arrogance of fighting the sky and the earth. The puppet's legs are constantly kicked out in the void, and the void is constantly collapsing. The kicked legs seem to be able to pierce the sky. The super attack of the 2 puppets made Han Feng look horrified. Han Feng wanted to use True Immortal Treading Steps to dodge, but then Han Feng found out that the range of this shocking punch in Zhangtian's legs was too large, and True Immortal Treading Steps was only within a certain range. The peculiar skill of dodging quickly, the 2 tricks that the puppet unleashed, locked the range beyond the range that True Immortal Treading Steps could keep dodging. This means that no matter how far Han Feng dodges with True Immortal Stepping, he can't escape the lock. If the Xianming Tianlang Wing also reaches the top grade sanctuary level at this time, Han Feng can directly retreat tens of thousands of meters or more than 100,000 meters with the speed of the Xianming Tianlanji, which is enough to escape the lock. Range. Since he couldn't escape, Han Feng simply fought hard. Fusion, True Immortal Quiet Finger. The giant finger of flame swiftly attacked. There was only a roar that shook the sky and the earth, and then the endless energy wind swept out with flames and strong energy. Han Feng was directly swept out by the whirlwind, and the other 2 puppets were also swept away. In terms of the strongest combat power, Han Feng has actually surpassed any puppet. If it was one-on-one, Han Feng would have already won by now. Just as the 2 puppets were blasted away, 6 of the remaining 7 puppets shook, and 6 shocking breaths shot into the sky. 6 best sanctuary secrets. Han Feng's face changed slightly. The flame is like an angry burning god, emitting a roar that belongs to the flame, and the flame covers the sky, covering the sky like a sea of fire. The tide came like a surging wave. Thunder is like the noble god of the heavens, launching a violent thunder attack on Han Feng, like a final judgment. The hurricane turned into a world-shattering spear, and the endless hurricane, with sharp power, swayed towards Han Feng. Han Feng's fighting power was amazing at this moment, and his scalp was numb. The darkness condensed into the sky-high giant sword, which was truly cut down like a demon king, with hideous and wild laughter. The 6th puppet rose up with a dazzling white halo, wrapping itself and the other 5 puppets in it. One-on-one, although each puppet's attack is powerful, it is quite reluctant to defeat Han Feng, and it can even be said that it is completely impossible. But the combination of the 5 super sanctuary secrets, the effect caused by it is not as simple as adding 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 and finally adding it to 5. The mighty and incomparably mighty aura was like a turbulent wave, constantly impacting Han Feng, and Han Feng let this aura constantly wash over his body, unafraid, and his body did not move like a mountain. Just as the 5 major attacks were about to approach, Han Feng suddenly stretched out his finger. Fusion, True Immortal Flood Dragon Finger. The True Immortal Flood Dragon Finger has reached the half-step supergrade sanctuary level, and its power is unparalleled. After integrating into Aurora Tsangyan, the power of the True Immortal Flood Dragon Finger has reached an incredible level. Before the trick was really launched, Han Feng's body could not support it, some blood vessels burst directly, and Han Feng's body was dripping with blood, like a blood man. But Han Feng's eyes were fixed on the 6 puppets on the opposite side, full of firmness, and the rays of light were as hot as the sun. They have already reached the 9th floor. If you don't try your best to make a breakthrough, it will be a pity to fail. If you try your best, and you almost fell and still haven't passed, then there will be no regrets. The 6 major attacks collided, as if 6 stars collided together, and the aftermath that destroyed the sky and the earth was like an ancient beast devouring Han Feng in an instant. The holy flame armor defended Han Feng's body, but under such a powerful aftermath, the holy flame armor shattered after a while. Han Feng immediately threw the 9 heavens sacred brick, trying to use the huge body of the 9 heavens sacred brick to resist the aftermath that seemed to destroy the world. I have to say that this approach really resisted the scouring of a lot of powerful energy. Although the Jiutian holy brick was damaged a lot because of this, Han Feng couldn't care about that much in order to survive the scouring of the aftermath. Second more. Little fatty, I'm afraid Jiutian holy brick will be handed over to you for a period of time for repair. While resisting the energy shock, Han Feng said to little fatty with a wry smile. It doesn't matter, anyway, the 9 heavens sacred brick itself is the strongest, that is, the best sacred artifact. With the level of recovery I have now, I can easily recover it. Xiaopeng said indifferently. After the 9 heavens sacred brick, although most of the energy shocks were resisted by the 9 heavens sacred brick, there was still a small portion of the energy aftermath. After some hard resistance, there was almost no intact place on Han Feng's body. He took back the 9 heavens holy brick, and Han Feng looked at the 6 puppets. Seeing the situation of the 6 puppets, Han Feng's expression sank, only to see that the 6th puppet, which had not attacked before, exerted the white halo to the extreme, resisting most of the aftermath of the energy, and the remaining energy aftermath, the 6 puppets also with the strong body to resist it abruptly. Overall, the 6 puppets weren't much traumatized. How could this be? There are even puppets for special defense. Damn, these puppets will be more difficult to fight. Han Feng felt helpless in his heart. Suddenly, Han Feng was taken aback. From the previous 3 and the current 6, there were only 9 puppets in total, but there was still one puppet that didn't show up. Where is this puppet? The power of Han Feng Yuanshan poured out wildly, and soon, Han Feng sensed a special wave behind him and continued to run. Behind me. Han Feng turned his head quickly and finally saw the appearance of the 10th puppet. This 10th puppet is even more special. No matter what, the previous puppets can see the rigid parts and some parts that are obviously puppets. But the 10th puppet was so real that even his eyes flashed agile luster. If it wasn't for the power of the primordial spirit to detect the inanimate breath, if Han Feng could only see it with his naked eyes, he could easily be regarded as a real person. Suddenly, the 10th puppet stopped, and Han Feng confronted cautiously, wondering what abilities the 10th puppet had. But at this moment, the eyes of the 10th puppet turned, and spiritual fluctuations flashed in his eyes. Han Feng noticed these eyes and looked at them involuntarily. The next moment, as the puppet's spiritual eyes lit up, Han Feng found that the surrounding space was distorted and greatly changed. Oops! It's an illusion. No wonder the puppet's eyes are agile, and the puppet's attack is really a pair of eyes. Han Feng didn't know what to say. This 9th floor puppet was too perverted. A single cultivation level is only in the middle stage of the 3rd stage of the small perfection, and the unique skills are only equivalent to the late stage of the 3rd stage, but the difficulty level of each one is stronger than the ordinary late stage of the 3rd stage of the small perfection. Especially when 10 puppets are united together. The holy eye of the stars, open. Break. The power of Han Feng Yuanshan rushed out frantically. The holy head of the star on the forehead has been condensed, and the pupils of the 9-pointed star turned violently. What? The illusion of the 10th puppet was stronger than expected. On the way to breaking through the illusion, Han Feng's holy pupil of the star was under indescribable pressure. This pressure made Han Feng's holy pupil almost burst, and the pupil was full of bloodshots, as if it was about to overflow. Among the 10 puppets, this 10th puppet really hit Han Feng hard. Not good. Just after breaking through the illusion, Han Feng's pupils were sore, the headache was unbearable, and his perception was inevitably weaker. When Han Feng reacted a little, the other 9 puppets were already approaching. You can't fight hard. Han Feng knew that his state was not good, and he had no plans to fight hard. Just like the fighting methods of several layers before, Han Feng is still dragging. It's just different from the previous layers. To a large extent, Han Feng's procrastination in the first few layers is a strategy. He wants to bring down the puppet, and Han Feng is also somewhat confident that he can bring down the puppet. But the current drag is a kind of embarrassing escape, and Han Feng himself is not sure whether he can drag down these perverted puppets. If you don't want to flee in such a woeful way, Han Feng can simply give up and admit defeat. This idea has actually turned around in Han Feng's mind several times. Magical Golden Pagoda. Even after the Magic Palace has been occupied for so many years, no one has ever made it to the 9th floor. He is already very abnormal in the eyes of many people, and one must be content. And before entering the Magical Golden Pagoda, it was extremely reluctant to deal with the peak of a small perfect 2nd level heaven, and maybe it would be defeated after a few moves. But now, the 2nd layer of small perfection can be easily defeated. To be able to have such a huge improvement, there is no need to try to go further. But thinking about it this way, Han Feng still didn't say the words to admit defeat and give up. Just admit defeat and give up. He still felt unwilling. In the outside world, the 9th floor has been flashing for several days. Having not passed the 9th floor for such a long time, everyone has begun to look down on Han Feng. The warriors who have challenged the Magic Pagoda know that the longer it takes, the more it means that there is no way to deal with the puppet. Palace Master Zhang sneered, "How can a puppet on the 9th floor pass easily?" Palace Master Yan also felt that the possibility of Han Feng's passing was greatly reduced, But when he heard Palace Master Zhang's words, Palace Master Yin said with contempt, "Even if you can't pass, at least you have reached the 9th floor, can you? I'm afraid you are no longer the opponent of Han Feng." Joke, this seat is not as good as that kid? Palace Master Zhang concealed his guilty conscience and insisted. Hearing the words, the Grand Palace Master jokingly said, "Oh? Is that Palace Master Zhang interested in discussing it after Han Feng comes out?" Many elders from the Grand Palace Master's faction looked at Palace Master Zhang with a half-smile. The previous Palace Masters of the Earth Magic Palace and the current elders of the Holy Magic Palace couldn't bear to look away, and even at this moment they didn't think that the Palace Master Zhang was still the opponent of that kid. Thinking of this, these elders who entered the Holy Magic Palace from the Earth Magic Palace sighed secretly. In a short period of time, that kid has grown to such a level that it really makes them, the old guys who have lived for countless years, feel that they have lived on a dog. What's wrong with this? When Palace Master Zhang felt embarrassed, he was arrogant and unwilling to admit the fact that he was probably not as good as Han Feng. As soon as the words came out, Palace Master Zhang could not wait to slap himself. The Grand Palace Master smiled slightly. "I am looking forward to the second fight between Palace Master Zhang and Han Feng." The 9th floor of the Magic Urn. Han Feng has been hiding in embarrassment for 10 days, and the injuries on his body are getting worse, and the puppets are not much better. During the dodging period, Han Feng found that these puppets needed a period of time to buffer each time they made a big move. Han Feng observed this and understood that the puppets are not warriors after all, and the energy in their bodies is not as fast as the recovery of warriors. Therefore, these puppets are not all shot together, but are divided into 2 groups. Because of this, Han Feng has been able to persist until now, otherwise. No. I can't hold on. Han Feng's eyes were blurred, and his body fell unsteadily to the ground. A puppet slammed into the void and exploded. Han Feng regretted, "It's the limit, let it go, give up." Han Feng was ready to give up, but before he finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. He found that the puppet that came from the explosion did not attack him again, but stopped not far in front of him, and the other 9 puppets came quickly and also stopped in front of him. What's going on? Han Feng was stunned. The third one. 1370, Mysterious Immortal Body, True Immortal Eyes, First Update. When Han Feng was puzzled, 256 groups of comprehension light descended from the 9th layer of the sky, and at the same time, a message passed into Han Feng's mind. Only then did Han Feng understand that he passed the 9th floor of the magical golden pagoda. It turned out that there are 2 ways to pass the assessment on the 9th floor. The first is to break the puppet like the previous layers, and the second is to persist for a certain period of time, and Han Feng persisted until the specified period of time, so it is considered to have passed the assessment. Knowing everything, Han Feng is extremely glad that he did not give up. Otherwise there would not be so much light of understanding for him to absorb. What surprised Han Feng even more was that, in addition to the light of comprehension on the 9th floor, the reward for the 9th floor was among the 10 puppets in front of him. In other words, the embarrassed puppet that forced Han Feng before has now become Han Feng's belonging. Closing his eyes, Han Feng carefully browsed the information that suddenly poured into his mind. After opening his eyes again, Han Feng had a deeper understanding of the 10 puppets. Han Feng had always thought that these puppets could display the unique knowledge of the sanctuary. It should be that those who created these puppets sealed the principles of the magic of the sanctuary in the body of the puppet, and set up a casting method. But after the 10th puppet used the illusion, Han Feng became suspicious. Obviously, the 10th puppet was able to perform illusion because of the pair of phantom pupils. In other words, the person who created the puppet forcibly dug out the eyes of a martial artist with a phantom pupil and placed it on the puppet. With the information in his head at this moment, Han Feng understood everything. Even the other 9 puppets did not seal the principle of the sanctuary, but forcibly sealed the soul of the creator of the sanctuary in the puppet. Inside. This allows the puppet to display a powerful sacred secret, and to exert 100% of its power. Of course, the agility of these souls has been obliterated, otherwise these puppets would not be unconscious puppets, but conscious. Han Feng looked at the 10 puppets in front of him, and the news in his mind clearly recorded the names of the sacred arts that these puppets had performed before. It was a sanctuary super strong who was good at physique who called out tornado killing with difficulty before. The reason why he was able to call out the name of the sanctuary with difficulty was because this puppet had existed for too long. Even if the agility is lost, a new intelligence will be born. If Han Feng hadn't obtained this physique puppet, after more than 100,000 years, the immobile soul sealed in this puppet would become a new soul with wisdom. Han Feng called this specific puppet the puppet boss, and the rest were puppet 2, puppet 3, puppet 4, puppet 5, puppet 6, puppet 7, puppet 8, puppet 9, and puppet 10. Among them, the second puppet is the puppet that performed the illusion. If it weren't for the holy pupil of the star like Han Feng, after the rest of the warriors were dragged into the world within the illusion pupil, if they did not escape within a certain period of time, they would be completely strangled with their bodies and souls. Puppet 3 and Puppet 4 are puppets that use boxing techniques and leg techniques, respectively. In fact, these 2 puppets are also types of physical techniques, but Puppet 3 prefers boxing, Puppet 4 prefers leg techniques, and the puppet boss belongs to balance. Puppet 3's boxing method is called Unparalleled World-Breaking Fist, and Puppet 4's leg method is Breakout Fighting Heavenly Feet. Puppet 5's sanctuary secret is Burning Heaven and Fire God's Fury. Puppet 6's sanctuary secret is Sea and Sky Stunning. The sanctuary of Puppet 7 is Judgment of the Heavens. Puppet 8's sanctuary secret is Hurricane Returning Sky Spear. Puppet 9's sanctuary skills are somewhat special. It is the Saint Martial Guardian of the Light attribute, and it is a defensive type of sanctuary skills. Through the previous battles, Han Feng clearly knew how powerful this unique defense of the sanctuary was. Now this Puppet 9 already belongs to me. The next time I face the enemy, I can let this Puppet 9 use the Guardian of the Holy Martial Arts to protect me. After saying that, Han Feng looked at the last puppet, Puppet 10. The puppet's 10 body is pitch black, and its attribute is darkness, while the unique sanctuary is darkness shocking slash. With a chuckle, Han Feng's eyes were burning, and he couldn't wait to start refining 10 puppets. Han Feng didn't know yet, because he passed the 9th floor of the magical golden pagoda, and the outside world of the magical palace was going crazy. Even if the person who crossed the 9th floor was not someone from their magic palace, it would be a supreme honor to witness a warrior pass through the 9th floor of the magical golden pagoda with his own eyes. All of this is because the magic golden pagoda has an irreplaceable position in the hearts of the magic palace. Palace Master Zhang looked at all this coldly. His face was ashen, and his angry eyes fell on Xuanhuan in the crowd. Feeling the anger of Palace Master Zhang, Xuanhuan showed a silly smile. He knew that everything was over for him. This time even the mother-in-law might not be able to protect him. The 9th floor of the magic urn. Han Feng put away the 10 puppets after refining and began to absorb the light of understanding. This time, Han Feng learned his lesson and decided to comprehend one of his holy pupil-like sanctuary skills. And the limit of the holy pupil of the star is only the best, and sooner or later, it will be eliminated one day. The light of comprehension of the 256th Regiment made Han Feng quickly realize a true fairy. The main function of the true immortal eye is to resist the illusion, and the observation is more sensitive. To put it bluntly, the opponent's attack speed is likely to be several times slower when reflected in the true immortal eye, which allows Han Feng to do it faster. React and respond. At the same time, the true immortal eye also has an attack type immortal eye light, which may not be as powerful as an attack type sanctuary of the same level, but its power is not bad. Of course, this is only the function of the current true immortal and immortal pupil. Whether there is any change in the future depends on Han Feng's own understanding. In addition to the real immortal eyes, Han Feng also realized a leg technique of true immortal shadowless legs, which Han Feng learned from Puppet 4's crazy domineering feat. The level of true immortal shadowless legs is easy to improve, and it only stopped after it was fully upgraded to the top-grade Sanctuary Secret Knowledge level. However, true immortal eye is different. Since there is only a sacred art such as Sacred Eye of the Stars, Han Feng borrows too little, and it is difficult for true immortal eye to be greatly improved. At present, true immortal eyes is only a top-grade middle-level Sanctuary Secret Knowledge level. Considering that all the great secrets have reached a limit, Han Feng will use all the remaining light of comprehension to comprehend the true immortal body. Time passed slowly, and the light of comprehension was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until there were only a dozen or so groups left, the true immortal body finally succeeded in difficult promotion. Han Feng called it Xianxian body. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. The true immortal physique has finally been promoted successfully. Although the profound immortal physique is only a beginner, its rank is not weaker than that of the ultra-grade sanctuary. It's just a pity, my current cultivation base is too low. Only in the small perfection first layer realm. If I use the Xianxian body, I'm afraid my body will explode immediately. If I want to use the Xianxian body, my cultivation base is at least the minimum. If you want to break through to the second level realm of small perfection, and if you want to display the mysterious immortal body that incorporates Aurora Tsungyan, your cultivation base must at least reach the peak of the second level of small perfection, or even the third level genius of small perfection. Han Feng has some regrets. Although the true immortal body has been successfully promoted to the profound immortal body, God knows how much time it will take to really display the mysterious immortal body. The middle stage of the first stage of the small perfection and the second stage of the sky seem to be not far behind, but it is difficult for many small perfection experts to practice for thousands of years or even their entire lives. Han Feng knew that it would definitely not take that long to have the Nine Skyfire Tower, but Han Feng also knew that if there was no opportunity, even if there was a Nine Skyfire Tower, it would not be possible to break through in a short time by practicing alone. It would be great if there was a pagoda like the magical Golden Pagoda, which was specially designed to improve cultivation. After muttering, Han Feng looked at the few remaining lights of comprehension, and Han Feng's eyes gradually deepened. The palm stretched out suddenly, grasping the light of understanding in his hand. At present, I have almost reached the limit in all aspects, but in terms of mastering the sanctuary, maybe I can go a step further. What Han Feng wants to master this time is the super-grade inferior sanctuary he inherited from the beginning, Emperor Celestial Wolf Claw. As a super-grade low-level sanctuary, it was not something that Han Feng could master. It could even be said that the three heavens of small perfection were not qualified to master the sanctuary. But Han Feng's situation is a little different. First of all, when he inherited the Emperor Sky Wolf Claw, Han Feng also got the cultivation experience passed down by the senior Sky Wolf. Light. Stacked up 2 by 2, Han Feng has no hope of completely mastering the Emperor Sky Wolf Claw, but if he only has a little grasp, Han Feng is still confident. The mastery of the super-grade inferior sanctuary secret knowledge, even if it is only a little, is enough to make Han Feng, who is still in the first level of small perfection at the moment, use it infinitely. Closing his eyes, Han Feng was once again immersed in his cultivation, which was painful for the people in the magic palace who were anxiously waiting outside. The master of the palace reassured, "Don't worry, everyone, there will be rewards every time you pass. Han Feng is cultivating at the moment, we can wait with peace of mind." Before I knew it, another few months passed. On the 9th floor of the magical golden pagoda, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. Finally, I barely grasped the Emperor's wolf claws, and I can almost exert 10% of the power. Only 10% is only slightly more than the true fairy dragon finger. Weak, with the deepening of mastery, it will be a matter of time before the true immortal fled dragon finger is surpassed, unless the true immortal fled dragon finger also gets a breakthrough. My true immortal physique has broken through to mysterious immortal physique, so the rest of the sanctuary skills that belong to the true immortal level will be promoted sooner or later. All it takes is time. With my current comprehensive combat power, I can barely squeeze into the first rank or close to the first rank among all the sanctuary small perfections, and with the help of puppets, only those who are extremely powerful in the first rank can cause damage to me. Crush it, and the rest are the warriors at the top level of small perfection. Those who can rank first in the small perfection realm have at least the peak combat power of the small perfection triple heaven, and even surpass the vulgarity. Although the possibility of being able to have a combat power comparable to the great perfection in the small perfection realm is close to nothing, it is not unheard of for the forgotten continent for so many years. However, the heaven-defying small perfection is too rare, and it is difficult to find one in tens of thousands of years, so it is almost forgotten. Outside, the light from the first floor to the 9th floor of the magic golden pagoda suddenly brightened, and then it was released and condensed into a ball. The figure of Han Feng flashed in the light group. When Han Feng walked out of the light group, the light on the first floor and the 9th floor of the magic golden pagoda gradually dimmed, and finally turned into nothingness. Only when the next challenger enters the magic pagoda will the magic pagoda bloom again. Junior, thank you for the seniors of the magic palace. As soon as Han Feng came out, he first gave a big gift to the Grand Palace Master and others. Without the approval of the Grand Palace Master and others, he would have absolutely no way to enter the magical golden pagoda, at least not yet the qualification to force the magical palace to agree. If he did not enter the magical golden pagoda, his strength would not have improved by such a large margin. After careful calculation, the time spent fighting with the puppets from entering until now exiting is the least, and it takes less than a month to add up. It took years to absorb the light of enlightenment. A few years may seem like a very long time in the eyes of ordinary people, but for a small perfectionist or a great perfectionist, a few years are just the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the strength has grown so rapidly. If this is spread out, I don't know what a big uproar it will cause. The Grand Palace Lord raised his hand slightly, waited for Han Feng to stand up and said, "This is your own hard work, not everyone can pass the full 9 floors like you." Behind the big palace master, whether it was previously agreed or dissatisfied, the look at Han Feng at this moment was full of gentleness. Such a promising genius is very likely to become a true god, and their magic palace must not be an enemy of it. Palace Master Yen said maliciously, "Kid Han Feng, someone is very curious about how much improvement you have made since you came out. If you don't mind, can you discuss it?" "Huh?" Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and followed the eyes of everyone on Palace Master Zhang. Seeing so many eyes focused on him, Palace Master Zhang's face stiffened. In front of so many people, Zhang Gongzhu's self-esteem began to play havoc again, and he insisted, "This seat also wants to see how far your kid can reach, but don't even be unable to support this seat's 3 moves like before." Han Feng got so many benefits in the magical golden pagoda, and he was a little embarrassed to go to Palace Master Zhang, but now that Palace Master Zhang came to the door himself, Han Feng couldn't stop laughing in his heart. "Please." Han Feng stood with confidence, and made the move to let Palace Master Zhang take the first shot, which undoubtedly angered Palace Master Zhang. "I really thought you were going to win." Palace Master Zhang's face was cold. Kiran Guiyuan finger. Previously, this move was quite powerful for Han Feng, and it was difficult to resist it after some calculations. But in the eyes of Han Feng at this time, the power of this move is just ordinary. True immortal body, congeal. He didn't even use the holy flame battle body, and he didn't even integrate into the Aurora Tsungyan. Just a true immortal body made Han Feng's cultivation level immediately soar to the late stage of the second stage of small perfection. The golden runes on the forehead illuminated the sky, and the Han wind set off by the fairy clouds under the feet was like a fairy descending to the earth. True immortal quiet finger. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / True immortal quiet finger. The wind and clouds were surging, and the terrifying aura swept out, and all the disciples of the magic palace seemed to be in the air current that destroyed the sky and the earth. The two giant energy fingers collided in the air, and the endless energy burst out like a dazzling brilliance. Seeing this, the great palace lord's expression changed, and with a wave of his jade hand, the great perfection barrier instantly enveloped the two of them. Only then did the disciples of the magic palace recover, and their gazes towards Han Feng were full of astonishment. Not to mention these magic palace disciples, even many elders have changed their faces. The strongest of these elders is only comparable to Palace Master Zhang, and they are all at the peak of the second layer. They were very horrified to find that the move Han Feng launched was enough to hit them hard, and even if they were careless, they would be instantly killed by this move. The ultimate sanctuary of the highest grade. It's still at the top level. The palace lord's pupils shrank, full of shock. It is not unrealistic that the great palace master has become a great perfection expert for so many years, but it is only an ordinary level among the top quality and high-grade sanctuary secrets. Both are of the highest grade, and there is a clear gap between the ordinary level and the middle and high level, not to mention the top level. In the enchantment, Palace Master Zhang thought that Han Feng would have a huge improvement, but he never expected that Han Feng would improve to such a level that his attack was defeated in such a devastating way. Damn. Late Qi blood, congeal. Palace Master Zhang was surrounded by thunder, and the thunder turned into a behemoth, resembling a unicorn. The behemoth that thunder turned into roared, the whole body condensed, and finally turned into a giant thunder sword in the palm of Zhang Gongzhu. Kiran Shura, / The thunder giant sword seemed to split the sky, slashing towards Han Feng like Shura. With the addition of the bloodline and the half-step top-ranked sanctuary peculiar skills like Kiran Shura / the battle strength of this slashing Palace Master Zhang is barely comparable to the initial stage of the small perfection triple heaven. Palace Master Zhang displayed this slash, and his brows relaxed slightly. In Palace Master Zhang's view, he had already performed the strongest blow, and Han Feng could not easily take it no matter how powerful he became. However, it's only half a step to the top, and it's vulnerable in front of my top-level sacred secret. Han Feng's fingers condensed an even more terrifying aura of silence. Obviously, Han Feng did not display all the power of the true immortal quiet finger before. Under the shocked gaze of Palace Master Zhang, the strongest move he used, the moment he touched the giant energy finger, it completely collapsed and disappeared into the space as starlight. No. Palace Master Zhang exclaimed. The true immortal silent finger had hit Palace Master Zhang's body hard, and Palace Master Zhang vomited blood and flew out. The Grand Palace Master hurriedly cancelled the enchantment, and the previous Palace Master of Earth Magic Palace, the Master of Palace Master Zhang, quickly took over the next Palace Master. After examining Palace Master Zhang's body, the elder could not help but glance at Han Feng gratefully. With his eyesight, he couldn't see that Han Feng had shown mercy, otherwise the result would only be more serious. Han Feng nodded to the elder and ignored it. Han Feng really didn't use too heavy hand, and took a lot of strength at the last minute, otherwise Palace Master Zhang would not only be injured, but would likely damage the foundation. It should be noted that Palace Master Zhang is very hopeful of being promoted to the great perfection. It is precisely because of this reason that Palace Master Zhang is more arrogant in the Magic Palace, and many elders are forbearing. If the foundation is damaged, there is no hope of being promoted to the great perfection in the future, which is also a huge loss to the Magic Palace. Han Feng just got a lot of benefits from the Magic Golden Tower, which is also a reward, and there is no such big contradiction between them. The Grand Palace Master gave the elders a wink, and these elders all retire, leaving space for the Grand Palace Master and Han Feng. The many disciples of the Magic Palace below were also led by their own direct disciples to retire. Soon, only the Grand Palace Master and Han Feng were left on the spot, and even Palace Master Yan was ordered to retire by the Grand Palace Master. Senior, this is... Han Feng looked at the Grand Palace Master suspiciously. The Grand Palace Master looked solemn. Han Feng, I hope that after you go out, don't tell the situation of the Magic Golden Pagoda. The Grand Palace Master was also a little helpless. Originally, in the view of the Grand Palace Master, Han Feng was able to break into on the 5th and 6th floors. The Grand Palace Master had also broken into the 6th floor, and knew that those rewards were not so perverted. In this way, if Han Feng goes out and promotes it again, those ancient tribes will reduce their enthusiasm for the magic urn. But he did not know that Han Feng finally passed the full 9 floors, and the sacred knowledge has been greatly improved, and he has jumped to the top level of the best and the best. If such news spreads out, those ancient tribes will not think that this is Han Feng's own reason, but will attribute more reasons to the Magic Golden Pagoda. At that time, the Magic Palace will be in danger. The geniuses of the ancients are all conceited, but they don't think they are inferior to Han Feng and can't reach the 9th floor. Han Feng was stunned, and then nodded his head. Senior, don't worry, this junior will definitely not say it. The Lord of the Palace nodded. Ben Gong believes you, and the son-in-law that Zi Yun's old wife values will not be someone who does not believe in his words. Han Feng looked embarrassed. Seeing this, the big palace lord's mouth slightly hooked. Okay, this palace knows that you need to use the Magic Palace's teleportation array to go to Yaozhou. Come with this palace. Yes. When Han Feng was about to use the teleportation array of the Magic Palace to teleport to Yaozhou, the ancient tribes of the 5 continents were eager to move. The opening of the heaven-reaching divine realm is about to open, and the true gods of the ancient tribes are making the final preparations. After that, after almost every ancient clan left the youngest true god behind, these ancient tribes went to the heaven-reaching divine realm. Tongtian divine realm is at a high altitude, almost approaching the fetal membrane of Forgotten Continent, which is the limit of the sky. It is said that passing through this layer of fetal membrane will enter the endless void, through which one can travel to and from many continents. But those who can travel in the void are all super strong, and it is not that the true gods of the Forgotten Continent did not attempt to pass through the fetal membranes, but unfortunately they never succeeded. This makes the true gods of the Forgotten Continent regretful. If they can pass through the fetal membrane, maybe they can fly directly through the void into the realm of the gods. Even if you can't find the location of the god realm, you can at least find other continents and fly to the god realm through the ascension channels of other continents. Xianlei ancient clan, Xianqing Tian watched the true god of their ancient clan set off, and a strange smile flashed on his face, which was terrifying. War god ancient clan, Zhanfu god's face flashed a struggle, and finally recovered his calm. If you look closely, you can see the godlessness in Zhanfu god's pupils. The third one. According to the agreement at the end of the chapter after the last cabbage outbreak, tomorrow is the day when the 20,000 character breakout of the 8 o'clock will break out. Brothers, look forward to it, tomorrow 8 o'clock. Brothers, please give your support. Heavenly God Realm. Ancestor Xixiang led many strong men of the Yan clan to reach the Heavenly God Realm. Behind Ancestor Xixiang were the ancestors of Zhanxia from the ancient God of War clan and an ancestor from the ancient Xianlei clan with extremely long qualifications. Almost all of the ancient true gods of Beizhou continent are there. If there are warriors here, they will definitely exclaim. True gods have always been rare, but now there are nearly 100 true gods here in Beizhou continent alone. Subsequently, the true god powerhouses of the central continent, the southern continent, the western continent, and the eastern continent also arrived, followed by the ancestors of the hidden forces that were extremely rare in each continent. For example, the ancestor of Doling from Dolingman in Beizhou continent. These true god ancestors add up to more than 500. What a terrifying number. There are more than 20 ancient clans in Beizhou continent. Unless the ancient clan declines, the weakest ancient clan will have a true god in charge, and it is not impossible for the strong ancient clan to have 4 or 5, 5 or 6. In this way, it is not impossible for the number of true gods in the Beizhou continent to be nearly 100. The eastern continent, western continent, Nan continent, and Bei continent are similar in strength, with nearly 100. As the most powerful continent in central continent, the number of true gods is naturally larger, which has resulted in the total number reaching more than 500. And every ancient clan will definitely keep the true god guardian clan, so this also means that there are nearly 100 true gods left on the 5 continents. Altogether, there are probably more than 600 true gods in the Forgotten Continent. If there are other warriors who see this scene here, I am afraid that they will faint in shock. More than 500 true gods exude an incomparably terrifying aura, the space trembles violently, and the boundless aura fluctuations are enough to cause any demigod to collapse. There are more than 500 true gods, and a small number of them have never flown to such a height. The coercion of the void makes some true gods feel uncomfortable. It is no wonder that the strong people in the sanctuary cannot reach here. Kind of existence. A true god raised his head and looked at the fetal membrane. It looked very weak, but the true god knew that even if more than 500 true gods were united, it would not be possible to break the fetal membrane. There are obvious leaders on the 5 continents. For example, the leader of the true gods in the Beizhou continent is the ancestors of Xixiang. Of course, this is only limited to the ancient clan. The ancestors of the hidden forces are not very interested in the ancestors of Xixiang, such as Doling ancestor. The leader of the Shizhou continent is the demon ancestor from the ancient demon clan. The demon ancestor is dressed in black, with wrinkled skin, as if he will die at any time, and his body is thin. But if you underestimate the ancestor of the magic movement, because of this, it will be bad luck. The leader of the Dongzhou continent is the ancestor of the ancient Emperor Star, the ancestor of the Emperor. The ancestor of the Emperor came like an emperor, full of majesty and domineering, and the golden robe is dotted with brilliant stars. The leader of the Nanzhou continent is from the ancient sacred tiger clan, who are the ancestors of the dominant tiger. The Pahu patriarch lived up to his title, with a sturdy body and bulging muscles. That body type didn't need to do any movements, it was enough to scare young children to tears. Pahu ancestor's forehead king characters flickered, his eyes scanned the crowd like tiger pupils, and many true gods dared not look at Pahu ancestor. The leaders of the central continent lived longer than the ancestors of Xixiang, Zhanxia, Madong, Emperor Shi, and Bahu. They were the ones left over from the last time Tongtian Divine Realm was opened. A true god. This ancestor came from the ancient Xinyu clan, known as the Six Wings ancestor. As the oldest true god, Six Wings ancestor speaks first. Everyone, this time the heavenly god realm is opened, you must all understand what this means. Going to the world of the gods, this is the common wish of our true gods. In the Forgotten Continent, we have reached our limit by cultivating to the true god. Over the years, there are many geniuses among our true gods. but they are all trapped in the realm of true gods. If they are in the world of gods, I believe that these extraordinary geniuses can at least reach the realm of two robbers. But, the heaven-reaching divine realm has been opened so many times, and there are countless seniors who have entered the heaven-reaching divine realm, but none of the seniors have ever returned. They may have found the way to the world of the gods, but they can't return due to certain restrictions. But it is more likely that these seniors fell in the realm of the gods, so the realm of the gods must not be a safe place. Our true gods must be united in order to survive and find a way to the world of the gods. Therefore, I hope that after entering the heaven-reaching divine realm, you can obey the orders of this seat and don't act rashly, otherwise. The six-winged ancestor flashed a cold light in his eyes. For the safety of most of my fellow disciples, this seat has no choice but to do so. Get rid of him. A strong evil spirit rises into the sky. As a true God powerhouse, this evil spirit is earth-shattering, and the space that is stirred at the limit of the void almost collapses. But this did not frighten many true gods. If it is in the world of gods, with the old qualifications of the six-winged ancestors, after living for so many years, maybe they have already reached the true God of the second tribulation or even the true God of the third calamity. They have only been promoted in the last tens of thousands of years. The true God would never dare to resist. But in the forgotten continent, in the absence of aura, there is no way for any true God to cultivate and improve his strength. What if the six-winged ancestor lived for a long time? How is the suffocation powerful? It's all just a first-level true God, who can be stronger than anyone else. Hey, six-winged ancestor, you take yourself too seriously. Why should so many people listen to you? Yes, everyone is in the same realm. How many can you resist alone? Ancestor Xuanhuan and others, let these new true gods provoke Ancestor Six Wings. To be honest, they are also a little dissatisfied. It is true that you have lived a long time, but you want to make them listen to the people who are the same in their respective ancient tribes. Your order is a little too far. It seems that some juniors still can't see the situation clearly. Six-winged ancestor snorted coldly, and the powerful aura expanded like a tide wolf. The expressions of some young true gods who had ridiculed before were stagnant, and the next moment they turned pale. Under this powerful oppression, they couldn't help but retreat one after another. Ancestor Xuanhuan and others were all indifferent. Although they were dissatisfied with the decision of Ancestor Six Wings, they were also angry at the provocation of these young true gods. Because they themselves belong to very ancient true gods, this young true god doesn't even care about the six-winged ancestors. Doesn't he even care about them? The ancestor of Emperor Shi lightly sneered, the same is the first stage of the true god of a calamity, but there is also a gap. You are at most the first stage of the first stage, but the six-winged ancestor is the peak of the first stage. The forgotten continent does have no spirit, but what is spirit? It's just a higher level of energy. With a lot of aura condensed continuously, condensing to a certain level may not be much worse than aura, but in this way, the aura required is extremely majestic, and I want to rely on such aura to practice. It also takes a long time to accumulate enough aura. And the Six Wings ancestor has lived for so many years, I don't know how many times it has accumulated and absorbed. What's more, the true gods themselves can continue to condense their own divine essence, even if the cultivation base cannot break through. The more condensed the divine essence, the more terrifying the combat power will be. All kinds of things have led to the fact that the six-wing ancestors are not comparable to the true gods who have just broken through. But as those young true gods said, after all, they are all beginners. Even if the six wings ancestors reached the peak of the primary, there is no overwhelming advantage. After all, the spiritual energy that stares at the extreme is not a divine energy. It may be able to help the six-wing ancestors cultivate to the peak of the initial level, but it is absolutely impossible to break through to the middle level of the true god of a calamity. At this moment, the six wings ancestor took a step forward, and in an instant, an unparalleled transcendent force spewed out, and the force that was enough to cause the forgotten continent to shake ruthlessly oppressed the digital new true gods. Puff puff. These true gods all vomited blood and flew out. What? A calamity of the true god intermediate level. Shixiang's ancestors and others who were still calm were startled. How is this possible? Obviously forgotten continent has no spirit. How did this six-winged ancestor break through the middle level of the true god of a calamity? The huge aura of the middle level true god of one tribulation spreads like a tornado, shrouding everyone in it, and the power of the first order higher than many true gods makes many true gods involuntarily give birth to a sense of surrender. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Ancestor Six Wings. You, how did you break through? Ancestor Shixiang widened his eyes. Seeing that everyone was stunned by himself, the six-wing ancestor smiled lightly and retracted his aura. Before the last time when the heaven-reaching divine realm was opened, this old man was fortunate enough to get a chance and got a piece of artifact fragment. Over the years, this old man has been constantly studying these artifact fragments. I have a deeper understanding of the higher-level heaven and earth spirits, and I will naturally break through. It's just that after all, it didn't rely on the spirit to break through, so after the breakthrough, I fell into the embarrassment that the spirit couldn't keep up, so I didn't go to the last time I opened the gods. It wasn't until tens of thousands of years ago that the old man passed the continuous solidification. The spiritual energy is barely able to keep up with the cultivation base and reach the middle-level realm. Everyone suddenly understood that, as the saying goes, it was an epiphany. Generally, epiphany can greatly increase the strength of a warrior. After the epiphany is over, it will absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at 100 times and 1,000 times the speed of ordinary cultivation, so that the cultivation base can keep up with the breakthrough realm. It is a pity that the forgotten continent has no spirit, and the Six Wings ancestor is embarrassed. He just lay down and can't move. He can only wait for his body to absorb enough spiritual energy to the limit. No wonder I haven't seen you in action for so many years. The ancestor Shixiang sighed. Since the ancestor of the Six Wings broke through to the middle level of the true god of a calamity, he naturally has an overwhelming advantage. Seeing that the ancestors of Shixiang and others did not object, the rest of the true gods were even more unable to object. As a result, the six-wing ancestor became the temporary leader of a group of true gods. Ancestor Douling said, "Ancestor Six Wings, I wonder if the piece of the artifact can be viewed below?" The Six Wings ancestor turned his head and glanced at the Douling ancestor, and replied with a light laugh, "I heard that the Douling ancestor created the Douling world to absorb Saint Yuan and condense it into a higher level of power for cultivation. Now it seems that Douling, the old ancestor, has achieved remarkable achievements. He has reached the pinnacle of the first stage of the true god of a calamity, and is extremely solid. It must be very close to the middle level of the gods. If it is not for the breakthrough of the old man's cultivation, I am afraid that it is not your opponent. First grade middle level divine essence? It's far from the difference. Normally, that is a divine essence that only a middle level true god can master after a calamity." Ancestor Douling shook his head. The Six Wings ancestor's face darkened, and the forgotten continent had no vigor. Even if his cultivation level broke through to the middle level of the true god of the tribulation, the quality of the divine essence still did not reach the first grade medium, but only between the first grade inferior and the first grade medium. Such a divine essence, if it is in the world of gods, it is considered a little weak among the same level. The Six Wings ancestor, as an ancient clan, naturally knows some situations that belong to the true gods in the world of gods. And the ancestor of Douling has lived for so many years as a true god, and naturally he has learned about these situations from various channels. There are 9 calamities in the true god, and the divine essence is also divided into 9 grades. It is said that there are more powerful divine essences above the 9th-ranked divine essence, and all of them are the leaders of true gods. Ancestor Six Wings darkened for a moment before replying, "The remnants of the divine artifact are still in my ancient Xinyu clan. If we can return safely this time, this old man can study it together with Ancestor Do Ling." Hearing this, Do Ling's ancestor smiled bitterly and remained silent. "Return? Which true god senior have you seen over the years?" Ancestor Do Ling had no expectations at all. "If you were lucky enough to find a passage to the world of the gods, what is the use of the artifact fragments?" But at this moment, the heaven-reaching divine realm suddenly opened, and a grey mist erupted, covering the entire void, and then the entire void was enveloped by rich energy. Aura. Aura. Sure enough, Tanshanshan territory is indeed full of aura. That's good, finally you don't have to worry about consuming too much divine energy in Tanshanshan territory and unable to replenish it. The true gods of some weak ancient clans were overjoyed. On the other hand, Ancestor Shixiong and others were indifferent. Obviously, they already knew the situation here. Six-Wing Ancestor waved his hand, "Go." A group of true gods filed in and quickly disappeared into the void. The mist in the void gradually returned to the entrance of the heaven-reaching god realm, and it didn't take long for the heaven-reaching god realm to slowly disappear. In the realm of Tangshanshan, all the true gods closed their eyes and carefully felt the sufficient aura in the space. They were like the dry earth finally absorbing the rain, and they were madly absorbing the aura in the space. The meridians in the body are gradually filled with rich air, and every true god feels an unprecedented ease. This is where their true gods should stay. Compared with this place, the Forgotten Continent is like a dilapidated prison. Ancestor Shixiong and the others have blazing eyes. They have all reached the peak of the first-level true god for a calamity. If they practice in this place for 1,000 years, they have full confidence to step into the middle level of the true god of a calamity. The Six Wings ancestor was also delighted. It only took a few hundred years for the divine essence in his body to keep up with his cultivation and step into the ranks of the first rank. Suddenly, Six Wings ancestor Ning, "Everyone be careful, what's coming?" Many true gods are not weak, and they all found something wrong before Liui ancestor spoke. After Liui ancestor spoke, all the true gods found a large figure flying from a distance. "What is that?" A new true god widened his eyes. "I saw that the flying group were all blood-colored figures, as if they were composed of fresh blood, and their faces had no organs at all, only blood-colored fangs that were open. The whole body of these monsters, which seems to be condensed from blood, is like a warrior who has been skinned, and the flesh is blurred. And behind these monsters, they all spread different numbers of blood-colored wings. There are 1 pair of wings, there are 2 pairs of wings, and there are 3 pairs, 4 pairs, 5 pairs, and 6 pairs. The strength of the 2-winged monster is only ordinary sanctuary, the strength of the 4-winged monster is the great sanctuary, and so on. The strength of the 12-winged monster is as high as a demigod. These strengths are not in the eyes of the true gods at all, but they are only sanctuaries and demigods. What are they in the eyes of their true gods? What's more, there are hundreds of true gods here. But the number of blood-colored monsters is too large. From a distance, the sky is covered and the sun is endless. Thousands of miles of clear sky are quickly replaced by blood-colored figures. No matter how strong the true god is, it is only the first stage of the true god, and the divine energy in the body is limited. How to fight against this endless blood-colored monster? How many ants can kill the elephant? Shoot! Ancestor Six Wing shouted angrily when he saw the fear that flashed across the faces of some new true gods. God Feather Blood, congeal. God Feather World. The six-winged ancestor spread 6 pieces of pure white feathers behind his back, and then the 6 wings fanned, and the feathers like a storm swept away, and along the way, he did not know how many blood-colored monsters were involved, and all these blood-colored monsters were strangled. The sea of blood was blasted out by the 6-wing ancestors, but more blood-colored monsters could be added soon, and the sky turned into a sea of blood again. The blood of the devil, congeal. Devil bomb. Emperor's bloodline, congeal. Wanxing shatters. The blood of the holy tiger, congeal. The tiger roars in the sky. 5 fire fusion, burning flames kill. The ancestors of the magic movement, the ancestors of the emperor, the ancestors of the tigers, and the ancestors of Xuanhuan launched their powerful attacks, and the ancestors of the ancient war gods did not show weakness. The ancestor of the true god also began to show his power. God of war blood, congeal. God of war domination boxing. The 33 slashes of Do Ling. Boom boom boom. All kinds of energy attacks blasted away like a torrent, sweeping all the way. I don't know how many blood-colored monsters were bombarded and killed, but the monsters behind were endless. No matter how many blood-colored monsters were killed, more blood-colored monsters would be added. Since the ancestors of Xuanhuan and other true gods who stood at the peak of the first-level true gods of a calamity took action, more and more true gods have displayed blood vessels and powerful sanctuary skills. However, the blood-colored monsters are still endless. Damn, isn't this blood monster endless? A true god yelled. The blood-colored monsters were constantly bombarded and replenished, and finally these blood-colored monsters were still close to many true gods. Roar roar. The endless monsters roared, and a demigod blood monster opened its mouth and bit the ancestor of Xuanhuan. Humph, the monster should die. Ancestor Xuanhuan slapped the blood monster into powder. Second more. Con, a lot of people have added cabbage QQ recently. As a result, the function of adding friends was temporarily blocked by TX because of frequent additions. I'm so speechless. Afternoon. The blood-colored monsters surrounded the true gods, and the true gods simply stopped enlarging their moves. When they released their big moves at such a close distance, even if the blood-colored monsters were eliminated, they would cause unnecessary accidental injuries to their own people. Immediately, these true gods deceived themselves and fought against the blood-colored monsters in person, so that they could save divine essence. It is also thanks to Tongshanshan that the spirit is sufficient, otherwise these true gods would never dare to waste their divine energy like this. Hundreds of true gods formed a huge circle, and every time they shot, countless blood-colored monsters fell. True God deserves to be the top existence in Forgotten Continent. Although there are countless blood-colored monsters, none of them can rush into True God. Go to hell. Damn monster. Kill. The true gods were also red-eyed, and gradually let go of it completely, and they did not care about causing accidental injury to their own side, and the big move began to appear again. God Feather World. Devil Bomb. Wanxing shatters. The tiger roars in the sky. 5 fire fusion, burning flames kill. God of War domination boxing. The 33 slashes of Do Ling. The war lasted for several days, and the blood-colored monsters were finally no longer endless. The 6-wing ancestor showed a tired smile. The monster has been killed by us, and we continue on our way. Jia Jia, you killed this king's child, do you still want to leave safe and sound? With a strange cry of Jia Jia, the huge aura that swept the entire space came crashing down. The aura of that stalwart, Rao 6-wing's ancestor and others felt breathless. The expressions of many true gods changed greatly. The 6-wing ancestor even roared out, "Who? Come out." The 6-wing ancestor was full of unease. What kind of cultivation was such a repressive aura? Second tribulation true god? 3 tribulations true god? Or higher? Although there are many of them, they are all a group of the first-level true god of 1 tribulation. If the other party's cultivation base exceeds them too much, no matter how many people are, it is useless. How can there be such a powerful existence in Tongshanshan realm? Could it be that the true god seniors who entered before? Thinking of a certain possibility, the 6-wing's ancestor was dripping with cold sweat. Jia Jia, since you want this king to come out, it will be as you wish. A giant blood-colored face appeared in the void, and at the moment when the blood-colored giant face appeared, a more magnificent and infinite coercion descended. Especially the rich blood energy made all the true gods feel sick. As a true god, the number of battles will not be less, and the number of people killed will not be less, but it is the first time they smell the bloody smell so thick that the air will turn into a viscous liquid. Former, senior, who is it? Feeling the breath of this coming stronger and stronger, Six Wings' ancestor spoke with difficulty. The blood-colored giant face laughed strangely. For the sake of you who are about to become one of the powers of this god king, this king will tell you with great mercy that this king is the blood demon god king, blood devouring heaven. Many true gods were frightened and turned into one of their powers. What does this mean? It's not a good thing by any means. Especially the king of gods in the back, it made the true gods horrified. Although he has been away from the world of gods for a long time, he has long been unclear about the level above the true gods in the world of gods, but the word king of gods is not easy to hear. Roll. The king of gods, in the world of gods, will definitely not be weak. Sky. How can there be such a strong person here? Is Tongtian divine realm a trap? As if guessing what many true gods thought, the blood-devouring blood devil king laughed. Hee, just as you think, there is no way to the world of gods at all, your ancestors have already turned into god kings. One of the powers, today is your turn. Guessing it is one thing, and being confirmed is another thing. The Six-Wing ancestors are all desperate. There is really no road leading to the world of gods in the realm of the gods. Blood-devouring heaven admired the despairing faces of many true god ancestors, extremely happy. How many years he hadn't felt such a look. Thinking back then, in the gore-fiend god realm, he saw such a look every day. As a result, I am trapped now, and I can only see it once in almost hundreds of thousands of years, which is really unpleasant. But blood-devouring Sky's pupils burst out with blood-colored rays of light. It won't be long before this king can leave here and return to the gore-fiend realm. At that time, the despairing expressions of these ants will make me want to see as much as I want. Boom! The blood shone into the sky, and the blood-colored giant face opened its mouth and a blood-colored torrent sprayed out. Not good. Hide! The six-winged ancestors and other true gods who had broken through for a long time reacted one by one, and immediately avoided the despair in their hearts. Even if there is no hope of entering the world of the gods, they do not want to die in such a confused way. However, some newly promoted true gods did not have time to react, and the continent of the gods had no spirit, so most of these new true gods were in a sleeping state after the breakthrough, so that the holy essence in the body slowly transformed into the divine essence. If it is in the world of gods, this transformation can be achieved very quickly, and there is no need to sleep at all. But unfortunately this is the forgotten continent. Because they have just been promoted, they are sleeping most of the time. These newly promoted true gods have not yet mastered their own power perfectly, and it is too late to dodge. Just listening to the loud bang, these true gods were swallowed by the blood-colored torrent. This is because many true gods have mastered the fighting methods of true gods after a battle before, otherwise there will be more who can't dodge at this moment. However, the repeated battles of many true gods are also huge. If the blood-devouring sky appears at the beginning, it is impossible to say that more people will be swallowed than now. Everyone, we must not wait to die and fight back. The Six Wings ancestor had put away his despair and shouted loudly. This is a god king. Although I don't know what level the god king is, it must be in existence stronger than a true god. How can we fight back? A new true god collapsed. The ancestor of Shixiong shouted in a deep voice, "Don't be in a mess." The opponent is indeed the king of God, but it seems that the situation must be sealed here. Even if the seal is removed, there may not be much power left, let alone this. At first glance, the king of God has not yet escaped the seal, and the power that can be exerted is even weaker. When we join forces, there is not necessarily no hope. Ancestor Xixiang is right, he's just a sealed god king, what are you afraid of? Pahu ancestor was full of momentum. 3 ancient true gods spoke, and many true gods quickly stabilized. Blood-devouring Sky looked at the many true gods with interest. It seems that there are still a few with good psychological qualities. No wonder they can become true gods in the forgotten world of the forgotten continent, and their physique and bloodline have not reached the level of gods. Taste. With the nature of your heart, if your bloodline or physique has reached the divine level, and you ascend to the world of the gods, you can at least become the true god of the 7 tribulations, and there may be some hope of breaking through to the realm of the ancient gods of chaos. It's a pity, it's a pity. Blood Devourer shook his head, and then smiled. What if it was sealed? This king will let you know, even if the power of this king is even 100,000th of that of the king of God, no, not 1 in a million, but enough to kill you. The surging blood-colored torrent surged out, with great momentum. God Feather World. Devil Bomb. Wanxing shatters. The tiger roars in the sky. 5 Fire Fusion, Burning Flames Kill. God of War Domination Boxing. The 33 Slashes of Do Ling. Headed by the 6-winged ancestor, the surging divine essence surged out, turning into a blood-colored giant face that attacked the void with various attacks. The blood-colored giant face showed a strange smile, and it swallowed most of the energy attack with one mouth, and a lot of the rest was swallowed by the blood-colored torrent. The blood-colored torrent swallowed up the attacks of many true gods, and devoured them unabated. Hide! 6-wing ancestor roared. Can you hide? Blood-devouring Sky looked contemptuous. Many true gods are already scared at this moment and want to escape from here, but they just turned around and suddenly remembered that the entrance was closed when they came in. Now, they are the turtles in the urn. Ha ha ha, turn it into the power of the king. The blood-colored torrent covered the sky, more and more true gods were swallowed up, and the number of true gods became less and less. In the end, only a few of the true god ancestors, such as Do Ling ancestors, had reached the initial peak. But even at the peak of the initial stage, it was only delayed for a while, and it was eventually swallowed by the blood-colored torrent. The third one. The 6-wings ancestor's body was cold, and there was a deep sadness in his heart. There are hundreds of true gods who have come to the heavenly god realm, but now he is the only one left. Were the predecessors so unwilling and aggrieved before they died? What a humiliation it is to be one of the murderer's strength even if he is dead. No. I can't just admit defeat, I must send the message out, and I can't let more juniors suffer from the evil hands of this devil. 6-wings ancestor thought hard. The blood-colored giant face opened his mouth and sneered, this place is isolated from the outside world. No matter how many means you have, you can't send news to the outside world. Give up. God Feather World. However, the 6-winged ancestor's attack slammed into the blood-colored torrent, like a stone thrown into the river, just splashing some water, nothing else affected the eyes, and the last true god was also caught. The blood-colored torrent of the blood-devouring Sky devoured it. The blood-colored torrent rolled around the corpses of many true gods, and desperately absorbed the blood of these true gods, whether it was essence blood or ordinary blood, they were all absorbed. In the space, blood-devouring laughter rang out. Xianlei ancient clan. Xianqing Tian respectfully looked at the blood shadow in front of him. There was a faint voice in the blood shadow, those true gods have been absorbed by this king, but it is not enough, this king needs to absorb more blood. A lot of blood-colored seeds were thrown out of the blood shadow. This is the seed of the blood guards. It will continue to grow by absorbing blood. The limit is the blood guards with 12 wings. The cultivation level is comparable to a demigod. Bloody phantom, this phantom cannot exert much of the power of this king, but it is extremely easy to deal with the first-level true god of a mere calamity. Give you a few years to slaughter the creatures of the North Continent. Just a few years? It's too short, and what about other continents? Xian Qingtian hesitated. Don't worry, there was not only one blood tower at the time, there were quite a few on every continent, and the blood slave was not just you. Blood Shadow said faintly. Xian Qingtian's expression tightened, but he wasn't the only blood slave? Xian Qingtian felt a sense of urgency in his heart. If there were a lot of blood slaves, it would take a lot of competition to become the confidant of the blood demon god king. The blood shadow looked at Xian Qingtian lightly. Xian Qingtian waited for the nervousness of the blood slaves, otherwise the task he assigned might not be completed at any time. The time for these people to become blood slaves is still too short. Although he has been biased towards him in his heart, he actually has some autonomy. These autonomy are likely to affect the success of the mission. He is now making these blood slaves' general autonomy is suppressed. When he returns to the Gorefiend god realm in the future, he will have time to make these blood slaves real blood slaves. Thinking of this, the blood shadow said again, according to the performance of the blood tower at the beginning, the blood slaves are divided into 3 grades, the lowest is the 3rd blood slave, and the highest is the 1st blood slave. The blood guard seed of the 1st blood slave is enough to grow to half God. The seed of the blood guard of the 2nd-class blood slave can only grow to the great perfection of the sanctuary, and the seed of the blood of the 3rd-class blood slave can only reach the small perfection of the sanctuary. As a 1st-class blood slave, you must perform well, otherwise this king at any time, it will take your 1st-class blood slave status and lower it to 2nd or even 3rd class. In the last sentence, blood-devouring heaven's tone was extremely severe. Xian Qingtian was taken aback, and he was actually demoted. Don't worry, Lord God, the little one will not let the adults down. Blood Devourer nodded in satisfaction, then said, this time I did a good job, this king will be promoted to the blood servant, and I will return to the blood devil god armor in the future. This king will also cast a spell to turn the blood servant into the body of a blood demon. With the body of a blood demon, the god king can't guarantee it, but the ancient god can still achieve a certain degree. Xian Qingtian's eyes suddenly became hot, whether it was the blood servant is still the body of the blood demon, which is extremely hot in Xian Qingtian's eyes. The blood servant is 1 level higher than the blood servant, and returning to the Gorefiend world in the future will no longer be a low status. And with the body of Gorefiend, it is definitely more promising than the current body of Xianlei. Because he became the blood slave of the Gorefiend king, Xian Qingtian was still relatively clear about the status of the ancient gods in the world of the gods. In the world of the gods, the ancient gods were already considered to be high-level powerhouses. At the same time, Han Feng was teleported to Yaozhou through the teleportation array of the Magic Palace. At this moment, Han Feng doesn't know yet, and the Beizhou continent will soon usher in chaos. Whether it's ancient tribes, outsiders, or secret forces, a large number of warriors will be attacked and killed. In the outside world, empires disappear from time to time without any breath of life. All the warriors of Beizhou continent are cautious, as if a demon from hell is staring at them behind them. Yaozhou, Han Feng came to a city. Just like there are monsters in the Beizhou continent, although Yaozhou is a world of monsters, it is not that there are no humans, but there are relatively few humans, and they are generally in the middle and lower classes. On the way, Han Feng also encountered some human races. From these people, Han Feng had a general understanding of some situations in Yaozhou, and he also had a relatively simple plan in his heart. Han Feng's primary goal is to elevate the Xianming Heavenly Wolf Wing to the top-grade sanctuary level, for which he needs to obtain some wolf blood essence with relatively high bloodline. However, Han Feng is not a bloodthirsty person, so he can't slaughter an ethnic group in order to improve Xianming Tianlanji, that would be too cruel. Therefore, Han Feng chose to come to the movie hunting city. There is a shadow hunting tower in the shadow hunting city, which was created by a certain force in Yaozhou. It specializes in providing various tasks. Assassination, saving people, and other tasks can be released. As long as a certain fee is provided, it can be placed in the shadow hunting tower. Post the task. Han Feng's trip to the shadow hunting tower is naturally not a mission. Han Feng himself has not many holy stones left. It is not enough to use it and provide Zhu Tianyunk and other beasts to practice, so how can it be wasted? Han Feng's goal is those tasks. It is said that these quests, especially the homicide quests, usually introduce the life events of the people on the attacked list, and Han Feng just wanted to find out if there is any crime worth killing. A wolf clan strongman with high-grade bloodline, or a very sinful person, Han Feng would have no psychological burden to kill. The shadow hunting tower was pitch black, standing there, as high as 100 feet. The giant tower has 6 floors. The first floor is generally for tasks under the sanctuary, the second floor is for ordinary sanctuaries, the third floor is for the great sanctuary, the fourth floor is for the peak of the sanctuary, and the fifth floor is for the sanctuary. Small perfection, the 7th floor, is the great perfection of the sanctuary. Han Feng first came to the 4th floor. At present, the Xianming Tianlang Wing is only at the top-grade sanctuary level, and the wolf clan's blood of the high-grade holy bloodline is enough to make the Xianming Tianlanji make a lot of progress. There are also many strong people on the 4th floor, most of them are humanoids in the shape of monsters, and a few are human beings. Seeing Han Feng's arrival, these people did not pay any attention to Han Feng. This is also the rule in the shadow hunting tower, and fighting with each other is not allowed in the shadow hunting tower. Han Feng swept his gaze and saw that there were a lot of stickers on the 4th floor, and various tasks were posted on the stickers. Han Feng walked in front of the stickers. Although he found a lot of tasks to kill, he was not a wolf clan. Suddenly Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and he stopped in front of a sticker board. There was a task to kill a wolf genius, but Han Feng looked at the profile of the wolf genius, and it didn't constitute a heinous crime. Unforgivable, I gave up. Hanging back and forth, Han Feng took on 3 tasks in total. The first task is to kill the wolf pole. The wolf pole is from the Fenling Xianlang clan. It once swallowed a clan for the sake of appetite. Coincidentally, there is a genius in this clan who has been trained outside. After hearing this news, I want to revenge is powerless, and he has to pin all this on the shadow hunting tower. This genius who escaped the catastrophe has been collecting for thousands of years outside, and only reluctantly gathered the fees for issuing the task. This shows how much this genius hates Langjixing. The accumulation of thousands of years is almost enough to break through to the peak of the sanctuary, but this genius has given up, preferring to die of old age at the level of the great sanctuary, and to avenge his own ethnic group. Han Feng looked at the news of the Fenling Xianlang clan, and seemed to understand why the genius gave up on breaking through. Hidden Dragon Knife. Yaozhou is not comparable to the 5 continents, and the overall power is almost equivalent to the alliance of several weaker ancient tribes. There are not many true gods in the entire Yaozhou, and every time the gods of Tongtian Divine Realm open these true gods of the demon beast family, they hardly go there, and they can't afford to hurt them. In Yaozhou, if an ethnic group has a large number of peak sanctuary levels, it is considered a first-class power, and a small perfection in the sanctuary is a top force. As for the great perfection of the sanctuary, there are not many Yaozhou on the bright side. The Fenling Profound Wolf Clan is a first-class force, although it is not considered a first-class force, but it is not something that can be easily provoked. It is said that this Burning Spirit Profound Wolf Clan has more than 30 sanctuary peaks, and the strongest one has entered the late stage of the sanctuary peak. Even if that genius broke through to the peak of the sanctuary, it would be hopeless for revenge, so it is no wonder that he would give up the breakthrough and use the 1,000-year accumulation as a fee to issue a task in the shadow hunting tower. But even so, this task has been hung up for so long and no one has taken it. Perhaps the accumulation of thousands of years is not small, but in the eyes of many warriors, it is not worth it. If that Lang Jixing was just a casual cultivator, the reward would be decent, but Lang Jixing was a genius of the Burning Spirit Xianlang clan, and the next heir to the clan head. Killing Lang Jixing severely offended the Fenling Profound Wolf clan. Afterwards, he would definitely face the pursuit and killing of the Fenling Profound Wolf clan. In this case, the reward would not be enough. Han Feng's main purpose was blood essence rather than any reward, so it didn't matter. In the other two missions, the only people to be killed are loose cultivators, and all they do is burn, kill and loot, but these two wolf clan powerhouses are half-step Sanctuary Small Perfection. Unless Sanctuary Small Perfection starts, they want to stay, it is very difficult to defeat these two wolf clan powerhouses. And these two wolf clan powerhouses are also very smart, and they hardly offend the top forces that have the Sanctuary Small Perfection powerhouses, so they are still out and about. After taking over 3 tasks, Han Feng came to the 5th floor again. A whole layer of Han Feng only found one mission to kill the wolf clan. The Fire Heavenly Wolf was once a top force, and within the clan there were small perfectionists from the sanctuary. I just don't know what happened. After being promoted to Sanctuary Small Perfection, Wolf Tianda sentenced Yanhua Sirius and severely damaged the sanctuary of the Yanhua Sirius family, causing the current Yanhua Sirius power to plummet. The Fire Heavenly Wolf clan all hated this Wolf Heavenly virtue. This task was issued by the current chief of the Fire Heavenly Wolf clan, and the reward was extremely rich. If it wasn't for Han Feng's sharp eyes, this task would probably be missed by Han Feng. With 4 tasks in hand, Han Feng left the shadow hunting tower. Han Feng first went to perform the 2nd and 3rd tasks that he received on the 4th floor, which was to hunt down the 2 wolf clan powerhouses in the half-step Sanctuary Small Perfection. About a few months later, Han Feng finally found the traces of the 2 wolf clan powerhouses and killed them. Later, Han Feng came to the city controlled by the Fenling Xianlang clan. Burning Spirit City. The true disciples of the Profound Wolf clan, the Burning Spirit, which was held only once in hundreds of years, were in full swing. Powerhouses from the Burning Spirit Profound Wolf clan, the city, and from all over the world gathered in Burning Spirit City. As the next patriarch of the Fenling Xianlang clan, Lang Jixing took it for granted to be the host of this true disciple competition. Many young Burning Spirit Profound Wolf looked at Wolf Jixing with admiration. This is the wolf pole line? What a powerful breath, worthy of being the next patriarch of our family. That is, it is said that Senior Lang Jixing is the most talented of our Burning Spirit Profound Wolf clan, and we may be able to step into the Sanctuary Small Perfection realm in our lifetime. Once we step into the Sanctuary Small Perfection, our clan can immediately be promoted to the top power. Both the prestige and the forces under his control will greatly increase, far from being comparable to what we are now. A young disciple of the Burning Spirit Profound Wolf clan looked proud. Lang Jixing stood on the battle platform, listening to the admiration of the younger generation in his clan, and he was very proud. He was already imagining the scene where he would call the wind and call the rain in Yaozhou after he achieved the small perfection in the sanctuary. Not all those who came to watch the battle were friendly to the Fenling Xianlang clan, and some of the powerhouses sneered in a low voice, "It's just a man who is too arrogant, what's so great?" The strong man next to him sighed, "It is because of the extraordinary talent of this wolf extreme that the Burning Spirit Profound Wolf clan always protects the wolf extreme and wipes the ass of the wolf, which makes the wolf extreme become more and more selfish. Seriously, I always think that what I have done will always be settled by the strong in the clan. One day this wolf extreme will provoke an existence that even the Fenling Xianlang clan can't provoke. Already." However, no matter how these powerhouses disliked Lang Jixing, it was an indisputable fact that Lang Jixing had been promoted to the middle of the peak of the sanctuary in a short period of time. they couldn't do anything other than talk in private. In the middle of the competition, a young strong man suddenly jumped onto the stage and threw his hands at Lang Jixing. I have heard for a long time that Brother Jixing is very powerful, and he knows that he is invincible, but he also wants to beyond his ability. Let's discuss with Brother Jixing. He said modest words, but in fact, this strong man was provocative. Lang Jixing sneered, if you don't make a move for a long time, all the cats and dogs will break ground on the crown prince's head. A trace of anger flashed across the face of the strong man opposite, and he was about to speak, but Lang Jixing waved his hand and said, this seat is not interested in knowing your name and origin, so let's do it. Wolf Jixing stood with his hands tied, his eyes contemptuous. The young strong man opposite gritted his teeth secretly, how dare you look down on me? The young strong man instantly turned into a huge wind eagle, and a cyan whirlwind swept wildly around. It turned out to be the Fengying clan, depending on his age, I am afraid that it is the Feng Wuxiang of the Fengying clan. It is said that this son was also promoted to the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary not long ago. Hey, in terms of promotion time, this wind invisible is shorter than the wolf pole line, but the wolf pole line has been in the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary for a long time, and now it is not far from the 5th level, and Feng Wuxing has just been promoted to the 4th heaven, so I'm afraid I will suffer this time. After the wind was invisibly transformed into the body, the cultivation base suddenly soared. Wolf Jixing's face condensed, there are some methods. Later, the wolf pole line also turned into the body of the burning spirit, mysterious wolf. The powerful breath covers the sky. Everyone felt such a powerful breath, and their faces changed. The bloodline of this wolf extreme line has reached the top of the high-level holy product. No wonder there is hope to break through to the small perfection of the holy domain. The invisible wind eagle is only a high-level bloodline, bad. The huge wolf head sneered and said, boy, this seat's cultivation base is higher than yours, and your bloodline is stronger than yours. What qualifications do you have to defeat this seat, just because you stepped into the peak of the sanctuary's 4th level heaven earlier than me? Hey, looking at your appearance, it should be achieved through continuous hard work over the years. This seat has reached the 5th level of the peak of the sanctuary without even hard work. Are you jealous? Accept your fate, no matter how hard you practice, you can't compare to this seat. No matter how hard you work, depending on your bloodline level, you don't even want to step into the sanctuary's small perfection. Sooner or later, I will be able to enter the realm of small perfection. The wind eagle was provoked, the eagle claws tore open the space, and slammed into the wolf pole. The huge wolf head roared up to the sky, and the torrent of flames bombarded out. Boom! There was a deafening sound in the void, and Wolf Jixing jumped up at an extremely fast speed, which was completely inconsistent with that huge body. The wolf's claws were fiercely shot, and the stroke eagle was immediately shot. The sharp wolf claws ripped apart the wings of the wind eagle, and the blood was dripping, and the wind eagle was unstable in the sky and fell to the ground. The crowd dispersed immediately, and the huge wind eagle slammed into the ground and turned into a human shape. 5th. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Sword of Hidden Dragon. The two giant beasts collided, and with just one move, Feng Wuxiang was defeated. Useless novel net, no pop-up window. Many strong men shook their heads, and there was no exception to such a result. Whether it is in terms of cultivation or bloodline, Lang Jixing must surpass Feng Wuxiang. If it wasn't for Lang Jixing's laziness in cultivation, it might not have allowed Feng Wuxing to advance to the 4th level of Sanctuary Peak in a shorter time than him. In the crowd, Han Feng looked coldly at Wolf Jixing, who was showing off on the battlefield. It's all based on the accumulation of various resources. If it weren't for the strong bloodline, I'm afraid that there would have been troubles long ago. It's ridiculous. Do you really think that you can advance to small perfection just by relying on bloodline? Han Feng shook his head. The bloodline of this wolf is really strong, but Han Feng is very sure that once this wolf pole step into the peak of the 9 heavens in the future, the sequelae of relying entirely on resource cultivation will come. Not to mention the promotion of Xiaocheng, it is still one thing to be able to completely control the power of the peak Jizongshan. Only the wind is invisible. Han Feng glanced at Feng Wuxian, but was somewhat appreciated. Perhaps this Feng Wuxiang's bloodline is not as good as that of Wolf Jixing, but this Feng Wuxiang's cultivation base was actually cultivated by himself. Han Feng sensed that the Saint Yuan in Feng Wuxiang's body was extremely solid. In the short term, Feng Wuxing can't be compared to Wolf Jixing, but once both of them are promoted to the peak 9 heavens in the future, it is uncertain whether Wolf Jixing can still win. As for promotion to small perfection, relying on Feng Wuxiang's bloodline level is indeed a bit mysterious, but relying on Feng Wuxiang's attitude to practice hard, once encountering an opportunity, it will immediately soar into the sky and become out of control, which is more likely than the wolf pole line. Rush into the realm of small perfection. As the only small perfection in the crowd, Han Feng is more qualified to draw such a conclusion than anyone here. Feng Wutong left with a pale face, and many strong men sighed. Wolf Jixing stood on the platform like a peacock with an open screen, with a proud look on his face. I haven't left the clan for a long time. It seems that many people have careful thoughts and want to challenge this seat to accompany him. Who else? Han Feng looked at some voids around him with a deep expression, and then stepped out. The eyes of the crowd immediately focused on Han Feng. Humanity? When did the humans of Yaozhou dare to provoke our magical beasts? This is not the 5 continents, what can small humans do? The number of human beings on the 5 continents far exceeds that of demon beasts. Humans occupy a lot of resources. Therefore, in the same level, demon beasts can only have a slight advantage by virtue of their innate bloodlines and physical strength. The rest are at a disadvantage in the face of humans. But in Yaozhou, the number of monsters is greater than that of humans, so it is natural that monsters occupy more resources. In this way, the human race of Yaozhou is even more vulnerable to the monsters, vulnerable to a single blow. In the same level, the human race can never be the opponent of the monster. In Yaozhou, the human race with high-grade bloodline is too rare. These strong people do not think that the one who appears here will be one of them. Huh? Human race? The disdain on Lang Jixing's face was even greater. For the sake of your being a human race, this seat allows you 3 moves, but don't even break the skin of this seat. Lang Jixing's mocking words aroused laughter from many disciples of the Fenling Xianling clan. The laughter seems to infect the rest of the strong. They all laughed. In the face of many mocking eyes, Han Feng did not change his face. Let me make 3 moves. I hope you don't regret it. Suddenly, Han Feng moved, and at the same time, Han Feng burst out with a majestic aura. Han Feng has deliberately suppressed his own aura and stabilized at the level of the peak of the sanctuary. Even so, the unfathomable coercion that was as deep as the sky still made many strong men turn pale. Not good. Wolf Jixing's face was extremely wonderful, and he never expected that this human being he looked down upon would burst out with such a terrifying aura. Lang Jixing wanted to change into the main body, but he felt the overwhelming oppression from all around him. This oppressive force was pressing him so hard that he couldn't move at all. Even the movement of the holy essence in the body was at this moment all stagnated. Saint Yuan can't run, blood seems to be frozen, and it is impossible for the wolf to turn into the body at all. At this time, Han Feng's faint laughter came out. didn't you say that you want Han to make 3 moves? Your actions just now are not in line with your promise. Former, senior. Lang Jixing was terrified, his face extremely ugly. With a wave of Han Feng's palm, Wolf Jixing seemed to have been hit hard, vomited blood and flew out, and there was also the sound of bones shattering. The disciples of the Fenling Xianling clan, who originally supported Lang Jixing and taught Han Feng, were completely stunned and dumbfounded. Looking at Han Feng again, his eyes were full of fear. The crowd is even more uproar, even in Yaozhou, the strong are respected, even if this strong is a human race. Even if the human race is not comparable to them at the same level, the cultivation of this human race is clearly on the verge of breaking through the level of small perfection, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is half a step of small perfection. This kind of cultivation surpasses them too much, and they cannot tolerate their disrespect. Some powerhouses who were not used to the wolf extreme were panicking and gloating at the same time. This time the wolf extreme finally kicked the iron plate. Dare you, thief! Stop! The powerhouses of the Fenling Profound Wolf clan, who were hiding in the dark, finally couldn't help roaring when they saw that the wolf Jixing, who had high hopes for them, was severely injured. One after another, powerful breaths rose into the sky like beams of light, rushing straight into the sky. The combination of these powerful breaths made the crowd and the disciples in the clan breathless. I've known for a long time that you are hiding in the dark. You deserve to be a first-class force, a peak 9th heaven, a number of peak 8th heaven, a dozen peak 7 heavens. With so much momentum combined, if I really are only peak, maybe Zhuzangshan will really be oppressed, but unfortunately. Han Feng smiled strangely, and his breath suddenly rose at a high speed. As the breath of the king of the sky descends, the teeth of the Fenling Profound Wolf clan, who were roaring furiously before, rattled their teeth. Little perfection. As soon as the 3 words came out, Burning Spirit City suddenly became silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Han Feng, full of awe and disbelief. This human race is actually a small perfection in the sanctuary. God, such a strong man actually appeared here. The strong people of the Fenling Xianling clan had a bitter expression on their faces. If such a strong person really angered them, it would definitely be a disaster for their clan. Such a strong person must not be provoked. Lang Jixing shivered. Senior, it was the little wolf who was offended a lot before, and I look forward to Senior Han. Han Feng said lightly, I came here to take over the task of the shadow hunting tower. In a word, Lang Jixing was completely desperate, and finally understood why a small perfection powerhouse came here, basically to kill him. The strong people of the Burning Spirit Profound Wolf clan opened their mouths, and they might still beg for mercy when they didn't know why the other party came. Knowing that Han Feng took over the task of the shadow hunting tower, the powerhouses fell silent. Between the safety of the group and Lang Jixing, these sanctuary peaks chose the group and could only watch Han Feng kill Lang Jixing and take away the blood of Lang Jixing. Until Han Feng left, Fenlingqing's news about the emergence of Xuanhuan and the murder of Lang Jixing could not be calmed down for a long time. Since then, the Fenling clan has become really quiet and low-key, and they may have realized that perhaps it is because they are too high-profile and arrogant that Lang Jixing has caused such trouble. The mighty void, the clouds tumbling. One after another terrifying breath shot out like a sharp sword, smashing the clouds into tatters. A figure was blasted away in embarrassment, gritted his teeth and said, Who are you, and where did this seat offend you? The handsome man stepped forward. Han has no grudge against your excellency, but Han has taken over the task of killing your excellency from the shadow hunting tower, so. The figure interrupted Han Feng's words, Damn it, is it the task released by the old immortals of the fire serious? If I knew this, I should have killed all those old guys one by one. This figure is clearly Wolf Tianda, Han Feng's 4th mission target. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he secretly said in his heart, the blood-drinking 9-dragon sword has reached the pinnacle of the high-grade holy artifact, and now only the blood of a small perfection powerhouse can be successfully promoted. Kill this wolf, Tianda, and the blood-drinking 9-dragon sword will be able to advance smoothly. Untie the 8th seal and advance to the best holy artifact. Until Han Feng left, Fenlingqing's news about the emergence of Xiaoyuanqing and the murder of Lang Jixing could not be calmed down for a long time. Since then, the Fenling-Xuanlang clan has become really quiet and low-key, and they may have realized that perhaps it is because they are too high-profile and arrogant that Lang Jixing has caused such trouble. The mighty void, the clouds tumbling. One after another terrifying breath shot out like a sharp sword, smashing the clouds into tatters. A figure was blasted away in embarrassment, gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you, and where did this seat offend you?" The handsome man stepped forward. "Han has no grudge against your excellency, but Han has taken over the task of killing your excellency from the shadow hunting tower, so—" The figure interrupted Han Feng's words. "Damn it, is it the task released by the old immortals of the fire serious? If I knew this, I should have killed all those old guys one by one." This figure is clearly Wolf Tianda, Han Feng's 4th mission target. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he secretly said in his heart, "The blood-drinking 9-dragon sword has reached the pinnacle of the high-grade holy artifact, and now only the blood of a small perfection powerhouse can be successfully promoted. Kill this wolf, Tianda, and the blood-drinking 9-dragon sword will be able to advance smoothly. Untie the 8th seal and advance to the best holy artifact." 6 more and 15,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Wolf Tianda obviously felt Han Feng's cold-killing intent. Immediately, Wolf Tianda sneered, "Humans, do you really think that you will be able to eat this seat? In the humanoid state, your small perfection in the middle stage of the first layer of heaven is indeed better than this seat, but this seat shows the body, enough to crush. I'm going to kill you. If you stop right there, this matter can't be investigated." Wolf Tianda vaguely felt a threat from Han Feng, so he tried to use words to drink Han Feng back. Then Wolf Tianda found that Han Feng was indifferent. Wolf Tianda laughed angrily. "Okay, good. It's been a long time since humans have hunted and killed this seat. Today, this seat will kill you, a human, to kill chickens and monkeys." Boom! The flame storm rolled out, and the surrounding clouds were immediately pushed out. If someone looks up on the ground at this moment, they can find that a large cloud of fire is burning in the sky, as if the sky is going to burn. Amidst the rolling fire clouds, a giant wolf with red hair suddenly appeared. The powerful aura of the giant wolf is boundless. After transforming into the main body, the aura of Wolf Tianda has soared to a level close to or even comparable to the late stage of the first level of small perfection. "Human, I'm going to eat you." The giant wolf rushed towards Han Feng. Compared with the giant wolf, Han Feng's body was so small and fragile. But in the face of the giant wolf's attack, Han Feng remained awe-inspiring, letting the violent aura wash over, as if he was not affected at all. Just as the giant wolf was approaching, Han Feng suddenly moved. Zentianchen Xingzhong. The force of the 919 nth level vibration slammed out violently, hitting the giant wolf fiercely. The giant wolf roared, "You have used this trick before, the last time this seat suffered a loss. Do you really think this seat will still suffer now?" He opened his mouth sharply, and the flames rolled out, spinning out of the clouds. Boom! There was a deafening rumbling sound from the sky, flames shot in all directions, and the power of vibration swept out. More and more clouds were annihilated, and the battle between the two finally caught the attention of many powerhouses. However, when these powerhouses saw that the two sides of the battle were in the small perfection realm, they all fled far away in fear, for fear of being involved in the battle of the small perfection powerhouses. Blood eyes, wolf claws. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged, and his bloody eyes were condensed behind him. A terrifying blood-colored wolf claw pierced through the space and grabbed it fiercely. The giant wolf's pupils were round and round, impossible. The best middle-class sanctuary's unique skills. The giant wolf never thought that Han Feng, a human being, would have such a powerful sanctuary. Han Feng completely broke the giant wolf's cognition of human beings. Shouldn't human beings be weak and unbearable? Scoff. Unpredictable, the blood-colored wolf claws almost tore the entire body of the giant wolf apart, but the giant wolf was also sprayed with blood, and his body was full of ferocious wounds. As if thinking of something, the giant wolf ignored the wound on his body and shouted in horror, "You are not a human race from Yaozhou, you are definitely from the 5 continents, and you are still the leader of the same level in the 5 continents. Only in this way can we explain why Han Feng is so powerful." After trying to understand everything, the giant wolf finally understood the threat Han Feng would give him before. At this moment, the giant wolf had already lost the will to fight, and just wanted to slip away. Even if he had never been to the 5 continents, Wolf Tianda knew very well how terrifying the top geniuses of the 5 continents were at the same level. Where to go? 9 Heaven's holy brick, go. Your sister, there is also the best holy weapon. Wolf Tianda yelled, why the top genius of the 5 continents appeared in Yaozhou, and he just took over the task of killing him. Wolf Tianda was rescued and suffered heavy damage. Now, even if he was defending with all his strength, he was dazed by the 9 Heaven's holy brick, and his vision was blurred. The blood-drinking 9-dragon sword appeared in Han Feng's hand, and the true immortal treading steps was displayed, and instantly appeared in front of Wolf Tianda, and the blood-drinking 9-dragon sword in his hand was inserted fiercely. Hoo-ho! Wolf Tianda let out a shrill scream and struggled violently. The 9 Heaven's holy brick smashed again, and Wolf Tianda almost fainted again. One after another, the blood essence poured into the bloody 9-dragon knife. Han Feng left some of the essence and blood for the breakthrough of the Shanming Tian Lang Wing, and the rest was swallowed by the bloody 9-dragon knife. Wolf Tianda's huge body flattened down at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the last drop of blood essence in Lang Tianda's body was completely absorbed, the blood-drinking 9-dragon sword in Han Feng's hand shot out a dazzling blood-colored brilliance. The 8th seal, unwrap. Boom boom boom. The blood-colored light shot straight into the sky, and a blood-colored dragon roared faintly. Han Feng's eyes shot out endless brilliance. Finally, the second-to-last seal has been unlocked. Now that the blood-drinking 9-dragon saber has reached the level of the best holy artifact, perhaps it should be called the blood-drinking hidden dragon saber. Now, only the last seal of the bloody 9-dragon knife is left. When the last seal is undone, the bloody 9-dragon knife can reach the highest level, the bloody Tinglong knife. In the future, I will find opportunities to kill more small perfection powerhouses. When the blood-drinking hidden dragon knife reaches the pinnacle of the best holy artifact, it will be a big increase in my strength. After the 4 tasks were completed, Han Feng turned around and flew to the shadow hunting tower. Cinematography. After the handover of the shadow hunting tower, Han Feng chose a hotel to stay. In the room, Han Feng sat cross-legged, and absorbed the blood essence by floating in the air, absorbing the blood essence according to the method of Shanming Tianlanji absorbing blood essence. The Shanming Tianlang wings slowly unfolded behind him, becoming more solid and lighter. At the same time, through the Shanming Tianlang wing, a special force also poured into Han Feng's body. Han Feng has an intuition. At this moment, he can fly quickly in a small room without affecting any items or knocking down any furniture. Time passed quickly, the speed of Han Feng's hand seals stopped, all the blood essence was absorbed, and Shanming Tianlanji successfully broke through to the top-grade sanctuary's secret knowledge level, even close to the top-grade medium. The improvement of Shanming Tianlang Wing lies in the level of bloodline, not the strength of strength. The bloodline of the 4 mission targets this time is not weak, so the Shanming Tianlanji will have such a big improvement. One after another, Han Feng took on many tasks from the shadow hunting tower, and went out to kill the Wolf Clan powerhouses in the Wolf Clan with a very bad reputation and heinous crimes. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng has been staying in this shadow hunting city for several years. After all, that task is not frequent, and some require Han Feng to wait for a while. In the past few years, Han Feng has killed a lot of Wolf Clan powerhouses in the peak of the sanctuary and the small perfection in the sanctuary of the first and second layers of the sanctuary. It is only a few steps away from the top grade high grade when promoted to the top grade middle grade holy artifact level. Because Han Feng completed a lot of tasks, and he still killed the strong Wolf Clan, gradually, Han Feng's reputation spread. People call Han Feng the Sky Wolf Killer, which means the Golden Killer who specializes in killing wolves. This has attracted the attention of many strong people from the Wolf Clan. Among them there are many strong people in the Sanctuary Small Perfection Triple Heaven and even the Great Perfection Realm. If it wasn't for these Wolf Clan powerhouses seeing that Han Feng killed all the scum in the Wolf Clan, the ancestors of the Wolf Clan would have shot and killed Han Feng long ago. In any case, Han Feng's reputation has been beaten out, but Han Feng does not communicate with anyone in the Shadow Hunting Tower except to complete the task, so almost everyone knows that there is a powerful existence of the Sky Wolf Killer, but he does not know the specific situation of Serious Killer, such as name, origin, and appearance. In the hotel room, Han Feng exhaled. Shanming Tian Lang Wing is about to reach its limit, and it has also reached a high level in the top-grade sanctuary. Blood, after absorbing it, it is estimated that it will reach the top. At that time, there is no need to hunt wolf powerhouses. By the way, I also hope that the blood-drinking hidden dragon saber can be promoted to the top-grade holy weapon after absorbing another small perfection powerhouse. Thinking of this, Han Feng walked out of the hotel and stepped into the shadow hunting tower again. 7th. I just found out that there is one more chapter 1372, there are two, and the second 1372 should be 1373. However, it has already been posted, and it is not easy to change. Everyone remember that there are two 1372. The first chapter is titled Going to Yaozhou, the second is Tong Tian Divine Realm, the number of chapters is 1. The same, but the content is completely different, not repeated. On the 5th floor of the Shadow Hunting Tower, Han Feng carefully searched for the task. Han Feng did not enter the 6th floor, but it was to provide tasks for the Sanctuary Great Perfection Powerhouse, and in the process of completing the task, he would usually fight against the Great Perfection Powerhouse. Han Feng is not yet competent to fight against the Dzogchen Powerhouse. The quests on the 5th floor have always been infrequent, which leads to the occurrence of several strong people who value the same quest, which will cause conflicts between strong people. Han Feng had never encountered it before, but this time it happened. What Han Feng values is a task of chasing down the wolf Wenhong of the Flying Wing Sirius clan. In the news introduced above, Lang Wenhong's bloodline is extremely high, ranking among the top saints, and he is not even weak among the top saints. How can this not attract Han Feng? Moreover, Lang Wenhong's cultivation has also reached the second-level realm of small perfection, which is really the most suitable for promoting the blood-drinking hidden dragon knife. This was the last task Han Feng had chosen. After this task was completed, the Shanming Tian Lang Wing had reached its limit, and it was useless to stay here any longer. Humph, how dare a boy from the human race take on this task? If you don't know what you can do, how could the second level of small perfection be able to chase and kill you in the first level of heaven? Weak human beings, you may not even be able to win at the peak of the sanctuary. The person who spoke was a burly man, whose body was as hard as a stubborn stone, and he did not know what race he was. There are strict procedures for entering each floor of the Shadow Hunting Tower. If Han Feng hides his cultivation base, it is impossible to enter the 5th floor of the Shadow Hunting Tower, so Han Feng did not hide his cultivation base on the 5th floor. In the middle stage of small perfection first layer, it is indeed considered inferior in the 5th floor, especially those with such cultivation, are the weak human race in the eyes of monsters. Many people around were also watching Han Feng's jokes. Han Feng said indifferently, "This task is what Han first liked. It's not good for you to behave like this." The burly man seemed to have heard some ridiculous joke. "I don't care which order this quest takes. If you, a human kid, still want to take this quest, don't blame me for being cruel. The shadow hunting tower doesn't seem to allow you to do it. Do you dare to do it here?" Han Feng looked at the burly man without fear. The burly man's face stiffened, and then he said negatively, "This seed is indeed unable to dare to attack you in the shadow hunting tower, but it is different outside the shadow hunting tower. After killing you, the task will naturally belong to this seat." "Oh? What was the mission that attracted you, Zixiong?" Just as the burly man and Han Feng were in conflict, a lazy voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the burly man's face changed greatly. "Dragon, Long Xingtian." The burly man trembled a little when he spoke. Han Feng's eyes condensed, and he found that the eyes of the strong people around him were full of fear. Han Feng stared at the figure that terrified these powerhouses, and saw that this person was handsome. Wearing a purple dragon robe, a noble aura permeated out. The man came slowly, and his breath was ordinary, but it caused many strong men to retreat subconsciously. The burly big man who was bragging in front of Han Feng flattered and retreated to the side, and the man came to the front of the panel. The man raised his eyebrows sharply. "Flying wing serious? This is a top-level force. I really don't know who would dare to issue such a mission, to hunt down Lang Wenhong." Lang Wenhong is the younger brother of the current patriarch of Flying Wing Sirius. After seeing the reward in the back, the man's face was slightly condensed. "Purple flame profound fruit." Glancing at the burly man, the man said with a half-smiling smile, "No wonder this mission can attract you, and you would rather be enemies with the Flying Wing Sirius clan. This purple flame profound fruit is a powerful saint that can help Xuanhuan break through to the third-level heaven. Fruit, with your cultivation speed, it is not a problem to cultivate to the peak of the second layer, but it will take a long time to break through from the second layer to the third layer. With the purple flame profound fruit, you can easily be promoted at that time." The burly man hurriedly smiled and said, "If it weren't for you, Z would definitely not give up. But if you are interested, then Z quit." The corner of the man's mouth twitched slightly. "Then I would like to thank Brother Zixiong. It just so happens that Long has reached the peak of the second-level heaven and has encountered a bottleneck. With this purple flame fruit, Long will definitely break through to the third level of small perfection within 10 years. Sky." The burly man laughed a few times, but his heart was extremely bitter. He finally found an opportunity to improve his cultivation, but he was disturbed by this Long Xingtian. However, the burly big man did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. The Zixiong family was no worse than the Fei Sirius clan, so the burly big man dared to take on this task. Even if the Fei Sirius wanted to take revenge, he had to be cautious. But the Xiaoshenlong clan where Long Xingtian belongs is different. The Xiaoshenlong family has the meeker blood of a real dragon. Although it is extremely thin, none of them are under the high-level holy rank. There are only hundreds of Xiaoshenlong clan now, but all of them are strong. Except for those who are just born at a very young age, there is almost no existence under the peak of the sanctuary. There are many strong people in the sanctuary of the Great Perfection, said to be one of the top forces in Yaozhou. And Long Xingtian can be said to be the most noble bloodline of Xiaoshenlong clan for so many years. I heard that it is a half-step god, not as good as the real god, but far beyond the holy. If it is said that the Xiaoshenlong family is most likely to be promoted to the true god, it is only Long Xingtian. Today, Long Xingtian's cultivation level is as high as the peak of the second level of the small perfection, But there are also a lot of powerhouses of the third level of the small perfection who died in the hands of Long Xingtian. Under the great perfection, there are not many small perfectionists who dare to provoke Long Xingtian. Those with weak combat power cannot afford it, and those with strong combat power must also be concerned about the great perfection of Xiaoshenlong clan. I am afraid that the Fei Tianlong family is not in the eyes of Long Xingtian at all, and there is no burden to take this task. A fiery light flashed in Long Xingtian's eyes. Xian Xiangua, with it, breaking through the three heavens of small perfection is extremely easy. Immediately, Long Xingtian was about to reach out to take the task paper, but someone took action ahead of time and got the task paper before Long Xingtian took it. Long Xingtian's face suddenly became gloomy. Boy! Hand over the task paper. Wherever Long Xingtian goes, people will retreat, but he never expected to meet such a cultivator who does not give him face today. Still a human race. The burly man smiled, gloatingly. This kid is really rampant. I won't say it if I offend him. Even Long Xingtian dares to offend him. He's courting death properly. Many powerful people around looked at Han Feng with sympathy. Han Feng didn't mind this. Putting away the task paper, Han Feng had no intention of handing it over, but said lightly, "The task is the first one I found, so it's naturally mine, get out of the way." Long Xingtian couldn't help but feel a little stunned, and then he laughed angrily. It was really eye-opening that someone dared to scold him like this. Daring, it's really courting death. Long Xingtian was about to start, but he found with a dignified face that with the surging Saint Yuan in his body, a terrifying coercion came. Long Xingtian had no doubt that if he really shot, this force would definitely bombard him. What about the second level of small perfection? Under such power, he will only be killed in seconds, and he will be killed cleanly. Because that is the power of the true God. Behind the shadow hunting tower, it has such a unique position because of the backing of the true God. Long Xingtian withdrew his hand with a pale face, and said coldly, "It's a good plan. Do you want to force me to take a shot at the shadow hunting tower and be killed by the true God? It's a pity that I saw through your strategy. I will be at the shadow hunting tower, waiting for you outside. There is a kind of you who will stay in the shadow hunting tower for the rest of your life and not come out." Han Feng was a little speechless. He really wanted to say that you're thinking too much. He never had such a calculation. However, since Long Xingtian misunderstood, and even so many strong people around him think so, Han Feng is too lazy to explain. Long Xingtian snorted angrily, flung his sleeve robe and left. The cold eyes let Han Feng know, this Long Xingtian absolutely can do it. But so what? Will he be afraid? A strange smile flashed on Han Feng's face. The practitioners around have not completely dispersed, and they are pointing at Han Feng one by one, and the words are quite a pity. I'm afraid this kid will hide here and won't dare to go out. A strong man thought he had guessed Han Feng's next plan, but Han Feng raised his foot and walked out, letting the strong man his face suddenly stiffened. 8 more and 20,000 words completed. Ask for flowers to support. There will be the last 20,000 character outbreak this month, so please wait a few more days, brothers and sisters. The surrounding powerhouses showed incredible faces one by one, knowing that Long Xingtian was waiting outside, but still had the courage to go out. Do you really think that Long Xingtian would not kill? Or is it that this human race boy is stupid in practice and his head is broken? In other words, this human kid has never heard of Long Xingtian at all. As everyone knows, Han Feng is also asking Xiaopeng through voice transmission at the moment. Xiaopeng, what's the origin of that guy? It's not right to look at the expressions of those strong people. There are many strong people who are in the second level of small perfection, but this person is not right. There may be only one such fear, and that is, this person has the ability to kill Xiao Yuanqing's triple heaven, and his origins are also extraordinary. Xiaopeng took Han Feng's words. Han Feng nodded slightly, I think so. Xiaopeng replied, I don't know the origin, but I can sense that the bloodline in the other party's body surpasses the holy product. Han Feng was shocked, beyond the holy grade? Could it be that the legendary divine grade failed? How can it be a divine grade? Where is the divine grade so easy to achieve? It's just beyond the holy grade. It has not reached the divine grade. It is somewhere between the holy grade and the divine grade. And this kid seems to have an extremely good grasp of his own bloodline. High and deep, I am afraid that it can exert the top level of the bloodline of the top sage. With its peak cultivation of the second level of the small perfection, it is indeed not a problem to be able to compete with the triple heaven after turning into the main body. If its race has other advantages, it is not a problem to contend against the middle stage of the triple heaven. It's not a problem. The fat man rolled his eyes and said, even so, it is indeed a difficult opponent. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If it is really a god, with his small perfection, second-level cultivation base, he will really run away. How powerful it is to have a divine product, you can see it by looking at Zhu Tianyonk. If you can compete with the early and middle stages of the triple heaven just by turning into the main body, it is naturally stronger to display the unique knowledge of the sanctuary. This has caused some pressure on Han Feng, but that's all. Not to mention that Han Feng's full-strength burst is almost at this level, and maybe even stronger. Just say that Han Feng's 10 puppets are enough for the dragon to drink. A pot. Outside the shadow hunting tower. Long Xingtian stood with his hands tied, staring coldly at the door of the shadow hunting tower. The burly big man Zixiong next to him flattered, Brother Long, the sun is very hot at this time, forgive that kid who has no courage to come out now. Maybe he will stay in it for decades, why don't we find one nearby first? Where to stay? For Xiao Yuanqing, the mere decades are fleeting, and they don't feel like decades are long. It doesn't matter if you wait a few decades or hide for a few decades. Long Xingtian frowned, squinted at the sun, and nodded slowly. But just when Long Xingtian and Zixiong were about to leave temporarily, Long Xingtian's pupils shrank and stared at the door of the shadow hunting tower. Zixiong noticed the strangeness of Long Xingtian, turned his head to look, and suddenly opened his mouth wide, sluggish. After a while, Zixiong seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. I'm going, that kid came out so soon? Do you really think you have a long life? Seeing Long Xingtian's dark face, Zixiong couldn't help but look at Han Feng with some sympathy. Long Xingtian just threatened, and you followed him out. Take the threat to heart. Originally, Long Xingtian was not a big-hearted person, but now I'm afraid that he would like to let this kid die. Long Xingtian's whole body was full of momentum, and a large piece of dark clouds floated in the sky, and the thunder shook. A mighty oppression descended from the dark clouds in the sky. Many warriors under the small perfection felt a little breathless. Boy, have the guts. Long Xingtian squeezed out such a sentence from his teeth, showing that he was really annoyed with Han Feng. Since you are courting death yourself, this seat will fulfill you. Boom. Thunder descended from the sky, extremely ferocious. Many warriors who saw this scene shook their heads. Human beings are weak, and they managed to cultivate to a small perfection, but because they did not know that they would suffer from low ki, this thunder went down, and no one thought that Han Feng would still be alive. Thunder, which is equivalent to the peak power of the second level of Xiaoyuan, can't kill the fragile human beings in the middle stage of the first level of Xiaocheng. True immortal body, congeal. Just when many strong people thought that Han Feng was about to fall, Han Feng burst out with bright white rays of light, and a holy and noble breath poured out. The golden brilliance condensed on Han Feng's forehead, making Han Feng more majestic. Under the shocked gazes of countless powerhouses, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed, and in a blink of an eye, he rose to the realm of the second level of small perfection. Zentianchan Star Palm. Han Feng stretched out his hand and slapped the thunderbolt in the sky, and the violent force of vibration slammed into the thunderbolt. Boom! The thunder burst, and before it completely descended, it was smashed by Han Feng's palm. What? The powerhouses who were watching the show were instantly horrified. In the middle stage of the first stage of the small perfection, he actually resisted the attack of the peak of the second stage. This is simply unbelievable. Long Xingtian, who didn't care much about Han Feng's face at first, looked dignified, and a few doubts flashed in his eyes. Strange, obviously there is no blood, why there is such a powerful increase? It is even more than the increase I used to display my body. A little bit stronger. When did the human race appear to be such a strong person? You are an alien human race. Long Xingtian's face was cold, and he completely treated Han Feng as a master of the same level. Outside? Is it 5 continents? Yes, it must be the top genius of the human race on the 5 continents, otherwise it is impossible to have such a terrifying combat power. No wonder, it turns out to be the case. The top geniuses of the 5 continents are no worse than the top geniuses of our monster continent Warcraft clan. It is reasonable that this human race boy can burst out such a powerful combat power. At this time of cultivation, Long Xingtian, it is almost possible to have such a strong increase. However, the higher the cultivation base, the smaller the increase. Long Xingtian has not yet transformed into his body. After all, this human race boy is still 1 level worse in his own cultivation base. I'm afraid that the final result is that Long Xingtian wins. Zixiong was also taken aback by the power displayed by Han Feng, and he was even sweating coldly. Fortunately, Long Xingtian intervened later, otherwise it would definitely be him who would fight against this kid now. Although Zixiong is also the 2nd level of small perfection, there is still a long way to go from the peak, and it is only the middle stage of the 2nd level of small perfection. Moreover, Zixiong's bloodline is only the 1st level of the top sage. For the cultivation of the 2nd level of the small perfection, there is almost no increase. Even if Zixiong masters the superb middle sanctuary, it is the same as the ordinary small perfection. The powerhouses in the 2nd stage of the 2nd stage are only to contend, and they have the power to fight against the peak, but it is absolutely impossible to win. Zixiong's eyesight is extraordinary, and he naturally sees that if he fights that human kid, he is more likely to lose. Long Xingtian's situation is even bigger. No wonder it is so arrogant, it turns out to have such confidence, but don't think that you can defeat this seat, your own cultivation base is too low after all. Thunder Thunder Fist. Long Xingtian let out a loud shout, and the dark clouds in the sky rolled down with thunder and gathered on Long Xingtian's right fist. The first. After each outbreak, there will always be some sequelae, such as thinking a little stuck, or too many codes, which leads to some dizziness when looking at the computer again. Today, there are only about 2 more cabbage slowly, and 20,000 words burst out all at once. Some thoughts can't keep up, and they can't make ends meet. In addition, thanks for the great reward of Star Saint Peak 2, amazed face, / Long Xingtian finally got serious. The rank of this move Thunder Thunder Fist has reached the middle grade. It is said that Long Xingtian realized it when he cultivated in the 1st level of Xuanhuan, and he used this punch to kill a Xiaoxingxian. Strong in the early days of Chongtian. I don't know how that human kid should deal with it. Blood eyes, wolf claws. Han Feng's bloody eyes condensed behind him, his blood energy was tumbling, and the aura that also belonged to the top-quality middle-level sacred arts was rolled out. Thunder Thunder Fist was realized by Long Xingtian at the 1st level of Xiaoyuankan. Even if the level is as high as the best and medium, how strong can it be in the same level? On the other hand, the blood-eyed wolf claw is at the top of the highest grade of the highest grade. Although the blood-eye wolf claw is inherited, Han Feng will never be able to exert the power of 100%, but after all, the degree of fit is quite high, so the power of Han Feng is infinitely close to the top of the class. What? This human kid also has a top-quality middle-level sacred secret. Look at this fluctuation, it is stronger than Long Xingtian's Thunder Fist. The surrounding powerhouses were in an uproar. Some powerhouses looked suspicious and flickered. The bloody wolf claws covered the sky and roared away, and Long Xingtian also swung his right fist at this moment, and the endless thunder brilliance shone in the sky. Boom boom boom. The entire shadow-hunting city trembled violently at this moment, and endless blood-colored energy and thunder arcs burst out, spreading in the air like ripples, and powerful energy fluctuations tumbling like waves. Puff puff. The nearby warriors, including Zixiong, couldn't bear such pressure, and spit out a mouthful of blood, and retreated madly after the defeat. I remembered, I really wanted to see such a bloody wolf claw appearing in the clouds. If I remember correctly, it was the Sirius killer who was chasing down the wolf Tianda of the Fire Sirius clan. Could the human kid be? What? This human kid is a Sirius killer. The strong men were stunned. The Sirius killer is not an unknown person, especially in recent years. His reputation has skyrocketed. I don't know how many strong people from the wolf clan have fallen into the hands of Syrian wolf killer, and there are many of them. The human kid whom they had looked down upon before suddenly turned into a Sirius killer, which shocked the surrounding powerhouses extremely strongly. This is like a poor person going to pick up a car. He thought he was picking up a second-hand car, but it turned out to be a luxury BMW. The sharp contrast between the front and the back made these strong people a little unacceptable. They all thought that the heavenly wolf killer was the direct disciple of some powerful Warcraft clan, just like Long Xingtian of the Xuanhuan clan, but in the end, he was a small perfect human race. Although this human race, Xuanhuan, is likely to come from the top ancient races on the 5 continents, it still makes the faces of the powerful people around him tangled. It turns out that you are the Sirius killer, so it seems that you have to use all the means. Long Xingtian also heard the words around him, and his already solemn face became even more solemn. Dragon broken. The violent thunder gathered in the sky above Long Xingtian like a tornado, and then a thunder dragon with a size of several hundred meters roared out, and bursts of terrifying aura slammed down, and I don't know how many buildings collapsed at this moment. Only the shadow-hunting tower still stood on the ground without any shake. Thunder Dragon attacked Han Feng. That huge body brought great oppression to many strong people. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and the light flashed. This trick Tian Longpa may still be slightly inferior to Blood-Eyed Wolf Claw, but Tian Longpa is something that Long Xingtian comprehends by himself, and can fully exert 100% of its power. In this way, the ultimate power will exceed the Blood-Eyed Wolf Claw. Especially when it is displayed under the powerful cultivation base of Long Xingtian's small perfection second-level peak, the power is even more earth-shattering. Aurora Tsongyan, Fusion. Realizing that the Blood-Eye Wolf Claw might be unstoppable, Han Feng immediately integrated Aurora Tsongyan into the true immortal body. Han Feng's aura surged around him, becoming even more terrifying. What? Long Xingtian's pupils shrank. He thought it was enough to crush the opponent, but he thought that Han Feng's cultivation could continue to improve. Originally, Thunder Dragon was about to swallow the bloody wolf claws. With the sudden increase in the power of the bloody wolf claws almost ripped apart part of the Thunder Dragon's body. Hoo. Long Xingtian finally broke out with all his strength and turned into the body of a 1,000-zhang giant dragon. Xuanhuan is slender, with wide wings spread on both sides, and the dragon claws under the body are surrounded by thunder, emitting an aura of destruction. The huge body grabbed towards Han Feng. Han Feng waved his sleeve robe, and the 9 heavens holy brick smashed it hard. Superior sacred artifact. The expressions of many powerhouses moved, and a strong greed flashed in their eyes. Yaozhou does not have so many holy artifacts, even the top-quality holy artifacts are extremely precious and rare, and I am afraid that the Great Perfection Powerhouse will have one. But how much can the Great Perfection increase the combat power if you need the best holy artifact? The Nine Heavens Sacred Brick and the Dragon Claw collided fiercely, the momentum was huge, and the space almost collapsed. The Jiutian Sacred Brick was thrown out by the dragon's tail, but Long Xingtian was also in severe pain from the shock. Hoo! Long Xingtian is furious, and he has already displayed his main body. If he can't even take down the small middle-level human kid, what face will he have to return to the ethnic group? Xiaotian Dragon King is broken. The suffocating breath swept out wave after wave, and the super-strong fluctuations belonging to the top-grade sanctuary swept the sky. Many strong people looked stunned. Long Xingtian is going to use the best sanctuary skills. If this human kid has no trump card, this time he will lose. The energy in the sky rolled, and the terrifying aura made many warriors in the city tremble. If this attack fell on them, they would definitely be killed in seconds. In the tumbling energy, Long Xingtian's figure passed through the tumbling energy, his big mouth slammed open, and the dragon breath like a torrent descended from the sky and roared. Like a rushing waterfall, Han Feng can be swallowed up in an instant. Han Feng waved his sleeve robe, and a puppet similar to Han Feng appeared in front of Han Feng. It was Puppet 9. A dazzling white brilliance bloomed on Puppet 9, illuminating the sky. With the guardian of the holy martial arts, Han Feng felt a little relaxed. With the defensive tactics of Puppet 9, the attack that could break through would not have much power left, and it would be easy to deal with. The holy flame battle body was displayed and merged into the Aurora Tsangyan, and the holy energy in Han Feng began to burst out. A stream of Saint Yuan gathered in Han Feng's right finger, and the frightening silence aura swelled around Han Feng. At this moment, the whole sky was filled with a torrent of dragon's breath, and no one noticed the terrifying power that swept out of Han Feng's body. Puppet 9 is stubbornly resisting the torrent of dragon breath. No matter how terrifying the torrent of dragon breath is, it cannot pass through the protection of Puppet 9. Then, what is that? Someone finally discovered the strangeness of Puppet 9. The little puppet looked so small in front of the dragon's breath torrent, but he used his tiny body to completely resist Long Xingtian's attack. This kid, how can there be so many good things? Rao was born in a big family, and he couldn't help but feel jealous at this moment. Second more. Thank you for the great super reward. Oh, intersection. Oh. Having said that, the flowers haven't risen very much, the brothers are working hard, and they are about to be caught up. In addition, the website requires the wrong chapter number to be changed, so it is not surprising that everyone sees that the chapter number has changed. The content is still the same. Not only Long Xingtian, but any of the powerful monsters around him is not jealous. First, there is a top-quality sacred weapon, and then there is a defensive puppet that can resist Long Xingtian's ultimate move. Which one is not worthless? Long Xingtian's huge body swayed in the air, and the dragon breath he spit out became more and more intense. Long Xingtian felt that the puppet's defense was about to reach its limit. Han Feng naturally also discovered that Puppet 9's Saint Martial Guardian was about to reach its limit, and immediately put Puppet 9 away. He is not a puppet master. Once the Puppet 9 is completely damaged, he does not know where to go to repair it, nor how to repair it. However, Long Xingtian's dragon breath has been weakened by 9 layers, and the remaining layer is completely vulnerable to Han Feng. The breath of silence was condensed on the index finger of the right hand from the whole body, and the breath of silence condensed to the extreme radiated out. At the moment when Puppet 9 was retracted, Han Feng stretched out his finger fiercely. The terrifying aura of silence rolled the terrifying energy into a giant finger, whistling away like a giant sword. There is only one layer of powerful dragon breath left, which is like a weak baby in front of this giant finger, and is defeated by the giant finger. Not good. Long Xingtian's huge body shrank back suddenly. Long Xingtian never expected that Han Feng hiding behind the puppet was not unable to resist its attack, but was accumulating power. Charge up for the perfect strike. Long Xingtian felt a strong threat on this giant energy finger. The power of this finger was actually no worse than its dragon breath. Boom! Just like pressing a finger on a loach, Long Xingtian's huge body was instantly pressed to the ground by his fingers, smashing down an unknown number of buildings, and his flesh and blood churned. With just one blow, Long Xingtian was hit hard. A group of powerhouses were stunned. Rao knew that Han Feng was a serious killer with extraordinary strength, but they did not expect this to happen. The stunningly talented Long Xingtian, who has never lost a battle at the same level, has not only lost, but also lost to a human race whose cultivation base is far weaker than that of Long Xingtian. What does that mean? It means that when the two are at the same level, Long Xingtian will be far weaker than serious killer. Han Feng slowly landed on the ground, and the surrounding powerhouses subconsciously gave way, especially Zi Xiong, who lowered his head for fear that Han Feng would notice him. In case Han Feng is still annoyed at his previous behavior and teach him a lesson, there is no place to cry. Han Feng didn't kill him. Since he knew that Long Xingtian's bloodline surpassed that of the saint and was between the saint and the god, Han Feng had roughly guessed the power of Long Xingtian's race, which was most likely a demon. The top forces of the continent, with the powerhouse of the great perfection level. Han Feng doesn't want to provoke such an existence yet, and leaving Long Xingtian's life is also leaving room for each other. But if the race that Long Xingtian belongs to has an inch, Han Feng will not be soft-hearted. Although there is no way to compete with the great perfection powerhouse, if the Jianshan Fire Tower can be used with the current strength, the result of all that is uncertain. Xuanhuan has 8,000 years of life, and the 1,000 years that Han Feng has been missing have also recovered. A full 8,000 years of life can be squandered, but only 1,000 or 2,000 years of life can be sacrificed, and it may not be impossible to kill the great perfection. It was not until Han Feng left that many strong people gradually reacted and talked a lot. As for whether Han Feng can complete the task, everyone does not think that Han Feng will fail. The combat power that Han Feng showed before was considered first class in the Xiaoqing realm. Wolf Wenhong of the Flying Wing Sirius family was only the second level of Xiaoqing, which was inferior to Zi Xiong, not to mention Longxing. Heaven is also a powerful Sirius killer. Everyone believed without hesitation that as long as Lang Wenhong was left alone, he would surely die. What everyone is interested in is how the Sirius killer can resist the revenge of the winged Sirius clan afterwards. This heavenly wolf killer does not have such a huge backer as Xiao Tianlong in Yaozhou. Even if he has such a strong backer on the 5 continents, he will never be able to quench his thirst here. What's more, the Xiaoshenlong family has always been very protective and unreasonable. It is a trivial matter for Long Xingtian to be severely injured now. I am afraid that the Xiaoshenlong family who protects the shortcoming will retaliate regardless, and the situation of the Tianlang killer will be even more dangerous. In a cloud and mist in Yaozhou, a purple giant wolf spread its graceful wings and lay comfortably on the clouds, as if asleep. After a long while, the giant wolf spread his limbs away, yawned fiercely, and then stood up excitedly. Brother is too careful, even if the shadow hunting tower has issued a mission to kill me, who would dare to take it? Feishan, the wolf clan is not something that anyone can provoke, not to mention that I'm already a second layer of small perfection, and my strength is not bad. How could I be easily killed? I was locked in the clan for more than 100 years. It really suffocated me. This time I took advantage of my brother to sneak out without paying attention. I must have a good time. I haven't tasted the taste of a woman for many years. Thinking of this, the giant wolf opened his mouth, his saliva was flowing, his eyes narrowed slightly. How obscene he was. Wind Wolf City, where the Wind Wolf clan lives, is one of the subordinate clans under the flying-winged Sirius clan. Lang Wenhong came to Wind Wolf City and lived in the best residence in Wind Wolf City like an uncle, and ordered Wind Wolf City to contribute the most beautiful women for his own enjoyment. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Lang Wenhong is not thinking about Shu, and spends the whole day with fine wine and beauties. The strong men of the Wind Wolf clan are very flattering. Everyone knows that Lang Wenhong is the younger brother of the patriarch of the flying-winged Sirius clan, Lang Wensheng. Maybe he will be treated differently by Wolf Wensheng. There are too many subordinate clans of the flying-winged Sirius clan, and the Wind Wolf clan is only a very inconspicuous one. If they were cultivated by the flying-winged Sirius clan to give birth to several peaks of the sanctuary, the status of the Wind Wolf clan would be greatly different. On this day, Lang Wenhong was still enjoying the beauty, but the sky of Wind Wolf City was bursting with endless bloody brilliance. In the void, a sky-shattering bloody eye condensed, and then a bloody wolf claw descended from the sky, grabbing straight to Lang Wenhong's residence with a suffocating breath. Not good. Lang Wenhong's face changed greatly. Thinking of the killing mission his brother said, Lang Wenhong immediately judged that the attack was aimed at him. Boom! Before the blood-colored wolf claws came, a terrible blood-colored whirlwind rolled up on the ground. I don't know how many buildings collapsed at this moment. The woman beside Lang Wenhong was an ordinary sanctuary. Under the pressure, they vomited blood and fell to the ground, fainting. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Wolf Wenhong turned into a stream of light and quickly fled away. Bloody Wolf Claw followed behind Wolf Wenhong, chasing after him. Lang Wenhong said angrily, Young master is a member of the flying-winged Sirius clan. You are not afraid of offending my flying-winged Sirius clan? Aren't you afraid of my brother's revenge? The answer to Lang Wenhong was endless silence, and the person behind seemed unwilling to pay any attention to Lang Wenhong. There was a ferocious look on Lang Wenhong's face. Don't think that the young master escaped because he was afraid of you. The gust of wind raged, and Lang Wenhong's body suddenly burst through the clothes on his body and turned into a huge purple-haired giant wolf. The gust of wind collided with the blood-colored wolf claws fiercely, and the terrifying air current bombarded out. Lang Wenhong was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed out loud. The power of such a powerful and fluctuating secret art is only so small? Dare to chase and kill the young master with this little strength? Lang Wenhong fled from the very beginning because he found out that the fluctuation of the bloody wolf claws was a top-grade middle-class sanctuary. It was because of the rich resources of the Flying Wing Sirius clan that he cultivated to the second level of small perfection. Even the cultivation base relies on various resources, and Lang Wenhong is able to comprehend what a good sanctuary's secret knowledge, which is also the reason why Zixiong is not much stronger than Lang Wenhong, but he dared to take the task with Han Feng at the beginning. At this moment, Lang Wenhong found that the person who was chasing him was not as powerful as he thought, and immediately froze. Humph! There was a cold snort from the void, and the next moment, the immortal energy filled the air, and the white light was as dazzling as daylight, spraying out. The void space vibrated like a tide, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky, and Lang Wenhong's wildly laughing face froze. The next moment, a bloody wolf claw that was even bigger and more terrifying penetrated through the layers of space and grabbed at Wolf Wenhong like a teleportation. Oops! Although Lang Wenhong's strength is not very good, he is not a fool. He knows that he has encountered a real genius, a genius who can fight beyond the level. Hoo-hoo! With a roar, Lang Wenhong's body swelled again. If the previous giant wolf was a little thin, then the current body is sturdy. The blue-purple whirlwind is like an ancient vicious beast that is constantly swallowing, biting at the blood-colored wolf claws, but at this moment Han Feng has displayed his true fairy body, and has pushed the unique skills to the extreme. The blood-colored wolf claws were like broken bamboo, tearing apart the blue-violet whirlwind in the terrified eyes of Lang Wenhong, and the next moment came to Lang Wenhong. No. Lang Wenhong stepped back, dodging quickly. The bloody wolf claws fell on the ground, and immediately blasted huge claw marks on the ground. Lang Wenhong relied on the natural ability of the flying-winged Sirius to dodge most of the attacks, but there were still a small number of scratches and blood was flowing. It's terrifying. If I'm really hit, I'll definitely be killed in seconds. Where are the perverts coming out of? I must run away, and run far away. My winged Sirius family is good at flying, and the speed is far faster than the same level. I don't believe that this guy is chasing me. Lang Wenhong has already judged that the guy hiding in the clouds is just amazing in combat power, and the cultivation base is probably not high, so the speed will not be much. Even if it is a sanctuary with increased speed, how high can its rank be? It is enough for a small perfection first-level heaven to comprehend a top-grade medium. Could it be that he can comprehend something more powerful? Don't be kidding, even Lan Xingtian can't do it. Can this sudden genius do it? If Lang Wenhong knew that the murderer who was chasing him at the moment had defeated Lan Xingtian, he would not think so at this moment. The wings flapped, and Lang Wenhong's huge body flew at a speed that was extremely incompatible with his body. Because it was too fast, there was violent friction with the space. This is the ruled area of my Fei Tianlong clan. I have sent a distress message to my brother. As long as I hold on for a while, I will be safe. Lang Wenhong growled in his heart. At the same time, the Flying Wing Sirius clan, in the towering golden giant tower, the man wearing the golden crown and purple gold shirt suddenly opened his eyes. Hong Er is in trouble. Who dares to hunt down my Flying Wing Sirius clan? People. The fierce murderous intent spread all around. The man soared into the air, and with a single order, more than 10 streamers flew around. These are the men's cronies in the Flying Winged Sirius clan, and they are also the most powerful forces. The pinnacle of double heaven. In order to rescue his own younger brother, the man can be said to have tried his best. Without waiting for the cronies to ask, the man first said, "Hong Er is in trouble, you all come with me to support." After a pause, the man said again, "I know that Hong Er is lazy on weekdays, which makes you dissatisfied. But you remember, Hong Er is my younger brother, and I only have such a relative. Even if I sacrifice you, I will save Hong Er's life. Understand?" The last sentence, the man's face was gloomy, and there was infinite coercion and oppression to more than 10 people. More than a dozen people looked stunned, and immediately whispered, "This subordinate understands." These 10 people have been contracted by men a long time ago, and a man can kill them with a single thought, so more than 10 people really dare not obey at this moment. This man is the current patriarch of the Flying Wings Sirius clan Wolf Wensheng. In the void, Lang Wenhong ran away hard, and Han Feng was chasing after him. As expected of the Flying Winged Sirius clan, they have a unique advantage in flying. If it was in the past, I am afraid that you would have escaped. Unfortunately, now Mike Xianming Sirius Wing has been cultivated to the highest level of sanctuary. The result is not easy to say. At the same time as he was talking, the Xianming Tianlang wings had already condensed behind Han Feng's back. In the next moment, Han Feng was like a cannonball, seeing the space as if there was nothing, and rushed away. The distance between the two sides is shrinking at a terrifying speed. Lang Wenhong saw this scene inadvertently and was so frightened that he almost urinated. Impossible. How can this guy have such a terrifying speed? Lang Wenhong was completely frightened and regretted. If he knew this, he would have to hide in the clan even if he was suffocated. Die. Soon Han Feng caught up with Lang Wenhong, and the blood-eye wolf claw struck out, instantly causing Lang Wenhong to fall. It's not far from the Fei Tianlang clan. Once Lang Wenhong dies, I'm afraid that there will be a strong person from the Fei Tianlang clan to stop me immediately, and even that Lang Wensheng will take action in person, so it is better to escape first. Taking down Lang Wenhong's head as a token of the completion of the mission, Han Feng flapped the Xianming Tian Lang wing and flew to the shadow hunting tower. Not long after, more than a dozen figures appeared here, and Lang Wenxing looked at his brother's body with red eyes. "The murderer of my brother, I will kill you." Lang Wenxing's angry roar came from the void. "Second more." Lang Wenxing made seals on his hands, his nose twitched, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. "In this direction." Abruptly, Lang Wenxing glanced at the direction where Han Feng fled, turned into his body, and roared away. The more than 10 strong men of the Flying Wing Sirius clan in the rear have also transformed into the Flying Wing Sirius body, displaying their innate ability to fly. The Flying Wing Sirius clan are good at flying, and their speed is extremely fast. The cultivation base of Lang Wenxing and others is not weak, so the speed will only be faster. The ordinary small perfection in the early and middle stages of the Triple Heaven is far less than Lang Wenxing. Moreover, Lang Wenxing and the cronies behind him put on a peculiar formation, as if there was a force flowing together, and the speed of the Flying Wing Sirius was even faster. "Han Feng, be careful, there are strong men from the Flying Wing Sirius clan chasing and killing them." So fast. Although Han Feng expected it, it was too fast. "Nonsense, you killed his younger brother, so how can Lang Wenxing not care? Besides, Flying Wing Sirius is good at speed, and Lang Wenxing is also a small perfection Triple Heaven, so it is normal to be faster than you, naturally sooner or later. I'll catch up with you." Fatty rolled his eyes. Han Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, Xianming Heavenly Wolf Wings, as a top-grade sanctuary, is still at the top of the same level, and its speed increase is naturally very strong. But Han Feng's own cultivation base is too weak, even if the speed of his cultivation to reach the Triple Heaven has increased after the skyrocketing, but after all, it is not the real Triple Heaven, and the speed is not comparable to the real Triple Heaven. Naturally, even if the Xianming Tian Lang wing is displayed, it is completely inferior to Lang Wenxing. Han Feng is a bit underestimated by himself. If it weren't for the Flying Wing Sirius, who was good at flying, if it wasn't for Lang Wenxing and his cronies putting up some kind of formation to increase the speed together, it is estimated that he really couldn't catch up with Han Feng. No matter how close the distance between the two sides, they both observed each other with the power of their primordial spirits. Human? That's even more damning. Lang Wenxing was even more angry when he found out that the murderer was a Terran. When would a small Terran dare to kill his Flying Wing Sirius clan, or his brother of the Patriarch? Lang Wenxing has decided that after killing the murderer, he must make the human race of Yaozhou pay the price. The murderer has been found, and Lang Wenxing didn't talk nonsense. He opened his mouth and spat out a sphere condensed by a whirlwind. The sphere spun violently, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. The sphere contains terrifying energy, and the sphere full of the small perfection, triple heavenly murderous intent whizzes over. The sphere grows bigger and bigger as it blasts towards the Han wind, and finally it forms a terrifying existence like a star. In the face of the fierce blow from the small perfection, 3-level powerhouse, Han Feng did not dare to be careless. After the Holy Flame battle body was integrated into the Aurora Tsangyan, he immediately displayed it, and Han Feng's cultivation level increased again. True immortal quiet finger. The breath of silence condensed on the fingers, and then burst out. The dazzling brilliance burst out, and the dead fingers collided with the spinning wind star, as if someone tore apart the space, and a large space collapsed. The collapse this time is no longer restored in an instant like Han Feng had seen before. At this time, the power to tear apart the space is too powerful, and the self-recovery ability of forgetting the mainland space cannot be restored in an instant. It took a few seconds for these cracked spaces to come together again. Ooh ooh. More than a dozen cronies behind Lang Wenxing also shot, and they flew towards Han Feng one by one, and the wolf claws flashing coldly and gleaming fiercely grabbed Han Feng. True Fairy 10,000 Dragon Palm. The palms turned into afterimages that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye, and the palms shot towards more than a dozen flying winged Sirius, like a real dragon. The true immortal 10,000 Dragon Palm is a large-scale attack method. The afterimage of the palm covers the sky and the sun like a true dragon. True immortal shadowless legs. Han Feng swung his legs and threw it out wildly, shooting out with energy. The endless leg shadows kicked on the body of the flying winged Sirius one after another, kicking all the flying winged Sirius away. This kid. Lang Wenqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw that Han Feng was not simple. No wonder I have the ability to kill hunger, yet dare to offend my flying winged Sirius clan. I have some means. Don't hold back and attack with all my strength. Lang Wenqing roared at his cronies. The next moment, more than a dozen flying winged wolves swept out an even more fierce aura. Obviously, these flying winged wolves had retained some of their strength before. Lang Wenqing sneered at Han Feng, no matter how powerful you are only a mere person. There are more than 10 people on this side. Just one person in this seat is enough to kill you, not to mention shooting together. Be careful to flash your tongue when you talk big. Han Feng snorted from his nose. Looking for death? Lang Wenqing sneered again, and with a single order, more than a dozen cronies displayed their unique sanctuary skills. These flying winged wolves are of extraordinary strength, and they are already powerful when they are transformed into their bodies, and when they display the unique skills of the holy domain, they are comparable to the initial stage of the small perfection triple heaven. More than a dozen attacks that are comparable to the initial stage of the 3 heavens of small perfection. How terrifying it is! It is not an exaggeration to say that the color of the world has changed. If there is an ordinary small perfection 2-level powerhouse passing by here, I am afraid that the body will tremble and be unable to move. Even Han Feng needs to use most of his strength to be able to resist such an attack. However, Saint Yuan did not pour out of Han Feng's body, but with a wave of his sleeves, he placed 10 puppets out. Puppet 9 made the first move, with a move of Guardian of the Holy Martial Arts to protect the other 9 puppets and Han Feng behind him. The rumbling sound continued, and the tens of thousands of meters and more than 100,000 meters were shaken by the aftermath of the powerful energy. All life in these areas was affected by the aftermath of the energy. If the strength is strong, there may be one left, and if the strength is weaker, it will turn into a fly ash. In the continuous impact of the energy aftermath, the Guardian of the Holy Martial Arts resisted this attack stubbornly. The defensive ability of the Guardian of the Holy Martial Arts is enough to withstand the attacks of the powerhouses in the late stage of the ordinary small perfection, and maybe it can be stronger. Although the attacks of these winged Sirius are strong, especially when they are combined together, they are even more terrifying, but it is still slightly worse to easily destroy the Guardian of the Holy Martial Art. Lang Wenqing's pupils shrank. Puppet. And this puppet is so powerful. Bad. Lang Wenqing saw that the remaining 9 puppets moved. When the 9 puppets moved, Lang Wenqing finally found the 9 puppets. Threat to him. Even he can feel the threat. How can his subordinates resist the attacks of these puppets? Your opponent is me. Just as Lang Wenqing was about to make a move, Han Feng directly performed true immortal treading steps, 1 step into the sky and penetrated in front of Lang Wenqing, blocking Lang Wenqing's rescue intention. Perfection level 2 heaven. Go away. Lang Wenqing roared, the wolf claws flashing with Senhen's light ripped apart towards Han Feng, and the space shattered. True immortal steps. Han Feng dodged and disappeared under Lang Wenqing's claws. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above Lang Wenqing. With a roll of sleeves, a golden light burst out. It is the 9 heavens holy brick. With Lang Wenqing's cultivation of the small perfection triple heaven, the 9 heavens holy brick, which is only a high-quality and low-level holy artifact, naturally has no way to pose a fatal threat to Lang Wensheng. Can be caught off guard, but also can have an impact on Lang Wensheng. Lang Wensheng obviously didn't expect Han Feng's speed to be so fast. Within this limit, he disappeared in front of him like a teleportation, and then appeared above him, and a superb holy weapon fell. Not good. Lang Wensheng knew very well that at such a close distance, if he did nothing and let this top-grade holy weapon fall on him, it would be impossible not to get hurt. Immediately, Lang Wensheng's huge body flew down, and at the same time, he turned around and spewed out a mouthful of energy, which slammed into the nine heavens holy brick. Boom! The golden light overflowed, Han Feng passed through the golden light, and the true immortal silent finger shot towards Lang Wensheng. At this moment, Han Feng is in the state where heavenly immortal body and holy flame battle body are displayed at the same time, and he is integrated into Aurora Tsangyan, so this move, true immortal quiet finger, cannot be easily resisted by Lang Wensheng. At this moment, Lang Wensheng finally understood why his younger brother was eliminated so quickly, and he didn't even wait for his rescue. At the same time, the puppet finally got to grips with those winged Sirius. In an instant, the space shook, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept out. Lang Wensheng took the time to glance at his subordinates, and his face turned black immediately. Lang Wensheng could see clearly that his subordinates were at a disadvantage, saying that the disadvantage is after beautification. In fact, it should be said that they are vulnerable. In terms of number of people, the flying winged Sirius is indeed the dominant one, but the puppet's combat power is stronger, and each of them is no worse than the ordinary small perfection triple heaven late stage. And flying winged Sirius, with all his strength, is only comparable to the initial stage of the small perfection triple heaven. It is comparable to the gap between the early stage of the small perfection and the late stage of the third stage, and it is larger than the seventh stage and the ninth stage of the peak of the sanctuary. With such a big gap, it would be easy for a puppet to fight 4 or 5 winged Sirius alone, let alone 10 puppets now. Puppet Boss Tornado Kill, Puppet 2's Illusory Eye Death Kill, Puppet 3's Unparalleled Fist, Puppet 4's Crazy Fighting Heaven Feet, Puppet 5's Burning God Fury, Puppet 6's Stunning Sea and Sky, Puppet 7's Judgment of the Heavens, Puppet 8's Hurricane Returning Sky Spear, and Puppet 10's Darkness Shocking World Slash. These attacks are all powerful and incomparably powerful. Afterwards, the Saint Martial Guardian of the Puppet 9 resisted the attack of the flying winged Sirius. The 10 puppets cooperated with each other perfectly, and the flying winged Sirius who killed the winged Sirius was defeated. You still have time to look at him? Han Feng shouted. Fusion, true immortal flood dragon finger. Wolf Wensheng was definitely Han Feng's strongest opponent after he came to Yaozhou, so Han Feng was also showing his full strength. The terrifying silver flood dragon seemed to have come from the ancient times, shuttled through the clouds in the sky with an extremely violent breath, and then locked on Lang Wensheng with murderous intent and blasted away. What? Lang Wensheng was horrified. In the previous fight, Lang Wensheng thought that Han Feng's combat power was on the same level as his own. As long as the subordinate wins, besieging the opponent can definitely kill the opponent. Although the subordinates in the following battles were vulnerable, which disappointed Lang Wensheng, but Lang Wensheng thought that he was going to leave easily and freely, and the other party would never be able to take him. However, now that the silver dragon in the sky is attacking, Lang Wensheng can really smell the breath of life danger. The huge body shrank a little, his pupils slammed abruptly, and Lang Wensheng gritted his teeth and roared. All the energy gathered in front of his mouth, and the compressed cyan light ball was as dazzling as the sun, but the space around the light ball collapsed for thousands of meters. The cyan wind blade automatically condenses into a frenzied shot around. Just as the silver dragon was approaching, the cyan light ball whizzed away, and the two behemoths collided in the air. Boom! Like the end of the world, the void was filled with cyan whirlwinds and silver flames in a blink of an eye, obscuring the sky. The cyan whirlwind and the silver flame both pushed the space to the limit, and then completely collapsed. The land on the ground was affected, the land was torn apart, and the rocks were broken. Everything that could be burned was turned to ashes at this moment. The earth dried up in an instant and was in a mess. Lang Wenxing's huge body slammed down to the ground, and with a loud noise and the ground shook, the ground sank deeply, and a large hole appeared in Han Feng's sight. Lang Wenxing's last desperate blow was not as good as Han Feng's strongest move in the end, and he fell heavily. Han Feng's face flashed pale, and he took a deep breath. The true immortal flood dragon finger was originally a half-step supergrade sanctuary secret. Even if Aurora Tsangyan's level was still low, after integrating Aurora Tsangyan, it could still improve a lot. Such a powerful sanctuary is still a bit reluctant for the current Han Feng to display. In order to perform this trick, Han Feng's body of Saint Yuan was also consumed 7788. But at this moment, the battle between the 10 puppets and the flying winged Sirius also came to an end, and the 10 puppets killed the flying winged Sirius one by one. This is still the 10 puppets that need to leave time to recover every time they display the unique sanctuary, otherwise the flying winged Sirius will only lose faster. Han Feng waved his hand, and 10 puppets surrounded the pothole. The corner of his mouth was slightly hooked, and Han Feng said lightly, "I know you are still alive, come out." Lang Wenxing's huge body flew out with difficulty, looking at the 10 puppets surrounding him. His face was extremely ugly. "Let's stay on the line, you really intend to kill them all? Are you not afraid that my flying winged Sirius clan will want you?" Lang Wenxing seemed to understand his own fate, but he shouted unwillingly. Han Feng was stunned, and then sarcastically said, "Is your head broken? You brought your subordinates to chase and kill me. Now that I have fallen to this point, you want me to spare you? Is it possible? Will you spare me if we switch places? That's because you killed my brother first." Lang Wenxing explained in a panic when he saw that Han Feng had no plans to stop. "The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward from the Peak of Star Saints, amazed face, / Ah. It's really a splitting headache. I don't have any inspiration today. It took almost half a day to code this chapter. It was really squeezed out bit by bit, and the coding was not satisfactory. Let's have 2 updates today. Perfection 2 worlds. Han Feng spread his hands, "So I can't let you go. After all, there is a feud between us to kill my brother." Lang Wenxing froze for a moment, and then his tone became gloomy. "No matter what, you will kill them all? If so, let's take action. I can guarantee that the next thing waiting for you will be the endless pursuit and killing of the flying winged Sirius clan." The expression on Han Feng's face did not change in the slightest, which made Lang Wenxing's heart sink. Even if he pretended to be fearless, he didn't scare this person away. That's right, what Lang Wenxing said was intentional, just to make Han Feng jealous, so that he could survive. The flying winged Sirius clan is also a top force in Yaozhou. No one should be concerned about the pursuit of the flying winged Sirius clan. Han Feng is a human race, and Lang Wenxing is very sure of this. Lang Wenxing is very clear about the status of the human race in Yaozhou. A human race does not have the ability to withstand the revenge of the flying winged Sirius clan. Unless... Wait, a thought arose in Lang Wenxing's mind, and Lang Wenxing's wolf head suddenly trembled. If Lang Wenxing was now transformed into a human form, he would be able to clearly see Lang Wenxing's pale face. Lang Wenxing is the body now, Han Feng can't see what a wolf's head looks like. Hearing Lang Wenxing's words, Han Feng shook his head. As the patriarch of the flying winged Sirius, how can you be so naive? Don't tell me that the winged Sirius clan is very united and everyone obeys you. In fact, I have already inquired about the information of the flying winged Sirius clan when I took over the task. As far as I know, it seems that Feishan, many elders in the Wolf clan, have long been dissatisfied because of your dictatorship and brutal rule. At this moment, I am afraid that they will be more happy than hurt by your fall. Even if I am wanted, I am afraid that it is just a pretense and will not really start. A person who can kill their patriarch is not something that the current flying-winged Sirius clan can provoke, right? Han Feng smiled and looked at Lang Wensheng. Every word of Han Feng made Lang Wensheng's heart sink more and more, filled with despair. Up to now, Lang Wensheng is really serious about his fate. If he knew this, he would never avenge Lang Wenhong. The younger brother is important, but how can it be more important than his own life? It can be seen that Lang Wensheng has no desire for life at all, and Han Feng has not approached carelessly. The dying blow of a small perfection triple heaven in despair is absolutely terrible. Han Feng does not want to be innocently injured. With an order, the puppets took action one after another. At the last moment, Lang Wensheng really wanted to perish together. Unfortunately, with the joint efforts of the 10 puppets, he died very quickly, and the blow of perdition was not yet able to be performed. After taking the blood to drink the hidden dragon knife and leaving some of the blood of Lang Wensheng, the remaining blood and blood all became the nourishment for the blood to drink the hidden dragon knife. How powerful and abundant is the blood essence of the small perfection 3-level powerhouse. The blood-drinking hidden dragon knife can easily be upgraded to the top-grade holy artifact level. From the release of the last seal, the distance from the super holy artifact, half artifact, is getting closer and closer. Cinematography. It has been a while since Han Feng returned, and he has also received the reward for completing the task Xian Xiangua. With the purple flame profound fruit, Han Feng had already planned to use the purple flame profound fruit to attack a higher level, so he directly found a place to live in the city to start retreating. The Xian Xiangua was used to help the peak powerhouses of the second level of the small perfection to hit the realm of the third level, but now Han Feng is using it to improve his cultivation of the first level. Purple flame profound fruit can help the peak of the second level heaven to break through to the third level heaven. I don't know to what extent can I improve with my cultivation in the middle stage of the first layer. Thinking of this, Han Feng is quite looking forward to it. Moreover, the demon beasts of Yaozhou swallowed Xian Xiangua to cultivate. Although their bodies are stronger than those of the human race, the absorption efficiency will be higher than that of the human race, but it is also limited and cannot reach 100% at all. And the Xian profound fruit source liquid refined by Xuanhuan can fully exert 100% efficiency after being absorbed. Directly swallowing a purple flame profound fruit will improve it much more. To be honest, Han Feng is completely unpredictable to what realm he can improve to, he only knows that the improvement will not be less. At the same time, Han Feng was still planting the purple flame profound fruit in the planting space. After the holy fruit in the planting space was matured and used to impact Xiaocheng, no new holy fruit was planted in the planting space. After all, there was nothing worth planting at that time. If you still use the previous holy fruit, even if it matures, it will not have much effect on the improvement of the small perfection realm, and it will be a waste of space and time. But Xian profound fruit is different. Even though it might take longer to mature, this purple flame profound fruit might play a key role when it hits the great perfection. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng sat cross-legged, waiting for Xiao Peng to refine the Xian profound fruit. When Xiao Peng handed the Xian Xiangua, which turned into the source liquid, to Han Feng, Han Feng's mood had calmed down. The liquid was swallowed into the mouth and turned into rich energy that filled the whole body and circulated in the meridians of the body. Han Feng's breath gradually became stronger, sustained and stable. Soon, Han Feng's cultivation level reached the limit of the middle stage of the first stage of the small perfection, and then he naturally broke through to the late stage of the first stage. The late stage of the first stage, the limit of the late stage of the first stage, the peak of the first stage. Boom! A powerful aura swept out, If this room was not made of special materials, I am afraid that it would have been broken by the momentum swept out by Han Feng at this moment. At this moment, Han Feng's aura has officially entered the realm of the small perfection double heaven. Until this time, the growth rate of Han Feng's cultivation base gradually slowed down. But even so, Han Feng still stepped into the middle stage of the second stage, and finally rose to the late stage of the second stage, and then stood still, and there is still a long distance from the limit of the second stage of the second stage. After the cultivation level was improved, Han Feng opened his eyes in spirit. Sure enough, the improvement is very big, far beyond my expectations. If the purple flame fruit is not turned into the source liquid, my cultivation level will reach the early stage of the second layer of heaven, and it's not the initial limit, it's definitely not the late stage of entering the second level heaven now. It is definitely a huge improvement from the middle stage of the first stage of the small perfection to the late stage of the second stage. This is not the first layer of the sanctuary peak, but the first layer of the small perfection, and the small perfection has only the third layer. Seeing that, Han Feng is not far from the last realm of small perfection, and Han Feng's current age is less than 100 years old. With a breakthrough in his cultivation, Han Feng plunged into the time room and realized the Emperor Heavenly Wolf Claw with the help of the heaven and human effect. With the improvement of his cultivation, Han Feng is now barely able to display the mysterious immortal body. Second more. Sky again. Soon after, Han Feng was out of the customs, and the overall strength was greatly enhanced. Now in the realm of small perfection, Han Feng is moving more and more towards the level of invincibility. It's just that the gap between the cultivation bases is getting bigger and bigger. Before the real fight, Han Feng is not sure how much his combat power has reached. Xianming Heavenly Wolf Wing has reached the top level. It is time to go to the Purple-Eyed Spirit Demon Clan. If you can get the purple eyes left by the ancestors of the Purple-Eyed Spirit Demon Clan, and absorb the pupil power in the purple eyes, not only the Saint of Stars Tong can increase the speed to the highest level, and the True Fairy will also improve. Compared with the Holy Pupil of the Star, Han Feng values the true immortal pupil more. After all, the immortal pupil was realized by Han Feng himself, while the Holy Pupil of the Star has inherited the unique skills of others. The limit is 10 stars. 10 star is difficult to advance, but the future of true immortal Tong has infinite possibilities. Before going to the Zitong Lingyao clan, let's check out their news. After Han Feng made a decision, he came to the Shadow Hunting Tower again. The Shadow Hunting Tower not only accepts the tasks entrusted by the entire Yaozhou powerhouse, but also provides a lot of information. Otherwise, Han Feng would not have completed the task so quickly before, and it would take a long time to find someone. For example, the news of Lang Wenhong was provided by the Shadow Hunting Tower. It is also thanks to the fact that there is a true god standing behind the Shadow Hunting Tower, and his seniority among the true gods of Yaozhou is not low. Otherwise, the actions of the Shadow Hunting Tower will be bombarded by the true god countless times. When Han Feng entered the Shadow Hunting Tower, 2 uninvited guests came to the Shadow Hunting City. One of them was Long Xingtian, a genius of the Xiaoshenlong family who was once defeated by Han Feng. "Brother, I'll handle my own affairs myself, how can you intervene?" Long Xingtian said to the young man beside him with a gloomy expression. This young man's eyebrows are flamboyant, and he has a strong aura. "Xiao Tian, don't you know about the protection of our clan? Someone dares to hurt our Xiaoshenlong clan. This time it is good for me to come here. If your injury is more serious, maybe the one who came this time is the one who came here. Those old men of great perfection." The young man raised his eyebrows and said. This young man is Long Xingtian's eldest brother, Long Xingshi. Long Xingshi may not be as qualified as Long Xingshan, but his practice time far exceeds that of Long Xingshan. The cultivation base has reached the limit of the late stage of the small perfection triple heaven, and it is close to the peak. Among Xiao Shenlong's younger generation, he is the #1 powerhouse. Long Xingtian said coldly, "The last time I was careless, this time I will never lose, not to mention that I have been assisted by the dragon crystal in the clan, and I have stepped into the initial stage of the small perfection triple heaven." Long Xingshi nodded helplessly, "Okay, then you go first, and I will avenge you when you lose." "Of course, it's best if you win." Long Xingtian snorted again, and was extremely dissatisfied with Long Xingshi saying that he would lose. From the perspective of breath, Long Xingtian's small perfection triple heaven has obviously not stabilized. In fact, Long Xingtian did not plan to leave the customs before the realm stabilized, but once Long Xingtian learned that the short guarding clan had dispatched Long Xingtian, Xingshi went to hunting Shadow City to avenge himself, and Long Xingtian hurriedly went out to chase Long Xingshi. Although Long Xingtian was very worried about his defeat in the hands of Han Feng, he hoped that he would take revenge and find his way back. The arrival of Long Xingtian and Long Xingshi soon caused a lot of shock from many strong people in the shadow hunting city. In Yaozhou, if you have a small perfection powerhouse, you can rank among the top forces. This shows the importance of small perfection in Yaozhou, and the great perfection powerhouse is not common in Yaozhou. As well-known existences in the small perfection, the appearance of Long Xingshi and Long Xingtian attracted the attention of many powerhouses. When I saw the powerhouse that Long Xingshi lost to Han Feng with his own eyes, he quickly thought of something. Xiao Shenlong really still protects his shortcomings like that, but it's just that Long Xingtian lost, so he came to find fault so soon. This time, the wolf killer has suffered. Let's not say that this Long Xingtian seems to have broken through to the 3rd level of Xuanhuan, and it is not easy to provoke it to say that the dragon is close to the peak of Xuanhuan. Yes, the last time Long Xingtian would lose, the main reason was that he didn't expect that the serious killer would break out such a powerful blow. This time is different. Who said that Long Xingtian will definitely win this time? It is true that the fluctuation of Long Xingtian's breath seems to have broken through to the 3rd level of small perfection, but don't forget that Serious Killer has completed the task and obtained the Purple Flame Profound Fruit, and his strength is still unknown. How high will it go? Purple Flame Profound Fruit is used to assist the 2nd level heaven to break through to the 3rd level heaven. Didn't the Siren Killer use it so soon? Humph, it's true that the Purple Flame Profound Fruit is mainly used to break through the 3rd heaven, but who said that it must be used for the breakthrough of the 3rd heaven? In the Shadow Hunting Tower, Han Feng still doesn't know what's going on outside, and is looking for news about the Purple-Eyed Spirit Demon clan wholeheartedly. Soon, Han Feng's face condensed. The current patriarch of the Purple-Eyed Spirit Demon publicly invites the strong? Looking closely, Han Feng's eyebrows could not help wrinkling. More than 2,000 years ago, the patriarch of the Purple-Eyed Spirit Demon was not the current patriarch. His name was Zijishan Engeljitian. As a powerhouse in the early stage of the Great Perfection, he was also well known in the entire demon continent. Because of the existence of Zijishan, at that time, the Purple-Eyed Spirit Demon also had a very high status in the entire Yaozhou. Zijitian is not only powerful, but also has a smart son with extraordinary aptitude. He is already a strong man in the Great Sanctuary at a young age of a few hundred years. The cultivation of warcraft has always been relatively slow, and such a speed is not bad among humans, and it is even more top-notch among the warcraft family. Compared with the long life of the beast, such a speed is obvious that the son of Zijishan is likely to be a great consummation in the future. But not long after Zijitian broke through the great consummation, he fell for no apparent reason. Some people say that he went into a demon and died. The current patriarch was assassinated to death. No matter what the rumors are, they have not been confirmed anyway, but because of Zijitian's death, Zijitian's son also disappeared after that. After that, it was Zijitian's younger brother, Zijifeng, who inherited the position of the patriarch. As the current patriarch, Zijifeng is also a small perfection triple heaven. However, Xiaoyuankan cannot be compared with the great perfection in any case. Without the great perfection powerhouse, the current Zitong Lingyao clan can no longer be compared with more than 2,000 years ago, and has declined a lot. Although it is in decline, the Zitong Lingyao clan can be considered stable. But not long ago, Zixingjun, the son of Zigitian who disappeared for more than 2,000 years, suddenly appeared. Not only did his cultivation reach the limit of small perfection, but half a stepping into the great perfection, he even threatened to take revenge for his father, and set a day to kill Xi Jifeng in front of all the clansmen of the Zitong Lingyao. This spread the news that Xi Jitian was assassinated by his younger brother Xi Jifeng and fell. More and more people believed this rumor. Otherwise, why would Xi Xingjuan, the son of Xi Jitian, treat his uncle like this? To kill Xi Jifeng. And Xi Jifeng also responded to this, claiming that Xi Xingjuan had gone into trouble. In order not to bring disaster to the Zitong Lingyao clan, Xi Jifeng invited major masters to strangle Xi Xingjuan, and as a reward, it was the purple eyes left behind by the fall of the ancestors of the purple-eyed spirit demon clan. The behavior of Xi Xingjuan and Xi Jifeng made the two rumors intensify. One is that Xi Jifeng secretly killed the former patriarch, and the second is that Xi Xingjuan went crazy. But no matter what kind of rumors are true, Xi Jifeng's use of purple pupils has indeed attracted many small perfection powerhouses to assist. Han Feng held his chin. Little fatty, which rumor do you think is true? Two rumors, no matter which one is true, it has nothing to do with you, the most important thing is Zitong. Xiaopeng replied. Han Feng showed a faint smile. Yes, our goal is Zitong, so even if the first rumor is true, we can only stand on the side of Zitong Lingyao, not Zixingjun. But the smile on Han Feng's face disappeared, replaced by a touch of contemplation. Although the purple-eyed spirit demon clan has declined in the past 2,000 years, it is still a top force, and it is not bad even among the top forces. Not to mention that Xi Jifeng itself is a small perfection triple heaven, some elders are also triple heaven, and high-level protectors and other high-level people must also be small perfection powerhouses. So many small perfections can't deal with a mere Zixingjun? Zixingjun again. No matter how powerful it is, no matter how close it is to the great perfection, it is still in the realm of small perfection and cannot compete with the real great perfection. That's right, there must be some secrets that we don't know. Little Fatty also thought. However, Han Feng and Xiaopeng have too little knowledge about the Zitong Lingyao clan, and they still don't understand what secrets there will be. Forget it, no matter what his secrets are, let's get Zitong first. Han Feng shook his head and didn't care. I can't think of anything anyway, so it's better to act accordingly. Thinking of this, Han Feng turned to leave the shadow hunting tower. At this time, Han Feng saw a familiar figure. It was Zixiong, the burly man who was competing with him for the mission. When the burly man saw Han Feng, his face froze for a moment, and then he showed a stiff smile. Such a smile matched the mighty and majestic physique of Zixiong. How strange and strange. I don't know if Zixiong wanted to ease the relationship with Han Feng, but when Han Feng was about to leave, he stopped Han Feng. What's the matter? Han Feng turned his head and asked lightly. At the beginning, because of Long Xingtian's intervention, there was no major conflict between Han Feng and Zixiong, but because of the confrontation of words, Han Feng still didn't like Zixiong. Zixiong swallowed a mouthful of spit and said quickly, Long Xingtian and his elder brother Long Xingshi are here, they must be looking for you, and now they may be blocked at the entrance of the shadow hunting tower, you still stay in the shadow hunting tower. A while is good. Long Xingtian? Long Xingshi? Han Feng's eyes flashed. It just so happens that his cultivation has been greatly improved. Is someone coming to test him now? Really dozed off and came to the pillow. Seeing the light in Han Feng's eyes, Zixiong suddenly became cold. Thank you for letting me know. Han Feng's face softened a little, but he still didn't stop leaving. Zixiong reminded Han Feng, but it is to ease the relationship with Han Feng, as long as Han Feng does not trouble him in the future. Therefore, after reminding, I saw that Han Feng left without any fear, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing. Outside the shadow hunting tower, Long Xingtian and Long Xingshi stood hand in hand. Long Xingtian's face was solemn, while Long Xingshi had a ruffian smile. There have been many interested powerhouses around, but these powerhouses are far away from Long Xingshan and Long Xingshi. The battle of Xia Kengxi and Sanzongshan spreads too far, even if the barrier of the shadow hunting city is suppressed to a certain extent. If the distance is close, it can easily be affected. Once it is affected, it will lose a layer of skin. Little brother, I haven't made a move for so long. That kid probably didn't dare to come out after he got the news. Long Xingshi sneered. Impossible. He is not so timid. Long Xingtian said lightly, saying so, but Long Xingtian was also a little suspicious. After all, it was only a battle with Han Feng, and there was not much friendship at all. Also just intuition. But things like intuition are sometimes easy to make mistakes. Wasn't it because the intuition that the human race was not a threat was careless and defeated? Suddenly, Long Xingtian's face condensed. Come out. Long Xingshi immediately put away his sneering face and looked intently, no matter how disdainful he was in his mouth. But that was a character who could defeat his younger brother, and his cultivation base was only one level. With such a powerful person, how could Long Xingshi really ignore the opponent? Han Feng slowly stepped out of the shadow hunting tower, and when he saw Long Xingtian and the young man in front of Long Xingtian, he knew that this young man was the Long Xingshi in Zixiong's mouth, the elder brother of Long Xingtian. Little fatty, what is this person's realm? Little Perfection's third stage limit is close to the peak level of Xiao Perfection, so it should not be underestimated. Little Fatty replied in a solemn voice. Is it close to the peak of Xuanhuan? Han Feng felt that his blood was boiling. With the characteristics of Xiaoshenlong clan, the cultivation base is close to the peak of the small perfection, and the combat power is definitely beyond the level of the small perfection. It can be said that this dragon is already a top small perfection powerhouse. How can Han Feng not be excited to be able to fight against the top small perfection powerhouses? Interesting. Long Xingshi naturally sensed Han Feng's fighting intent, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, Long Xingtian looked unhappy. From Long Xingtian's point of view, the first thing Han Feng noticed was not him but Long Xingshi, which was disdain for him. Immediately, the surging Xingyuan of Long Xingtian burst out, sweeping the entire sky, and a faintly shaking dragon roar resounded through the shadow hunting city. Han Feng's attention was indeed pulled over. Triple heaven! This dragon Xingtian has broken through to the third level so quickly. Han Feng was not surprised, but he was able to improve so much by refining and absorbing the purple flame profound fruit, and he still absorbed 100% of the efficiency. Breaking through the second level of small perfection to the third level of small perfection is by no means easy, but this dragon Xingtian did it in a short period of time. As expected of the Xiaoshenlong family, it seems that the background of the Xiaoshenlong family can't be underestimated. At this moment, Han Feng had the mind to rob the Xiaoshenlong family, but Han Feng finally suppressed it. After the battle with Long Xingtian, Han Feng also went to learn about Xiaoshenlong clan. It is true that the Xiaoshenlong clan has no true gods, and the number is not large, but there are definitely a lot of great perfection powerhouses, including some masters of the third level of great perfection. This level is almost the first-class powerhouse under the true god, and Han Feng is not arrogant enough to be able to rob in the presence of so many powerhouses. Slayer of Sirius, this time I won't be careless, take it. Thunder Thunder Fist. Boom. The thunder of the void descended violently, condensed in Long Xingtian's right fist, and Long Xingtian's right fist smashed out fiercely, as if the entire void was swallowed by the thunder and slammed towards Han Feng. The cultivation base broke through to the third level of small perfection, and the punch of Long Xingtian far surpassed the punch that he had fought with Han Feng before. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / In Han Feng's field of vision, he could see nothing, only the violent thunder. The sound that shook the world seemed to deafen Han Feng's ears, and the dazzling light came with astonishing thunder, and Han Feng only felt a terrifying majesty enveloped and locked himself. True immortal body, congeal. Aurora Tsongyan, fusion. Blood-eyed wolf claws. Shocking blood eyes condensed, and when the bloody wolf claws came out, these thunderbolts were easily torn like pieces of paper. Long Xingtian didn't mean the slightest bit of surprise. If the opponent was so easily defeated by him, it would not be worth his solemnity. Dragon broken. Blood-eyed wolf claws. Thunder Tianlong devoured Han Feng, but was torn apart by the bloody wolf claw, and Han Feng broke through the Tianlong and emerged unscathed. Until this time, Long Xingtian's face was slightly stern, but his cultivation level broke through to the third level of small perfection, and he was still so easily. Feeling slightly annoyed, he didn't believe that he could not help Han Feng with such a big breakthrough in his cultivation. Slayer of Sirius, take out the trick you beat me at that time, or you will be defeated in the next trick. Xiaotian Dragon King is broken. Long Xingtian turned into Xiao Shenlong's body, and the rolling energy condensed and rolled in the sky like a torrent. Long Xingtian's huge body stood in the sky, and when he opened his mouth, the dragon breath sprayed down like a torrent. This dragon breath, like a surging river, seems to annihilate the entire movie hunting city. The huge momentum made countless strong people change their faces. Transformed into the body, and with the help of Xiaotian Dragon King breaking, this blow to the ordinary small perfect 3-layer late-stage powerhouse will be severely hit and killed. Even the peak of ordinary small perfection should be treated with caution. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Aurora Tsongyan, fusion. Fusion, true immortal quiet finger. The breath of silence oscillated out, and the silver flames were overwhelming. The silent fingers shuttled away, and the space shattered. The fingers and the torrent of dragon breath collided in the void. With the collision as the center, a huge black hole was formed in the void and the circle. The space around the black hole collapsed, and the dazzling light broke through the sky, making many strong people unable to open their eyes. Good, so strong. All the powerhouses were stunned. Not only did Long Xingtian become stronger, but the serious killer also seemed to become more powerful. This kind of battle spread, and it was much stronger than the last time. Broken. Suddenly, a loud shout came out, and Long Xingtian's screams came from the void. Immediately, Long Xingtian's huge body fell from the sky again, and the scales on his body fell in large areas, dripping with blood. If the last time Long Xingtian was defeated by the true immortal quiet finger because of his carelessness, then this time he was defeated in a dignified manner. This time, Long Xingtian had nothing to say, his full blow was indeed broken. Han Feng retracted his fingers, and sighed a little. The gap between the second and third heavens is huge, one is in the middle stage of small perfection, and the other is in the late stage of small perfection. It's a pity that his improvement is even greater, so even if it was a direct confrontation this time, his true immortal quiet finger still won. The surrounding powerhouses looked at the planted Long Xingtian, all silent, looking at Han Feng with extremely complicated eyes. There is respect for the strong. There is also jealousy of Han Feng, but the human race. A mere human race, even if it is likely to come from 5 continents, but such terrifying combat power and speed of improvement still make many people jealous. Long Xingshi's figure unfolded and came to Long Xingtian's side, and when he pressed his palm in the void, Long Xingtian turned into a human form. When it turned into the body, the injury was shocking, and I don't know how many scales were blown off. It can be transformed into a human form. In fact, it means that the arms and abdomen have some injuries, which look extremely heavy, and can be raised for several months and a half years. For the lifespan of a small perfectionist, half a year of cultivation is not as good as taking a nap, not to mention that the lifespan of a beast far exceeds that of a human of the same level before the true God. Therefore, such an injury is nothing to the beasts. It is a pity that the Xuanhuan family is too protective. Even if the injury is not serious, Long Xingshi's face is gloomy. Very good, as expected of the legendary serious killer, his strength is really extraordinary. This time, let me come to experience and teach your noble tricks. Every time Long Xingshi took a step, his momentum rose by 1 point, and it didn't take long for Xiaoqing to approach the peak. Terrifying aura rolled out like a storm, and the sky darkened. In the face of the rolling pressure, Han Feng did not change his face. Han has learned a lot about the protection of the Xuanhuan clan. After your failure, the next person to come out will be the Great Perfection Patriarch. It is one thing for the Xuanhuan family to protect their shortcomings, but it is another thing to be told by outsiders. Long Xingshi's face became more and more gloomy. Joke, how can this seat lose to you? It's hard to tell. Long Xingtian seemed to have said the same thing at the beginning, but he was beaten down by the subordinate. Han Feng continued to mock. The powerhouses around them couldn't help laughing softly, because they found that it was really the case. The situation of Long Xingshi at the moment is similar to that of Long Xingtian at the beginning, and he is also full of confidence in himself, but in the end it is himself who lies down. Your Excellency is really confident. Long Xingshi sneered, if this seat loses to you, you will punish you. Let me sanction? Han Feng exclaimed exaggeratedly, I don't dare, but if you hurt Long Xingtian a little bit, you will be your big brother, and I will punish a lot of great perfection powerhouses. Chase? The surrounding powerhouses all nodded. Xuanhuan clan is so unreasonable and protective, even some of the forces of the true gods dare not confront such lunatics. Let this serious killer be punished? This is a scumbag killer. If the sanctions are severe, they will suffer, but if the sanctions are light, what if they win? Is it still a win if you don't even dare to hit a heavy hand? Unconsciously, everyone's discussion has turned into what will happen after Long Xingshi's failure. It never occurred to me that the battle between Han Feng and Long Xingshi has not yet started, and it is still unknown who will lose and who will win. Long Xingshi found something wrong, and he was discussing what would happen if he lost, so he stopped talking nonsense immediately, took a step forward, and his aura reached the peak. In this case, if I lose, this seat will put the collection of this seat in it. I will give you the first flame lotus sacred fruit. On the other hand, if you lose, it's up to me to decide how to punish you. How dare you bet? Why not? Han Feng smiled and said so much before, just waiting for this sentence. Since knowing that the Xuanhuan family is rich in heritage, Han Feng has been thinking about what good things Long Xingshi carries with him, and this bet is made. Han Feng did not have the idea of robbing Long Xingshi and Long Xingtian completely, otherwise if he really provokes the old great perfection monster of Xuanhuan clan, he has no other choice but to escape from Yaozhou. Therefore, it is better to let Long Xingshi be willing to hand it over. The third one. Reload. Flame Lotus Sacred Fruit? Dragon Xingshi still has such a collection? As expected of the Xuanhuan clan, it has a profound background. Although the Flame Lotus Holy Fruit is not as good as the Purple Flame Profound Fruit, it is also a very precious fire attribute Holy Fruit. The small perfection Double Heaven Powerhouse absorbs it. If it is in the early stage, at least it can reach the later stage. Although it is precious, the Longxing stone itself is an existence that is close to the peak of the small perfection Triple Heaven. This Yanlian holy fruit is useless to Longxingxi. Take the useless holy fruit as a bet, and you will not feel distressed if you lose. On the other hand, the serious killer lost. This is really worthwhile than buying and selling. A strong man sneered in a low voice. But who are the people present? Basically, they are all small perfection powerhouses. No matter how low this powerhouse is, everyone can still hear it. Involuntarily, everyone's gaze at Longxingshi changed a bit. Longxingshi's body froze, becoming more and more annoyed, a group of meddling things. Holding back his anger, Longxingshi threw a storage ring to Han Feng. Han Feng took it, and the power of Yuanshan penetrated into it, and was amazed for a while. There are a lot of holy stones stored in this ring, including top-quality holy stones, and many of them are about to pile up into mountains. Longxingshi said coldly, if you win, in addition to the Yanlian holy fruit, the holy stones in this storage ring are also yours. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. With these holy stones, several beasts can once again undergo bloodline evolution. Zhu Tianyunk and Aoyan Swallowing Heavenly Wolf have high bloodlines themselves, and their bloodline evolution cannot improve their bloodline concentration, nor can their cultivation improve much, but Feitian Yanshur and Phantom Thunder Leopard are different. The bloodlines of the two beasts have evolved to the present. It is also a high-level holy product. Because of this, even if there is a holy stone source liquid, the two beasts are still unable to break through to the small perfection realm. And now there are a large number of top-quality holy stones, and the evolution of the two beasts' bloodlines is enough to reach a higher level among the top holy products, and breaking through the small perfection realm must be extremely easy. And before breaking through the great perfection, the speed will not be too slow. Thunder Dragon Claw. Longxingshi took the shot first, and Han Feng had just withdrawn the Yuanshan from the storage ring. This scene saw the powerful people around him shouting shamelessly. However, Longxingshi didn't care about it. It didn't matter what a sneak attack was, not a sneak attack in the battle, as long as he won. Han Feng has been paying attention to the Longxingshi from the beginning to the end. Even if the power of the Yuanshan is used to detect the storage ring, it is only a part of it. When he started, Han Feng had already reacted. True immortals are walking. Longxingshi grabbed the space with the dragon claws condensed by thunder, and only scratched a deep trace on the ground. Running true immortal treading steps, Han Feng came to Longxingshi's back in an instant, and true immortal quiet finger burst out. The energy giant finger containing the breath of silence, the space is repelled and squeezed, and a vacuum is formed around it. Tianlong escapes. Longxingshi also moved and disappeared in front of Han Feng. Han Feng was taken aback that this dragon walking stone has such a superb footwork. It's a pity that he still can't compare to his true immortal treading steps. Under the shocked gazes of the powerhouses, they only saw two silhouettes constantly flashing in the void. The speed was extremely fast, and the surrounding space seemed to be unable to bear the speed of the two and collapsed. Rao is that they are small perfectionists, and if they observe for a long time, their heads will become dizzy because their eyesight is too fast to keep up. This shocked all the small perfectionists. Don't hide if you have the ability. Longxingshi was a little annoyed that he couldn't catch Han Feng for a long time. Although Han Feng's cultivation level is not as good as that of Longxingshi, his cultivation level after the skyrocketing increase is still a triple heaven. The ability to dodge inside is beyond the dragon stone. If you can't catch me, you can only say that you are incompetent. Han Feng said lightly, not at all motivated by Longxingshi. I can't catch you, and you can't catch me. What's the point of this fight? Longxingshi said coldly. Who said I couldn't catch you? A sly smile flashed across Han Feng's face. True Fairy 10,000 Dragon Palm. Suddenly, Han Feng stopped in the void, his palm slammed out, the space shattered, and countless hand shadows roared away like real dragons. Tens of thousands of palm shadows, densely packed, cover the sky and the sun. Oops. Long Xingshi was shocked, and turned the dragon escape to the extreme. He was so thrilled that he didn't let himself be hit in the slightest, at most just passed by. Long Xingshi immediately sneered, "This is your attack? I admit that the level is very high, and it is no less than the true immortal quiet finger you used before, but what's the use of it if it can't hit me?" "Really?" Han Feng smiled lightly. The display of true immortal 10,000 dragon palm continued, but his legs suddenly kicked out continuously in the void. True fairy without shadow legs. The sky was filled with shadows of legs, and the air in the space was squeezed out again. Long Xingshi was about to use sky escape to dodge again, but his face changed greatly, and he realized that he had been trapped in a very small area before dodging true immortal 10,000 dragon palm. In this limited space, it is extremely difficult to dodge the true immortal 10,000 dragon palm, and it is almost impossible to avoid other attacks. What makes Long Xingshi even more horrified is that this serious killer has mastered so many top-grade sanctuary secrets, and even each of them is top-grade, so he can't master so many top-grade skills. The Sanctuary of the Secret. Thunder chains. All of a sudden, thousands of chains formed by thunder roared out and swept all around. The chains slammed out wildly, smashing the leg shadows one after another, and the thunder light vibrated in the void. Thunder chains, as a top-grade sanctuary secret, is really not that powerful in the top grade, and can only be said to be extremely ordinary. But no matter how ordinary it is also a top-grade holy domain secret knowledge, not to mention the Long Xingshi who displayed the thunder chain, and his cultivation level is about to enter the pinnacle of the small perfection realm. Therefore, Han Feng's leg shadow was gradually defeated under the attack of the thunder chain. Han Feng frowned, as expected of being close to the pinnacle of Xiaocheng, with a lot of means and extraordinary combat power, since that's the case. Aurora Tsangyan, merge! Han Feng shouted. Aurora Tsangyan erupted from his dantian and merged into the true immortal shadowless leg. If the power of Aurora Tsangyan reaches the top of the top grade, it is not impossible for the power of true immortal shadowless legs to be comparable to the supergrade and inferior. But Aurora Tsangyan is now only a top-grade low-level power level, but even so, after integrating into Aurora Tsangyan, the power of true immortal shadowless legs still exceeds the top-grade sanctuary. What? Long Xingshi was horrified. The dragon Xingshi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief after defeating the leg shadows in the sky, was shocked to find that these leg shadows were burning with raging flames, and their power was greatly increased. Not good. Long Xingshi's face was embarrassed and found that his thunder chains could not be resisted and gradually collapsed. Damn it! Long Xingshi was furious. Just as he was about to display his body, the thunder chain had completely collapsed. Boom boom boom. The shadows of the legs that were continuously burning with flames hit the Long Xingshi, and the Long Xingshi fell from the sky like a falling flaming meteor. The plot of Forgotten Continent is coming to an end. It is really too stuck. There may only be 2 updates today. According to the current lack of inspiration, it is estimated that the cabbage will not break out until the 31st. Heavy. Falling all the way, I don't know how many buildings were affected and collapsed, and some were burned to ashes by the silver flames that swept out. Long Xingshi is also worthy of being a super expert in the late stage of the small perfection triple heaven. It's just that with the flash of Long Xingshi's huge body, more buildings were crushed. And the gas swirling flow that immediately rose into the air blew the surrounding buildings into pieces, and the ground was also cracked with dense cracks. The warriors, watching all around, quickly retreated and opened their defenses at the same time. It is worthy of being a small perfection 3-level powerhouse, but it has such great destructive power just by turning it into the body and moving it at will. What's even more surprising is that this serious killer has forced Longxi to such a degree. I heard that this heavenly wolf killer is only the first layer of heaven? The combat power is amazing, even the top holy products can't reach this level. It can't be the first layer of heaven. The heavenly wolf killer seems to have obtained the purple flame profound fruit after completing the task. Now I'm afraid that he has been promoted to the second layer of heaven. That's amazing. Even the top level holy bloodline, reaching the realm of the three heavens of small perfection, will be so deadly that the cultivation base will skyrocket to a small realm. With the discussion of the crowd, the dragon Xingshi flew in the sky, constantly roaring, and a powerful airflow rolled out, rolling endlessly. Although the bloodline of Xingshi is a top-level saint, it is not considered a first class among the top-level saints, so even if the body is displayed at this moment, the cultivation base has not skyrocketed. But as a beast, some powerful abilities must be transformed into the body before they can be used. The Longxing stones circled in the void, connecting end to end, forming a circle. The thunder in the circle vibrated, and the next moment, a terrifying thunder pillar nearly 100 times the size of a bucket rumbled out, aiming directly at Han Feng. Are you close to the top-level top-grade sanctuary secret skills? Han Feng's face was solemn, and the same level of tricks, when his cultivation base was weaker than Xingqi's, was definitely a big disadvantage. True immortal flood dragon finger. At this moment, Han Feng used one of the two most powerful sanctuary techniques so far. Another great sanctuary secret is Emperor Heavenly Wolf Claw. With the improvement of his cultivation, Han Feng's control over Emperor Heavenly Wolf Claw has become deeper and deeper. The degree of mastery now does not need to be half a step away from super quality. The aura of heaven and earth that enveloped the entire hunting city was centered on Han Feng, and condensed in a moment, and the scene shocked everyone. The terrifying aura was like the arrival of a king, and that kind of supreme pressure made the faces of the small perfectionists in the shadow hunting city pale. What kind of secret art is this? Why is it so terrifying? The ultimate sanctuary's secret art never has such a big momentum. Difficult, could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, countless unbelievable eyes fell on Han Feng. Even if the cultivation level has skyrocketed to the third level of small perfection, it cannot hide the fact that it has only 1 or 2 levels of small perfection. How many amazing and brilliant Dzogchen geniuses may not be able to comprehend such a sanctuary's unique knowledge, and this is not in existence in the late stage of small perfection, but it has been comprehended, how much monstrous understanding is required. Not only the surrounding powerhouses, but also the dragon Xingshi is also very shocking. But this does not affect Xingqi's attack on Han Feng. Lei Zhu pierced through the space and was about to hit Han Feng. But at this moment, Han Feng stretched out his finger fiercely, and the next moment, a louder voice roared out than the roaring sound of Xingqi's body. The entire space vibrated, and the state where the dragon line stones were connected end to end was almost destroyed. The silver dragon and the thunder pillar collided in the void, and in an instant, endless sparks and thunder light burst out. Like a torrential rain, the rain of fire and thunderstorm fell, and the shadow hunting city was immediately enveloped by flames and thunder. I don't know how many warriors were affected and injured. Suddenly, an aura of supreme majesty swelled in the shadow hunting tower, and this breath enveloped the shadow hunting city. Everyone's expressions are stunned, knowing that this must be the demigod clone of the shadow hunting towers, backing true god. In the void, Han Feng and Xingqi were still fighting. Even if they knew that a demigod made a move, they couldn't stop it immediately. Otherwise, an accident will be hit hard. Tianlong Domain, Congeal. When Warcraft achieves Sanctuary, there is also Domain, but Warcraft is not as good as humans in the Domain, so in the same level of Domain, Warcraft is not as good as humans. The reason why they are not as good as humans is that in addition to being bad at it, it is also the fact that the monsters don't like to manage their own fields. In their opinion, it is most reliable to rely on their own bodies after turning into their own bodies. Therefore, even if the cultivation of Xingqi is as high as the peak of Xiaocheng, the power of the domain is not as strong as that of human beings at the same level. Being shrouded in the Tianlong domain, Han Feng's suppressed cultivation did not reach an unbearable level. With the two-layered domain to contend, coupled with the devouring of Aurora Tsangyan, Han Feng's cultivation base did not drop too much. For this reason, Han Feng quickly fell into a disadvantage, and his body was frequently rubbed by energy fluctuations. My second brother doesn't like to fight in the way of human beings, but I don't necessarily. It's a waste of domain power to have the domain to suppress, if my second brother uses the domain. Long Xingshi was proud of the upper hand. Sneer. But saying this, after fighting against Long Xingshi, he also knew in his heart that because of his second brother's dislike of fighting with the domain, I am afraid that the domain is inferior to him, not necessarily better than the heavenly wolf killer in front of him. If you really use the field, the possibility of losing is still relatively large. However, he was different. The serious killer is going to lose. Almost forgot that we also have fields. We Warcraft don't like to use the domain to fight, but it is also under the overwhelming advantage. The Dragon Xingshi is only comparable to the serious killer. If you don't use the power of the domain, you can't win at all, and you will lose your face if you don't use it. The watching powerhouses shook their heads and felt sorry for the serious killer. Some who had been jealous for a long time have now gloated over their misfortunes, with happy smiles on their faces. But at this moment, the battle in the void changed again. Admit your fate. Long Xingshi shouted loudly, the huge body connected end to end again, and the thunder shook. Under the situation of being suppressed by the domain, Han Feng still did not change his face. Facing the strongest blow of Long Xingshi, Han Feng took a deep breath and closed his eyes. As his eyes suddenly opened again, Han Feng's momentum suddenly soared. Stand up. Mysterious immortal body, congeal. Second more. Thanks to 1802-265-3273 for the big reward. Oh, __intersection, oh. Heavy down. This is the first time Han Feng has used it since he realized the mysterious immortal body. When it was only a small perfection, Han Feng couldn't bear the powerful force brought by the display of the Xianxian body. Such a powerful force was enough to burst the whole body. What is the realm of the Xianxian body? That is a level that is no worse than that of the supergrade sanctuary. As a sanctuary that can improve one's cultivation, the Xianxian body is actually more advanced than the top of the top sanctuary. It can be said that in the Forgotten Continent, only those bloodlines that surpass the holy level, but have not yet reached the divine level, can be comparable to the Xianxian body. And this excess must be far beyond. Although the bloodline like Long Xingtian is also beyond the holy level, it is not much beyond that, and there is no way to compare with the Xianxian body. If the gap between the sacred and divine levels is divided into 10 small sections, then the Xianxian body has undoubtedly reached the third or fourth stage, while Long Xingtian's bloodline has barely reached the second stage. And now Han Feng's cultivation base has reached the late stage of the second stage of the small perfection, which is enough to display the Xianxian body. Although it may be a little reluctant, it may still cause a certain amount of pressure on the body, but it will not cause the body to collapse. When the cultivation base breaks through to the third heaven, even the Xianxian body after the fusion of Aurora Tsangyan can barely display. The dazzling white light burst out, extremely dazzling, and many powerhouses closed their eyes subconsciously. Immortal aura pervaded Han Feng, and a holy aura swept out. Stepping on the fairy cloud, Han Feng's jet-black hair spread like a waterfall, and the golden runes on his forehead were even more dazzling, and contained all kinds of mysteries of the world, and he was almost addicted to it just by looking at it. At this moment, Han Feng also appeared on the body of the white Xianxian battle armor. The mysterious patterns on the battle armor were intricate, which made Han Feng look like a fairy god of war, majestic. The huge breath rose into the sky, and a huge vortex directly rolled out in the sky, and the vortex shot out a bright white light. How is it possible? How can there be such a big improvement? Long Xingshi's huge dragon eyes were round and round, looking at everything in front of him in disbelief. The Xianxian body is a sanctuary that is comparable to the supergrade sanctuary. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed. Even if it is suppressed by the field, Han Feng's cultivation will still be elevated to a very advanced realm. Compared with Long Xingshi, it is not bad at all. This is still under the suppression of the domain. It can be expected that once there is no suppression of the domain, Han Feng's growth will surpass that of the dragon Xingshi. Even if the cultivation base skyrockets, this is within my domain. Long Xingshi was furious and roared. The thunder pillar exploded out, and the field was earth-shattering. The terrifying destructive power of the thunder pillar seemed to completely shatter the entire field. Emperor's Wolf Claw. Han Feng's face was cold, his palms condensed into claws and grabbed in the void, as if there was a roar of the Emperor in the sky behind him, that was enough to tear apart the sky and grab the Lei Zhu. The strong tearing force instantly tore the Lei Zhu to pieces. The giant claw did not stop attacking because of this, and grabbed the dragon stone in an instant. The speed of the giant claw was very fast, and it was caught on Long Xingshi's body almost before he could react. Long Xingshi immediately screamed, the place where he was caught was bloody, and the domain completely collapsed at the same time. The right hand condensed into the Emperor Heavenly Wolf Claw, and the left hand's fingers, true immortal Jiaolong finger, attacked again, and the Jiaolong slammed into Long Xingshi's body fiercely. The Long Xingshi had been severely injured, and at this moment, it was severely hit to the ground, smashing a huge pit, and was dying. Han Feng quickly took back all the sanctuary secrets to improve his cultivation, such as the Xianxian body, and Aurora Tsangyan also converged into his body. Shaking his body slightly, Han Feng's pale complexion recovered a little rosy. Han Feng still underestimated the Xianxian body. The supergrade holy artifact can be called a semi-divine artifact, and the supergrade holy domain secret skills can naturally be called a semi-divine skill. Whether it is a supergrade holy artifact or a supergrade sanctuary, it is far beyond the level of other sanctuary. The first time to use the Xianxian body, Han Feng thought that his body was strong enough to display, but he did not expect that it would bring great pressure to the body. If the battle is not over in a moment, the body will inevitably have some sequelae. Taking a breath, Han Feng landed on the ground with some relief. Turning his eyes, he landed on Long Xingshi, who had turned into a human figure, pale and embarrassed. He, actually lost to the human race. Here. Long Xingshi is not someone who can't afford to lose. When he threw the Yanlian holy fruit to Han Feng took it and received it in the storage space of the Jiantianhuo Tower without looking at it. He bowed to the shadow hunting tower, and he saw the demigod's shot just now. At this moment, he was expressing his apology for making such a mess in the shadow hunting city. Seeing that there was no change in the shadow hunting tower, Han Feng knew that the demigod didn't care about the damage to the buildings in the shadow hunting city. Perhaps for the demigod, only the shadow hunting tower is what he values. The buildings near the shadow hunting tower are basically destroyed, but only the shadow hunting tower is unscathed. In addition to the special construction materials of the shadow hunting tower, which can withstand the damage, it is also a conscious avoidance when Han Feng and Long Xingshi are fighting. Open the impact on the shadow hunter tower. Han Feng turned around and said lightly to Long Xingshi, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Xiaoshenlong clan, but if the Xiaoshenlong clan troubles Han again, Han will not be merciful and leave. After saying that, Han Feng opened the Xianming Tianlang wings behind him and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Both Long Xingshi and Long Xingtian's faces were extremely dark. Han Feng's words were very clear. If it weren't for the Xiaoshenlong family behind them, the two brothers would not only be injured, maybe The reason for this kind of mercy makes Long Xingshi feel that his dignity has been trampled on. Let me suffer such a big loss, don't let me stop. Next time you won't be merciful? It also depends on whether you have the fate to shoot me. Long Xingshi's eyes flashed. The surrounding powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts and left one after another, for fear of being angered by Long Xingshi. Big brother, if you lose, why should you do this? Long Xingtian did not agree with Long Xingshi's idea. Long Xingshi scolded coldly, Xiao Tian, you don't need to persuade us, our Xiaoshenlong clan has never been so humiliated. This time I return to the clan, I will definitely ask the Great Perfection Elder to take action. Long Xingtian sighed inwardly, the Xiaoshenlong clan was increasingly rejected by Yaozhou, and it had nothing to do with the overbearing guards within the clan. Reasonable protection is nothing, but unreasonable protection is disgusting. In a certain mountain forest in Yaozhou, Han Feng did not know that Long Xingshi was provoked by his last words. The Yanlian sacred fruit was refined into the source liquid, and Han Feng swallowed it in one gulp. This time, Han Feng's goal is not to break through the cultivation base. Han Feng knows that his cultivation base has reached the late stage of the second layer. It is absolutely impossible to reach the triple heaven. Just breaking through to the peak from the second stage of the second layer, it does not have much effect on the improvement of the overall strength. It is better to use it to improve in other aspects, such as the Holy Flame War body, such as the 9 flames and different fire tactics. A few days later, the golden flames of Han Feng's body raged out, and the Holy Flame battle body officially broke through from the 10th level to the 11th level. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Today is the last day of the slump, and tomorrow will break out with 20,000 words. It's been a long time since I've had an eruption. Every time I have an eruption this month, my body can't bear it. It will be much better after I get used to it. I'm sorry for the 2 updates today. The 10th level of the Holy Flame battle body is still the best low grade, and the 11th level of the Holy Flame battle body already belongs to the top quality middle level sanctuary. Among them, the peak of the 11th level is even more than the best middle class. With the energy of the Flame Lotus Sacred Fruit, it is still a bit reluctant to raise the Holy Flame battle body to the peak of the 11th level. Realizing this, Han Feng used the energy of the Flame Lotus Sacred Fruit Sanctuary to improve the 9 flames and different fire art. The 9 flames and different fire art had reached the 5th level peak early stage early, and at this moment, with the influx of the energy of the Flame Lotus Sacred Fruit, it quickly broke through to the 5th level peak intermediate level. The silver flame spewed out and merged with the golden flame to form a unique flame, hot and violent. The 5th level peak intermediate level means that Aurora Tsongyan has also reached the top grade middle level holy fire level. At this time, if Aurora Tsongyan was in the 11th level of the Holy Flame battle body, the power that erupted was comparable to the 12th level of the Holy Flame battle body, and it was on par with the top-grade Holy Domain unique knowledge. Slowly taking the flame into the body, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. The Holy Flame battle body and Aurora Tsongyan have both improved, and the overall strength has increased again. If my firepower is full at the moment, unless it is a great perfection powerhouse, no one will be able to get me. Han Feng said this, not to say that he is invincible in the small perfection realm. Even now that his strength has greatly increased, Han Feng knows that in the small perfection realm, those with strong bloodlines and comprehension of the sanctuary's unique skills are still stronger than himself. It's just that Han Feng is not afraid of such a strong man. If he can't win, it should be relatively easy to escape, so he said that no one can get him under the great perfection. But the Great Perfection Powerhouse is different. The Great Perfection Powerhouse and the Small Perfection Powerhouse are 2 completely different levels. The Great Perfection has already stood at the top of the sanctuary level, preparing for the achievement of the true God. For so many years in the Forgotten Continent, I have never heard of a small perfection that can beat the great perfection at a higher level, even in the early stage of the first layer of the great perfection, let alone kill the great perfection. This is true even for geniuses of the heaven-defying level, and the ordinary small perfection is even more powerless in the face of the great perfection. Therefore, in the face of the great perfection, Han Feng did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to escape safely, unless he used the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. It's time to go to the Zitong Lingyao clan. He rose into the air, and Han Feng's figure disappeared into the sky. After flying for an unknown amount of time, seeing the distance from the Zitong Lingyao clan getting closer and closer, Xuanhuan's voice suddenly sounded, Han Feng, turn left. Turn to the left? Then you've strayed from the direction. Han Feng asked in surprise. That said, Han Feng is flying to the left, and Han Feng knows that there must be a reason for Xiaopeng to let him do this. Sure enough, Fatty went on to explain, as your 9 flames and different fire art level deepens, my ability and perception are getting stronger and stronger. I have already sensed that a creature with an extremely powerful bloodline is approaching here, but although the bloodline is strong, but its own cultivation base is too weak, such a monster is just for you to conquer. Isn't there still a shortage of places in the beast breeding space? The bloodline is strong? Is it beyond the holy product? Han Feng's face was slightly condensed, and even Xiaopeng Longxingtian didn't like it. What kind of bloodline is this rushing here? Of course, if it's just a holy rank, how could I let you make a special trip? I can feel that this bloodline is infinitely close to the god rank level. I really didn't expect that there is such a bloodline in the Forgotten Continent. Back then, a vermilion skylark was enough. To my surprise, there is Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf in the back. Now another one appears. In fact, the previous Longxingtian also surprised me, but Longxingtian is the Xiaoshenlong family, and he has a big backing himself, and he is even more arrogant. No matter how you think about it, you can't voluntarily become your contracted beast, so I don't have it either. I suggest you to subdue Longxingtian. Xiaopeng explained. Becoming a contracted beast in the beast breeding space also requires the consent of the beast itself, and it is not mandatory. The previous Zhutian Skylark and the 4 beasts only made a sound with the help of the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, so they naturally became the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. Contract beast. After Xiaopeng said this, Han Feng really became more and more curious. Soon, in Han Feng's Yuanshan, he found a very young Xiao Jingtai hurriedly fleeing in his direction. Xiao Jingtai was only about 10 years old, but his breath reached the heavenly level. Tianjia can transform into a human form. It seems that like Hu Shaodai, he took the transforming pill, so he transformed into a human form before the sanctuary. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. What surprised Han Feng was that it was a sanctuary peak and a number of great sanctuaries who were chasing after this little heaven, and these great sanctuaries and sanctuary peaks had yet to catch up. Han Feng carefully observed the power of Yuanshan, and found that Xiao Jingtai was surrounded by a special energy. It was this energy that allowed Xiao Jingtai to fly at the speed of the peak of the sanctuary. It's just that with the passage of time, this force is getting weaker and weaker, Xiao Jingtai's speed is getting slower and slower, and the distance from the rear chaser is gradually shortening. The distance between Han Feng and these people is shrinking. Soon, Xiao Jingtai and the pursuers in the back saw Han Feng. Xiao Jingtai's complexion is condensed, and at a young age, he has enough capital to be infatuated with thousands of girls. Seeing Han Feng, Xiao Jingtai's complexion has not changed, neither thinking about using Han Feng as a shield, nor asking for help from Han Feng. But the pursuers in the back roared. Boy, stop this mess for this seat. That's right, we are the Fian Three-Tailed Cat clan, and we are also a first-class force in Yaozhou. After this is done, we can give you the status of a servant of the Fian Three-Tailed Cat clan. The several pursuers looked arrogant, as if it was a great thing to be their servants. In fact, it was indeed the case. There were not a few people in Yaozhou who asked to be servants of the first-class forces. It's just that Han Feng is definitely not included. Han Feng felt a little funny, and it was the first time he saw Xiaoyuanqing as a slave. Get out! With a shout, the huge breath surged out like a turbulent wave. In the realm of Han Feng, it is still possible to control his breath without hurting Xiao Jingtai. As a result, Xiao Jingtai's stern face finally moved, and he watched helplessly as the strong people in the clan who were chasing him were like weak babies, being crushed into slag by the breath without any resistance. Han Feng is not a murderer. Even though he values Xiao Jingtai's blood, he will not kill innocent people for Xiao Jingtai's sake. On the contrary, if Xiao Jingtai itself represents the evil side, Han Feng will give up the idea of recruiting Xiao Jingtai. Just getting close, Han Feng clearly perceives the evil thoughts of those pursuers. Coupled with the attitude of the pursuers, Han Feng immediately judges that these pursuers are not good people, so after killing them neatly, there is no any psychological burden. Turning his head, Han Feng just wanted to open his mouth to solicit Xiao Jingtai, but he saw Xiao Jingtai looking at him with bright eyes, and that fiery gaze made Han Feng tremble. Without waiting for Han Feng to say anything, Xiao Jingtai knelt down directly in the void. Junior Cat Tianyu, willing to become the senior's contract beast. Han Feng was surprised. He hadn't said it yet. This little Jingtai. No, it was Mao Tianyu who opened his mouth. Second more.